Lin Xuan's final memory lingered beneath the glaring, incandescent lights of the library. At 3 in the morning, the study room lay deserted, and before the computer screen overflowing with documents piled high, he massaged his throbbing temples. With only 3 days left to submit his thesis, and not even a draft of the introduction in place, he murmured just a little longer. As he reached for the can of energy drink on his desk, the moment his fingertip brushed the can, the world began to warp. The tables, chairs, bookshelves, and lights rippled outward like drops in a pond, soon accompanied by a piercing ringing in his ears, as if countless shrill voices were clamoring within his mind. Lin Xuan tried to cry out, yet no sound emerged as his body spun wildly like being tossed inside a washing machine. After an indeterminate span, the sensation of weightlessness abruptly ceased. A hard, damp sensation on his back and the mingled aroma of soil and decaying vegetation gripped his senses. Suddenly, Lin Xuan opened his eyes to behold a tangle of intertwining branches and thin slivers of daylight filtering through crevices. Where is this? He wondered as he sat up, realizing he was lying in the midst of a primeval forest. Towering ancient trees that required several people to encircle, entwined vines resembling colossal serpents, and a visible faint mist filled the air. Clad in the same gray hooded sweatshirt and jeans he wore before his journey, he was starkly out of place in this ancient wilderness. A nightmare? Or? Lin Xuan pinched himself, the sting of pain brutally real. At that moment, a vibration pulsed along his left wrist. Glancing down, he saw his inexpensive smartwatch, bought for 300 yuan, its screen pulsating with an eerie blue glow. The numbers on the dial vanished, replaced by clear lines of text. Temporal anomaly detected. Adapting to this world's rules. Adaptation complete. Sign-in system activated. System notice: you may sign in once daily at designated locations for random rewards. Newbie gift package being distributed. Acquired first sign-in chance 1. Audis signing in. Sign-in successful. It displayed acquired Chunyang Zhao Hua T innate physique effect loading. A searing sensation burst from his heart, rushing instantly through his limbs. Lin Xuan could only muster a muffled groan, feeling as if unseen shackles within him had been shattered, rendering the world vividly clear. He could hear the faint scurrying of insects 100 meters away, differentiate the aromas of 7 distinct plants, and even see faint golden specks drifting around him. Spiritual energy, the word inexplicably echoed in his mind. Before he could process this, a sound that split the air approached from afar. 2 silhouettes raced in from the northeast, one trailing the other like streaks of lightning. Ahead, a woman in white with flowing robes, though staggering, bore an unnaturally flushed complexion on her exquisite features. Behind her, a woman clad in black, bewitchingly beautiful, with a silvery, yet icily cold laugh, declared, Liu Qingyin, after succumbing to my Hahuan Shaoan, Sen, where could you possibly escape to? Demon Sect Enchantress. The white-clad woman said in a chilly tone, her voice interspersed with labored breathing. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the days to come. That, of course, requires that you have a later day. The woman in black giggled coquettishly, flicking her hand to release 3 wisps of pink mist. The white-clad woman, unable to evade in time, inhaled some of it, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Her eyes swept over the forest below, meeting Lin Xuan's gaze. In that fleeting instant, he discerned a flash of inner struggle and shame in her eyes, which then transformed into resolute determination. I'm sorry, the white-clad woman whispered as she reached downward with a graceful hand. Lin Xuan felt his body suddenly enveloped by an invisible force that hoisted him into the air. A howling wind filled his ears, and when he finally regained his senses, he found himself in a secluded cave. The entrance was sealed by massive rocks, allowing only a few slender beams of light to seep through. You? Lin Xuan began to speak, only to realize that his body would not obey. Standing before him was the white-clad Liu Qingyin, her breath ragged as desire and reason clashed fiercely in her eyes. She bit her tongue, drawing blood to cling to the last vestiges of consciousness, her voice trembling. I am Liu Qingyin, sect leader of Yunlan, and today I was ambushed by the demon sect. I am poisoned by passion. This venom is incurable, and only the union of yin and yang can undo it. She closed her eyes, then abruptly reopened them, and added, I will make it up to you no matter what you desire. But if this matter is ever revealed. Before she could finish, all semblance of reason was overwhelmed by desire. Lin Xuan stared blankly at the breathtakingly beautiful face, drawing ever nearer, his mind emptied of thought. What followed was a chaotic and absurd sequence of events. In the darkness, Lin Xuan could feel the heat of her skin, hear her restrained gasps, and sense the burning power circulating within him. The two energies seemed to merge and circulate, each cycle bringing an indescribable pleasure that gradually lulled Lin Xuan into slumber. In the fading remnants of his consciousness, he heard the system's prompt. Chunyang Zhao Hua T activated for the first time. Dao companion detected Liu Qingyin dual cultivation effect in progress. Lin Xuan was awakened by the icy touch of a sword's edge. As he opened his eyes, he first saw the dripping rock of the cave ceiling, followed by a 3-foot-long Qingfeng blade pressed against his throat. The sword was held by the white-robed woman from last night, Liu Qingyin. Clad impeccably in a moon-white robe untouched by dust, her dark tresses were simply coiled with a jade hairpin. Had it not been for the faint blush lingering on her exquisitely beautiful face, and the complex emotions still evident in her eyes, she would have appeared as an otherworldly immortal untouched by mortal affairs. But now this celestial figure was pointing her sword at Lin Xuan's throat. "What is your name?" Liu Qingyin's voice was calm, though Lin Xuan noticed a slight tremor in her hand as she gripped the sword. "Lin Xuan." Liu Qingyin repeated, her eyes turning cold. "Last night was an accident. I was afflicted by the venom of passion, my mind clouded, and had no choice but to act." Lin Xuan said nothing, knowing that any words might further enrage her. "But if this matter gets out," Liu Qingyin continued as the sword tip advanced a fraction further, "the reputation of the Yunlan sect's master will be utterly ruined and our sect's honor besmirched by the hypocrites of the cultivation world. I have no choice but to kill you." She exhaled deeply. "I will give you a grand burial and guide your soul to a glorious rebirth." Lin Xuan's heart pounded wildly. He could feel that her murderous intent was genuine. This was no jest. This woman truly intended to end his life. At that moment, system notifications began to sound in his mind. First, dual cultivation completed. Yang Creation Body Effect activated. Dao partner Liu Qingyin obtained cultivation breakthrough. Mid golden core, late golden core. Dao partner Liu Qingyin obtained spiritual root quality. Enhanced earth spiritual root. Heaven spiritual root. Dao partner Liu Qingyin obtained special constitution. Awakening probability 15. Host obtained cultivation feedback. First layer of refining chi. A warm current rose from his dantian as he felt a thread-like energy begin to circulate within him along a mysterious path. He could see pale golden specks in the air converging towards him, seeping through his skin. Lin Xuan was filled with awe. At that very moment, Liu Qingyin suddenly emitted a muffled hum. Her aura burst forth uncontrollably, summoning a wild wind within the cave. The stone wall trembled and tiny pebbles cascaded down. Meanwhile, the sword that had once rested upon Lin Xuan's throat shifted away due to the dramatic transformation of its wielder. How can it be? Liu Qingyin's eyes widened in disbelief as she clearly felt the mid-golden core bottleneck that had confined her for 3 long years suddenly crumble to dust. Inside her, the golden core spun at a dizzying speed, absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy, rapidly expanding and solidifying, exuding an aura several times more potent than before. Late golden core. What astonished her further was the inner vision within her dantian. The once mottled earth spiritual root had become crystalline and translucent, radiating a pure blue-green light. Heaven spiritual root. In the cultivation world, spiritual roots are classified into 5 types: mortal, human, earth, heaven, and immortal. An earth spiritual root is already 1 in 10,000, sufficient for a cultivator to reach the nascent soul stage. But a heaven spiritual root. It is a talent encountered once in a millennium, signifying that barring an untimely end, attaining transformation is almost assured. Could it be because of last night? Liu Qingyin suddenly turned her gaze towards Lin Xuan. The sword had already lowered. The murderous intent had dissipated, replaced by astonishment, confusion, and a subtle trace of anticipation. Lin Xuan sat up, realizing that he could move. Cautiously, he stepped back to keep a safe distance from the sword's tip and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." "You don't know?" Liu Qingyin narrowed her beautiful eyes, stepping forward and placing her jade-like hand directly on Lin Xuan's chest. A gentle yet irresistible force pushed into his body. Liu Qingyin examined him carefully, her brows furrowing deeper as she noticed that Lin Xuan's inner energy was merely a nascent, faint spiritual force, barely at the first layer of refining chi, with nothing else amiss. Yet the changes within her were undeniably real. The venom of passion could not shatter a cultivation bottleneck, nor could it elevate one's spiritual root. The only explanation was the seemingly ordinary mortal man before her. "Are you of a special constitution?" Liu Qingyin asked uncertainly, causing Lin Xuan's heart to tighten. The matter of the Yang Creation body must never be exposed, to otherwise what awaits him might not be gratitude, but the fate of being imprisoned as a mere cultivation tool. "I don't understand what you're saying." He feigned ignorance. "I only recall that just yesterday in the library, I suddenly found myself here. Then you captured me, and you know what happened next." "The library." Liu Qingyin caught the unfamiliar term. "It is a place of books," Lin Xuan corrected himself. Liu Qingyin stared at him for a long moment, as if searching his face for any sign of deceit. Lin Xuan's expression was one of blank bewilderment and fear, an emotion not entirely feigned, for anyone on the brink of death would be terrified. Finally, Liu Qingyin withdrew both her hand and her sword. Dress properly, she instructed as she turned away from Lin Xuan, and then come with me. Only then did Lin Xuan realize his disheveled state and hurriedly attempt to tidy himself. Once properly attired, Liu Qingyin had used her spiritual power to shatter the massive stone sealing the cave. As the morning light flooded in, Lin Xuan squinted his eyes. Remember, she said while turning her head, her tone returning to coolness, nothing happened last night. From today onward you shall be my promising protégé, discovered during my travels, because despite your unfortunate origins you possess the aptitude for cultivation. Understand? Understood. Lin Xuan nodded. Once we leave this cave, our master-disciple bond is sealed. Liu Qingyin cast one final glance at him, adding, if I misspeak even a single word, I guarantee your fate will be far worse than death. She stepped out of the cave with Lin Xuan trailing behind. Outside lay a forest bathed in the gentle light of dawn, where birds chirped and the morning mist still lingered. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, a 3-foot-long silver, flying sword materialized out of thin air, hovering a foot above the ground. Come up, she commanded as she mounted the flying sword. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment before cautiously stepping up behind her. The flying sword was narrow, forcing him to grasp Liu Qingyin's shoulder to maintain balance. At the instant his hand brushed against her, Lin Xuan sensed a brief rigidity in her, though she said nothing. Hold on tight, Liu Qingyin instructed shortly before swiftly executing her sword technique. The flying sword soared upward into the sky. What is the experience of flying with a sword for the first time? Lin Xuan would tell you, thrilling, incredibly thrilling. The fierce wind rushed towards him, making it hard to open his eyes. The mountains beneath him retreated rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he had ascended to several hundred meters in the air. He instinctively held Liu Qingyin's waist tightly, her slender form concealed in astonishing strength. Don't move around. Liu Qingyin's voice floated with the wind. If you fall, I won't be responsible. Lin Xuan tightened his grip even more. The flight lasted for about half an hour. During this time, Liu Qingyin said nothing, and Lin Xuan did not dare to speak. He could sense the complex emotions of this sect master, a blend of joy from her cultivation breakthrough, embarrassment from their proximity, and doubt about this unexpected recruit. Finally, the outlines of 7 mountain peaks appeared through the mist ahead. The peaks soared into the clouds, their upper halves surrounded by white fog, where pavilions and flying eaves could be faintly seen. A flock of immortal cranes flew past, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air noticeably increased, refreshing the mind with each breath. This is the Yunlan sect. Liu Qingyin spoke with a hint of pride in her tone, one of the 7 great sects of the eastern region, established for over 1,000 years. The flying sword lowered its altitude, heading towards the highest of the peaks. As they approached the mountain gate, 2 streaks of light rose from below, transforming into 2 young disciples dressed in blue robes, standing on flying swords to block their path. Halt! This is the mountain gate of the Yunlan sect. A sect master. The 2 disciples recognized the visitor and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, sect master. Liu Qingyin nodded slightly. No need for formalities. How is the situation in the sect? The slightly older disciple on the left respectfully replied, reporting to the sect master after the demon cult's female fiend attacked and fled yesterday. The Grand Elder has led people to pursue her for 100 miles, but to no avail. Currently, all the elders are waiting for the sect master's return in the council hall. Understood. Liu Qingyin replied coolly, her gaze sweeping over Lin Xuan. This is Lin Xuan, a promising talent I discovered during my travels. His background is pitiful, but he possesses considerable cultivation potential, so I have taken him as a registered disciple. You 2 will take him to the miscellaneous hall to collect his disciple token and basic items, and arrange for him to stay in the outer sect temporary residence. The 2 disciples exchanged surprised glances. The sect master is personally taking in a disciple. This is a big deal. Moreover, this boy seems to have no cultivation at all. How could he catch the sect master's eye? But they dared not ask further and bowed, responding, as you command. Liu Qingyin then looked at Lin Xuan. I will provide you with the basic cultivation techniques and 3 months' worth of food pills. If you can draw qi into your body within 3 months, you will be formally accepted as my disciple. If not, she did not finish, but her meaning was clear. Lin Xuan lowered his head. The disciple understands. Liu Qingyin said no more and transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the peak. The 2 disciples were left to curiously observe Lin Xuan. So you are Lin Shidi? I am Chun Ming, a disciple in charge of the outer sect, and this is Zhao Feng Shidi. The older disciple spoke, his tone relatively friendly. Follow me, I'll take you to collect your items. The 3 descended to a plaza halfway up the mountain. The plaza was paved with blue stone, and a 3-meter-tall stone tablet stood in the center, inscribed with the 2 characters Yunlan, the brush strokes vigorous, hinting at a sword-like aura. Surrounding buildings were closely arranged, with many disciples in blue robes coming and going. Lin Xuan's appearance drew considerable attention. After all, he was brought here by the sect master personally, a rare honor. Is that the new disciple taken in by the sect master? He looks quite ordinary. I heard he is immortal. How could the sect master? Shoo. How can we speculate on the sect master's actions? Whispers flew around, but Lin Xuan observed with a calm heart, pretending not to hear. Chunming led him into a pavilion where they received the disciple items: 2 sets of blue robes, a wooden token, a thin booklet, and a small jade bottle. The robes are the standard issue for outer disciples with basic talisman patterns for dust resistance and durability. The token is your identification. It recognizes you as its master with a drop of blood. The booklet contains the rules of the Yunlan sect and the basic edition of qi drawing techniques. The jade bottle contains 30 food pills, each capable of sustaining you for 3 days without food. Chun Ming introduced everything one by one. Zhao Feng added, the sect master said you will temporarily reside in the outer sect, so you can stay in the Ding district. Although the conditions are a bit poor, it is peaceful. Lin Xuan thanked the two and followed them to a courtyard at the foot of the mountain. The houses here were clearly much simpler, the courtyard small, but it was indeed quiet with only a few households around. This one will do. The previous occupant just moved out. Chun Ming opened a courtyard door. Every morning there will be an elder transmitting teachings at the transmission cliff. You can go listen. The cafeteria is on the south side, and you can collect meals with your token. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After giving instructions, the two flew away on their swords. Lin Xuan closed the door behind him and finally let out a sigh of relief. He surveyed this temporary residence, a bedroom, a quiet room, and a small courtyard with simple but tidy furniture. Sitting on the meditation cushion in the quiet room, he first opened the qi drawing techniques. The content was very basic, explaining how to sense spiritual energy, draw qi into the body, and circulate it through the meridians. With his current pure yang transformation body, granting him keen perception, he found it completely effortless to understand. Next, he bit his fingertip and dripped blood onto the wooden token. The blood quickly seeped in, and the token glowed softly with the words Lin Xuan Outer Sect registered appearing on the front. After completing these tasks, Lin Xuan was about to attempt cultivation when a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Detected a check-in location: Yunlan Sect, Main Peak, Qingyin Pavilion. Would you like to check in? Qingyin Pavilion. It should be Liu Qingyin's residence. Although he was currently at the foot of the mountain, the system determined he could check in. Check-in. Lin Xuan silently thought. Check-in successful. Obtained top-grade spirit gathering array disc. Miniature item description: can be arranged within a Tinjong radius. Gathers spiritual energy. Enhances cultivation speed by 3 times. Duration of 30 days. A palm-sized jade disc appeared in Lin Xuan's hand. The jade was smooth and warm, its surface etched with intricate patterns that glimmered with a faint spiritual light. A good item. Lin Xuan's eyes brightened. Following the system's instructions, he placed the arrayed disc in the center of the quiet room and infused it with a trace of spiritual power. The disc trembled slightly, its patterns lighting up one by one, ultimately forming a pale golden light shield that enveloped the entire quiet room. In an instant, Lin Xuan felt the concentration of spiritual energy inside the room surge. The pale golden light points in the air surged towards him, almost condensing into mist. He no longer hesitated, sitting cross-legged and beginning his cultivation according to the qi drawing techniques. Spiritual energy flowed in like a gentle stream, seeping through his pores and into his body. The extraordinary benefits of his pure Yang Creation body manifested in full force at this very moment. Where ordinary cultivators struggled to capture and guide spiritual energy, Lin Xuan's body absorbed and transformed it effortlessly, like parched earth drinking in life-giving rain. Within a single hour, Lin Xuan completed his first full circulation of qi. A slender thread of spiritual energy in his dantian swelled noticeably, now coursing steadily along its prescribed meridian path. He opened his eyes, sharp light flickering across his gaze. This is Qi Refinement Level 1. It was far easier than he had imagined. According to the Qi Guidance Manual, it typically took an ordinary person anywhere from 10 days to several months, from first sensing spiritual energy to completing their inaugural full circulation. Yet Lin Xuan achieved it in just 1 hour. The spirit gathering formation array played no small part, but his innate constitution was the true foundation. Without pause, he resumed cultivation. At dawn the next day, as the first golden rays of sunlight pierced the stillness of his meditation chamber, a faint, crisp resonance echoed within his body, as if some invisible restraint had shattered. The flow of spiritual energy surged dramatically, its total volume more than doubled. Qi Refinement Level 2. Lin Xuan gazed inward in disbelief. Had he truly broken through 2 realms in less than a day and night? Granted, the first 3 levels of Qi refinement were mere fundamentals, but even so, such speed was staggering. He recalled Liu Qingyin's warning to draw spiritual energy into his body within 3 months. Now, not only had he drawn in spiritual energy, He had already leapt past level 1 entirely. I must temper my progress. Lin Xuan mused inwardly. He well understood the peril of standing too tall too soon. Should he appear too prodigious, he would inevitably attract unwarranted attention and danger. Perhaps Liu Qingyin could be placated with a vague explanation of unique constitution, but what of the rest of the sect? Just then footsteps approached outside the courtyard. Brother Lin, are you within? It was Chunming's voice. Lin Xuan withdrew his cultivation, rose, and opened the gate. Chunming stood at the threshold holding a lacquered food box. Senior Brother Chun, do you have business with me? I've brought your morning meal, Chunming replied with a smile, handing over the box. Also, the sect master has sent word report to Qingyin Pavilion at the hour of C today. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. The sect master wishes to see me. Indeed. Likely to assess your progress. Chunming glanced at him, then suddenly let out a soft, astonished hum. Brother Lin, you've drawn spiritual energy into your body. Lin Xian inwardly cursed. With his low cultivation base, he could not yet fully conceal his aura. To a 6th-level qi refiner like Chunming, the subtle fluctuations of his recent breakthrough were unmistakable. I tried cultivating yesterday, and it seemed to succeed, he replied, feigning uncertainty. Chunming drew in a sharp breath. One day? You accomplished qi drawing in a single day. His gaze upon Lin Xian shifted instantly. Not merely courteous duty anymore, but layered with shock, and something akin to envy. Brother Lin truly possesses extraordinary talent. No wonder the sect master made an exception to accept you as a disciple. Chunming's tone was complex. Hurry now, don't keep the sect master waiting. Lin Xian accepted the food box, performed a quick wash, donned his Taoist robe, and set off toward the main peak. Qingyin Pavilion sat atop the summit, the residence and cultivation retreat of Liu Qingyin. By the time Lin Xian reached the mountain's mid-slope, he was winded and sweating. His level 2 qi refinement physique offered little advantage over that of an ordinary mortal. I must learn flight techniques, he thought, wiping his brow. Fortunately, a sect disciple awaited him. A white-robed female cultivator stood guard at the trailhead, verified his token, then carried him skyward on her sword to the summit. Qingyin Pavilion proved far simpler than Lin Xian had imagined. A 3-story bamboo pavilion surrounded by groves of emerald bamboo where a clear stream murmured and immortal cranes strolled. Spiritual energy here was at least 5 times denser than at the mountain's foot. Each breath subtly nourished his cultivation. Liu Qingyin awaited him in the ground floor tea chamber. Today she wore a pale azure gown unadorned by cosmetics, yet radiating an ethereal, otherworldly grace. Yet her gaze upon Lin Xian remained inscrutable, layered with ambiguity. Sit. She gestured to the cushion opposite. Lin Xian obeyed. A junior disciple served fragrant spirit tea, then withdrew, leaving only the two of them in serene silence. How proceeds your cultivation? Liu Qingyin asked directly. Disciple attempted the qi guidance manual yesterday, and appears to have succeeded, Lin Xian replied cautiously. Liu Qingyin's teacup paused midair. Even with foreknowledge, hearing it confirmed struck her with quiet awe. To draw spiritual energy into the body in a single day, such aptitude transcended mere excellence. Extend your hand. She set down the cup. Lin Xian offered his right wrist. Liu Qingyin placed 3 fingers upon his pulse point. A warm, refined current of spiritual energy flowing gently into him, meticulously scanning his inner state. This time her examination was far more thorough than in the cave. His spiritual energy coursed with astonishing smoothness, his full circulation utterly free of obstruction. Though his dantian remained shallow, the purity of his spiritual energy rivaled that of cultivators at qi refinement levels 3 or 4. More significantly, she sensed a faint concealed warmth, an essence of pure yang, deep within him. When her own spiritual energy brushed against it, the two resonated softly, almost instinctively. So it is indeed a rare constitution, Liu Qingyin affirmed inwardly. Withdrawing her hand, she paused in contemplation. What sensations did you experience during cultivation? The absorption of spiritual energy felt exceptionally natural. Lin Xian answered half-truthfully, as though it belonged within me all along. Liu Qingyin nodded. This indicates exceptional affinity with spiritual energy, an outstanding foundation for cultivation. Yet the Dao path demands more than talent alone. Temperament, opportunity, and resources are equally indispensable. She paused. 10 days hence the outer sect holds a grand competition. All disciples below qi refinement level 3 may participate. Should you rank among the top 100, I shall formally accept you as my personal disciple and impart the Yunlan sect's core cultivation arts. Lin Xian froze. Top 100. But I have only just entered the sect. Hence you have precisely 10 days, Liu Qingyin replied, voice calm and unyielding. Having accepted you as my disciple, I grant you this chance. Yet without corresponding strength, bearing only the title of my disciple will invite nothing but resentment, and leave you stranded at every step. Her gaze held his. This is both a trial and a shield. Do you understand? Lin Xuan fell silent for several breaths, then rose and bowed deeply. Disciple understands, and shall strive without reserve. Go now. Liu Qingyin waved lightly. Prepare diligently these 10 days. Upon leaving Qingyin Pavilion, Lin Xuan's heart weighed heavy. 10 days, to advance from Qi Refinement Level 2 to securing a place among the top 100 in the Outer Sect's grand competition. The odds seemed insurmountable. According to Chun Ming, the Outer Sect numbered nearly 1,000 disciples, with over 300 already at Qi Refinement Level 3 or higher. To rank among the top 100 meant defeating at least 200 cultivators stronger than himself. I must act swiftly. Returning to his humble courtyard, Lin Xuan did not immediately resume cultivation. Instead, he retrieved the Yunlan sect regulations and read it cover to cover. Know yourself and know your enemy. Then victory in 100 battles is assured. To take root within the sect, one must first master its rules. On the 10th day at the Outer Sect Square, as dawn broke, thousands had already gathered in the square. Dressed uniformly in azure Taoist robes, they naturally formed several areas based on their cultivation levels. Those below the 3rd level of Qi refinement gathered at the edges. Levels 4 to 6 formed the middle circle, while those above the 7th level were near the central arena. Lin Xuan stood at the edge of the crowd holding a wooden badge. 371. Nervous. A voice came from beside him. It was a boy who looked about 15 or 16, small in stature with bright eyes. His name was Sun Xiaohai, a 2nd-level Qi refiner who lived next door to Lin Xuan. The two had occasionally exchanged words over the past 10 days, making him the only person Lin Xuan could converse with in the sect. A bit, Lin Xuan admitted honestly. Sun Xiaohai grinned. Who isn't nervous? I didn't sleep a wink last night. But senior brother Lin, you're different. You're the personal disciple of the sect master. Even if you don't make it into the top 100, you won't be expelled from the sect, right? Though the words were said casually, several people nearby pricked up their ears. Lin Xuan bitterly smiled to himself. Though Liu Qingyin didn't say it outright, he could sense that not making it into the top 100 might not result in expulsion, but the title of personal disciple of the sect master would become a mere formality. Silence, fellow disciples. A loud voice resonated from the high platform. A middle-aged cultivator in a purple robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating a profound aura, at least at the foundation establishment stage. I am the Outer Sect Elder Zhou Tong, presiding over this Outer Sect competition. The rules are simple in the arena. If one side admits defeat, falls off the platform, or loses combat capability, they are deemed the loser. The use of disposable talismans and forbidden drugs is prohibited, as is deliberately causing injury or death. Violators will be severely punished. Now the top 100 competitors will receive the following rewards. Ranks 50 to 100 will receive 30 spirit stones. Ranks 30 to 50 will receive 50 spirit stones and a low-grade magic weapon. Ranks 10 to 30 will receive 100 spirit stones and a mid-grade magic weapon. The top 10, in addition to spirit stones and magic weapons, may enter the 2nd level of the scripture depository to select one technique or spell. A wave of gasps surged from the crowd. The 2nd level of the scripture depository. That was a place that required contribution points to enter. Ordinary Outer Sect disciples might not accumulate enough points even after a year. Now let the competition begin. Elder Zhou Tong waved his hand, and 10 arenas in the square simultaneously lit up with protective barriers. The disciple officiating the match began calling out numbers. On platform A, contestant number 78 faces contestant number 123. On platform B, contestant number 371 faces contestant number 540. Lin Xuan's heart jolted as he looked down at his badge. 371. Platform B. Senior brother Lin, it's your turn. Sun Xiaohai pushed him gently. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and walked towards platform B. On the arena stood a young man around 20 years old with triangular eyes, thin lips, and a contemptuous gaze. 3rd level of Qi refinement, Wang Mang. He casually clasped his hands, his eyes sweeping over Lin Xuan. So you're the mundane person that the sect master made an exception for? His voice was loud, gathering the attention of those around. Lin Xuan did not respond, merely clasping his hands and saying, 2nd level of Qi refinement, Lin Xuan. You, a 2nd level Qi refiner, dare to participate in the competition? Wang Mang scoffed. Kid, I advise you to concede now to avoid embarrassing yourself later. It's not good to tarnish the sect master's reputation. The judge frowned. Begin. Wang Mang made the first move. He formed a hand seal with his left hand and waved his right, sending 3 fireballs the size of fists shooting towards Lin Xuan in a triangular formation. A low-level spell fireball technique, but its speed and power were stronger than Lin Xuan had anticipated. The control over spiritual energy at the 3rd level of Qi refinement was indeed much more refined than that of the 2nd level. Some people in the audience shook their heads. It's over, he won't even be able to take a single hit. Yet Lin Xuan remained motionless, his pure yang transformation bonus perception allowing him to clearly see the trajectories of the three fireballs and the weak points in their spiritual energy flow. As the fireballs approached his face, he stepped forward, and threw a punch. The simplest straight punch struck the core spiritual node of the left fireball. Puff! The fireball dissipated like a burst balloon. Lin Xuan did not stop his steps, weaving through the gaps between the other two fireballs by mere inches, quickly closing in on Wang Mang. Wang Mang was taken aback, hastily retreating while summoning a wooden shield to block in front of him. But Lin Xuan's punch had already changed direction, not aimed at the wooden shield, but at Wang Mang's left wrist that held it. Crack! A faint sound of bones cracking echoed. Wang Mang let out a cry of pain, dropping the wooden shield. Lin Xuan raised his foot and kicked his knee, causing Wang Mang to kneel down, though just as he tried to rise, Lin Xuan's fist halted inches from his nose. The entire arena fell silent. The judge was stunned for a full 3 seconds before he loudly declared, "The winner is contestant number 371 Lin Xuan." A commotion erupted from the audience. What just happened? How did Wang Mang lose? What spell did that kid use? I couldn't see clearly at all. It seems like he only threw a punch. Sun Xiaohai jumped up in excitement. Senior brother Lin won. He won with just one punch. Lin Xuan retracted his fist and extended his hand towards the still kneeling Wang Mang. Wang Mang's face shifted from red to white. He did not take Lin Xuan's hand, instead climbing up and jumping off the arena, not looking back. Lin Xuan didn't mind and walked off the platform. The first match was won easily, but he knew it was due to his opponent's underestimation. If Wang Mang had come out fully defensive from the start or used more agile spells, he wouldn't have lost so decisively. Lin Xuan. A voice called out. Lin Xuan turned to see Chen Ming, standing not far away, his expression complex. Congratulations. But be careful from now on, you've already attracted attention. Indeed, in the following 2 matches his opponents became much more cautious. The second match was against a female cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement who specialized in water arrow technique, keeping her distance from Lin Xuan the entire time. Lin Xuan endured 3 water arrows, suffering a cut on his shoulder before finding an opportunity to close in exchanging a light injury to force his opponent off the platform. The third opponent was even more troublesome, a 4th level Qi refiner wielding a flying sword. Lin Xuan fought for a quarter of an hour on the platform, relying on the superhuman reaction brought by his pure yang transformation body to find the moment of vulnerability in his opponent's sword's rotation, landing a punch on the sword body. The flying sword let out a mournful cry, the spiritual connection severed. The opponent suffered a mental blow, spitting blood on the spot and conceding defeat. With 3 consecutive victories, Lin Xuan entered the top 64. As he stepped down from the 3rd platform, the way others looked at him had completely changed. This newcomer seems a bit uncanny. A 2nd level Qi refiner defeated 3 opponents at the 3rd and 4th levels. I noticed he seems able to see through his opponent's weaknesses. Every strike lands on a vital point. On the high platform, several observing elders also took notice of Lin Xuan. His combat intuition is remarkable, said an elder with white hair and beard, stroking his beard, using only basic fist techniques, but his timing and angles are exquisite. His movements are also agile, despite his lower cultivation, he can predict his opponent's attacks. The sect master has struck gold this time. In the central position, Liu Qingyin sat quietly, her expression calm. Only she knew the tumultuous waves surging within her heart. Lin Xuan's combat style confirmed one thing for her: his physique not only accelerated his cultivation, but also endowed him with innate talent for battle. At this moment, Lin Xuan was walking towards the 4th arena. His opponent for this match was a 5th level Qi refiner swordsman. The true test was only just beginning. The 4th arena, the E platform. Lin Xuan's opponent is a tall young man carrying a long sword clad in a faded green robe. He stands on the opposite side of the arena, his gaze calm as an ancient, while starkly different from the restless opponents before him. 5th level of Qi refinement, Li Changfeng. The young man cupped his fist in salute, his voice steady. 2nd level of Qi refinement, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan returned the greeting, his heart on high alert. The 5th level of Qi refinement already marks him as an outstanding disciple among the outer sect. To advance further, one must either succeed in foundation establishment to enter the inner sect or stagnate at the peak of Qi refinement for many years without progress. Li Changfeng's achievement of the 5th level is certainly not that of an average person. Junior brother Lin has won 3 consecutive matches, each with a single move. Li Changfeng slowly drew his long sword, the blade shimmering with a faint azure glow. It seems you are exceptionally gifted. Today I seek to learn from you, so please do not hold back. Before he finished speaking, the sword was already thrusting forward. There were no flashy techniques, just a simple straight thrust. But the speed of the sword was as swift as lightning, the tip vibrating, sealing off all avenues for evasion. What startled Lin Xuan even more was that this thrust seemed to subtly draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy, forming an invisible pressure field. This is the true means of a cultivator. Lin Xuan quickly retreated, the sword tip grazing his throat, leaving behind a streak of blood. Cold sweat soaked his back in an instant. Had it not been for the powerful perception bestowed by his pure Yang transformation body, allowing him to predict the sword's deviation in advance, that thrust could have taken his life. Good reflexes, Li Changfeng praised, yet his swordplay continued unabated. The second sword slashed diagonally, the third swept horizontally, and the fourth chopped downward. For consecutive sword strikes flowed like clouds and water, weaving a net of sword light that enveloped Lin Xuan. He was forced to rely on his agility to barely evade. The azure robe was sliced open in several places, fine lines of blood marking his skin. The spectators below held their breath. Li Shixiang's flowing cloud sword technique has reached a small level of mastery. This newcomer won't last 10 moves. It's already impressive that he has lasted this long, given the 3 levels of difference in their realms. Several elders on the high platform were also paying attention to this match. Li Changfeng's swordsmanship has become increasingly refined, the law enforcement elder nodded. With another year or two of honing, foundation establishment is within reach. However, Lin Xuan's agility is quite remarkable. The female elder from the battle tactics hall's eyes sparkled with interest. Look at how precisely he dodges each time, not a moment too early or late, as if he can foresee the path of the sword. This isn't something that can be achieved through cultivation, it's a talent for combat. Liu Qingyin watched quietly, her jade hand tightening slightly in her sleeve. On the arena, Lin Xuan was already in a perilous situation. Li Changfeng's sword grew increasingly swift, the sword light almost merging into one. Lin Xuan's wounds continued to multiply, blood staining his robe. Yet Lin Xuan's eyes grew ever brighter. Within the perception of his pure Yang transformation body, although Li Changfeng's sword techniques were exquisite, they were not flawless. Each time he thrust, retracted, or changed his moves, there would be a fleeting moment of spiritual power fluctuation. This gap was so brief it could almost be disregarded, but for Lin Xuan it was more than enough. On the 11th strike, Li Changfeng's sword momentum faltered slightly, and when retracting the sword, there was an extremely subtle pause in his right shoulder. Now's my chance. Lin Xuan did not retreat, but advanced forcefully, using his left shoulder to collide with the sword's edge. Seeking death, someone in the audience exclaimed. The sword tip pierced 3 inches into his left shoulder, blood gushing forth. But Lin Xuan's right hand shot out like a venomous snake, his index and middle fingers pinched together, precisely striking Li Changfeng's right shoulder acupoint. This wasn't a profound technique, just one of the acupoints mentioned in the Qi induction technique. However, Lin Xuan poured all his spiritual energy into it. And the moment his fingertips made contact, Li Changfeng's entire right arm's spiritual energy circulation abruptly became chaotic. Ugh! Li Changfeng let out a muffled groan, the long sword slipping from his hand. Lin Xuan's left shoulder still bore the sword, but his right hand had transformed his fingers into a fist, striking towards Li Changfeng's chest. Li Changfeng hastily blocked with his left hand, yet he could not withstand that cunning force, retreating 3 steps before he steadied himself. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Li Changfeng looked down at his trembling right hand, then at Lin Xuan. That sword was still embedded in his shoulder, blood dripping down the blade. Li Changfeng opened his mouth, his voice dry. I lost. He felt frustrated in his defeat. When it came to cultivation, swordsmanship, and experience, he far surpassed his opponent. Yet the opponent had managed to exploit his only flaw with this reckless injury-for-injury tactic. The referee paused for a moment before announcing loudly, the victor, contestant number 371, Lin Xuan. Only then did Lin Xuan take a step back, gripping the sword hilt, tightly gritting his teeth as he pulled it out. Blood gushed forth and his face turned pale in an instant. 2 figures almost simultaneously landed on the arena. One was Liu Qingyin, and the other was the female elder from the battle tactics hall. Liu Qingyin pointed repeatedly, sealing the acupoints around Lin Xuan's wound, then took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Swallow it. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, transforming into a warm current that surged towards the wound. Lin Xuan could feel the flesh at the injury healing rapidly, the pain greatly alleviated. Thank you, Sectmaster, he whispered. The female elder then turned to Li Changfeng. That strike of yours, had it been off by half an inch, would have pierced his lung. Li Changfeng lowered his head. I was careless, please punish me, elder. No need for that. The female elder waved her hand. In arena battles, injuries are inevitable. But you, child. She turned to Lin Xuan, her admiration evident. Would you be interested in joining my battle tactics hall? I will personally teach you combat techniques. Liu Qingyin said calmly, Elder son Lin Xuan is my disciple. I know, Elder son chuckled. But Sect Master, don't you specialize in swordsmanship and music? Teaching battle tactics is somewhat lacking. How about this? I won't steal your disciple, but let him come to the battle tactics hall twice every 10 days for lessons. How about that? Liu Qingyin remained silent for a moment, then looked at Lin Xuan. You decide for yourself. Lin Xuan endured the pain as he bowed. Thank you for your kindness, elder son. This was his way of agreeing. Elder son nodded in satisfaction, then shot a glare at Li Changfeng. What are you still standing there for? Go back and reflect. Has the flowing cloud sword technique been practiced on a dog? How could you be pushed to this point by a second-level qi refinement? Li Changfeng's face turned crimson as he quickly picked up his sword and left. Liu Qingyin said no more. Grabbing Lin Xuan by the collar, she flew back to the main peak Qingyin pavilion, leaving the crowd in a state of astonishment. Inside the Qingyin pavilion, Lin Xuan was laid on a bamboo couch. Although the blood from his left shoulder wound had stopped, it still looked ghastly. Liu Qingyin took out a jade box from her storage bag, revealing a pale green ointment that emitted a refreshing fragrance. This is the Qingyu Shengji ointment, effective for flesh wounds below foundation establishment. It will heal in 3 days. She dipped her fingertip into the ointment and applied it to the wound. The moment the ointment touched his skin, Lin Xuan couldn't help but gasp. It was too cold, like ice pressed against his wound. But soon the coolness transformed into a tingling sensation, the feeling of flesh regenerating. Liu Qingyin's movements were gentle, her fingertips smeared and pressed on Lin Xuan's shoulder, allowing the medicinal properties to penetrate thoroughly. They were very close, and Lin Xuan could smell the faint fragrance on her, reminiscent of green bamboo after snow. Why did you take that sword, Heaton? Liu Qingyin suddenly asked, her hands not slowing. Lin Xuan pondered his words. I couldn't find any other openings. Senior brother Li's sword technique is seamless, with only a brief moment of hesitation during the retraction. To seize that opportunity, one could only trade injury for injury. Liu Qingyin interjected. Did you calculate that his sword would not be fatal? I gambled that he wouldn't kill me, Lin Xuan stated honestly. After all, it is a sect competition, not a life-and-death fight. Liu Qingyin paused in her application of the ointment. Gamble? What if you were wrong? Then I would be dead by now, Lin Xuan replied with a bitter smile. The room fell silent, only the sound of the wind rustling through the bamboo curtain could be heard. After applying the ointment, Liu Qingyin carefully bandaged it with a white cloth. Her fingers inevitably brushed against Lin Xuan's skin. With each contact, the heat within him stirred slightly. Even more noticeable was Liu Qingyin's reaction. Lin Xuan could feel that when she touched him, her breath would momentarily falter and the flow of her spiritual power would quicken a bit. Sect Master, Lin Xuan suddenly spoke. May I boldly ask, is it truly just because of my good cultivation talent that you keep me by your side? Liu Qingyin's hand that was wrapping the bandage froze in midair. She did not answer immediately. After finishing the bandaging, she took 2 steps back and sat down on a chair beside the bamboo couch. Sunlight slanted through the window, casting mottled shadows on her face. I once saw a record in an ancient book. Liu Qingyin said slowly. In ancient times, there were several special physiques that naturally approached the Tao, allowing them to cultivate at a speed far surpassing ordinary people. One of them is called the pure Yang Dao body. Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat. The ancient book states that those with a pure Yang Dao body possess pure Yang energy and cultivate fire, thunder, and Yang attribute techniques with remarkable efficiency. Even more special is. Liu Qingyin looked at Lin Xuan. Dual cultivating with such a physique can accelerate both parties' cultivation and even improve the quality of Dao partners. She paused. I originally thought it was just a legend. Until that day after the cave, when I broke through the bottleneck that had troubled me for 3 years, my earth's spiritual root advanced to a heavenly spiritual root. Lin Xuan fell silent. He knew he couldn't hide it anymore, or rather he had already been suspected since Liu Qingyin had examined his body and found nothing unusual. So the sect master keeps me by your side to verify this guess? He asked. Yes, Liu Qingyin admitted candidly. I need to confirm whether your physique is indeed as the ancient book describes. If that is the case. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Lin Xuan smiled bitterly. If that is true, what do I represent in the sect master's eyes? A cultivation tool. Or a fortuitous opportunity, Liu Qingyin interrupted him, for both you and me. The cultivation world is survival of the fittest. If a special physique lacks sufficient strength for protection, it will only become a furnace or an ingredient raised and harvested by others. And I need your physique to help me break through to the nascent soul stage. She stood up and walked to the window. The Yunlan sect appears prosperous, but is actually fraught with danger. My master, the previous sect master, failed in his attempt to reach the nascent soul stage 3 years ago and was gravely injured. Now there are only 3 golden core elders in the sect. Although I am the sect master, I am merely at the late golden core stage. Among the other 6 major sects in the eastern region, which one does not have a nascent soul ancestor overseeing them? Lin Xuan heard her speak of these matters for the first time. The demon sect is restless and the other sects are watching closely. If I cannot break through to the nascent soul stage, soon the century-long foundation of the Yunlan sect may be destroyed in an instant. Liu Qingyin turned around, her gaze sharp. So Lin Xuan, I need you. And you also need my protection. This is a transaction, a mutual need. She walked to the bamboo couch and looked down at Lin Xuan. Are you willing? Lin Xuan met her gaze. This sect master had removed her usual cold facade, revealing unmasked ambition, anxiety, and a hint of pleading. Do I have any choice, disciple? Lin Xuan asked. You do, Liu Qingyin said. I can erase this memory of yours, send you down the mountain, give you a sum of gold and silver, ensuring you a life of wealth. But from then on you would have no connection to the path of immortality, living as a mortal experiencing life and death. Or you can stay and help me in my cultivation. I will do my utmost to teach you, protect you, and provide you with resources and techniques allowing you to go further on the path of cultivation. Once I break through to the nascent soul stage and stabilize the Yunlan sect, you may choose to stay or leave at will. Lin Xuan pondered. To go down the mountain as a mortal, he was unwilling. Having crossed over and gained a system, was it truly just to return to a mundane life? To stay? The risks were immense. Liu Qingyin needed him now, so she was polite. What if one day she no longer needed him or had better options? But I will stay. Lin Xuan made his decision. A hint of relief flashed in Liu Qingyin's eyes, but it was quickly concealed, a wise choice. She took out a white jade token and handed it to Lin Xuan. This is the token of a direct disciple. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the first floor of the scripture pavilion and receive 30 low-grade spirit stones each month. Once your injury heals, I will formally teach you the foundation establishment chapter of the Yunlan scripture. Lin Xuan accepted the token, feeling its warmth. The front of the token was inscribed with the words Yunlan, while the back bore his name. Additionally, Liu Qingyin added, regarding your physique, it must not be known to a third party. This includes elder son Qinming and anyone else you might meet in the sect in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. I understand, Lin Xuan replied. Liu Qingyin nodded, about to leave, when she suddenly paused. There is one more thing. You have won 4 consecutive matches today, entering the top 32. According to the rules, there will be another competition tomorrow. But since you are injured, I can withdraw for you. Lin Xuan thought for a moment. I wish to continue. Why? With your current strength, making it into the top 100 is already sufficient. I want to see how far I can go. Lin Xuan said seriously. Moreover, practical combat is the best form of cultivation. Liu Qingyin looked at him for a moment, her lips curling up slightly. As you wish. She turned to leave, and as she reached the door, she said over her shoulder to Lin Xuan, your combat talent is good, but your techniques are too crude. Before tomorrow's competition, come to me. I will teach you some practical skills. The door closed gently. Lin Xuan lay on the bamboo couch, staring at the direct disciple token in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. A transaction. So be it. At least for now, their goals aligned. He closed his eyes, and the system notification sounded in his mind. Bond with Dao partner established. Liu Qingyin bond level acquaintance. Current effect. Both parties cultivation speed during dual cultivation 10. Improvement speed of Dao partner quality 10. Notice bond level increases with intimacy up to life and death. Together intimacy can be increased through cohabitation, gifts, joint battles, dual cultivation, etc. Lin Xuan opened his eyes. The system acknowledged the Dao partner relationship. It seemed he was on the right path. Only, he touched his left shoulder wound. The cultivation world is indeed brutal. As night fell in the backyard of the Qingyin pavilion, Lin Xuan's shoulder wound had healed considerably under the effects of the Qingyu healing ointment, not hindering his movements. When he arrived at the backyard as promised, Liu Qingyin was already waiting in the bamboo forest. She had changed into a more practical outfit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, giving her a more valiant and spirited appearance, less ethereal. Holding an unsharpened iron sword, she tossed him a similar sword upon seeing Lin Xuan's arrival. Catch it. Lin Xuan caught the sword. It was heavy, at least 30 pounds. You won against Li Changfeng today merely by luck, Liu Qingyin stated plainly. Had he not underestimated you, and had you not traded wounds, even 10 of you would not be enough to defeat him. Lin Xuan smiled bitterly. Disciple understands. That's good to know. Liu Qingyin flicked her wrist, the iron sword pointing diagonally to the ground. In battles among cultivators, cultivation level is the foundation, techniques are the means, but ultimately it is a fight between life and death. I want to teach you profound sword techniques today, only 3 defensive sword forms to preserve your life. She paused, watched carefully. For the first form, Liu Qingyin's figure flickered and suddenly appeared 3 zhang away. It wasn't teleportation, but an incredibly fast movement skill combined with footwork so quick that it left behind an afterimage. Yunzhong step, derived from our sect's Yunlan true classic movement technique. Once mastered, it allows one to walk on clouds, elusive and undetectable. I will first teach you the basic footwork. She slowed her movements, demonstrating step by step. Lin Xuan focused intently the superhuman perception and memory brought by his pure yang transformation body, coming to the fore at that moment. Liu Qingyin demonstrated just 3 times, and he had already memorized most of it. Give it a try. Lin Xuan imitated her starting turning and swirling. His movements were clumsy, but surprisingly he did not make any mistakes. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Liu Qingyin's eyes, but she said nothing. Continue practicing until it becomes second nature, no need to think about it. For the second form, Liu Qingyin thrust the sword forward. An unremarkable thrust, yet it sent chills down Lin Xuan's spine. He felt that no matter which direction he dodged, he would be pierced by this sword. The shocking swan sword in attack without defense, using offense as defense. The essence lies in momentum. When you strike, you must have the conviction of hitting your target. She explained the techniques of exerting force and the circulation of spiritual energy in detail. Lin Xuan practiced along the first few attempts, resulting in off-target thrusts, but after a dozen attempts he was able to produce a cutting sound through the air. Barely tangible, but still lacking spirit. Liu Qingyin evaluated, remember, this sword is not for sparring, it is for fighting for your life. When you strike, think of it as either you die or I die. For the third form, Liu Qingyin held the sword horizontally across her chest, the sword vibrating slightly, creating a ripple of invisible waves. The defensive sword form, the only purely defensive sword technique. Once mastered, it can block a full-force strike from a cultivator of the same rank, but it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so use it cautiously. This form was the most difficult, involving meticulous control of spiritual energy. Lin Xuan practiced for half an hour, barely managing to make the sword vibrate, far from forming a defensive ripple. That's enough. Liu Qingyin sheathed her sword. Just these 3 forms for tonight. Do not be greedy until you master them. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword and bowed. Thank you, sect leader. Call me master, Liu Qingyin corrected. Now that I have given you the personal transmission token, you are my official disciple. In front of outsiders, you must observe the teacher-disciple etiquette. Yes, master. Liu Qingyin nodded, about to leave, when she suddenly sensed something, turning to look deep into the bamboo forest. Lin Xuan also sensed something unusual. A cold, sinister aura was rapidly approaching. Stay here. Liu Qingyin pulled Lin Xuan behind her, the iron sword crossing her chest. From the shadows of the bamboo forest, a figure slowly emerged. Dressed in black, barefoot, and stunningly beautiful, it was the Demon Sect saintess who had pursued Liu Qingyin that day. Liu Sect leader, long time no see. The demoness laughed charmingly, her gaze crossing Liu Qingyin to rest on Lin Xuan. So this is your little sweetheart. Tisk, he is quite handsome. Liu Qingyin's expression darkened. Demoness, dare you trespass into Yunlan's sect? Oh, come on, don't be so fierce. The demoness covered her mouth and giggled. Since we parted that day, I have missed you dearly, sister. And as for this little gentleman, she licked her red lips. The aura of pure yang is so rich I could smell it from 10 miles away. Sister is so fortunate to have such a treasure, and you won't even share it with your sister. Lin Xuan's heart tightened. This demoness can sense the pure yang transformation body. Liu Qingyin clearly thought of this as well, her eyes filled with killing intent, looking for death. The sword light erupted. It was not the 3 forms she taught Lin Xuan, but a true killing move. With a single sword strike, the bamboo leaves were shattered by the sword energy, transforming into a green storm that rushed towards the demoness. The demoness laughed, her figure retreating like a ghost, while simultaneously unleashing 3 streams of pink mist, just like the harmonious soul powder from that day. Liu Qingyin had long been prepared. The sword light shifted, and the sword energy formed a whirlwind, dispersing the poisonous mist. However, in this delay, the demoness had already retreated to the edge of the bamboo forest. Today is just a greeting. The demoness voice floated. Little gentleman, we will meet again. Before her words faded, she transformed into black smoke and vanished. Liu Qingyin did not pursue, but stood holding her sword, her expression grim. Lin Xuan stepped forward. Master, she. A demoness from the Demon Sect, Hua Qianying. Liu Qingyin gritted her teeth. In the early stage of nascent soul, adept in poison and illusion techniques. That day I fell for her scheme thus. She did not finish, but Lin Xuan understood. Can she sense my physique? Lin Xuan asked the most concerning question. Liu Qingyin was silent for a moment. The aura of pure yang is a great tonic for cultivators of evil arts. Your cultivation is still shallow and unable to fully conceal your aura. She is far above you in cultivation, so it is not surprising that she can sense it. What about other higher-level cultivators? Above Golden Core, if they deliberately investigate, they will also notice something unusual. Liu Qingyin looked at Lin Xuan. So you must quickly raise your cultivation level. The aura during the qi refinement stage is weak and can still be concealed. But if you are still unable to hide it by the foundation establishment stage. She did not finish, but Lin Xuan understood. An innocent man suffers for possessing a jade pendant. Starting tomorrow, you will move to Qingyin Pavilion to live. Liu Qingyin made a decision. There are too many eyes among the outer sect. It is not safe. I have formations here that can isolate your aura. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Is this appropriate? I am your master. What is inappropriate about it? Liu Qingyin's tone was unyielding. Moreover, if something happens to you, my nascent soul path will be cut off. The last sentence was spoken softly, but Lin Xuan heard it clearly. Indeed, they were now like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Disciple obeys. Liu Qingyin nodded, adding, do not mention today's events to anyone. Since Hua Qianying has shown herself, she must have ulterior motives. I will strengthen the sect's vigilance. You should not leave the main peak's vicinity on ordinary days. Understood. The night wind rustled through the bamboo forest. Lin Xuan gripped the iron sword tightly, finally feeling the true danger of this world. The world of cultivation was indeed not a game. The next morning in the outer sect square, Lin Xuan's left shoulder wound had mostly healed, leaving only a faint pink scar. He was wearing the new Taoist robe given by Liu Qingyin, moonwhite, a style reserved for direct disciples, far more exquisite than the outer sect's blue attire. As he walked, he drew countless gazes. Is that Lin Xuan, the newly accepted direct disciple of the sect leader? I heard he won 4 consecutive matches yesterday, making it into the top 32 with just the second level of Qi refinement. Not just that, elder son even wanted to recruit him into the war tactics hall yesterday. People are truly envious. It took me 3 years to reach the second level of Qi refinement. Lin Xuan observed silently, pretending not to hear. He was already aware of his opponent's information. 5th level of Qi refinement, a disciple of the war tactics hall skilled in close combat. As he arrived at the Yiship platform, a considerable crowd had gathered around the arena. Seeing him arrive, the crowd automatically parted to make way. On the platform stood a burly man 8 feet tall with bulging muscles and a bare torso covered in scars. He stood with his arms crossed, and upon seeing Lin Xuan grinned widely. Kid, I heard you can fight. War Tactics Hall. Taishan, the burly man, thumped his chest. 5th level of Qi refinement, primarily practicing the rock body refining technique. Let me remind you, my fists are very hard. You can still admit defeat now. Lin Xuan cupped his hands. Please enlighten me. The referee announced the start. Taishan wasted no words and charged forward. He weighed at least 200 pounds, causing the platform to shake as he ran, resembling a human-shaped raging bear. Lin Xuan did not take it heed. Instead, he executed the cloud shadow step he had just learned last night, sidestepping to evade. Taishan's punch missed, crashing into the arena floor, causing spiderweb-like cracks in the bluestone slabs. Running away? Let's see how long you can keep that up. Taishan turned, his fists raining down like a storm. He followed a pure power route with no fancy moves, just speed, weight, and ferocity. Each punch cut through the air with a whoosh, spiritual energy enveloping his fists, glowing faintly yellow. Lin Xuan dared not take it heed and could only keep dodging. Though the cloud shadow step was marvelous, he had only learned it one night, and he was merely scratching the surface. He barely managed to evade a few punches. Lin Shidi is in trouble. Chunming frowned from below. Taishan's rock body refining technique has reached the 2nd level, his power comparable to that of the 6th level of Qi refinement. One punch could finish him. Sun Xiaohai anxiously clenched his fists. On the high platform, Elder Sun was also watching the battle. This kid Taishan has abundant strength, but lacks agility. If Lin Xuan can seize an opening, he might not be without a chance. Liu Qingyin said nothing, merely watching quietly. On the platform, Lin Xuan had already evaded over 30 punches, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet Taishan grew more ferocious with each strike, as if he knew no fatigue. Is dodging all you can do? Taishan roared, throwing a punch that sealed off all of Lin Xuan's escape routes. With no retreat left, Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with determination. Instead of retreating, he advanced, charging towards the punch. Seeking death. Taishan sneered, increasing the weight behind his punch. But at the moment Taishan's punch was about to hit him, Lin Xuan's body twisted at an incredible angle, and Taishan's fist grazed under his ribcage. At the same time, Lin Xuan's right hand formed a sword-like gesture, piercing straight towards Taishan's armpit. A stunning sword strike. Although he was not using a real sword, the essence of the attack, the intention, speed, and angle, were all the core teachings imparted by Liu Qingyin the previous night. Taishan's expression changed as he hurriedly withdrew his fist to defend. However, Lin Xuan's move was merely a feint. The real killing blow came from his left hand. He clenched his left fist and slammed it fiercely into the side of Taishan's right knee. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Taishan let out a pained cry, kneeling on one knee. Lin Xuan, sensing victory, leaped up, bringing his elbow down heavily on the back of Taishan's neck. Taishan's massive body crashed to the ground unconscious. The entire venue fell silent. After a moment, the referee loudly declared, "The winner is Lin Xuan." The crowd erupted in astonishment. He won again, defeating a 5th-level Qi refinement opponent, while only at the 2nd level, and one renowned for his strength, Taishan. What was that last move? I've never seen it before. Lin Xuan panted heavily, his left hand trembling slightly. The backlash from that punch was too strong, and his finger bones might have cracked. Two disciple attendants came up to the platform, carrying Taishan down for treatment. Elder Sun personally inspected him, confirming that Taishan had merely fainted, but his kneecap was fractured and would require a few months of rest. However, his life was not in danger. You were quite ruthless. Elder Sun glanced at Lin Xuan, unsure whether to praise or scold him. Lin Xuan smiled wryly. If I hadn't fought with all my might, it would have been me on the ground. That's true. Elder Sun patted him on the shoulder. The arena is a battlefield. Showing mercy to your opponent is being cruel to yourself. But next time, be mindful of the limits. In sparring with fellow disciples, try not to leave permanent injuries. I will remember, Elder. Elder Sun nodded and turned to leave the platform. Just as Lin Xuan was about to descend the platform, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Special combat insight detected, analyzing the opponent's rock body, refining technique, spiritual energy operation route. Analysis complete. Acquired body refinement insight. Basic effect increases efficiency by 20 when practicing body refinement techniques. Lin Xuan was taken aback. The system has this function. He recalled carefully. It seemed that during his confrontation with Taishan, the pure yang transformation body had indeed been automatically analyzing the fluctuations of the opponent's spiritual energy. Could it be that this physique allows him to learn others' techniques? No, it's not learning, it's analyzing the principles. Lin Xuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked down the platform. The next match would be the top 16 battle, and the opponent would be another victor from the 32. According to the rules, the top 16 battle would take place in the afternoon. Lin Xixiao. Sun Xiaohai squeezed through the crowd, his face filled with admiration. You're amazing. You even defeated Taishan. Chun Ming also approached, his expression complex. Lin Shitty, congratulations. But be careful of your opponent this afternoon. Who is it? Zhang Zifan. Chun Ming lowered his voice. 6th level of Qi refinement, the top disciple of the sword technique hall, 3rd place in last year's outer sect competition. He might have already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. 7th level of Qi refinement. Lin Xian's heart sank. The jump from the 6th to 7th level is a significant hurdle, greatly enhancing both the total amount and purity of spiritual energy. Moreover, Zhang Zifan is a sword cultivator, the strongest lineage in offense. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Chun. Chun Ming hesitated for a moment and added, Zhang Zifan is narrow-minded. You're too much in the spotlight. He might strike hard. If you find yourself unable to contend, surrender early. There's no shame in that. Lin Xuan nodded. I understand. Upon returning to Qingyin Pavilion, Liu Qingyin was already waiting for him. Extend your hand, she said directly. Lin Xuan extended his left hand. Liu Qingyin grasped his wrist, probing with spiritual energy, her brow slightly furrowing. Your finger bones have cracks. You can't exert force with your left hand this afternoon. She took out ointment and applied it, her technique much more skillful than the previous night. Information on Zhang Zifan, Liu Qingyin said, while applying the medicine. 17 years old, at the peak of the 6th level of Qi refinement, likely has already broken through to the 7th level. Primarily practicing the Yunlan sword technique, skilled in rapid attacks. Last year, he won 37 matches in the competition, with 28 of them ending within 10 moves. So strong. Afraid. A little, Lin Xuan admitted honestly. The gap is too vast. Liu Qingyin finished bandaging his hand and looked at him. Will you still go this afternoon? Yes, Lin Xuan replied without hesitation. Not being able to win is one thing, but not daring to fight is another. Liu Qingyin's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. Very good. A cultivator can lose, but they must not be cowardly. However, you don't need to force it. Although Zhang Zifan is strong, he is not without weaknesses. Please guide me, master. The Yunlan sword technique emphasizes speed like the wind, unceasing and relentless. However, precisely because it is so fast, there will be subtle flaws amid the transitions. Liu Qingyin used her finger to represent a sword tracing in the air. Look, this move, wind rises and clouds surge, requires a half-breath to rotate when transitioning to clouds roll and unroll. It is during this half-breath. She explained in detail the moves Zhang Zifan might use, as well as the flaws in each move. Lin Xuan listened intently, the pure yang transformation body operating at full capacity, imprinting every detail in his mind. Half an hour later, Liu Qingyin finished. Did you remember everything? I remembered 70%. That's enough, Liu Qingyin said. In the afternoon's match, don't seek victory, just try to push him to use his full strength. Let me see what extent you can reach. Lin Xuan nodded seriously. In the afternoon, the top 16 battle took place on the Yishipt platform. As Lin Xuan and Zhang Zifan both stepped onto the stage, the entire venue erupted. On one side was this year's biggest dark horse, Lin Xuan, at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, entering the top 16. On the other was last year's 3rd place, recognized as the outer sect's #1 swordsman. Lin Xuan versus Zhang Zifen odds 10-1. Any bets? Some disciples open the betting. They'll bet 10 spirit stones on Zhang Xixiang to win. They'll bet on Zhang Xixiang too. Almost no one was betting on Lin Xuan. The gap in strength was too great. On the platform, Zhang Zifen stood with his sword dressed in white like snow with a cold demeanor. He examined Lin Xuan and said lightly, "You've done well to make it this far. But this is where it ends." Lin Xuan remained silent and drew the iron sword given by Liu Qingyin, the unsharpened sword he had practiced with the previous night. Zhang Zifen's eyes flashed with a hint of anger upon seeing it. "Are you insulting me by battling with such scrap metal?" "The worth of a sword depends on its wielder," Lin Xuan said calmly. "Good, very good," Zhang Zifen laughed in anger. "I will show you what true swordsmanship is." The referee announced the start. Zhang Zifen moved. His sword struck like lightning, a flash of green light, and was already at Lin Xuan's throat. The sword was too fast. So fast that Lin Xuan only saw a flash of blue light, and the sword tip was already inches away. He instinctively turned his head. The sword edge grazed his neck, leaving a trail of blood droplets. First strike. Zhang Zifen sheathed his sword, his tone indifferent. "For the next strike, he'll take your left arm." The crowd gasped. "I didn't even see it clearly. Senior brother Zhang's swordsmanship has improved again. Lin Xuan is finished. They're not even on the same level." Lin Xuan touched his neck, feeling the blood on his fingertips. The wound wasn't deep, but it burned with pain. He took a deep breath, gripping the iron sword tightly. Zhang Zifen's second strike came aiming directly at his left shoulder. Equally fast as lightning, but this time Lin Xuan was prepared. Within the perception of the pure yang transformation body, although the sword's path was swift, it was not without traces. He blocked the sword horizontally. Clang! The iron sword collided with the azure steel sword, sending sparks flying. Lin Xuan staggered back 3 steps, his palms tingling. The force from Zhang Zifen's sword was heavier than Iron Mountain. "You blocked it." Zhang Zifen was somewhat surprised, but the sword pressure continued. Third, fourth, and fifth strikes. The sword light fell like raindrops. Lin Xuan could only exert all his strength to evade, using the cloud shadow step, occasionally blocking 1 or 2 strikes, but each block sent his blood surging. After 10 moves, he was forced to the edge of the arena with 7 or 8 new wounds on his body. "It's over." Zhang Zifen's voice was cold, raising his sword high, infusing it with spiritual power, the sword body emitting a blinding blue light. This was one of the killing moves of the Yunlan sword technique, Yunlan slash. Before the sword fell, the sword energy had already locked onto all of Lin Xuan's escape routes. There was no way to evade this strike. On the high platform, Liu Qingyin suddenly stood up. She could tell that Zhang Zifen had used all his strength in this strike. If Lin Xuan took it heated, he would either die or be severely injured. Just as she was about to intervene, Lin Xuan moved. He did not retreat, but instead stepped forward. The iron sword pointed diagonally to the ground, and the sword body began to tremble slightly. Exactly the sword guarding stance that Liu Qingyin taught him last night. But he had not practiced the sword guarding stance thoroughly and could only mimic its form. Seeking death. Zhang Zifen shouted angrily as the Yunlan slash came crashing down. The moment the iron sword collided with the azure steel sword, Lin Xuan felt as if he had been struck by a giant beast. The iron sword shattered inch by inch, and the violent sword energy surged into his body as if his internal organs were being displaced. But he held on. The weak defensive ripples formed by the sword guarding stance offset some of the sword energy. More importantly, at this critical moment, the pure yang transformation body within him autonomously operated to its utmost, rapidly resolving and absorbing the invading sword energy. Lin Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee, but did not fall. Zhang Zifen was stunned. This strike of his should have been unbeatable below the 7th level of qi refining. The audience was silent. He blocked it. He blocked senior brother Zhang's Yunlan slash. A 2nd level qi refiner blocked a killing move from a 7th level qi refiner. What kind of defensive technique was that? I've never seen it before. Zhang Zifen's face turned ashen. He felt insulted. A newcomer at the 2nd level of qi refining using a broken iron sword actually managed to block his full force strike. I want to see how many strikes you can block. He raised his sword again. But this time Lin Xuan was faster than him. Before anyone could react, Lin Xuan had discarded the broken sword and charged at Zhang Zifen like a cannonball. He didn't use any techniques, just the simplest charge. Zhang Zifen instinctively swung his sword horizontally, but Lin Xuan did not dodge. He allowed the sword edge to strike his left shoulder, the same spot he was injured the night before. Blood sprayed out. But Lin Xuan also rushed in front of Zhang Zifen, his right hand's index and middle fingers together pointing at his chest's Danzhong acupoint. Zhang Zifen sneered his left hand, transforming into a palm aimed at Lin Xuan's wrist. With his 7th level of qi refining cultivation, this palm strike was enough to shatter Lin Xuan's hand bones. But he did not expect that Lin Xuan's finger was a feint. The real killing move was hidden in his sleeve. 3 silver needles coated with anesthetic were the life-saving items Liu Qingyin had given him last night. The silver needles pierced into Zhang Zifen's waist. Zhang Zifen's body stiffened and his palm power dissipated. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity, transforming his finger into a fist, smashing it hard into Zhang Zifen's abdomen. Bang! A dull crashing sound. After a muffled grunt, Zhang Zifen staggered back, his face instantly pale. The anesthetic took effect, causing half of his body to start going numb. He was filled with both shock and anger, wanting to mobilize his spiritual power to expel the toxin, but Lin Xuan did not give him the chance. Close combat, elbow strikes, knee hits, headbutts. Without any technique, it was just the wild fighting style of street brawlers. But every blow struck vital points, and every strike was with all his strength. Zhang Zifen had never encountered this kind of fighting style before. He was a sword cultivator accustomed to keeping distance and using sword techniques to fight. Once in close quarters, he couldn't unleash his sword techniques, and his cultivation advantage diminished greatly. What's worse, Lin Xuan fought like a madman, completely disregarding his own injuries, just clinging to him and attacking. Get away! Zhang Zifen roared, slapping Lin Xuan's chest with one palm. Lin Xuan was sent flying, spitting blood in midair. But after rolling upon landing, he charged back again, this time with a piece of a broken sword in hand. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Zifen was both surprised and furious. On the arena, it's only about victory and defeat. Lin Xuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pointing the broken sword at him. You haven't won yet. Below the stage, everyone was stunned. Was this a battle between cultivators? This was clearly a street brawl, but no one dared to laugh, because everyone saw that the 7th level Qi refiner Zhang Zifen was actually thrown into disarray by the 2nd level Qi refiner Lin Xuan. On the high platform, Elder Sun's eyes widened. This kid is fierce. Liu Qingyin's clenched fists relaxed slightly, but her eyes were filled with worry. On the arena, Zhang Zifen was finally provoked. He no longer held back, unleashing his full spiritual power, the pressure of the 7th level of Qi refining enveloping the entire arena. I will kill you. He gripped the sword with both hands, crazily infusing it with spiritual power, the sword body emitting a piercing buzz. With this strike, he intended to cleave Lin Xuan in two. But just as the sword's momentum was about to be unleashed, Zhang Zifen suddenly softened, kneeling on one knee. The anesthetic had taken effect. Lin Xuan had been waiting for this moment. He surged forward, thrusting the broken sword directly at Zhang Zifen's throat, stopping just before the sword tip touched the skin. You lost, Lin Xuan said, his voice hoarse. Zhang Zifen looked up, his eyes filled with bloodshot and unwillingness. He wanted to move, but his body did not obey. The anesthetic not only numbed his limbs, but also eroded the operation of his spiritual power. The referee stood there for a long time before tremblingly announcing victory. The winner is Lin Xuan. The arena fell into silence. Then a thunderous uproar erupted. He won. Lin Xuan won. A 2nd level Qi refiner defeated a 7th level Qi refiner. Am I dreaming? He used hidden weapons. Cheating. Nonsense. The arena rules only state that disposable talismans and banned drugs cannot be used. Hidden weapons do not count as a violation. On the stage, Lin Xuan discarded the broken sword, staggering back, and sat down on the ground. He was covered in blood, his left shoulder wound completely torn apart, and his chest caved in. A single palm from Zhang Zifen had at least broken 3 of his ribs. But he had won. Zhang Zifen was carried away by the disciple in charge to detoxify him. As he passed by Lin Xuan, he glared at him, enunciating, I will remember you. Lin Xuan grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth. Likewise, Liu Qingyin landed on the arena, helping Lin Xuan up and feeding him a pill. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a warm current, flooding through his limbs, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. Are you trying to throw your life away? She said softly, her tone complex. I won, didn't I? Lin Xuan said weakly. Liu Qingyin said nothing further, picking Lin Xuan up and flying with him on her sword to the main peak. In her arms, Lin Xuan closed his eyes. In his mind, the system notification sounded repeatedly. Defeated a strong opponent at a higher level, received extra rewards. Cultivation breakthrough, Qi refining 2nd level, Qi refining 3rd level, pure Yang transformation body, absorbed combat insights, effect enhancement, dual cultivation efficiency 5, obtained combat experience pack, swordsmanship, detected emotional fluctuations from Dao partner Liu Qingyin. Intimacy 10, current bond level, initial acquaintance 3000 in the Qingyin Pavilion's inner chamber. Liu Qingyin placed Lin Xuan on the bamboo couch, carefully checking his injuries. 3 ribs were broken, internal bleeding was slight, the old injury on his left shoulder had torn apart, and there were 17 wounds of various sizes all over his body. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died 10 times over by now. Was it worth it? She asked, her hands moving continuously, using spiritual power to help him set his bones and stop the bleeding. Lin Xuan winced in pain, but still said, it was worth it. After this battle, no one in the outer sect will dare to look down on me. Besides, he looked at Liu Qingyin, I don't want to lose face for my master. Next time, don't be so reckless. Life only comes once. Liu Qingyin said softly after a pause. Disciple will remember, he replied. Lin Xuan grinned. But master, I made it into the top 8. According to the rules, I can enter the second floor of the scripture pavilion to select a technique. Liu Qingyin shot him a glare. You're still thinking about techniques after all this. First, heal your injuries. Yes, yes, yes. Outside the window, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the bamboo forest. 300 miles away in a certain cave, Hua Qianying sat cross-legged on a stone bed, a bronze ancient mirror floating before her. The mirror displayed a hazy image of today's battle between Lin Xuan and Zhang Zifen. The energy of pure yang is becoming more and more abundant. She licked her red lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in her eyes. Liu Qingyin, do you think hiding him means I won't find him? Just wait a little longer. Once the time is right, this young man will be mine. The cave echoed with her sultry laughter, gradually fading into the darkness. 3 days later, Lin Xuan's injuries had mostly healed. With the help of the Qingyu healing ointment and Liu Qingyin using her spiritual energy to clear his meridians daily, his fractured ribs had healed, leaving only a few faint scars. Even more to Lin Xuan's delight was the remarkable self-healing ability exhibited by his pure yang transformation body during the recovery process. Each circulation of spiritual energy accelerated the healing of his wounds. In the early morning, after completing his morning exercises in the quiet room, a system notification echoed in his mind. A new day's sign-in has been refreshed. Current sign-in location, Qingyin Pavilion side room. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward spirit gathering jade pendant medium quality artifact effect. Wearing it can slightly increase spiritual energy absorption speed and automatically filter out impure spiritual energy. A pale green jade pendant appeared in Lin Xuan's hand, warm to the touch, with spiritual light flowing within. He hung it at his waist, and indeed felt the surrounding spiritual energy being attracted to him, and it was even purer. A product from the system is guaranteed to be of high quality. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Over the past 10 days, he had signed in at Qingyin Pavilion daily, receiving rewards that included chi recovery pills, spirit stones, and basic spell jade slips. Although these were not top-tier treasures, they were extremely practical for him as a foundation establishment practitioner. Lin Xuan. Liu Qingyin's voice came from outside. Lin Xuan opened the door to find Liu Qingyin standing in the courtyard, dressed today in a moon-white long dress, her demeanor cold and ethereal. How are your injuries? No major issues, thank you for your concern, master. Liu Qingyin nodded, saying, in that case, let's go to the library today to select a technique. Since you made it to the top 8 according to the rules, you can enter the second floor to choose one technique or spell. She paused, adding, the library is a sacred place of the sect with restrictions inside. No loud noises, no personal fights, and no damaging the books. You can only stay on the second floor for 1 hour, so choose carefully. Disciple understands. The two flew on their swords towards the library. The library was located on one of the 7 peaks, Wenhua Peak, 7 stories high, featuring flying eaves and ancient architecture. At the entrance, 2 foundation establishment elder attendants were stationed, and after verifying Lin Xuan's token, they allowed him to enter. I will wait for you outside, Liu Qingyin said. Lin Xuan walked into the library alone. The first floor was a public area filled with dozens of rows of bookshelves packed with jade slips and texts, with many disciples browsing. He did not linger and directly ascended the stairs to the second floor. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, a system notification sounded in his mind. New sign-in location detected, Yunlan sect library, second floor. Would you like to sign in? Lin Xuan felt a stir in his heart. Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, Inyong Harmony Dao scripture fragment, upper volume. Grade heavenly tier, medium quality, supreme dual cultivation technique effect. Practicing it can greatly enhance dual cultivation efficiency, accelerating the growth of both parties' cultivation, and has a chance to trigger the spiritual resonance state. Sharing cultivation insights, a flood of information surged into his mind, revealing an extraordinarily profound dual cultivation technique. Lin Xuan was overjoyed internally, but maintained a calm exterior as he continued towards the bookshelf area. The second floor of the library was much smaller than the first, with only 8 rows of bookshelves, each fronted by a light barrier. According to the categories, there were sections for techniques, spells, and miscellaneous studies. Lin Xuan first headed toward the technique section. The light barrier sensed his token and automatically opened. On the shelves were dozens of jade slips, each accompanied by a brief description. Qingmu Changchun Gong, a wood attribute technique. After practicing it, the spiritual power is long-lasting, excelling in prolonged battles. Liehua Zhenjue, a fire attribute technique with strong attack power, but one must endure the pain of burns during practice. Hutuju, a soil attribute technique with outstanding defense, but slow to cultivate. Lin Xuan examined each one, but found none particularly appealing. Though these techniques were good, most were at the yellow or profound tiers, with the highest being only low-grade earth tier. Compared to the heavenly tier techniques from the system sign-in, they were vastly inferior. He then turned to the spell section. Here there were more jade slips, including offensive, defensive, and supportive spells. Liu Qingyin, the sword technique practiced by Li Chongfeng of medium quality profound tier. Panshi Dani Ju, the body refinement technique practiced by Tieshan of low quality profound tier. Yufeng Shu, a basic movement technique of high quality yellow tier. Lin Xuan picked up the jade slip for Yufeng Shu to examine. Though this spell was not of high grade, it was very practical, greatly enhancing movement speed after cultivation, and would be even more effective in conjunction with the Yunzhong step. He decided to choose this one. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous bookshelf in the corner covered in dust, seemingly untouched for a long time. There was no light barrier in front of the bookshelf, only a thin layer of dusty restriction. Curious, Lin Xuan walked over. The jade slips on the shelf were fewer, only 7 or 8, and most were incomplete. Ancient Formation Method Fragment. Only a third remains. Ancient Talisman's Record, severely missing pages. Unnamed Technique Fragment. Unknown grade, unknown content. Lin Xuan picked up the unnamed Technique Fragment jade slip and infused spiritual energy into it. The jade slip emitted a faint glow displaying a fragmentary incantation, but the crucial parts were all missing, making it impossible to cultivate. Just as he was about to put it down, he suddenly noticed a very small mark at the bottom of the jade slip, the Inyong fish pattern. This pattern was identical to the jade slip of the Inyong Harmony Dao scripture given to him by the system. Lin Xuan's heart raced. Feigning nonchalance, he held both the Yufeng Shu and the unnamed Technique Fragment jade slips in his hand and descended the second floor. When the elder attendant at the entrance inspected the jade slips upon seeing the unnamed Technique Fragment, he frowned and said, "This technique is severely incomplete and cannot be cultivated. Are you sure you want to choose it? Disciple wishes to study it a bit." Lin Xuan replied respectfully. The elder attendant shook his head, saying, "It's up to you. But I must remind you, this jade slip has been in the library for over 100 years, and no one has ever managed to cultivate it." "Thank you for the reminder, elder." Upon exiting the library, Liu Qingyin was still waiting. Seeing Lin Xuan come out, she asked, "What did you choose?" Lin Xuan displayed the 2 jade slips, Yufeng Shu and this fragment. Liu Qingyin's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing the unnamed technique fragment. "You chose this. Disciple feels a connection to it." Liu Qingyin looked at him deeply and said, "This item has an unknown origin, as seniors in the sect have studied it for many years without any results. However, since you chose it, it's up to you. Remember, cultivation requires a solid foundation. Do not aim too high. Disciple will remember." Back at Qingyin Pavilion, Lin Xuan eagerly entered the quiet room, setting up the spirit gathering array, then took out the jade slip of the Inyong Harmony Dao scripture obtained from the system sign-in. Unlike the broken jade slip from the library, this jade slip was entirely lustrous white and warm to the touch. Lin Xuan infused spiritual energy into it, and a flood of information surged into his mind, the great Tao of Yin and Yang mutually arising and harmonizing. Lonely Yin does not give birth, solitary Yang does not grow. Using the body as the furnace, the intent as the fire, and the emotions as the fuel, refining true Yin and true Yang. Spiritual resonance, hearts connected, Yin and Yang converge, the great Tao can be anticipated. The contents of the technique were profoundly complex, yet with the foundation of his pure Yang transformation body, he found it surprisingly easy to comprehend. Following the technique's instructions, he circulated the spiritual energy within his body and discovered that the pure Yang energy, which usually circulated on its own, began to follow a mysterious route. With each cycle, the spiritual energy became more refined. Even more remarkably, as he practiced this technique, he could vaguely sense Liu Qingyin's aura from afar. This was the resonance generated by cultivating the same source technique, Yunlan true scripture. No wonder it's a heavenly tier technique, Lin Xuan sighed. He tried to combine the Inyong Harmony Dao scripture with the basic chapter of the Yunlan true scripture, and surprisingly found that the two complemented each other. Yunlan true scripture emphasizes tranquility and non-action, advocating alignment with nature, while Inyong Harmony Dao scripture stresses the harmony of Yin and Yang, emphasizing the unity of heaven and man. One calm, one active, one Yin, one Yang. This surprisingly aligned with the great Tao. After 2 hours of cultivation, Lin Xuan opened his eyes and found that his cultivation had progressed a notch. More importantly, his control over spiritual energy had become more refined, and he gained insights into techniques like Yunzhong's step and the stunning sword. It's time to try the Yufeng Shu. Lin Xuan picked up the Yufeng Shu jade slip. This spell was not complicated. It primarily involved circulating spiritual energy through specific meridians in the legs to generate a wind-like aid. With the foundation of the Inyong Harmony Dao scripture, he learned it much more efficiently. In just half an hour, he had initially mastered the Yufeng Shu. Lin Xuan tried it out in the quiet room, With a single step, his figure moved like the wind, instantly covering a distance of 3 zhang, more than 30% faster than before. In conjunction with the Yunzhong step, my ability to save my life has greatly increased. Lin Xuan was pleased. Just as he was about to continue his cultivation, Liu Qingyin's voice came from outside Lin Xuan. Come to the main room. Inside the main room, Liu Qingyin was brewing tea. The spring water in the purple clay teapot was boiling, and she picked a few green tea leaves to add, instantly filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Seeing Lin Xuan enter, she pointed to the cushion opposite her. Sit. Lin Xuan complied and sat down. Liu Qingyin poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one toward him. How has your cultivation been since your visit to the library? I've mastered the basics of the wind control technique, but am still comprehending the unnamed technique. Lin Xuan answered honestly, omitting the matter of the system sign-in. Liu Qingyin nodded. Although the wind control technique is only at the yellow rank, it is practical. When combined with the cloud shadow step, there are not many who can match you in the foundation establishment stage. She took a sip of tea and suddenly changed the subject. Who taught you those moves you used against Zhang Zifen in your last battle? Lin Xuan felt a slight chill in his heart. Those close combat techniques did not resemble orthodox cultivator methods. They seemed more like modern fighting skills. I figured them out myself, he replied. It was an urgent situation, so I had to use whatever worked, he added cautiously. Liu Qingyin looked at him for a moment before suddenly smiling. That was the first time Lin Xuan saw her smile, breathtakingly beautiful, like the melting of ice and snow. You are indeed a practitioner of real combat. She set down her teacup and said, the world of cultivation is indeed like this. Techniques and spells are merely tools. In the face of life and death, only those who survive are the true winners. However, those techniques are too crude. I will teach you a set of close combat grappling techniques named Silk Hand. Though it is merely of the low Xian rank, it should suit your fighting style. As she spoke, she stood up to demonstrate. Her delicate hands danced like butterflies among flowers, each move sharp and fierce, targeting joints and acupoints. Silk Hand emphasizes overcoming rigidity with softness, using strength against strength. Watch closely. She slowed her movements and explained the techniques of exerting force and the route of spiritual energy circulation in detail. Lin Xuan focused intently as the extraordinary comprehension brought by his pure yang transformation body manifested again. He remembered nearly everything after just one viewing. Let me try. Liu Qingyin extended her hand. Attack me. Lin Xuan hesitated. I dare not. If I say attack, then attack. Without further ado, Lin Xuan clawed at Liu Qingyin's shoulder. Liu Qingyin's wrist twisted, wrapping around his arm like a spirit snake, and with a gentle pull, Lin Xuan was thrown out. Fortunately, her control of strength was exquisite, allowing him to land steadily after flipping in midair. Your strength is too direct and lacks variation, Liu Qingyin commented again. Lin Xuan attacked once more. This time he learned from his previous experience, holding back some strength and remaining ready to change his moves. The two exchanged blows inside the room, with Liu Qingyin defending without attacking, yet she effortlessly neutralized Lin Xuan's assaults each time. After 30 moves, Lin Xuan was barely able to keep up with the rhythm. After 50 moves, he managed to push Liu Qingyin back, half a step on occasion. Not bad, Liu Qingyin said, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. Your comprehension is indeed rare. From today onwards, come here every day at dawn, and I will teach you a spell or combat technique for 1 hour. Lin Xuan felt grateful. Liu Qingyin continued. Since you have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, you can start learning to refine basic pills or draw basic talismans. The arts of cultivation are myriad. You must choose 1 or 2 to rely on. Tomorrow I will take you to the pill hall and the talisman hall to see, and you can choose for yourself. Understood. Lin Xuan left the main room and returned to the side room. He sat cross-legged and began operating the Inyong Harmony Dao Sutra. During this session of cultivation, he made a new discovery. When the technique reached a certain node, he could faintly sense Liu Qingyin's aura fluctuations. That fluctuation resonated slightly with the pure yang energy within him, like magnets attracting each other. Is this the effect of the technique or the effect of my physique? Lin Xuan pondered. He attempted to amplify this sensation. The spiritual energy circulated along a specific route, and the resonance grew stronger. In the end, he could even see the path of Liu Qingyin's spiritual energy flowing within her. Though it was blurry, it undeniably existed. Meanwhile, in the main room, Liu Qingyin also opened her eyes. She was cultivating the Cloud Mist True Classic when she suddenly felt her spiritual energy unusually active, operating at a speed more than 30% faster than usual. What was stranger was that the strand of yang energy born from her pure yang transformation body was resonating with some distant aura. That aura came from the side room. It was Lin Xuan. This boy. Liu Qingyin's beautiful eyes flickered. What is he up to now? She released her divine sense to probe and found that Lin Xuan's spiritual energy fluctuations were exceptionally profound, subtly aligning with the principles of yin and yang. What shocked her even more was that her own spiritual energy was actively responding to that fluctuation, the two merging and circulating like yin and yang fish. With each cycle, her spiritual energy became purer. The bottleneck she had been trapped in at the late stage of the golden core was showing signs of loosening. Liu Qingyin suppressed her excitement and continued to cultivate. This time she no longer resisted the resonance, but instead actively guided her spiritual energy to merge with Lin Xuan's aura. In the side room, Lin Xuan also sensed something unusual. Liu Qingyin's spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream into his circulation, bringing a cool and gentle yin energy that perfectly blended with his yang energy. As yin and yang converged, it generated an indescribable sense of comfort, and his cultivation level increased at a visible rate. Detected that Dao partner Liu Qingyin is actively resonating spiritual energy, triggered spiritual resonance state. Both parties' cultivation efficiency increased by 300. Dao partner Liu Qingyin's aptitude improvement progress. 2. Host cultivation level increased. Qi refinement level 315. Qi refinement level 338. Lin Xuan was stunned by this notification. Such an effect from merely resonating spiritual energy. What if they truly practiced together? He dared not think further. An hour later, the resonance gradually weakened. Lin Xuan withdrew from his cultivation, realizing that his level had surged significantly, nearing the 4th level of Qi refinement. Meanwhile, in the main room, Liu Qingyin also opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with brilliance. Just that 1 hour of resonance was equivalent to half a month's hard work. What was even more crucial was that she felt the quality of her heavenly spirit root had improved again, drawing closer to the legendary immortal spirit root. This physique is too heaven-defying, she murmured to herself. After a moment of silence, she stood up and walked toward the side room. Lin Xuan heard a knock at the door, opened it, and saw it was Liu Qingyin, quickly bowing. Master. Liu Qingyin walked and cast a soundproofing barrier and looked directly at Lin Xuan. What technique were you cultivating just now? Lin Xuan's heart sank. He had indeed been discovered. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the incomplete jade slip of the unnamed technique from his storage bag. When I was comprehending this jade slip, I felt inspired and created a set of my own operation route. Created your own. Liu Qingyin took the jade slip and examined it. Indeed, it contained only fragmented incantations. You were able to deduce a complete technique from this incomplete text. Not exactly complete, just some shallow insights, Lin Xuan said cautiously. Liu Qingyin stared at him for a long time before suddenly extending her hand. Show me how you operate it. Lin Xuan had no choice but to comply. He sat cross-legged and began to operate the Inyong Harmony Dao Sutra. Of course, he only operated the most basic part, hiding the key core. Even so, Liu Qingyin still felt that profound yin and yang Dao rhythm. The more she watched, the more astonished she became. Although this technique was rough, its intent was exceedingly high, directly pointing to the source of the Dao. Stop. She retracted her hand, her expression complex. This technique of yours is quite remarkable. In the future, when cultivating, set up a barrier to prevent others from noticing. Understood, Lin Xuan replied. Liu Qingyin turned to leave, but suddenly paused at the door. Starting tomorrow, every night at the hour of Z, we will come here to cultivate together. After saying that, she quickly left, her ears slightly flushed. Lin Xuan stood there in a daze. Cultivating together. Was it that kind of cultivation or that kind of cultivation? He shook his head and decided to not overthink it. After all, it could only be beneficial. Late at night, as Lin Xuan was getting ready to rest, the system's notification sound rang again. Detected that Dao partner Liu Qingyin's intimacy has increased. Current bond level acquaintance 45120. New function unlocked. View Dao partner status. Can view Dao partner's current cultivation level, aptitude, favorability, special status, etc. Lin Xuan attempted to check Liu Qingyin's status. Dao partner Liu Qingyin cultivation level 8, golden core 92, aptitude, heavenly spirit root 8789, favorability 45, acquaintance, special status, residual spiritual resonance effect lasts for 12 hours. Indeed, it has improved. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, Liu Qingyin would soon break through to the nascent soul stage, and he would also benefit and level up quickly. A win-win situation. He lay down preparing to sleep when suddenly he remembered something and sat up again. Right, I haven't tried signing in at the side room yet. Although he had already signed in at Qingyin Pavilion today, did the side room and the main room count as the same location? The system didn't say that you could only sign in once. Sign in, he silently thought. Sign in successful. Gain tranquility cushion, special item effect. When meditating, mind becomes tranquil, reducing the chance of deviation by 50, temporarily increasing comprehension by 10. A seemingly ordinary cushion appeared on the bed. Lin Xuan sat on it, and indeed felt his mind calming and his thoughts becoming clearer. Good stuff. He'll be using this for cultivation from now on. He happily lay down and soon fell asleep. Unbeknownst to him in the main room, Liu Qingyin was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind kept replaying the feeling of resonating spiritual energy with Lin Xuan, warmth merging and an endless cycle. That was a mysterious realm she had never experienced in her 100 years of cultivation. Inyong Harmony Dao Sutra. She whispered these words, her face flushing. If merely resonating spiritual energy could have such effects, what about true dual cultivation? She dared not think further, yet she could not help but do so. On the following morning, Lin Xuan completed his morning lessons on the meditation mat, advancing his cultivation by a small margin. Lin Xuan stored the spirit stones. This was the third consecutive day he had received spirit stones from signing in, indicating that the system rewards followed a certain pattern. This time she taught with even more detail, breaking down each move and even personally demonstrating how to counter them. Although the silk binding hand uses softness to overcome hardness, one must still adapt when faced with absolute strength. As Liu Qingyin spoke, she suddenly reached out to grab Lin Xuan's shoulder. Lin Xuan instinctively used the move he had just learned to block, but felt a strange force emanating from Liu Qingyin's hand, as if it were a whirlpool that held his arm captive. Then, with a flick, he was sent flying again. This move is called Whirlpool Force, an advanced application of the silk binding hand, Liu Qingyin explained. It creates a whirlpool, using one's own spiritual energy to unload force, borrow strength, and exert force in one seamless motion. Your cultivation is still shallow, so first remember the principle and practice it after your foundation establishment. Lin Xuan got up and diligently took notes. An hour later, Liu Qingyin concluded the lesson. That's all for today. Later I will take you to the alchemy hall and the talismans hall. Please change your clothes first. Lin Xuan then noticed that after being thrown several times, his robe had accumulated quite a bit of dust. He returned to his room and changed into a clean set of clothes before following Liu Qingyin as they flew on their swords to the alchemy hall. The alchemy hall was located on Danding Peak, and the entire mountain was filled with the fragrance of herbs. Before they landed, he saw dozens of alchemy chambers at the mountainside, chimneys billowing with blue smoke with disciples coming in and out. Liu Qingyin took Lin Xuan directly to the main hall at the peak. The hall was spacious and bright, with a giant bronze alchemy furnace at the center, flames roaring fiercely and radiating tremendous heat. Several elderly men were gathered around the furnace, engaged in a heated debate. The timing is off. It's time to collect the pills. It's still a breath too soon. If we collect the pills now, we will lose 30% of their potency. If we wait any longer, they'll be burnt. Liu Qingyin cleared her throat. Only then did the elderly men notice her presence and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Greetings, sect master." "There's no need for such formalities, esteemed elders." Liu Qingyin waved her hand. "This is my newly accepted disciple Lin Xuan. I brought him here to familiarize himself with the alchemy hall. Is Elder Chen present?" An elderly man with a red face stepped forward, saying, "I am here." "What instructions do you have, sect master?" "Lin Xuan wants to learn the basics of alchemy. I would appreciate it if Elder Chen could arrange this." Elder Chen examined Lin Xuan for a moment and smiled, saying, "Since the sect master brought him personally, I will certainly do my best. However, alchemy requires both talent and patience. Young man, be prepared for hard work." Lin Xuan bowed, saying, "I understand, master." Elder Chen nodded and led Lin Xuan to a side hall. This hall was filled with various medicinal materials, jade bottles, and jade boxes, with several young disciples sorting through the herbs. The first step in alchemy is identifying herbs. Elder Chen took a red herb from the shelf, saying, "This is qiyang grass, which has a hot nature and is the main ingredient in making the gathering qi pill. Feel it and remember its texture and scent." Lin Xuan took it and observed carefully. The qiyang grass felt warm to the touch, its leaves covered in fine hairs, and it emitted a faint spicy aroma. The second step in alchemy is controlling the fire. Elder Chen pointed to a small alchemy furnace in the corner, saying, "Alchemy fire comes in gentle fire, martial fire, and mixed fire. Different stages require different heat levels. Try igniting the furnace fire with your spiritual energy." Lin Xuan approached the alchemy furnace and, following Elder Chen's guidance, infused his spiritual energy into the formation at the base of the furnace. With a pop, orange flames ignited. "Not bad. Your control over spiritual energy is quite stable," Elder Chen praised. "Now try adjusting the intensity of the heat." Lin Xuan attempted to increase his spiritual energy output, causing the flames to shift from orange to yellow, with the temperature rising sharply. When he reduced his output, the flames returned to orange. After several practice attempts, he could expertly control the changes in temperature. "Your talent is commendable," Elder Chen noted, his eyes lighting up. "Many disciples take 3 to 5 days to learn fire control, and you mastered it in just 1 hour. Come, I will teach you how to make the simplest Bigu pill." The Bigu pill is the foundational pill requiring only 3 ingredients: Huangjing Fulling and spirit rice. Elder Qin demonstrated step-by-step processing the herbs, placing them into the furnace, controlling the heat, and condensing the pills. After half an hour, the furnace opened, and 3 pale yellow pills flew out, landing in a jade bottle. 3 pills produced with average quality, Elder Qin evaluated. For your first attempt, that's quite good. Now you give it a try. Lin Xuan followed suit. His enhanced perception from the pure yang transformation body allowed him to clearly sense the changes of the herbs in the furnace. He instinctively knew when to add heat and when to cool down. After 1 incense stick's worth of time, the furnace opened and 5 rounded bigu pills flew out, each shimmering with a faint glow. 5 pills produced with above-average quality. Elder Qin widened his eyes. You little brat. Is this your first time refining pills? Yes, Lin Xuan answered honestly. Elder Qin picked up one of the pills for a closer inspection, becoming increasingly astonished. The medicinal power is perfectly integrated with minimal impurities. This quality is not inferior to what I have refined myself. A prodigy, a true alchemy prodigy. He excitedly grabbed Lin Xuan's arm, saying, Young man, are you interested in specializing in alchemy? I will take you as my personal disciple and teach you everything. Before Lin Xuan could respond, a cold scoff came from nearby. Old Chun, are you trying to poach my students again? An elderly man in a black robe entered with an unhappy expression. He was the head of the Talisman's Hall and was surnamed Zhao. Why are you here, Zhao, old ghost? Elder Qin replied irritably. The sect master asked me to bring Lin Xuan to the Talisman's Hall for a look. Zhao Hall master turned to Lin Xuan, his tone softening. Kid, what's the point of alchemy? It's just smoke and fire all day. Drawing talismans is much better, graceful and free. With a single stroke, the talisman resonates with heaven and earth. Elder Chun was furious. Nonsense. Pills can save lives and aid cultivation. Your talisman paper is worthless. Once burned, it's gone. You're the one talking nonsense. Talisman can attack, defend, evade, and conceal with countless applications. Eating too many pills can lead to pill poisoning. The 2 elderly men argued heatedly, nearly coming to blows. Liu Qingyin appeared at the door at some point and calmly said, Elders, let Lin Xuan choose what he wants to learn. Only then did they stop and look at Lin Xuan expectantly. Lin Xuan felt overwhelmed. Should he focus on alchemy or talismans? He wished to learn both, but his energy was limited. May I learn both, master? He tentatively asked. Elder Chun and Zhao Hall master exchanged glances, both snorting but not opposing. Both alchemy and talismans require time. Liu Qingyin said, You cannot neglect your primary cultivation methods. How about this? Spend 1 day each 10 days at the Alchemy Hall and the Talisman's Hall and arrange the rest of your time as you see fit. Thank you, master. Upon leaving the Alchemy Hall, Liu Qingyin took Lin Xuan to the Talisman's Hall. Hallmaster Zhao personally demonstrated drawing talismans, from grinding cinnabar, cutting talisman paper, to writing the talisman and sealing it all in one go. This is the Fireball Talisman, the lowest level of attack talisman. Zhao Hallmaster handed the finished product to Lin Xuan, saying, Give it a try. Lin Xuan took the talisman paper and infused it with spiritual energy. The talisman paper ignited instantly, transforming into a fireball the size of a fist that flew out and struck the wooden target, leaving charred marks. Your control of spiritual energy is smooth, and the activation speed is fast. Zhao Hallmaster nodded. It seems your control over spiritual energy is very precise. Now give drawing talismans a try. Lin Xuan picked up the talisman brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and began to draw on a blank talisman paper. The moment he made the first stroke, he felt something was off. The talisman brush seemed to have a life of its own, actively guiding his spiritual energy. His heightened perception from the pure yang transformation body allowed him to clearly see the flow of spiritual energy in the cinnabar. He completed a fireball talisman in no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, and he succeeded on the first attempt. Zhao Hallmaster checked the talisman, his hands shaking. The brushwork is even, the spiritual energy distribution is perfect, the talisman core is full. This is a high-quality fireball talisman. You managed to create a high-quality talisman on your very first attempt. He looked at Lin Xuan as if he were a monster. Kid, you really haven't learned this before. No, Lin Xuan shook his head. Zhao Hallmaster took a deep breath and turned to Liu Qingyin, saying, Sect Master, this child has an unparalleled talent for drawing talismans. Please ensure he comes to the Talisman's Hall often. I am willing to teach him everything I know. Liu Qingyin also showed a hint of surprise. She knew Lin Xuan was talented, but she didn't expect him to be this extraordinary. Both alchemy and talisman drawing came to him effortlessly, and he excelled at them after a brief time. As Elder Zhao suggested, she nodded. By the time they left the Talisman's Hall, it was already afternoon. Liu Qingyin took Lin Xuan back to Qingyin Pavilion on her sword. On the way, she suddenly asked, Do you prefer alchemy or drawing talismans? Lin Xuan thought for a moment, saying, I like both. Alchemy can enhance my cultivation, while drawing talismans can boost my combat power. Don't be greedy. I will arrange my time wisely, master. Liu Qingyin said no more. Upon returning to Qingyin Pavilion, she handed Lin Xuan 2 storage bags, saying, "These are welcome gifts from Elder Chun and Hall Master Zhao." Lin Xuan took them and inspected the contents. One bag contained an alchemy furnace herbs and basic alchemical formulas. The other held talisman brushes, cinnabar blank talisman paper, and fundamental talisman diagrams. "Thank you, Master." "No need to thank me, it's your own hard work." Liu Qingyin paused. "Remember tonight at midnight, don't forget." With that she turned and returned to the main room. Lin Xuan watched her retreating figure, feeling a strange sensation rise within him. Liu Qingyin's words sounded a bit like a date reminder. Shaking his head, he returned to the side room and began to attempt drawing talismans. With the meditation mat's enhancement, his mind was tranquil and his strokes felt divinely guided. In one afternoon, he drew 10 fireball talismans, succeeding with 8, 3 of which were of high quality. An 80% success rate, not bad, Lin Xuan said with satisfaction. He neatly stored the finished talismans and then attempted to refine bigger pills. This time he produced 6 pills, all of which were of medium quality. "It seems I truly have a talent for both alchemy and talisman drawing." Lin Xuan felt delighted. "I can spend more time on this in the future." After dinner, he continued cultivating the Inyong Harmony Dao scripture. As his understanding of the technique deepened, the resonance of spiritual energy between him and Liu Qingyin grew stronger. Even from 2 rooms away, he could distinctly sense her fluctuating aura. That feeling was quite wonderful, as if an invisible thread connected the two of them. As midnight approached, Lin Xuan concluded his practice and prepared to head to the main room. Just then a clear female voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Senior sister. I'm back. Quick, open the door." Lin Xuan was taken aback. The voice was unfamiliar, not belonging to Liu Qingyin. He stepped out of the side room and saw a young girl standing outside the courtyard gate, around 16 or 17 years old, wearing a long dress in a pale yellow color with a bell hanging at her waist, jingling as she walked. The girl had a delicate appearance, her large eyes sparkling with energy as she knocked on the door with vigor. "Senior sister, I know you're inside. Open the door." The main door opened and Liu Qingyin came out, her face showing a rare expression of helplessness. "Ruo Wei, why have you come back?" "I missed you, senior sister." The girl jumped in, and upon seeing Lin Xuan, her big eyes blinked in surprise. "Oh, who is this?" Liu Qingyin introduced. "Lin Xuan, my newly accepted disciple." "Lin Xuan, this is my junior sister Su Ruo Wei, who has been traveling for 3 years and just returned today." Lin Xuan bowed. "Greetings, Master Aunt Su." "Master Aunt?" Su Ruo Wei tilted her head. "Do I look that old? Just call me senior sister." Liu Qingyin frowned. "Nonsense. He is my disciple, so he should naturally call you Master Aunt." "Oh, senior sister, you are just too rigid." Su Ruo Wei came close to Lin Xuan, sizing him up. "Are you the little guy who made it to the top 8 with a 2nd-level cultivation? You look quite handsome." Lin Xuan felt embarrassed under her scrutiny. "Master Aunt Su, you flatter me." "Not flattery." Su Ruo Wei grinned. "I've heard all about it. You defeated Zhang Zifen, that ice-faced fellow. Well done. I've always found him displeasing." Liu Qingyin rubbed her forehead. "Ruo Wei, mind your manners." I know." Su Ruo Wei waved her hand and turned to Liu Qingyin. "Senior sister, I brought you a gift this time. Guess what it is?" "Can't guess." "Boring." Su Ruo Wei pouted, pulling out a jade box from her storage bag. "Look, a South Sea pearl. It was produced by a millennium-old clam and glows at night, absolutely beautiful." She opened the jade box, and indeed there was a pearl the size of a fist, emitting a soft white light. Even more astonishing, within the glow there seemed to be the sound of tides. "It is indeed beautiful." Liu Qingyin took it and said, "Thank you, junior sister." He as long as senior sister likes it." Su Ruo Wei was very happy and looked at Lin Xuan. "Little junior nephew, I have a gift for you too." She pulled out a jade vial. "Condensing Qi pill. It's suitable for use during the Qi refining stage 1, is worth 10 days of hard training." Lin Xuan took it and opened it, revealing 3 light blue pills with a strong medicinal fragrance. Indeed, they were condensing Qi pills, and they were of high quality. "Thank you, Master Aunt Su." You're welcome. Su Ruo Wei waved her hand and suddenly remembered something. "By the way, senior sister, I heard you were ambushed by the demonists from the demonic sect a while ago. Are you alright?" Liu Qingyin's expression changed slightly. "It's already no longer an issue." "That's good." Su Ruo Wei patted her chest. "I was almost scared to death when I heard the news and rushed back overnight. Where is that demonist now? I want to settle the score with her." "Hua Qianying's whereabouts are elusive. Don't be impulsive." Liu Qingyin held her down. "I have my own plans for this matter." "Alright then," Su Ruo Wei said reluctantly. "But senior sister, you must take me with you next time you go out. I am now in the early golden core stage and can be of help." Early golden core. Lin Xuan was shocked. This girl looked only a few years older than him, and she was already a golden core. Liu Qingyin seemed to see his doubt and explained, "Ruo Wei is exceptionally talented, establishing her foundation at 15, forming her core at 18, and now at 20, she is already in the early golden core stage. She is the youngest golden core cultivator in the sect in 100 years. Senior sister, don't praise me so much or I'll get conceited, Su Ruowei said, though her face was beaming with joy. The three chatted for a while longer, mainly with Su Ruowei, sharing her travel experiences, Liu Qingyin occasionally responding, while Lin Xuan listened quietly. From their conversation, Lin Xuan learned that Su Ruowei had a lively and active personality. 3 years ago, she found the sect boring and insisted on traveling, and Liu Qingyin had no choice but to agree. Senior sister, where will I stay? Is the room I used to live in still there? Su Ruowei asked. Yes, it's always been kept for you. Great. Then I'll go tidy up first and come find you later. Su Ruowei bounced away. After she left, Liu Qingyin looked at Lin Xuan. Ruowei is lively, but she's a good person. If she looks for you, it's fine to chat with her, but don't neglect your cultivation. Disciple understands. Liu Qingyin hesitated for a moment. Tonight. With Ruowei here, we will postpone cultivation. Lin Xuan nodded. He also felt it was a bit strange to cultivate in front of his junior sister and master simultaneously. Returning to the side room, Lin Xuan continued drawing talismans. Uncertain if it was influenced by Su Ruowei's mood relaxed, and his success rate in drawing talismans actually increased by 10, turning 10 attempts into 9 successes. Indeed, a peaceful heart is important, Lin Xuan sighed. After finishing the talismans, he began to cultivate the Inyong Harmony Sutra. Although he could not resonate with Liu Qingyin, cultivating alone still yielded good results. 2 hours later, his cultivation increased again. Cultivation level Qi refinement level 362. At this rate, in 10 days to half a month, he could break through to Qi refinement level 4. This speed would be shocking to others. Ordinary cultivators take at least half a year or even a year or 2 to progress from level 3 to level 4. With my physique and techniques, it's indeed like having a cheat code. Lin Xuan was quite satisfied. The next morning, Lin Xuan signed in on the meditation mat. Sign-in successful. Rewards breath-hiding talismans. 3 effect using it can hide one's aura undetectable by those below the golden core stage. 3 pale gray talismans appeared in his hand. Lin Xuan's eyes brightened. This is a great item. In the future, when he goes out, he can hide his cultivation level to avoid trouble. He stored the talismans properly and went out for morning practice. As he walked into the courtyard, he saw Su Ruowei practicing swordplay. The girl had transformed from her lively self yesterday. When holding the sword, her expression was focused, her sword technique fierce and swift. Unlike Liu Qingyin's graceful and agile style, her sword was more direct and ruthless. After finishing a set of sword techniques, Su Ruowei sheathed her sword, and upon seeing Lin Xuan, her eyes lit up. Little junior nephew, come spar with me for a bit. Disciple dares not. What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, I'll suppress my cultivation to the Qi refinement level 3, and will only use sword techniques. Su Ruowei said without giving him a chance to refuse, tossing Lin Xuan a wooden sword. Come on, come on. Senior sister said you're strong in actual combat. Let me see for myself. With no choice, Lin Xuan could only accept the wooden sword. Su Ruowei indeed suppressed her cultivation to Qi refinement level 3 and lunged at him with a sword. She used basic sword techniques, but they were far more exquisite than Li Changfeng's. Each strike was swift and unpredictable. Lin Xuan focused and responded with a swift sword strike. The two clashed in the courtyard, the sound of wooden swords colliding echoing continuously. After 10 exchanges, Lin Xuan was forced to retreat repeatedly. Su Ruowei's sword was too fast and too tricky. He simply couldn't keep up. No, you're too rigid. Su Ruowei stopped. A sword is lifeless, a person is alive. Do you have to strike from top to bottom with this move? Cloud emerging from the mountain. Can it be angled? She demonstrated several variations, all extensions of basic sword techniques, but when combined, their power multiplied. Lin Xuan pondered. The pure yang transformation body operated at full capacity, simulating Su Ruowei's sword paths in his mind. Gradually, he started to see the pattern. Su Ruowei's speed was due to her predicting her opponent's reactions, and each strike landed precisely at the most uncomfortable spots for her opponent. Let's go again. Lin Xuan took the initiative to attack. This time, he no longer stuck to rigid techniques, but adapted to Su Ruowei's approach and responded flexibly. Though he was still being pressured, he could occasionally counter with 1 or 2 strikes. Yes, just like that. Su Ruowei was very pleased. In a fight, do it however it feels right. Those rigid techniques are for fools to learn. The two practiced for another half an hour until Liu Qingyin appeared. Ruowei stopped messing around. Liu Qingyin said helplessly, Lin Xuan still needs to go to the alchemy hall for lessons. I know. Su Ruowei sheathed her sword. Little junior nephew will continue tomorrow. Lin Xuan wiped his sweat and said, Thank you for your guidance, Master Aunt. Call me Senior Sister. Master Aunt. Senior Sister. Liu Qingyin rubbed her forehead. Just call as you wish. Lin Xuan, go on. Lin Xuan bowed and left. On the way to the alchemy hall, he was still savoring the sparring just now. Su Ruo's sword techniques gave him great inspiration. So this is how flexible combat could be. In the alchemy hall, Elder Chun was already waiting in the side hall. Today's lesson was on the refining of the returning chi pill, which was more complex than the absence of grain pill, requiring 7 types of medicinal materials, and the control of fire was more precise. Lin Xuan learned earnestly. Having yesterday's experience, he was quick to grasp it, successfully refining 4 pills on his first attempt, though they were only of low quality. Elder Chun was already very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, you'll be able to refine first-grade pills in 3 months. Elder Chun stroked his beard and smiled. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan returned to Qingyin Pavilion and continued drawing talismans. Today he attempted to draw the lightness talismans, which was slightly more complicated than the fireball talismans. After several failures, he finally succeeded. Su Ruo came to find him to play chess this time. Lin Xuan had learned Go before, and the two engaged in a fierce match, finally winning by half a point. Not bad, little junior nephew. Su Ruo protested. Let's have another round. Tomorrow disciple needs to cultivate. Cultivate all day long. Just like my senior sister. Su Ruo mumbled, but still left. In the deep of the night, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged on the meditation mat, practicing the Inyong Harmony Sutra. He could sense that Liu Qingyin was also cultivating in the main room, and their spiritual energy fluctuations subtly resonated. Suddenly, Su Ruo's aura joined in. It seemed she was also cultivating, and the techniques she practiced were of the same origin as Liu Qingyin's, forming a subtle resonance among the three. Lin Xuan felt his cultivation increasing even faster. Detected multiple Dao partner candidates, requires formal bond establishment. Current candidates for bond establishment. Su Ruo affection level 35, establish. Lin Xuan was startled. Su Ruo is also a candidate for a Dao partner. System, are you trying to stir things up? He decisively chose yes. Joking. This is Master's junior sister, my master aunt, and she looks so innocent and carefree. How could he act recklessly? But having more friends opens more paths. It's never wrong to maintain a good relationship. In the following days, life became regular. During the day, he went to the alchemy hall or talisman hall to learn, and at night, he cultivated, occasionally sparring with Su Ruo or playing chess. Every night at midnight, Liu Qingyin would come to the side room. The two would cultivate together from a distance of about 10 feet. Actually just sitting in meditation, but their spiritual energies would naturally resonate. This method of cultivation was highly efficient. Lin Xuan's cultivation steadily improved, and Liu Qingyin's bottleneck gradually loosened. On the 7th night, Lin Xuan broke through to Qi refinement level 4. The fluctuation of spiritual energy during the breakthrough was quite noticeable, startling both Liu Qingyin and Su Ruo. The two appeared simultaneously at the side room door. You broke through? Liu Qingyin asked. Yes, Lin Xuan nodded. Su Ruo's eyes widened. Qi refinement level 4. I remember you just entered the sect a month ago, right? This speed. Faster than I was back then. Liu Qingyin's eyes also flashed with surprise, but did not ask further. Consolidate your realm, don't rush. Disciple understands. Once the two left, Lin Xuan continued to solidify his cultivation. Qi refinement level 4 was a small hurdle. After breaking through, both the total amount and purity of his spiritual energy increased, and more importantly, he could learn the object control technique now. Object control technique, as the name suggests, involves manipulating objects with spiritual energy. Flying swords and magical treasures all require object control technique to operate. It is a fundamental spell essential for cultivators. Lin Xuan rummaged through his storage bag and pulled out the jade slip for the basic object control technique, a gift from Hall Master Zhao. He infused his spiritual energy and began to study. The object control technique was harder than he imagined. It required wrapping an object with spiritual energy while maintaining a stable output. Even the slightest disturbance would cause the object to fall. Lin Xuan practiced for an hour before barely managing to make a pen float for 3 breaths. The road ahead is still long, he sighed. Late at night, Lin Xuan was about to rest when he suddenly heard a muffled groan from the direction of the main room. It was Liu Qingyin. His heart tightened, and he rushed towards the main room. The main chamber door stood ajar. Lin Xuan pushed it open and entered, finding Liu Qingyin seated cross-legged upon a meditation cushion. Her face pale, cold sweat beading her brow, and her spiritual energy fluctuating chaotically. Master. Lin Xuan hurried forward. Liu Qingyin opened her eyes, a flicker of agony crossing them, spiritual energy, running wild. Lin Xuan instantly understood. Her cultivation had gone awry. He placed his palm against her back, channeling pure yang spiritual energy into her to soothe the turbulent flow. Yet the moment their energies made contact, an abrupt anomaly erupted. Liu Qingyin's spiritual energy surged toward Lin Xuan as if drawn to a release valve. Simultaneously, his pure yang qi responded, instinctively activating the Inyong Harmony Dao scripture, merging seamlessly with her energy. Yin and yang converged, fluid, harmonious, inseparable. Both trembled in unison, overwhelmed once more by that extraordinary resonance, yet now intensified 100-fold beyond any prior experience. Liu Qingyin's chaotic spiritual energy rapidly settled, then began circulating along an esoteric self-organizing pathway. A system prompt echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Detected Dao companion Liu Qingyin's spiritual energy instability. Emergency dual cultivation mode activated. Inyong Harmony Dao scripture auto-engaged. Both parties entered deep spiritual resonance. Cultivation efficiency increased by 500. Dao companion Liu Qingyin's innate aptitude improved by 5. Probability of Dao companion Liu Qingyin awakening a unique constitution elevated. Post-cultivation level advanced Qi refinement stage for 1-2 Qi refinement stage for 5-8. Lin Xuan tried to withdraw his hand, but found he could not. Their spiritual energies had fused into a single unified circuit. Worse still, as the energies intertwined, their bodies responded with primal involuntary urgency. Liu Qingyin's cheeks flushed with an unnatural crimson, her breath grew ragged. She cultivated the Cloud Mist true scripture, a profoundly yin-aligned art, while Lin Xuan possessed the pure Yang Creation body, an embodiment of Yang. Their mutual attraction was but the immutable law of heaven and earth. Now, with spiritual energies interwoven, their bodies yearned for deeper union. Lin Xuan withdraw. She gritted out, voice trembling. I cannot move. Lin Xuan replied with a wry smile. His body too had slipped beyond control, the pure Yang Qi blazing within him like white-hot iron. They drew nearer, closer still. At last, Liu Qingyin surrendered the last vestige of reason and collapsed into Lin Xuan's arms. The instant their lips met, the spiritual circuit accelerated violently. Yin and yang energies whirled frenetically through both bodies. Each full rotation propelled their cultivation forward in great leaps. Liu Qingyin's golden core spun wildly, absorbing torrents of ambient spiritual energy. The bottleneck that had long imprisoned her at the late golden core stage shattered with a thunderous reverberation. A nascent soul formed. But she had no time to rejoice. Instinctive longing now eclipsed all conscious thought. Robes slipped away unnoticed, two searing bodies entwined in feverish embrace. Lin Xuan too lost all capacity for rational thought. Only raw primordial impulse remained. He swept her into his arms, and they tumbled onto the meditation cushion. Within the main chamber, spring bloomed in silent, fervent abundance. Neither noticed the figure who had silently appeared outside the door. Su Ruowei had retired for the night. Yet, sensing her senior sister's anomalous spiritual fluctuations, she rose in concern and came to investigate. She arrived just in time to witness this astonishing scene. Eyes wide, she clapped a hand over her mouth, barely stifling a gasp. Senior sister and young Master Lin, locked in combat. Her first instinct was to flee, but her feet rooted themselves to the floor, immovable. She cultivated the Cloud Mist true scripture, the same foundational art as Liu Qingyin, and thus felt with crystalline clarity the profound yin-yang resonance emanating from within the chamber. That sensation was indescribably exquisite. Su Ruowei's cheeks burned. Though untouched by intimacy, she knew dual cultivation was neither taboo nor rare among cultivators. Yet she had never imagined her ethereal, aloof senior sister entwined with a disciple. No, this was no ordinary dual cultivation. Su Ruowei keenly perceived the spiritual energy's exceptional purity and profundity, its subtle resonant harmony echoing the Tao itself. Even standing outside, bathed only in its lingering reverberations, her own spiritual energy accelerated spontaneously, equivalent to half a month's arduous practice. What kind of dual cultivation scripture is this? She wondered, stunned. Inside, Liu Qingyin's nascent soul breakthrough intensified. Mountains of ambient spiritual energy rushed toward Qingyin Pavilion, coalescing above the main chamber into a colossal vortex. Had Qingyin Pavilion lacked its concealed formation array, this celestial phenomenon would have alerted the entire sect. Su Ruowei snapped into action, swiftly layering sound dampening and energy sealing wards to contain the commotion. Having done so, she hesitated, then settled cross-legged outside the door. Since she had already witnessed it, she might as well absorb whatever benefit she could. This residual energy would greatly aid her own cultivation. Inside, Lin Xuan and Liu Qingyin had long since surrendered to transcendent oblivion. Yin and yang merged, dragon and tiger converged. Lin Xuan's pure yang qi flowed endlessly into Liu Qingyin, refining her innate aptitude, nourishing her nascent soul. In turn, her true yin qi reciprocated, purifying his meridians and elevating his cultivation. System alerts chimed repeatedly. Dao companion Liu Qingyin has ascended to the nascent soul realm. Dao Companion Liu Qingyin's Innate Aptitude Enhanced Celestial Spirit Root 9-2 Immortal Spirit Root 1. Dao Companion Liu Qingyin Awakened Unique Constitution Profound In Spirit Body Nascent. Host Cultivation Level Advanced Qi Refinement Stage 458 Qi Refinement Stage 533. Host Received Constitutional Feedback Enhanced Efficacy of Pure Yang Creation Body Dual Cultivation Efficiency 10. Current Bond Level Elevated Acquaintance 65100 Familiarity 15200. At last the tempest subsided. Lin Xuan awoke first, only to find himself and Liu Qingyin naked locked in a tight embrace. He froze utterly dumbfounded. Memories of the night flooded back, his face flamed crimson. Liu Qingyin stirred awake as well. Her eyes fluttered open. First dazed, then dawning awareness struck her like lightning. She stiffened paralyzed. They stared at one another speechless. Finally, Liu Qingyin moved. She rose silently, gathered her scattered garments, and dressed slowly, her hands trembling. Lin Xuan hastily donned his clothes, his thoughts a whirlwind of chaos. What on earth had just happened? Though he braced himself mentally, reality proved overwhelmingly awkward. After dressing, they stood facing each other in silence. Long moments passed before Liu Qingyin spoke, her voice parched. Last night, my spiritual energy ran wild. You attempted to guide it, and then we lost control. Lin Xuan finished the sentence. She nodded, turning her face aside. This ends here. Only you and I know. Not a word to anyone else. Understood, senior disciple. Another heavy silence fell. Liu Qingyin sensed the surging nascent soul energy within her and the newly awakened profound in spirit body. Her emotions a tumultuous sea. A century of painstaking cultivation had failed to yield a nascent soul, yet in a single night of dual cultivation it manifested. To gain an immortal spirit root and awaken a unique constitution, such fortune exceeded even her wildest dreams. How did your cultivation progress? She asked, shifting the subject. Qi Refinement Stage 5, Lin Xuan answered honestly. Liu Qingyin drew a slow, deep breath. 1 month, from mortal to Qi Refinement Stage 5. Such speed would stagger even seasoned cultivators. Dual cultivation benefits cultivation immensely. She finally met his gaze, her expression layered with complexity. Yet the cultivation world upholds ethical order. Master-disciple dual cultivation is strictly forbidden. Should word spread, our reputations and lives would be ruined. I will never speak of it, Lin Xuan vowed solemnly. Liu Qingyin nodded, then abruptly paled. Someone is outside the door. In an instant she stood at the threshold and yanked the door open. Su Ruowei sat cross-legged outside, eyes closed in meditation, startled awake by the motion. Upon seeing her senior sister, she offered an awkward smile. Senior sister, good morning. When did you arrive? Liu Qingyin whispered, her face draining of color. Last night. Su Ruowei replied cautiously. I sensed your unstable spiritual energy and came to check. Then discovered you two were, ahem. So I set up wards to muffle the commotion. Liu Qingyin swayed, gripping the doorframe. It was over. Her junior sister had seen everything. True Ruowei was family, but still. Don't panic, senior sister. Su Ruowei leapt to her feet. I saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. I've been cultivating outside the whole time. I know nothing. A classic case of protesting too much. Liu Qingyin closed her eyes, then reopened them. Calm restored. Come in. All three re-entered the main chamber, where tension hung thick enough to be cut with a knife. Su Ruowei glanced left then right, then murmured, well, dual cultivation isn't so unusual. Many Dao companions cultivate together. It's just that you two are master and disciple, but... Ruowei. Liu Qingyin cut her off. You understand the consequences if this spreads. I do. Su Ruowei raised her hand in solemn oath. I, Su Ruowei, swear upon heaven. If I breathe a single word of this, may lightning strike me down and my cultivation vanish forever. Cultivators' oaths were bound by heavenly law. Such a vow confirmed her sincerity. Liu Qingyin's expression softened slightly. What did you sense last night? So much. Su Ruowei's eyes sparkled. Senior sister, you broke through to the nascent soul realm. And your dual cultivation scripture. It's incredible. Even just basking in its residual energy boosted my cultivation significantly. Liu Qingyin and Lin Xuan exchanged glances, both stunned. If mere residual energy yielded such gains for Ruowei, what had the full dual cultivation truly achieved? Let us speak no more of this, Liu Qingyin said firmly. Ruowei, return to your quarters. Lin Xuan and I must confer. Oh. Su Ruowei rose reluctantly, paused at the doorway, and turned back. Senior sister, next time you dual cultivate, could I join? I think my bottleneck is loosening too. Out. Liu Qingyin flushed. Su Ruowei stuck out her tongue and dashed away. Once more only the two remained. After a long silence, Liu Qingyin said, I will watch Ruowei closely. As for you, return and stabilize your cultivation. We shall discuss dual cultivation later. Lin Xuan exhaled in profound relief, bowed deeply, and withdrew. Back in his side chamber, he let out a long, shuddering breath. It had been overwhelming, one night catapulting him from Qi refinement stage 4 to 5 and again with his master, albeit involuntary, yet strangely not unwelcome. Moreover, Liu Qingyin's nascent soul ascension and awakening of the profound Yin spirit body boded well for Yunlan sect. With a nascent soul elder anchoring the sect, its security had strengthened immeasurably. System, display Liu Qingyin's status. Dao companion Liu Qingyin. Cultivation realm nascent soul initial stage 3. Innate aptitude immortal spirit root 1. Unique constitution profound Yin spirit body nascent. Favor level 70 familiarity. Her favor level had risen so sharply. Lin Xuan was astonished. Clearly dual cultivation dramatically amplified intimacy. He checked his own status. Host Lin Xuan. Cultivation realm Qi refinement stage 533. Constitution pure Yang creation body enhanced efficacy. Scriptures Inyong Harmony Dao scripture upper volume Cloud Mist true scripture foundational volume. Dao companion bond Liu Qingyin familiarity. Qi refinement stage 5 confirmed. At this pace foundation establishment was imminent. Lin Xuan settled into meditation to consolidate his gains. Yet the moment he activated his cultivation technique, something felt different. A gentle Yin-infused current now flowed alongside his pure Yang Qi, forming a perfect self-sustaining Yin-Yang cycle. This was Liu Qingyin's profound Yin spiritual energy, left behind within him after last night's dual cultivation. Is this a permanent boon? Lin Xuan guided the current experimentally, and found it obeyed his will as flawlessly as his own energy. And under this Yin-Yang circulation, his cultivation speed had increased by at least 30%. An extraordinary windfall. He settled and delighted to begin his practice. As for last night, well, fate would take its course. Meanwhile, 300 li west of Yunlan sect, Hua Qianying's eyes snapped open, her gaze fixed intently upon Yunlan sect's direction. A nascent soul fluctuation. Someone has broken through. Is it Liu Qingyin? Her expression darkened. Impossible. She was only mid-golden core 3 years ago. Even with access to pure Yang Qi, such rapid advancement defies reason. She performed a divination, her face growing increasingly grim. Profound Yin spirit body. She has awakened it. Damn it. Her strength will only accelerate, making it harder than ever to seize that boy. Hua Qianying clenched her teeth, eyes flashing with ruthless resolve. I can wait no longer. I must act now. Before Liu Qingyin stabilizes her nascent soul, I'll lose my chance entirely. She rose and dissolved into black smoke. Successful registration. Obtained Xian Yinstone 1. Effect wearing it can balance the Yang energy within the body, preventing excessive Yang energy from causing restlessness and assisting in stabilizing the mind during dual cultivation. In the morning, Lin Xuan stared at the completely deep blue stone in his hand, lost in thought. Does the system know that his Yang energy is too strong and needs to be harmonized? He hung the Xianyin stone around his neck and immediately felt a cool breath flowing into his body, calming the restless qi and blood caused by his pure Yang physique. His mind cleared, and even his thoughts became sharper. Good stuff, Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The awkwardness from last night's dual cultivation had not completely dissipated, but he knew that in the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Since dual cultivation benefits both parties immensely, it cannot be hindered by worldly ethics. But what about Liu Qingyin? Just as he was thinking, he heard Su Ruowei's voice outside. Junior apprentice. Are you up yet? Lin Xuan opened the door to find Su Ruowei standing outside with a food box, her smile radiant as a flower. Senior sister asked me to bring you breakfast. Here's spirit rice porridge, spirit beast meat buns, and a pot of calming tea. Thank you, Elder Su. Lin Xuan accepted. Call me senior sister. Su Ruowei pouted, then smiled as she leaned closer. How did you rest last night? Lin Xuan's hand shook, nearly spilling the porridge. You scared me. Su Ruowei laughed, covering her mouth. Don't worry, I won't say anything. However, she lowered her voice. Can you teach me that dual cultivation technique? Huh. Lin Xuan was taken aback. You see, first, I am also in the golden core stage and need to break through. Second, I practice the Yunlan true scripture, which is of the same origin as senior sisters. Third, I absorbed a significant amount of residual energy just by lingering outside, and if I formally engage in dual cultivation. Her eyes lit up. I've been stuck at the early golden core stage for 3 years. Perhaps a single dual cultivation session could allow me to break through. Lin Xuan felt helpless. Elder Su, this technique may not be suitable for you. Why not? Su Ruowei protested. Senior sister can practice it, why can't I? Besides, your technique is clearly designed for multiple participants. I could sense the resonance from outside last night, and if I joined, the effect would surely be better. She spoke with conviction, leaving Lin Xuan momentarily speechless. The Inyong Harmony Sutra indeed did not limit the number of participants, and theoretically multiple practitioners would yield better results. But Master won't agree to this. Lin Xuan mentioned Liu Qingyin. Su Ruowei pouted, "He'll talk to senior sister. Just tell her if you are willing to teach me." Lin Xuan hesitated. Su Ruowei was exceptionally talented and was the most trusted junior sister of Liu Qingyin. If she also became a Dao partner, it would undoubtedly be a great advantage for him. Moreover, the system had indeed mentioned that she was a Dao partner candidate. "I can teach you the basic part of the technique," Lin Xuan deliberated, "but how to practice it must be approved by Master." "Deal," Su Ruowei exclaimed excitedly, patting his shoulder. "He'll go find senior sister now." She rushed off. Lin Xuan shook his head and began to eat breakfast. The spirit rice porridge melted in his mouth, turning into a warm current nourishing his meridians. The spirit beast meat bun contained pure qi and blood, and the calming tea helped him find tranquility. This meal was worth at least 10 low-grade spirit stones. Is this the treatment of a personally taught disciple? Lin Xuan sighed. After the meal, he went to the alchemy hall, as usual, to study. Elder Chun was teaching about the calming qi pill today, which is one of the more difficult first-grade pills requiring 9 types of medicinal materials and more complex heat control. With the assistance of the Xian Yin Stone, Lin Xuan's mind was exceptionally clear, and he successfully refined 5 pills on his first attempt, 3 medium-grade and 2 low-grade. Genius. Truly a genius in alchemy. Elder Chen exclaimed, his beard trembling with excitement. Lin boy, stay in the alchemy hall. I guarantee that within 100 years you will become a 4th-grade alchemist. Elder Chen, you flatter me. Ooh, I still need to work hard, Lin Xuan replied humbly. When he returned to Qingyin Pavilion at noon, he sensed something was off. The main room door was closed, and he could hear Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei arguing inside. Specifically, Su Ruowei was arguing while Liu Qingyin remained silent. Senior sister, just agree. I'm not an outsider. Nonsense. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. How is it a joke? It's just dual cultivation. There are many Dao partners in the cultivation world who dual cultivate. I'm not competing with you, I'm just tagging along. Su Ruowei, if you say such things again, I will confine you. Confine me. I will still sneak out to find junior apprentice. Lin Xuan stood outside, unsure whether to enter or retreat. Finally, he mustered the courage to knock on the door. Master, I have returned. There was a moment of silence inside before the door opened. Liu Qingyin's face was ashen, while Su Ruowei looked sulky, standing beside her. Come in, Liu Qingyin said coldly. As Lin Xuan stepped into the main room, he felt the air had thickened. Lin Xuan, Liu Qingyin stared at him. Ruowei says you agreed to teach her the dual cultivation technique. I only agreed to teach her the basic part. The specifics must be decided by Master, Lin Xuan quickly clarified. Liu Qingyin's expression softened slightly. At least you're sensible. She turned to Su Ruowei. This matter should not be mentioned again. Dual cultivation is not a trivial matter. It requires mutual understanding and soul connection. You and Lin Xuan have only known each other for a few days. How dare you make such a request? Then how long have you known him? Su Ruowei countered. Did you not also dual cultivate? Liu Qingyin was at a loss for words, her ears turning red. I don't care. Su Ruowei pouted. I want to learn that technique. If you don't agree, I will cling to junior apprentice every day. I will even go sleep in his room at night. You dare? Liu Qingyin was furious. Just watch me. Seeing the two about to argue again, Lin Xuan quickly intervened. Masters, may I have a word? Both of them turned to look at him. Lin Xuan carefully chose his words. Elder Su has exceptional talent. If she has the aid of dual cultivation techniques, breaking through to the mid-golden core stage will be within reach soon. At that time, the sect will have an additional mid-golden core, greatly increasing its strength. And with my shallow cultivation, having 2 mentors to protect me will allow me to cultivate with peace of mind. As for the form of dual cultivation, it does not necessarily require physical union. Resonance of spiritual energy and merging of souls are equally effective. Last night, Elder Su also benefited greatly from just being outside, right? Liu Qingyin fell silent. Su Ruowei's eyes brightened. Exactly. We can start with spiritual energy resonance first. Once we're familiar with it, then. Hee. Liu Qingyin shot her a glare, but did not retort. After a long pause, she sighed. All right. Ruowei, I can agree to you and Lin Xuan engaging in spiritual energy resonance dual cultivation, but there are 3 rules. Senior sister, please go ahead. Su Ruowei said excitedly. First, I must be present to supervise. Second, you must not cross the line. Third, this matter must never be disclosed. Liu Qingyin said firmly. If you violate any of these, I will cripple your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Su Ruowei shrank her neck. Got it, I swear. Lin Xuan, Liu Qingyin turned to him. You can teach her the basic part of the technique, but the core content must not be leaked. Furthermore, your cultivation is still shallow. During dual cultivation, you must act within your abilities and not be greedy for progress. I will remember, master. The matter was settled. Although Liu Qingyin still looked displeased, she finally relented. Su Ruowei was impatient. When do we start? Tonight. Tomorrow, Liu Qingyin said coldly. Tonight, I will check your assignments from your travels over the years. If your cultivation falls behind, don't even think about dual cultivation. I will confine you for 3 years. Su Ruowei stuck out her tongue and did not dare to argue further. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan was cultivating in a side room. The effect of the Xianyin stone was remarkable. He cultivated without the emergence of inner demons, and his spiritual energy flowed exceptionally smoothly. After 2 hours, his cultivation increased to the 5th layer of qi, refining 5-8, not far from the 6th layer. In the evening, Liu Qingyin indeed called Su Ruowei to check her assignments. From the main room came Su Ruowei's cries, "Senior sister, be gentle. It hurts. I haven't learned this move." "Ah, my hair." Lin Xuan listened with trepidation, silently praying for Elder Su. Late at night, just as he was preparing to rest, the system notification suddenly sounded, detected that Dao partner candidate Su Ruowei's favorability has increased. Current favorability 48 acquaintance. Tip favorability of 60 can establish a bond. Was it already 48 so soon? Lin Xuan was surprised. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Su Ruowei was straightforward and would strive for what she was determined to do. Seeing the benefits of dual cultivation, she would naturally develop a fondness for the person providing those benefits. System check. Su Ruowei's status. Name Su Ruowei. Cultivation Early Golden Core 8-9. Talent Heavenly Spirit Root 7-6. Special Physique None. Technique Yunlan True Scripture Golden Core Chapter Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Mastered. Current status excited and expecting. Early Golden Core at 89. She was indeed close to a bottleneck. If dual cultivation could help her break through, it would mean one more mid-golden core in the sect, greatly increasing its strength. Just as he was thinking, the main room door opened. Su Ruowei walked out with a droopy head, her robe disheveled, and her hair resembling a bird's nest. "Junior apprentice," she said weakly. "Senior sister is too harsh as she pinned me down and hit me." Lin Xuan suppressed a laugh. "Is Elder Su all right?" "I'm fine, just in pain." Su Ruowei rubbed her arm. "But senior sister said my sword technique has improved and agreed to start dual cultivation tomorrow." She instantly perked up. "It's settled then. Tomorrow night. I will go back to rest and prepare." After saying that, she bounced away, completely forgetting her earlier droopy demeanor. Lin Xuan shook his head in amusement and returned to his room to rest. In the middle of the night, he suddenly woke up. There was a faint sound of something cutting through the air outside. It was neither Liu Qingyin nor Su Ruowei. This aura was very unfamiliar and carried a faint demonic energy. Lin Xuan held his breath and quietly approached the window. Under the moonlight, a shadow flitted across Qingyin Pavilion like a ghost flying towards the back mountain of the main peak. A person from the demon sect. Lin Xuan was startled. He hesitated for a moment, but did not disturb Liu Qingyin. The other party's aura was extremely well concealed. If not for his pure yang physique providing him with exceptional perception, he would not have noticed at all. Moreover, this person was at least at the golden core stage, not someone he could handle. It seems that Yunlan's sect is not peaceful either. Lin Xuan sighed inwardly. He returned to bed, but could not fall asleep. The sect was also not very peaceful. "I need to improve my strength quickly." Lin Xuan clenched his fists. Being at the 5th layer of qi refining was too weak. "I must at least establish my foundation to have the ability to protect myself." He sat cross-legged and operated the Inyong Harmony Sutra. The Xianyin stone emitted a cool aura balancing the yang energy within. His cultivation speed increased by 30% compared to usual. Until dawn, that shadow did not reappear. Lin Xuan concluded his practice, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Tonight's dual cultivation must be seized as an opportunity. Sign-in successful. Obtained Lianxi Jade Pendant Superior Magical Artifact. Effect can completely conceal one's aura, undetectable by those below the nascent soul stage, can withstand a full force attack from a golden core expert once. Lin Xuan looked at the ancient jade pendant in his hand, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Worried about being discovered by the demon sect last night, today, he signed in and obtained a concealment artifact. The system is truly considerate. He hung the Lianxi jade pendant at his waist alongside the Xianyin stone. The two artifacts, one yin and one yang, perfectly balanced each other. During breakfast, Su Ruowei did not appear. Liu Qingyin said she was still resting after being rigorously trained last night. "Tonight at the hour of the rat, we will begin the first 3-person resonance." Liu Qingyin spoke calmly, though her ears turned slightly red. "You prepare yourself." "Understood, master." After the meal, Lin Xuan went to the talisman hall, as usual. Today, Hall Master Zhao taught the Vajra talisman, a defensive talisman that was much harder to draw than offensive ones. With the Lianxi jade pendant stabilizing his mind, and the Xianyin stone balancing his qi and blood, Lin Xuan wrote, as if assisted by a divine hand. Throughout the morning, he drew 15 Vajra talismans, successfully completing 12 of which 5 were of superior quality. Genius. A genius in talisman crafting. Hall Master Zhao exclaimed with excitement, gesticulating wildly. Lin, stay in the talisman hall. I guarantee you'll become a 4th-grade talisman master within 100 years. That sounds just like Elder Chun. Lin Xuan could only respond with a bitter smile. On his way back to Qingyin Pavilion during lunch, he encountered Chun Ming, Lin Jr. brother. Chun Ming's expression was serious. I heard there was unusual activity in the back mountain last night. The law enforcement hall investigated all night and found traces of the demon sect. Lin Xian's heart sank. The demon sect. Do they dare to infiltrate the sect? They are likely spies. Chun Ming lowered his voice. The demon sect has been active recently, with several affiliated sects being attacked. The sect master has ordered heightened vigilance. Junior brother, you should be careful as well. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. Upon returning to Qingyin Pavilion, Lin Xuan informed Liu Qingyin of the matter. Liu Qingyin frowned slightly after listening. As expected, they have come. I sensed a trace of demonic energy last night, but it vanished quickly, thinking it was just an illusion. She turned to Lin Xuan. The demon sect's target is likely you. Your physique is a great supplement for demonic cultivators, and Hua Qianying will not let it go easily. Understood, Master. Lin Xuan nodded. I will be careful. Being careful is not enough, Liu Qingyin pondered. From today onwards, you must not leave the main peak's vicinity. If you need to go out, you must be accompanied by me or row away. Yes. Liu Qingyin then took out a jade talisman. This is a protective talisman that can withstand 3 full force attacks from a golden core expert. Wear it close to your body. Lin Xuan accepted it, feeling moved. This talisman was valuable, yet Liu Qingyin simply gave it to him. Master, regarding the demon sect. I will handle it. Liu Qingyin's eyes flashed with a cold light. The Yunlan sect has stood for 1,000 years. It's not a place they can come to at will. She paused. Tonight's dual cultivation will proceed as usual. The faster you improve your cultivation, the stronger your ability to protect yourself. Lin Xuan nodded heavily. In the afternoon, Su Ruwei finally woke up, rubbing her eyes as she entered the side room. Junior Master, I'm hungry. Lin Xuan took out the prepared spiritual food, and Su Ruwei devoured it ravenously. Senior sister was too harsh on my whole body aches. She complained while eating, but speaking of which, after the fight my bottleneck seems to have loosened. Tonight's dual cultivation might really help me break through. Then congratulations, senior uncle. Same to you. Su Ruwei smiled cheerfully. By the way, what about the basic chapter of the technique? Hurry and pass it to me. Lin Xuan transmitted the incantation of the basic chapter of the Inyong Harmony Dao classic to her. Su Ruwei closed her eyes to comprehend it, and after a moment, she opened her eyes filled with amazement. This technique is so marvelous. It's clearly just the basic chapter, yet it resonates with the Inyong Dao far deeper than the Yunlan true classic. Can senior uncle understand it? I can grasp about 70 to 80%. Su Ruwei exclaimed excitedly. This technique seems to allow multiple practitioners to cultivate together. The more people, the more complete the Inyong cycle, and the better the effect. Lin Xian's heart stirred. The technique provided by the system is indeed like that, but he had never tried the specifics. We'll find out by trying tonight. Su Ruwei was eager to give it a try. In the evening, Liu Qingyin called both of them to the main room. She had set up layers of restrictions to ensure that their auras would not leak out. Before we begin, I will say the rules once more, Liu Qingyin said seriously. Spiritual energy resonance, soul merging, but there must be no physical contact. Ruwei, especially you, if you dare to cross the line, I will not be lenient. I know, senior sister, you've already said it 800 times, Su Ruwei pouted. The 3 sat cross-legged, forming a triangular formation. Lin Xuan was in the middle, while Liu Qingyin and Su Ruwei sat on either side. Begin circulating the technique, Liu Qingyin instructed. Lin Xuan initiated the Inyong Harmony Dao classic. Pure yang energy rose from his dantian, circulating along the intricate path. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruwei simultaneously began to circulate their techniques. They were practicing the same source technique, their spiritual energy fluctuations similar, but Liu Qingyin had an additional trace of Xianyin energy, while Su Ruwei had pure Truyin energy. The 3 streams of spiritual energy began to resonate. At first, there was some stagnation as their techniques were different and the rhythms varied. But soon the Inyong Harmony Dao classic displayed its tremendous inclusiveness, guiding and integrating the 3 streams of spiritual energy to form a perfect triangular cycle. Lin Xuan felt 2 streams of soft spiritual energy surge into his body, merging with his pure yang energy. As yin and yang intertwined, life flowed endlessly. His cultivation began to soar. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruwei sensed the same effect. Especially Su Ruwei, who had been stuck at the early golden core stage for 3 years. In this moment, her bottleneck melted like ice and snow, and her golden core spun madly, absorbing massive amounts of spiritual energy. Detected multi-person spiritual energy resonance. Effect enhancement of Inyong Harmony Dao Classic. Cultivation efficiency increased by 800. Partner Liu Qingyin's cultivation improvement nascent soul early stage 5-9. Candidate partner Su Ruowei's cultivation improvement golden core early stage 8995. Host cultivation improvement Qi refinement 5th layer 5-8, Qi refinement 6th layer 1-2. Lin Xuan was shocked. The effect of 3-person resonance was indeed much stronger than 2 directly, allowing him to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Liu Qingyin also opened her eyes, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Her cultivation at the nascent soul stage was incredibly difficult to improve, but just that brief moment equated to months of hard work. Su Ruowei was the most excited. She felt the mid-golden core stage was within reach. Continue, she urged. The three of them closed their eyes again, fully circulating their techniques. The flow of spiritual energy grew faster and began to form a visible yin-yang taiji diagram enveloping the three. Lin Xuan was at the yang eye of the taiji diagram, while Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei were at the yin eye. The yin and yang energies flowed incessantly, and with each complete cycle the three improved their cultivation. After 2 hours, Su Ruowei's body trembled, and her spiritual energy surged wildly. She reached the mid-golden core stage. She did it. She opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling, her aura stronger than ever. I broke through. I really broke through. Su Ruowei exclaimed excitedly, nearly jumping up. Liu Qingyin pressed her down. Calm your mind and consolidate your realm. Su Ruowei quickly restrained her aura, but her smile could not be hidden. Lin Xuan also withdrew his energy. He checked his own status, Qi refinement 6th layer 4-3, having improved by over 30 percentage points in one afternoon. At this rate, in a few days, he would be able to challenge the late Qi refinement stage. This technique is too incredible, Liu Qingyin murmured. Her nascent soul early stage 1-2 was also improving at an astonishing speed. Senior sister, let's continue tomorrow. Su Ruowei clung to Liu Qingyin's arm, acting cute. Liu Qingyin initially wanted to refuse, but seeing her junior sister's joy after the breakthrough, and considering the threat from the demon sect, she eventually nodded. All right, but there must be a 3-day interval to stabilize your cultivation. Yage, the first 3-person resonance successfully concluded. Although it was just a blending of spiritual energy, the effect exceeded expectations. In the dead of night, Lin Xuan returned to the side room and checked the system prompts. Partner Liu Qingyin intimacy 10, current favorability 80 familiar. Candidate partner Su Ruowei intimacy 25, current favorability 73, initial acquaintance familiar. Tip: Su Ruowei's favorability has reached 60. A bond can be established. Would you like to establish it? Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment before choosing yes. Bond successfully established. Partner Su Ruowei. Bond level familiar 0200. Current effect cultivation speed increase during dual cultivation 8. Partner aptitude improvement speed 8. New function unlocked. Partner cooperative combat beginner. Another partner. Lin Xuan felt a mix of emotions. Isn't this development too fast? But he quickly came to terms with it. In the cultivation world, strength is revered. Having one more partner means one more source of support. Moreover, Su Ruowei's straightforward personality made it easy to get along with her. He sat cross-legged to adjust his breath and consolidate his cultivation. At that moment, outside the Yunlan sect in a hidden cave, Hua Qianying sat cross-legged with a blood-colored bronze mirror floating before her. Reflected in the mirror was the main room of Qingyin Pavilion. Though the image was blurry, the outlines of the three sitting together in cultivation could be discerned. 3 people cultivating together. Liu Qingyin, you are indeed generous. Hua Qianying sneered. But this is good. It saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. She lightly tapped the mirror's surface, zooming in on Lin Xuan. The pure yang energy is becoming increasingly dense. Wait, it's not just pure yang. Hua Qianying frowned. There's also a more ancient primal aura. What kind of physique is this? After pondering for a long time, she suddenly thought of something, her expression changing drastically. Could it be the legendary? No, it's impossible. That kind of physique has long been extinct for 1,000 years. But the more she thought about it, the more she felt it might be true. Although the pure Yang creation body is rare, it has not been absent in history. However, the aura on Lin Xuan is far more complex than that of pure Yang. The kind of taste that seems to resonate with the source of the Tao can only be possessed by a few legendary supreme physiques. If it really is that kind of physique. Hua Qianying's eyes flashed with fervor. Acquiring it could lead to the Tao. I must act quickly, otherwise once Liu Qingyin completely controls him, there will be no chance left. She put away the bronze mirror and vanished into black smoke. At the same time, in the Yunlan sect's council hall, Liu Qingyin sat in the main seat with 3 golden core elders below: law enforcement, Elder Li Zhenyue, transmission, Elder Sun Yuehua, and Dan Hall, Elder Qin Xianfeng. The demon sect's spies infiltrated the back mountain and have been repelled, But this matter must not be taken lightly, Liu Qingyin said coldly. Elderly strengthen the sect's vigilance and activate the protective mountain formation to 30% of its power. Understood, Li Jinyue replied. Elder Sun increased training for outer disciples and reduce outings for inner disciples. Got it, Sun Yuehua nodded. Elder Qin speed up the refining of healing and recovery-type pills in the Dan Hall to be prepared for emergencies. I will handle it right away, Chun Xianfeng stroked his beard. After arranging these matters, Liu Qingyin added, furthermore, my newly accepted disciple Lin Xuan may be targeted by the demon sect. Elders, please be vigilant, and if you notice any suspicious individuals approaching the main peak, kill them without mercy. The three elders exchanged glances, all recognizing the sect master's concern for that disciple. Rest assured, sect master, I will increase the number of patrols around the main peak, Li Jinyue said. After the meeting concluded, the three elders left. Liu Qingyin sat alone in the hall, her expression solemn. Currently, only Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei knew about her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. This was a trump card that could be used unexpectedly in critical moments. However, the fact that the demon sect dared to infiltrate the sect indicated their grand ambitions. Relying solely on her, it may not be enough to protect Lin Xuan. I must quickly enhance his strength, Liu Qingyin murmured. At the very least, he needs to have the ability to protect himself. She rose and walked towards the treasure vault. Some things are due to be taken out. Successful sign-in. Obtained 3 pieces of enlightenment tea. Effect after brewing and consuming comprehension increases by 30 for 12 hours with a chance of entering a state of enlightenment. In the early morning, Lin Xuan gazed at the 3 jade green tea leaves in his hand, feeling joy in his heart. The enlightenment tea is a legendary treasure worth its weight in gold. The system can even sign this out. He took out 1 leaf and brewed it with spiritual spring water. The tea leaves unfurled in the water, releasing a refreshing fragrance. Just 1 sip made him feel invigorated and his thoughts became exceptionally clear. Lin Xuan took a sip, the tea entered his belly and transformed into a warm current rushing to his mind. In an instant, countless insights surged to the forefront and many obscure sections of the Inyong Harmony scripture became clear. Excellent tea, he exclaimed, unwilling to waste it, and immediately sat down to cultivate. With the boost from the enlightenment tea, his cultivation speed surged. After 2 hours, his cultivation reached the 6th level of Qi Refinement 7-8, just a hair's breadth away from the 7th level. At this rate, I can break through tonight, Lin Xuan said, satisfied with his progress. He planned to visit the alchemy hall in the morning, where Elder Chun would teach the foundation establishment pill today. This is a 2nd grade pill, significantly more difficult, requiring 12 types of medicinal materials, and the control of fire is extremely complex. Under the effects of the enlightenment tea, Lin Xuan's comprehension exceeded expectations. In his first attempt at pill refining, he succeeded in creating 2 pills. Although they were only low-grade, Elder Chun was astonished. Monster! You are definitely a monster. Elder Chun exclaimed, his words tumbling over each other. Foundation establishment pills. Many 2nd-grade alchemists failed to refine them, yet you succeeded on your first try. You must stay in the alchemy hall. I will betroth my granddaughter to you. Lin Xuan fled in panic. Returning to the Qingyin pavilion at noon, Lin Xuan found Su Ruowei waiting for him in the courtyard, her expression unusually serious. Little Junior, there is something I need to tell you, Su Ruowei said as she pulled him inside and set up a soundproof barrier. Please speak, Master Ant. After last night's cultivation, I discovered an issue. Su Ruowei lowered her voice. The Inyong Harmony scripture, while profound, has a hidden danger. It can be addictive. Addictive, Yes, Su Ruowei nodded. After practicing, if you try to practice other skills, it feels bland and unappetizing. Moreover, the body instinctively craves to practice dual cultivation again, just like feeling hungry and needing to eat. Lin Xuan's heart sank. He had felt similarly but thought it was just an illusion caused by his rapid progress. Senior sister has noticed too. Su Ruowei continued. She said this technique may carry a sort of Dao addiction, which increases dependence the more it is practiced. In the end, one might find it impossible to progress without dual cultivation. Lin Xuan fell silent. The technique provided by the system had such side effects. But senior sister also said that as long as you control the frequency, it shouldn't be a big problem. Su Ruowei changed the subject. Moreover, this technique's effects are indeed extraordinary. EY broke through a bottleneck that had lasted 3 years in just 1 night. The risks and rewards are proportional. What does Master think? Senior sister said to continue practicing, but to strengthen mental cultivation to prevent being controlled by the technique. Su Ruowei looked at him. Little Junior, you need to be cautious. You have the lowest cultivation, making you the most susceptible to influence. Lin Xuan nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Master Ant. Don't mention it, Su Ruowei resumed her playful demeanor. By the way, senior sister asked you to pick a magical artifact from the treasure pavilion. She has already spoken to the elder in charge of the pavilion. The treasure pavilion. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. The Yunlan sect's treasure pavilion houses a collection of treasures, pills, and techniques accumulated over generations. Only those of great merit may enter. Liu Qingyin sent him to choose. This was a tremendous favor. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan arrived at the treasure pavilion. The elder guarding the pavilion was an old man with white hair and beard. After verifying his token, he allowed him to enter the first floor. The treasure pavilion has 3 floors. The first floor stores first and second grade magical artifacts and pills. The second floor stores third and fourth grade. The third floor holds fifth grade and above, as well as sect treasures. Lin Xuan could only choose from the first floor. Even so, it was an eye-opening experience. Flying swords, magical robes, armors, talismans, formation discs. A dazzling array of treasures glimmered. Each item was protected by restrictions with jade slips beside them for explanations. Lin Xuan made a round, finally stopping in front of a piece of silver inner armor. Flowing cloud inner armor, second grade, upper tier, forged from cloud silkworm silk, mixed with mysterious iron, can withstand a full force strike from a foundation establishment practitioner and has a certain weakening effect against golden core attacks. This was exactly what he needed. His offense was covered by talismans and his agility by the cloud shadow step, but his defense was weak. With this inner armor, his survivability would greatly increase. He took the inner armor down and chose a Qingfeng sword, a second-grade mid-tier sword that was far superior to the iron sword he had used before. After registering with the elder, he was advised magical artifacts must have blood to recognize their master and be nourished with spiritual power to be used as an extension of one's self. I understand, master. Returning to Qingyin Pavilion, Lin Xuan immediately dripped his blood to recognize the artifact. The flowing cloud inner armor transformed into silver light, merging with his body, forming an invisible shield on the surface of his skin. The Qingfeng sword hovered in his dantian, nurturing itself, connecting with his mind. With these, even if I encounter a foundation establishment cultivator, I will have the strength to fight. Lin Xuan's confidence soared. In the evening, Liu Qingyin summoned him to the main room. Have you chosen your magical artifacts? She asked. Yes, I selected the flowing cloud inner armor and the Qingfeng sword. Liu Qingyin nodded. That is quite wise. However, magical artifacts are ultimately external objects. One's own cultivation is fundamental. She took out a jade bottle. Inside is cultivation foundation pills suitable for solidifying the foundation during the qi refinement stage. Your rapid cultivation requires solidifying your foundation. Lin Xuan accepted it, feeling warmth in his heart. Thank you, master. Additionally, Liu Qingyin paused. Tonight's dual cultivation. Ruowei wishes to attempt a deeper resonance. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Deeper resonance. The merging of souls. Liu Qingyin's ears turned slightly red. It is a deeper connection than spiritual resonance, and the effects are even better, but the risks are greater. If you cannot control it, you may fall into the depths of desire and damage your Dao foundation. Lin Xuan understood. This was indeed playing with fire. Disciple will follow master's arrangements. Liu Qingyin looked at him deeply. If you are unwilling, you may refuse. I will not force you. Disciple is willing, Lin Xuan said firmly. The path of cultivation is perilous. When opportunities arise, one must seize them. Moreover, with the system in place, he believed he could control it. Liu Qingyin's eyes showed a hint of relief. Good. At the hour of the rat, the usual place. Late at night in the main room. The three sat across from each other again, but the atmosphere was heavier than last time. The merging of souls requires complete openness and mental defenses, Liu Qingyin said seriously. During the process, you may see each other's memories and secrets, so be mentally prepared. If you feel uncomfortable, stop immediately. Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei nodded. Let's begin. All three began to operate the Inyong Harmony scripture. This time, not only was there spiritual resonance, but their divine senses also cautiously connected. Lin Xuan felt two gentle divine senses touch him. He did not resist and released his defenses. In the next moment, a flood of information surged into his mind. It was Liu Qingyin's childhood, a little girl practicing swordplay in the snow, her hands red and frozen, yet refusing to stop, her teenage years, the excitement of flying with a sword for the first time, unable to sleep all night, her uncertainty when taking over as the sect leader. Her master had passed away and the sect faced internal and external troubles. He also saw Su Ruowei's memories being punished for mischief, the novelty of her first journey down the mountain, the warmth of relying on her senior sister. Likewise, Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei also saw Lin Xuan's memories. Though only fragments after he crossed over, they were still shocking. A completely different world, towering steel buildings, moving boxes, small boards that transmit sound across distances. Is this your hometown? Liu Qingyin transmitted her consciousness with astonishment. I suppose so, Lin Xuan said with a wry smile. Now the secret could no longer be kept. What a peculiar world. Su Ruowei exclaimed with excitement. Those iron boxes are called cars. Can I fly with a sword? I suppose not. The merging of their divine senses deepened, gradually blurring the lines between them. That feeling was incredibly wonderful, as if the three had become one, sharing thoughts and ideas. The efficiency of their cultivation surged again. Detected deep merging of soul's effectiveness of Inyong Harmony Scripture increased by 200. Cultivation efficiency increased by 1000. Dao partner Liu Qingyin's cultivation increased. Nascent soul early stage 1218. Dao partner Su Ruowei's cultivation increased. Golden core midstage 515. Host cultivation increased. Qi refinement 6th level 78. Qi refinement 7th level 22. Breakthrough Qi refinement 7th level. Lin Xuan felt a surge of spiritual power within his meridians widening and his dantian expanding by more than double. He had reached the late stage of Qi refinement success. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. This pleasure gradually morphed, spreading from the mental realm to the physical realm. Liu Qingyin was the first to sense something was amiss. She felt her body becoming hot, a primal impulse awakening. She wanted to stop, but the merging of their divine senses was too deep, and she could not withdraw for a moment. Su Ruowei was even worse. With the lowest cultivation and the least willpower, she began to emit faint moans. Lin Xuan was no better off. His pure Yang transformation body was fully activated under the deep resonance with Yang energy boiling desperately, needing Yin energy to balance. The three of them began to involuntarily heat up. Stop. Please stop. Liu Qingyin transmitted weakly, her voice barely audible. Senior sister. I can't control it. Su Ruowei's gaze was dazed as she pressed against Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, wanting to use his technique to forcefully stop, but once the Inyong Harmony Scripture entered deep resonance, it was like an untethered wild horse that could not be halted. Finally, the last strand of rationality snapped. This time it was no longer just the merging of spiritual power and divine senses, but the most primal and complete physical union. Yin and Yang converged, dragons and tigers harmonized. Liu Qingyin's Xian Yin spiritual body, Su Ruowei's true Yin energy, and Lin Xuan's pure Yang transformation body perfectly fused under the guidance of the Inyong Harmony Scripture, resulting in an astonishing transformation. Lin Xuan felt his cultivation skyrocketing. Qi refinement 7th level 225889, Qi refinement 8th level, breaking through 2 levels. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei also gained enormous benefits. Liu Qingyin's nascent soul early stage 1835, Su Ruowei's golden core mid-stage 1538, and both of their talents improved. But at this moment no one cared about cultivation. It was unclear how long had passed when the storm began to calm. Lin Xuan was the first to regain his senses. He looked at the two exquisite women beside him, his mind blank. It's over this time, it's really over. Liu Qingyin also awakened. She looked at the absurd scene before her, her face, pale, lips trembling, yet unable to speak. Su Ruowei was the last to awaken. She blinked, looked at her senior sister, then at Lin Xuan, and suddenly laughed. So, this feels so good. Su Ruowei. Liu Qingyin's voice trembled, unsure whether to be angry or embarrassed. Senior sister, don't be mad, Su Ruowei replied nonchalantly. Anyway, it's already like this, and isn't the effect quite good? I feel that after a few more rounds of dual cultivation, I can break through to the late stage of golden core. You? Shameless. Liu Qingyin grabbed her clothes to cover her body, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Xuan scrambled up, turning away. Master, and I. He didn't know what to say. Apologize. Or take responsibility. Liu Qingyin finished dressing, her tone cold. What happened today must not be spoken of. Otherwise. She did not finish, but her killing intent said it all. Senior sister, rest assured, I swear, I won't say a word. Su Ruowei also got dressed, moving closer to Liu Qingyin. Actually, it's nothing in the cultivation world. It's not uncommon for masters and disciples, sisters, to serve one man together. We three are united in heart, ascending together. How wonderful. Liu Qingyin glared at her, but did not refute. It was too late to investigate further. It was meaningless. Moreover, the effects were indeed astonishing. She looked inward, her nascent soul having solidified significantly, and her Xian Yin spiritual body becoming even stronger. At this rate, it was possible to break through to the midstage of nascent soul within a year. Lin Xuan, she said, looking at her disciple who was facing away, turn around. Lin Xuan turned stiffly, not daring to look up. Liu Qingyin's voice calmed somewhat. What has happened, there is no need for guilt. The path of cultivation is inherently defiant against heaven. There is no need to be bound by worldly customs. She paused. But from now on you must work even harder in your cultivation. Ruowei is correct. Since we three have reached this point, we should unite and strive together on the path of the Tao. Lin Xuan looked up, seeing that although Liu Qingyin's eyes held embarrassment and anger, they were filled more with determination. Disciple understands, he said solemnly. All right, it's good to have it out in the open, Su Ruowei said cheerfully. When will we dual cultivate next? I feel my bottleneck loosening again. Liu Qingyin held her forehead. You first solidify your cultivation. Dual cultivation will be once every half-month. Ah, that's so long. Su Ruowei wailed. Lin Xuan watched this scene feeling suddenly at ease. Perhaps this isn't so bad after all. Lin Xuan looked at the palm-sized array disc in his hand, lost in thought. The system seemed to know what he needed to hide, continuously providing him with concealment items. After last night's madness, the relationship among the three became delicate. On the surface, Liu Qingyin returned to her cold demeanor, but her gaze towards Lin Xuan was complex. Su Ruowei, on the other hand, completely let go, sticking to Lin Xuan all day, asking him various questions. Lin Xuan himself felt somewhat at a loss on how to face these two mentors. Fortunately, his cultivation had indeed improved. At the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he was already among the top in the outer sect. With the flowing cloud inner armor and the Qingfeng sword, he felt confident to contend with those at the early foundation establishment stage. During breakfast, the three sat together, the atmosphere awkward. Su Ruowei, however, was at ease eating as she asked little junior nephew, "Is that thing called a mobile phone from your hometown really able to transmit sound over long distances?" "Yes, it can also display images and play games," Lin Xuan replied. "Play games? What kind of games?" "It's a form of entertainment." Lin Xuan was unsure how to explain. Liu Qingyin put down her chopsticks, no talking while eating. The two fell silent. After the meal, Liu Qingyin said, "From today onwards, Lin Xuan's training will focus on practical combat. Ruowei, you will accompany him in training." "Sure." Su Ruowei exclaimed excitedly, "I love fighting." Lin Xuan could only smile wryly. Su Ruowei was at the mid-stage of Golden Core, and even if she suppressed her cultivation to the Qi refinement stage, her combat experience far surpassed his. Training. More like getting beaten up. Sure enough, in the courtyard, Su Ruowei held a wooden sword, smiling as she said, "Little junior nephew, senior sister asked me to train you, and I won't hold back." Lin Xuan swallowed hard and drew the Qingfeng sword. "Please guide me, senior." "Watch the sword." Su Ruowei thrust forward, her movement seemingly ordinary, but cutting off all escape routes. Lin Xuan executed the cloud shadow step to barely dodge, countering with a stunning sword. Too slow. Su Ruowei flicked her wooden sword, knocking aside the Qingfeng sword and striking Lin Xuan's wrist. Lin Xuan's wrist went numb, and he nearly dropped his sword. He hurriedly retreated 3 steps, but Su Ruowei followed closely, her wooden sword transforming into dozens of illusory shadows that enveloped him. Flowing cloud sword technique. Lin Xuan recognized it. This was a technique used by Li Changfeng, but in Su Ruowei's hands its power was on a completely different level. He struggled to defend against 10 moves before being poked in the throat by the wooden sword. "You lost." Su Ruowei sheathed her sword. "Your swordplay is too rigid and lacks flexibility. Let's go again." Throughout the morning, Lin Xuan lost 37 times. The best he managed was holding out for 50 moves. The worst was losing in 3 moves. No, you rely too much on your eyes." Su Ruowei shook her head. "In combat, cultivators rely on their divine sense for perception. Close your eyes and use your divine sense to see." Lin Xuan followed her advice and closed his eyes, spreading his divine sense. The world felt different through perception. He could see the flow of spiritual energy, hear the trajectory of the wind, and feel every subtle movement of Su Ruowei. "Let's go again." This time he lasted 70 moves. "You've made progress," Su Ruowei said with satisfaction. "We'll continue this afternoon." During lunch, Lin Xuan found himself shaking, unable to hold his chopsticks. Su Ruowei was careful with her strikes, not truly injuring him, but bruises were unavoidable. Liu Qingyin silently handed him a bottle of ointment for promoting blood circulation and resolving bruises. "Thank you, master." Lin Xuan took it. "I'll practice with you this afternoon," Liu Qingyin suddenly said. Lin Xuan's hand shook, nearly dropping the ointment. Su Ruowei's eyes widened. "Senior sister, you're going to join the fight personally. Then I want to watch." "As you wish." Thus in the afternoon, Lin Xuan's nightmare escalated. Using a bamboo stick, Liu Qingyin left him with no chance to fight back. Even with her cultivation suppressed to the Qi refinement stage, Liu Qingyin's sword techniques surpassed Su Ruowei's, not in skill, but in realm. Each of her strikes was perfectly executed. A moment too much or too little would be ineffective. The sword is not an extension of your arm, but an extension of your will. As Liu Qingyin taught, while striking, when the heart is there, the sword is there. Lin Xuan began to comprehend. He stopped pursuing techniques and focused on feeling the trajectory of the sword. The Qingfeng sword gradually came to life, as if it had a spirit of its own. 100 moves, 200 moves, 300 moves. He finally brushed against the corner of Liu Qingyin's robe, though he was immediately knocked away. "Not bad," Liu Qingyin said, sheathing her sword. "We'll continue tomorrow." Lin Xuan collapsed to the ground, his body sore, yet his heart felt exhilarated. This practical training was far more effective than solitary cultivation. After dinner, Liu Qingyin suddenly said, "In 7 days, the Eastern region's 7 sects grand competition will be held at the Tianjin sect. 3 participants from each of the Qi Refinement Foundation establishment and Golden Core groups. Lin Xuan, you will represent the Yunlan sect in the Qi refinement group. Lin Xuan was stunned me, but am only at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The competition rules state that the Qi refinement group is limited to those in the Qi refinement stage with no specific layer restrictions, Liu Qingyin explained. Though you are only at the 8th layer, your actual combat power is comparable to that of the 9th layer. Moreover, there are 7 days left, which is enough time for you to reach the 9th layer. Senior sister, am going to the Golden Core group. Su Ruowei raised her hand. You just broke through to the mid-stage of Golden Core. Your foundation is unstable and not suitable for battle. Liu Qingyin vetoed in this competition. The demon sect is likely to cause trouble. You should stay at the sect as a precaution. Su Ruowei pouted but did not argue. The top 3 in the competition can obtain the qualification to enter the mystic realm of Xiantian. Liu Qingyin looked at Lin Xuan. There are opportunities for foundation establishment within the mystic realm. If you can seize it, foundation establishment will be within reach. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Foundation establishment was the first major hurdle on the path of cultivation. How many cultivators remain stuck at the peak of Qi refinement for decades without progress? With the right opportunities, the success rate would greatly increase. I will do my best. Doing your best is not enough. You must strive to win. Liu Qingyin's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Yunlan sect has come in last place for 3 consecutive competitions. This time, with my breakthrough to nascent soul, I need to restore our prestige. If you can win, I can make an exception and grant you core teachings. Core teachings. That was the treatment reserved for the sect master's personal disciples, allowing the cultivation of the complete Yunlan true scripture and access to the sect's best resources. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. I will definitely win the championship. Liu Qingyin nodded and took out 3 jade slips. These contain information from past competitions, as well as intelligence on the genius cultivators of each sect in the Qi refinement stage. Study them carefully to know both yourself and your opponent. Understood. That night, Lin Xuan studied the jade slips in a side room. The 7 sects grand competition was held every 10 years among the 7 great sects of the eastern region, serving both as a contest and a means of resource allocation. This year's competition would take place at the Tianjin sect, with each sect sending their strongest disciples. In the Qi refinement group, noteworthy opponents included Li Mubai from the Tianjin sect, a peak Qi refinement, a genius in swordsmanship, who once defeated a foundation establishment cultivator in a single strike. Zhou Yin from the Xiandan Gate at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, a genius in alchemy, who excelled in using alchemical flames in battle. Han Li from the Beastmaster sect, also at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, possessed a foundation establishment stage spirit pet, effectively making it 2 against 1. Each one was a prodigy. Although Lin Xuan possessed the ability to battle above his level, facing these geniuses, his odds of winning were only 50-50. I need to quickly reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He silently resolved. Just as he was about to cultivate, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura outside the courtyard. It was neither Liu Qingyin nor Su Ruowei. This aura was cold and concealed. Had it not been for his pure yang transformation body, he wouldn't have detected it. The demon sect. Lin Xuan's heart tightened as he quietly approached the window. Under the moonlight, a shadow floated into the courtyard like a ghost, stopping outside the main room. The shadow reached out, seemingly attempting to break the restrictions. Just then, the door to the main room opened. Liu Qingyin stood with her sword, the moonlight illuminating her cold face like a celestial being. I've been waiting for you for a long time, she said calmly. The shadow was startled and turned to flee. But suddenly the formation light lit up in the courtyard, trapping him. A subarray of the mountain protection formation. The shadow's voice was hoarse. Liu Qingyin, you were prepared. Was it Hua Qianying who sent you? Liu Qingyin pointed her sword at the shadow. Speak your purpose, and he'll spare your life. The shadow sneered. You think you can keep me alive? He retreated sharply, throwing out 3 black beads. The beads exploded into a thick black mist, obscuring vision and divine sense. Liu Qingyin's sword light flashed, cutting through the black mist, but the shadow had already disappeared without a trace. A fleeing talisman. Liu Qingyin frowned. Lin Xuan rushed out of the side room. Master, are you all right? I'm fine. Liu Qingyin sheathed her sword. It was a spy from the demon sect who used a high-level fleeing talisman. We couldn't catch up. Su Ruowei also came out of the house, rubbing her sleepy eyes. What happened? Did an enemy come? He ran away. Liu Qingyin looked at Lin Xuan. Your reaction was very quick. It seems the combat training is effective. Lin Xuan could only smile wryly. He wasn't quick to react. He hadn't been sleeping at all. The demon sect has already begun to act. They will certainly create trouble during the competition. Liu Qingyin's expression became serious. Lin Xuan, for the next 7 days you will go into seclusion to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Ruowei, you will guard him. Yes. Both replied simultaneously. That night Lin Xuan began his seclusion. With the assistance of enlightenment tea leaves along with Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei taking turns to guard him, and the benefits of the Inyong Harmony Dao scripture paired with his dual cultivation physique, his cultivation speed was astonishing. 3 days later, he broke through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. By the 6th day, he was at the mid-stage of the 9th layer. On the morning of the 7th day, Lin Xuan exited his seclusion. His aura was contained, his eyes shone brightly, and his movements exuded a hint of a masterful demeanor. Not bad, Liu Qingyin assessed him. Though you haven't reached perfection, your foundation is solid. You can compete with those geniuses. She handed Lin Xuan a storage bag. Inside are 3 third-grade talismans and a protective magical treasure. Use them at critical moments. Additionally, this autumn water sword is temporarily loaned to you. It's better than your Qingfeng sword. Lin Xuan took it. As the autumn water sword was unsheathed, its blade shimmered like autumn water, emanating a chilling aura. This was a third-grade flying sword of considerable value. I will not disappoint you. Go, I will wait for your triumphant return at the sect. Liu Qingyin rarely showed a hint of a smile. If you achieve first place, I will have a great reward for you. Lin Xuan nodded firmly and turned to leave. Watching his receding figure, Su Ruowei quietly asked senior sister, do you think little junior nephew can win? He can. Liu Qingyin's tone was resolute because he must win. Outside the mountain gate, a massive flying boat hovered. This was the Yunlan sect's flying magical treasure cloud shuttle led by the law enforcement elder Li Qingyin, with 10 disciples participating in the competition. Lin Xuan boarded the flying boat and found 9 people already waiting. Among them were 3 in the qi refinement stage and 6 in the foundation establishment stage. Liu Qingyin didn't send anyone to the Golden Core group because Su Ruowei was to stay behind. Junior brother Lin. A familiar voice sounded. Lin Xuan turned his head, and to his surprise it was Chun Ming. He had also reached foundation establishment and was representing the foundation establishment group in battle. Senior brother Chun. Lin Xuan exclaimed in delight. I heard you were accepted as a personal disciple by the sect master and made it into the top 8 of the outer sect. Impressive. Chun Ming smiled. In this competition, the Qi refinement group will rely on you. I will do my best, Lin Xuan replied modestly. The flying boat set off, heading towards the Tianjin sect. Lin Xuan stood by the window watching the gradually distant Yunlan sect, feeling a surge of ambition. The 7 sects grand competition. I am here. The Tianjin sect is located in the central region of the eastern domain, with 7 sword-shaped peaks piercing the clouds, resembling 7 colossal swords pointing towards the sky. As Yun Su descended onto the plaza at the mountain gate, several sects had already arrived. Flying boats, celestial cranes, and streaks of light came and went in continuous succession, with cultivators clad in various Dao robes bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. That is the Tianjin sect, the foremost sword sect in the eastern domain. Chun Ming introduced to Lin Xuan. Do you see those 7 peaks? Each represents a different sword path, and the peak masters are all nascent soul sword cultivators. Lin Xuan nodded. The Tianjin sect truly exudes grandeur, with sword qi soaring at the mountain gate, causing ordinary cultivators nearby to feel a prickling sensation on their skin. The Yunlan sect was assigned to the guest house on the west side. The courtyard is small but tranquil, with a formation in place to prevent external spying. The grand competition officially begins tomorrow. Today is free to roam, but do not cause trouble, elder Li Qingyin advised. Especially you, Lin Xuan, as you are the direct disciple of the sect master, many eyes are on you. Disciple understands. After settling in, Lin Xuan practiced in the courtyard. As he began to circulate his cultivation method, he sensed several divine senses sweeping over. These were merely probing, lacking malice, but it made him quite uncomfortable. It seems I am indeed being watched, he thought to himself. In the evening, Chun Ming came to find him. Lin, junior brother, shall we go out for a stroll? I've heard that the Tianjin sect's market is quite lively, with many good things available. Lin Xuan, wanting to understand the situation with his opponents, agreed. The Tianjin sect's market was built at the foot of the mountain, crisscrossed by 3 streets lined with shops. There were shops selling magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, as well as restaurants and tea houses filled with bustling voices. After browsing for a while, Lin Xuan purchased some materials for crafting talismans, while Chun Ming bought a bottle of elixirs. Just as they were about to head back, a commotion arose ahead. Even the trash of the Xiandan sect dares to come to the grand competition. Go back and refine your elixirs. Exactly, has refining elixirs made you foolish enough to think you can fight? A few disciples wearing Tianjin sect robes surrounded a young man, mocking him. The young man's face flushed, red fists clenched, but he did not retort. Lin Xuan recognized the young man. Zhou Yin, the top of the Xiandan sect in the Qi refinement stage, known for his introverted personality and poor verbal skills. Senior brother Chun, is that Zhou Yin? Yes. The Xiandan sect is famous for alchemy, but their combat strength is generally weak and often ridiculed, Chun Ming replied in a low voice. However, Zhou Yin is not simple. His fire control technique is superb, and he has injured foundation establishment cultivators with alchemical flames before. Lin Xuan nodded just as he was about to leave when he suddenly heard a Tianjin sect disciple say, "I heard your sister is seriously ill and needs the ice heart lotus to save her. Beg me, and I will give it to you." Zhou Yin abruptly looked up, fury flashing in his eyes. "How do you know?" "Who in the Xiandan sect doesn't know?" The disciple scoffed. "Unfortunately, the ice heart lotus is only available in the Tianjin sect's herb garden. What do you have to exchange for it?" "Those few broken elixirs of yours." Zhou Yin gritted his teeth. "I have the formula for the third-grade elixir Ning Ing Dan." A hush fell over the crowd. Ning Ing Dan, a fourth-grade elixir that assists in forming the nascent soul, is worth a fortune. The Tianjin sect disciple's eyes lit up. "Really?" "I swear on my Dao heart," Zhou Yin said. "As long as you give me the ice heart lotus, I will hand over the formula without hesitation." The leading disciple exchanged glances with the others and chuckled. "Fine. But you'll have to wait until after the grand competition. Who knows if you're lying?" "My sister can't wait that long," Zhou Yin exclaimed anxiously. "There's nothing we can do about that," the disciple shrugged. "The herb garden is closed during the competition and no one can enter." Zhou Yan's face turned pale. Lin Xuan, watching from the sidelines, felt a stir in his heart. He stepped forward. "Friend Zhou, may I have a word?" Zhou Yin and the Tianjin sect disciples turned to look at him. "You are Lin Xuan of the Yunlan sect." One of the Tianjin sect disciples recognized him, the newly accepted disciple of Master Liu. "Exactly so," Lin Xuan nodded. "I have something to discuss with friend Zhou. Would you mind granting us some privacy?" The disciples exchanged glances, snorted, and walked away. While the Yunlan sect may not be as prestigious as the Tianjin sect, with Liu Qingyin recently reaching the nascent soul stage, they dared not offend them too much. Zhou Yin looked at Lin Xuan warily. "What is it, Lin Dao friend?" "I have the ice heart lotus," Lin Xuan stated directly. Zhou Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious?" Lin Xuan took out a jade box from his storage bag. This was obtained during yesterday's sign-in. Upon opening it, inside lay a crystal-clear spiritual herb resembling a lotus, exuding a faint chill. "It really is the ice heart lotus," Zhou Yin exclaimed, trembling with excitement. "Lin Dao friend, what do you want?" "I will give you anything I have." "The formula," Lin Xuan replied, "the formula for Ning Ing Dan." Without hesitation, Zhou Yin took out a jade slip. "Here. This is the complete formula. I swear on my Dao heart that it is genuine." Lin Xuan took it, his divine sense sweeping over it to ensure accuracy. He handed the ice heart lotus to Zhou Yin. "Deal." Zhou Yin carefully stored the ice heart lotus, deeply bowing to Lin Xuan. "I am deeply grateful. In the future, if Lin Dao friend needs anything, Zhou Yin will not hesitate to help." "You are too polite, friend Zhou." Lin Xuan helped him up. "Quickly return to save your sister." Zhou Yin nodded vigorously and hurried away. Chun Ming approached. "Lin Jr. brother, you really gave him the ice heart lotus. That's a fourth-grade spiritual herb worth quite a lot of spirit stones. The formula for Ning Ing Dan is even more valuable," Lin Xuan replied with a smile. "Besides, making a friend is always worthwhile." Chun Ming seemed to ponder this. Returning to the guest house, Lin Xuan began to study the formula. Crafting Ning Ing Dan is extremely complex, requiring 14 types of medicinal materials, 3 of which are rare heavenly treasures. At his current level, he wouldn't be able to refine it within 10 years. He'll hold on to this for now. It will be useful later. He put away the jade slip. Late at night, Lin Xuan practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard. With the Qiu Shui sword in hand, it felt like an extension of his own body. He attempted to merge the Yunzong step, the stunning swan sword, and the silk binding hand, creating a prototype of his own sword technique. Just as he was deeply immersed in practice, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. "Who?" He sheathed his sword and turned around. Under the moonlight, a young man in white walked towards him. The youth appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a handsome face, carrying an ancient long sword on his back. With each step he took, the sword chi grew stronger, and by the time he reached the courtyard, he resembled a sword that had just been unsheathed. "Tianjin sect Li Mubai," the young man spoke, his voice cool. "I heard you are the direct disciple of Master Liu, and I came to learn from you." Lin Xuan's heart sank. Li Mubai, a perfected chi refinement cultivator, was an ancient century sword genius of the Tianjin sect and a favorite to win this grand competition. "Now," Lin Xuan asked. Now Li Mubai drew his sword. "We will only spar with sword techniques, no spiritual power." Lin Xuan understood this was a test of his capabilities. He tightened his grip on the Qiu Shui sword. "Please." Without any further words, Li Mubai lunged forward with a sword thrust. This strike seemed ordinary, yet Lin Xuan felt his hair standing on end. Too fast. Too precise. Too ruthless. He quickly retreated while swinging his sword to block. When their swords clashed, Lin Xuan's arm went numb, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. "Not bad, you were able to take one of my strikes." Li Mubai's eyes flickered with surprise as he said again. The second, third, and fourth strikes came like a storm. Each one targeted his vital points. Lin Xuan executed the Yunzong step to its limits, barely managing to dodge and block, but he was already at a disadvantage. After 10 exchanges, Lin Xuan was struck in the left shoulder. Though he hadn't used spiritual power, the sword tip had hit an acupoint, causing his entire arm to go numb. You lost. Li Mubai sheathed his sword. Lin Xuan could only smile bitterly. He had indeed lost, and it was a thorough defeat. Li Mubai's sword technique had reached a level of perfection, returning to simplicity. He was simply not on the same level. But you were able to take 10 of my strikes. You were the first in the chi refinement stage to do so, Li Mubai said, rarely complimenting someone. I look forward to battling you with all my might in the grand competition. After saying this, he turned and left, disappearing into the night like a sword. Lin Xuan's hand gripping the sword trembled. It was not fear, it was excitement. Having such an opponent makes the grand competition much more interesting. He returned to his room and could not sleep the entire night, repeatedly recalling each of Li Mubai's strikes. By dawn, he finally had an epiphany. His sword has no extraneous movements, each strike aimed directly at the target. My sword is too flashy, Lin Xuan muttered to himself. Eliminate the flashiness and retain only the essence. He took his sword to the courtyard and practiced again. This time the sword techniques became much simpler, yet their power increased rather than diminished. By the time the sun rose, he had initially grasped the essence of simplicity. Elderly Jinyue called everyone together. The grand competition is about to begin. Follow me. In the plaza, disciples from the 7 sects gathered together. Lin Xuan saw Li Mubai, Zhou Yin, and several other geniuses from the records. On the high platform sat 7 nascent soul ancestors. Liu Qingyin was among them, dressed in white, radiating an otherworldly aura. She nodded slightly upon seeing Lin Xuan. The sect master of the Tianjian sect stood up, his voice echoing across the plaza. The 7 sect grand competition begins now. The rules are simple: a platform match. The winner advances, the loser is eliminated. The use of disposable magical artifacts and banned drugs is prohibited, and injuries must not be inflicted intentionally. He paused. For the Chi refinement group, the first round will be determined by drawing lots. It starts now. Lin Xuan drew the third lot, and his opponent was Han Li of the Beastmaster sect. In the first match, he would face a formidable enemy with a Foundation Establishment spirit pet. He tightened his grip on the Qiu Shui sword, his fighting spirit ignited. Come on, let me see just how strong the geniuses of the Eastern Domain truly are. Successful sign-in. Acquired spiritual talisman, one-time use. Effect: after use within 12 hours, one can perceive the opponent's spiritual energy circulation trajectory, allowing one to see through most illusions and disguises. Lin Xuan stood beside platform No. 3, feeling the warmth of the talisman in his hand. The system is truly considerate. The first battle of the day comes with a tool to expose weaknesses. On the platform, Han Li from the Beastmaster sect had already taken his position. He is a lean young man with dark skin and sharp eyes like an eagle. Perched on his shoulder is a completely fiery red fox, its 3 tails gently swaying. This is the early stage Foundation Establishment spiritual pet, 3-tailed fire fox. Lin Xuan of Yunlan sect, please enlighten me. Lin Xuan cupped his fists. Han Li grinned, revealing white teeth. Han Li of Beastmaster sect. Junior brother Lin, be careful, my little fire won't hold back. The referee announced the start. Han Li did not rush to attack, but took 3 steps back, forming hand seals. The 3-tailed fire fox jumped down from his shoulder, its body swelling up to the size of a calf, with its 3 tails igniting in blazing flames. Little fire attack. The fire fox let out a low growl and transformed into a red blur, charging forward. Its speed far exceeded that of a chi refinement stage cultivator. Lin Xuan was already prepared, activating the cloud shadow step and sidestepping. The fire fox's sharp claws brushed past the edge of his clothing, creating a wave of scorching heat. So fast, someone in the audience exclaimed. The 3-tailed fire fox is known for its speed, and with its Foundation Establishment cultivation, a chi refinement cultivator simply cannot keep up. Yet Lin Xuan remained unperturbed. The spiritual talisman had activated in his sleeve, and a subtle golden light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, every movement of the fire fox became clear, and the trajectory of the spiritual energy flowing within it was evident. What thrilled him even more was that the superhuman perception granted by the pure yang transformation body, combined with the effect of the spiritual talisman, allowed him to predict the fire fox's attack routes. With every second and third lunge, Lin Xuan managed to dodge at the crucial moment. Though it seemed perilous, he was in complete control. Han Li frowned. This is interesting. Little fire use fire explosion. The fire fox opened its mouth and spat out a fireball the size of a human head, aimed directly at Lin Xuan's face. Before the fireball arrived, the heat wave made it difficult to breathe. Lin Xuan did not dare to take it heat-in. The autumn water sword drew a curved sword light, executing the guarding sword style taught by Liu Qingyin. The sword light spread like a curtain of water colliding with the fireball. Boom. The fireball exploded and Lin Xuan was forced back 5 steps, his hand gripping the sword slightly numb. The full-force strike of a Foundation Establishment stage spiritual pet was indeed formidable. However, this strike revealed a flaw to him. The Firefox experienced a brief pause in spiritual energy after each fireball was spat. Though the pause was short, it was sufficient for Lin Xuan. Now's the time, he thought, his body shooting out like lightning. He did not charge at the Firefox, but headed straight for Han Li. Capture the leader first. Someone yelled from the audience. Han Li's expression changed, and he hurriedly called back the Firefox to protect him. But Lin Xuan was faster, and his sword, like a startled swan, aimed directly at Han Li's throat. In a panic, Han Li summoned a bone shield. Clang! The sword clashed with the shield, shattering it, and Han Li stumbled back, 3 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Firefox had returned to assist, its sharp claws reaching for Lin Xuan's back. Yet Lin Xuan seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, sidestepping, spinning, and drawing his sword in one fluid motion. Silken Hand Vortex Force. This was a transformed technique that fused swordplay. The autumn water sword coiled around the Firefox's front paw like a spirit snake, gently twisting and lifting. The Firefox let out a painful howl, its front paw bleeding profusely. Little fire. Han Li's eyes widened in anger. Lin Xuan, seizing the advantage, unleashed a flurry of sword lights. He did not use lethal moves, but targeted the joints of the Firefox's limbs. This technique evolved from the Silken Hand, not seeking to inflict heavy injuries, but to restrict movement. The Firefox charged left and right, but was unable to escape the coverage of the sword lights. Han Li wanted to help, but Lin Xuan managed to drive him back with a sword at every critical moment. This swordplay is quite peculiar. A disciple from the Tianjin sect frowned. It seems chaotic, yet every strike targets a vital point. It's not just the swordplay, his movements are even more bizarre. Han Li's Firefox is known for its speed, yet can never touch the edge of his clothing. When did Yunlan sect produce such a character? On the platform, the battle had reached its conclusion. The Firefox's forelegs were all injured, moving sluggishly. Han Li's spiritual energy was over half depleted, and his face was pale. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword and stepped back. Senior brother Han, do you wish to continue? Han Li gritted his teeth, looking at his injured pet, and finally sighed. I concede. The victor is Lin Xuan of Yunlan sect, the referee announced loudly. Applause erupted from the audience. With the Qi refinement stage cultivation defeating an opponent with a Foundation Establishment stage spiritual pet, this achievement was indeed commendable. Lin Xuan stepped down from the platform, and Chun Ming approached. Junior brother Lin, well done. Just luck, Lin Xuan replied modestly. In truth, without the spiritual eye talisman and the pure yang transformation, body winning would not have been easy. Han Li had underestimated the situation initially, allowing the Firefox to take the lead while he held back. By the time he realized, it was already too late. The next round is the top 16. Your opponent might be Zhao Wujia from the Tianjin sect. Chun Ming whispered, that person has a ruthless sword technique. You must be cautious. Lin Xuan nodded. He had heard of Zhao Wujia, an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, adept at swift sword techniques, said to have defeated opponents of the same rank with 3 strikes. As they spoke, a gaze fell upon him. Lin Xuan turned to see Li Mubai standing not far away watching him. Their eyes met, and Li Mubai slightly nodded, seemingly affirming his strength. Lin Xuan returned the nod. This opponent was worth his full effort. On a distant high platform, Liu Qingyin watched Lin Xuan descend, a slight smile at the corner of her lips. Though she appeared calm, there was a hint of approval in her eyes. This esteemed disciple of sect leader Liu is quite extraordinary, a red-robed elder beside her remarked. He was Elder Zhou of the Xindan sect. Elder Zhou, you flatter me, Liu Qingyin replied lightly. However, with such combat strength at the Qi refinement stage, if he were at Foundation Establishment, it would be remarkable. Another black-robed elder interjected. He was an elder of the Beastmaster sect, his tone carrying discontent. Han Li was his disciple. Liu Qingyin glanced at him. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount, losing is losing. The black-robed elder snorted and fell silent. Further away in a corner of the audience, a black-clad figure wearing a hat sat quietly. Beneath the hat, Hua Qianying's red lips curled slightly. The young lord has become stronger. It seems I must act soon. She lightly tapped the armrest with her fingers, a glint of calculation flashing in her eyes. Lin Xuan returned to the Yunlan sect's residence, beginning to meditate and recover. The next match was in the afternoon, and he still had time to prepare. Battle insights detected. Cloud Shadow Step proficiency has increased to small achievement. Autumn Water Sword has gained a new transformed technique, surprising Swan Rapid. Acquired combat experience package, Beastmaster type. System notifications rang out in succession. Lin Xuan absorbed the experience package, and numerous techniques for battling demonic beasts filled his mind, especially how to deal with speed-type demonic beasts. It seems each battle grants corresponding insights. He felt secretly pleased. This meant gaining something from every battle, and his growth rate far surpassed that of ordinary people. During lunch, Chen Ming brought the latest battle report. In the first round of 32 matches, 3 from Yunlan sect participated, 2 advanced, and 1 narrowly lost. This result is considered above average among the 7 sects. The Tianjin sect had 6 victories, Xianan sect had 4 advance, and Beastmaster sect had 3. Chen Ming listed them one by one. Our Yunlan sect is doing quite well. Junior brother Lin, do your best this afternoon, strive for a spot in the top 8. Lin Xuan nodded. The top 8 would bring rewards, and the top 4 would have qualifications to enter the Xiantian secret realm. He closed his eyes, beginning to recall the battle footage of Zhao Wujia. The jade slip provided by Liu Qingyin contained records. Zhao Wujia was fast, fierce, and precise, adept at defeating enemies in one strike. His weakness is his lack of endurance. After 3 strikes, his momentum wanes. Then I will drag it out, Lin Xuan strategized, focus on defense, deplete his sharpness, and wait for the opportunity to counterattack. In the afternoon, the top 16 matches began. Lin Xuan stood on platform No. 7, facing a cold young man standing with a sword in his arms. It was Zhao Wujia. Tianjin sect, Zhao Wujia. The young man's voice was icy. 10 moves to defeat you. Please, Lin Xuan replied, holding his sword across his chest. The referee waved the flag. Begin. Zhao Wujia moved. The sword light flashed, and he was already 3 meters away, the sword tip aimed straight at Lin Xuan's brow. So fast. Faster than Li Mubai. Lin Xuan's pupils constricted, and he fully deployed the guarding sword style. The tip of the sword rapidly enlarged in his pupil. Lin Xuan could even sense the sharp sound of the sword energy piercing through the air. At the brink of life and death, the pure yang transformation body automatically operated to its utmost limit, as if time had slowed down. He could clearly see every pattern on the sword's blade and the subtle movement of Zhao Wuji's wrist. Sword guard technique, water curtain, heavenly splendor. The autumn water sword traced a perfect arc resembling a waterfall rolling back. This was not the sword guard technique taught by Liu Qingyin, but a transformation intuitively realized by Lin Xuan under the pressure of life and death. Clang. The 2 swords collided, sparks flying. Lin Xuan staggered back 7 steps, his tiger's mouth cracked, blood staining the sword hilt. What a heavy sword. Zhao Wuji's sword not only was fast, but its power also far exceeded that of the same realm. If Lin Xuan had not timely transformed his technique, dissipating 7 parts of the force with a gentle touch, the sword would have slipped from his hand. First move. Zhao Wuji remained expressionless, and the second sword followed closely. This time it was a horizontal slash, the sword light, like a ribbon, sealing off all escape routes to the left and right. Lin Xuan could only retreat, but Zhao Wuji was like a shadow with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th swords. The swords came like a raging storm, each one targeting his vital points. Lin Xuan was stretched thin, pushing the sword guard technique to its limits just to barely block. 6th move. Zhao Wuji suddenly changed his technique, the sword momentum shifting from fast to strange, the sword light, like a venomous snake striking from an incredible angle toward Lin Xuan's rib. Lin Xuan was too late to return his sword for defense. In a critical moment, his body twisted in defiance of common sense, the sword edge brushing past his rib and taking away a corner of his clothing. Edge. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. That earlier evasion was something one couldn't achieve in the qi refining stage. Lin Xuan's cold sweat soaked his back. That sword, had it not been for the extraordinary flexibility granted by the pure yang transformation body, he would have been severely injured. He could not be passive anymore. 7th move. Zhao Wuji's sword momentum changed again, this time a downward cleave with great might, as if intending to split him in 2 with 1 strike. Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with golden light. The effect of the spiritual eye talisman was still active. He saw that although Zhao Wuji's sword was fierce, it would have a brief stiffness after the attack. Now's the time. Instead of retreating, he advanced, sidestepping at the moment the sword edge was about to reach him, narrowly avoiding the strike. At the same time, the autumn water sword shot out like a poisonous dragon from its cave, directly targeting Zhao Wuji's wrist, holding the sword. Surround Wei and rescue Zhao? If Zhao Wuji were to continue his cleave, his wrist would surely be pierced. He could only withdraw his sword for defense, causing a momentary interruption in the sword momentum. Lin Xuan seized this fleeting opportunity, executing the swift sword of the surprised swan. This was a technique he had comprehended that morning, abandoning all variations and solely pursuing extreme speed. The sword light flashed like lightning, directly piercing toward Zhao Wuji's throat. Zhao Wuji's face finally changed. He hurriedly retreated, but the sword light was too fast, already at hand. Clang. At the critical moment, Zhao Wuji's left hand flicked out a sword energy, deflecting the sword edge. The sword tip grazed his neck, leaving a trail of blood. The two passed each other 3 zhang apart, each panting. The audience was silent. The recent series of exchanges had been so fast-paced it left the spectators dazzled. For a qi refining stage cultivator to reach this level is beyond imagination. 8th move. Zhao Wuji touched the bloodstain on his neck, the first hint of seriousness appearing in his eyes. You are worthy of my full strength. He slowly raised his sword, and the blade shone with blinding white light. Spiritual energy surged crazily toward the tip of the sword, condensing into a dazzling point of light. Heavenly sword, art breaking army. The sword was unleashed, illuminating the entire arena. The might of this sword had surpassed the qi refining realm, faintly touching the threshold of foundation establishment. Before the sword arrived, the sword energy had already pressured Lin Xuan, making it hard for him to breathe. He could not take it hidden. Lin Xuan made a quick judgment. He stomped on the ground, activating the cloud shadow steps to their utmost limit, his figure moving left like a ghost for 3 zhang. But the sword light, like a persistent pest, unexpectedly curved in midair, continuing to pursue. Sword energy lock-on. Someone in the audience exclaimed, Zhao Wuji actually mastered sword energy lock-in. This is a technique of the foundation establishment realm. Lin Xuan's heart sank to the depths. He could not escape, and could only take it hidden. He stood firm, gripping the sword with both hands, and the pure yang energy within him surged wildly. The autumn water sword emitted a humming sound, and its blade shimmered with a faint golden light. This was the manifestation of the pure yang energy infusing into the sword body. Sword guard technique, but not for defense, rather. Surprise swan guard. Lin Xuan roared low, and the sword light transformed into a golden round shield blocking in front of him. This was a technique he had created himself, combining the defense of the sword guard technique with the determination of the surprised swan sword. Not seeking to harm the enemy, only to protect himself. Boom! The sword light collided with the golden shield, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. The shockwave swept across the entire arena, causing the protective formation to tremble violently. As the dust settled, Lin Xuan knelt on one knee, the autumn water sword embedded 3 feet in front of him, the blade covered in cracks. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his clothing torn at the front, revealing the flowing cloud inner armor. There was a deep sword mark on the inner armor, almost penetrating through. But he had blocked it. Zhao Wuji stood 10 zhang away, his sword-holding hand slightly trembling. The breaking army sword had consumed most of his spiritual energy, yet he had not defeated his opponent. 9th move. His voice was hoarse. You surprised me. Lin Xuan slowly stood up, drawing out the cracked autumn water sword. There is one more move. Zhao Wuji fell silent, suddenly sheathing his sword. I concede. The audience erupted in an uproar. Concede. Zhao Shixiang was clearly in the dominant position. What do you know? Zhao Shixiang's spiritual energy is nearly exhausted, and continuing the fight could lead to uncertain outcomes. It's better to conserve strength for the revival match of the losing group. But he only used 9 moves. Isn't it said that 10 moves defeat the enemy? Is face more important or practicality? Fool. The referee paused for a moment before loudly declaring, the victor is Lin Xuan of the Yunlan sect. Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief, his vision darkening, almost falling over. Chun Ming rushed up to the arena to support him. Lin Shitty, are you all right? I'm fine, just exhausted. Lin Xuan forced a smile. That last sword had drained all his spiritual and physical energy. Had it not been for the flowing cloud inner armor blocking most of the sword energy, he would have been seriously injured. Zhao Wuji approached, tossing him a small jade bottle. Recovery pill, consider it compensation for your sword. Lin Xuan accepted it. Thank you. No need. Zhao Wuji turned. Next time I will win. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Xuan gained a new understanding of this cold swordsman. Able to yield and endure, knowing when to advance and retreat, this is the true genius. Returning to the residence, Liu Qingyin was already waiting in the courtyard. She examined Lin Xuan's injuries and confirmed there were no issues before saying, well fought. Zhao Wuji's sort of breaking army is difficult for an ordinary foundation establishment stage practitioner to withstand. Master praises me too highly, though I merely took advantage of the situation. Winning is winning, there's no need to call it taking advantage. Liu Qingyin took out a new sword, saying, the Qiushui sword is destroyed, so you can use this Hanfrost for now. The Hanfrost sword was entirely silvery white, with ice crystal patterns along the blade, a mid-tier 3rd-grade sword superior to the Qiushui sword. Thank you, Master. Rest well, tomorrow's quarterfinals will have tough opponents. Liu Qingyin paused for a moment, saying, your performance today was too eye-catching and has drawn attention from various parties. The demonic sect may also have their eyes on you. Lin Xuan felt a chill in his heart. Disciple will be careful. Liu Qingyin nodded and left. Lin Xuan took a recovery pill and began to meditate. Having fought 2 battles today, the gains were immense. Not only had his swordsmanship advanced, but his application of the pure Yang transformation body was also more proficient. Detected high-intensity combat insights. The sword of the flying swallow advanced to great accomplishment, comprehended the rudiments of sword intent. Indomitable development of the pure Yang transformation body increased to 15, gained special ability pure Yang sword chi beginner pure Yang sword chi. Lin Xuan attempted to channel it, gathering a wisp of light golden sword chi at his fingertips, burning hot and sharp. Although still weak, its growth potential was immense. Another trump card, he thought with hidden delight. Late at night, while Lin Xuan was consolidating his cultivation, he suddenly sensed a foreign aura approaching. It was not hostile, but rather probing. He remained still, pretending to cultivate, while his divine sense quietly expanded. He saw a slender figure hiding among the shadows of the trees outside. It was Hua Qianying. As expected, she had come. Hua Qianying did not approach, but observed from a distance. After a long while, she silently departed. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, frowning. Being targeted by the saintess of the demonic sect was not a good thing. He needed to increase his strength quickly. At the very least, he needed to establish his foundation to have the ability to protect himself. The next morning, Lin Xuan signed in. Sign-in successful. Reward barrier breaking. Pill 1 effect can break through small realm bottlenecks upon consumption limited to below foundation establishment. A barrier breaking pill. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed right now. Transitioning from the 9th level of Qi refining to completion was a small bottleneck. With the barrier breaking pill, he could save months of hard work. He did not consume it immediately, but stored it away. The quarterfinals were about to begin, and there wouldn't be enough time to consolidate if he broke through now. It was better to save it for a critical moment. In the quarterfinals, Lin Xuan's opponent was Zhou Yin from the Xindan sect. On the arena, Zhou Yin clasped his fist, saying, "Lin Daoyo, I will remember the favor of the medicine you gifted yesterday. However, this battle concerns the honor of our sect, and I will not hold back." "That is only right," Lin Xuan replied. Zhou Yin was well known for his mastery of alchemy flames. But it was only during their actual confrontation that Lin Xuan realized the terror of the alchemy flames. As the match began, Zhou Yin formed hand seals, and 2 blazing red flames rose from his palms, the heat causing the protective barrier around the arena to warp slightly. "Go!" he exclaimed, and the flames transformed into 2 fire serpents, twisting and lunging toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan swung his sword to slash them, only to find signs of melting at the moment the sword's edge met the fire serpents. He hurriedly withdrew his sword, dodging with the cloud shadow step. "My alchemy flames can melt gold and stone. Ordinary magical artifacts will be destroyed upon contact," Zhou Yin said. "Lin Daoyo, be careful." The fire serpents were extraordinarily agile, pursuing him as if they were living creatures. Lin Xuan changed his position 3 times, but could not shake them off. "If I can't get close, then I'll attack from a distance." He made up his mind and pulled out 3 fireball talismans from his storage bag. These were drawn by himself. Channeling his spiritual energy, the 3 fireballs shot towards Zhou Yin in a triangular formation. Zhou Yin laughed, "Playing with fire in front of me." He reached out his hand, and the 3 fireballs changed direction, being absorbed into his palm, their flames intensifying. "Here you go." The fireballs reflected back with even greater speed. Lin Xuan hurriedly dodged. The fireballs whizzed past him, creating 3 scorched pits on the arena. "Alchemy flames can manipulate all fires, including talisman fires," Zhou Yin explained. Lin Daoyo conceded, "I do not wish to harm you." Lin Xuan shook his head. He sheathed the Hanfrost sword and formed hand seals. This was a technique he comprehended after receiving the combat experience pack from the system last night. Pure Yang sword chi condense. A golden light gathered at his fingertips, transforming into a 3-foot-long sword. This sword was neither metal nor jade, but formed from pure Yang energy, unafraid of flames. "Huh." Zhou Yin was surprised. "This is sword chi taking shape. A foundation establishment stage technique." "You'll find out if you try," Lin Xuan said as he swung his sword toward the fire serpents. The pure Yang sword chi collided with the alchemy flames, producing hissing sounds. The flames were gradually being dissolved by the sword chi. Pure Yang restrains the yin and evil. Alchemy flames belong to Yang. Why are they being suppressed? Zhou Yin was puzzled. Lin Xuan himself did not understand either. But since it worked, he decided to continue. He attacked swiftly, and wherever the pure Yang sword chi passed, the fire serpents retreated step by step. Zhou Yan's expression grew serious as he waved his hands, summoning more flames that transformed into firewalls, fire nets, and fire rains, overwhelming Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan pushed the pure Yang sword chi to its limits, the sword light piercing through the sea of fire, creating a path. The two fought fiercely, flames and golden light intertwining, causing gasps from the audience below. After 30 exchanges, Zhou Yan's spiritual energy was depleted and the flames weakened. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity, breaking through the firewall with a single sword strike, stopping the sword tip 3 inches from Zhou Yan's throat. I concede, Zhou Yan said candidly. Lin Dao, your sword qi is specialized against flames. I am convinced. Thank you for your kindness, Lin Xuan said, sheathing his sword. The pure yang sword qi dissipated and his face turned pale. This move consumed too much energy, and he was almost at his limit. The referee announced Lin Xuan's advancement to the semifinals. Below the stage, Liu Qingyin showed surprise in her eyes. Pure yang sword qi. When did this kid comprehend it? Moreover, it could actually restrain alchemy flame, something that was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary pure yang physique. Her gaze toward Lin Xuan held a deeper meaning. The 4 strongest emerged: Li Mubai from the Tianjin sect, Zhao Wuji, who advanced through the resurrection, matched Lu Feng from the Xiandan sect, and Lin Xuan from the Yunlan sect. This result surprised many. It is indeed rare for a member of the Yunlan sect to break into the top 4, especially at the 9th level of qi refinement. The draw results: Lin Xuan versus Lu Feng, Li Mubai versus Zhao Wuji. Lu Feng, the chief disciple of the Xiandan sect, has achieved perfection in qi refinement, excelling in alchemy, and particularly adept at using poison. Records show that during a spar he rendered a foundation establishment cultivator powerless within 3 breaths. Using poison. Lin Xuan frowned. This was the most troublesome type, nearly impossible to defend against. Liu Qingyin handed him 3 antidote pills. Lu Feng often uses 7 steps back soft bone powder and soul-distracting smoke. These pills can counteract them. But if he uses his unique, deadly poison, it would be hard to say. I will be careful, Lin Xuan replied. The match began in the afternoon. By the time Lin Xuan took the stage, Lu Feng had already been waiting for a long time. Before him stood a pale-faced young man, his gaze gloomy, with long fingers and nails that emitted a faint blue sheen. Evidently the result of years spent refining poison. Yunlan sect's Lin Xuan, please instruct me. Xiandan sect's Lu Feng. Lu Feng replied in a hoarse voice. Lin Dao, friend, swords and blades have no eyes, and poison techniques show no mercy. If you admit defeat now, you can avoid suffering. Please. Lin Xuan remained unmoved. The referee announced the start. Lu Feng made no move, merely raised his hand and flicked, sending 3 wisps of pale green smoke towards Lin Xuan. The smoke was extremely faint. Without the enhancement of the spiritual eye talisman, it would have been invisible. He held his breath, unfolding the cloud shadow steps and circling to Lu Feng's side. But Lu Feng was already prepared, and dozens of black flying insects shot out from his sleeves, buzzing towards him. Poison bees, someone shouted from the audience. Lin Xuan slashed down a few with his sword, but the number of poison bees was overwhelming, and they were remarkably agile. What made things worse was that the bodies of the poison bees exploded, releasing purple poisonous mist. They attacked from both sides. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and unleashed pure yang sword energy, the golden sword light, sweeping through, shredding both the poison bees and the toxic mist. The pure yang energy, being the most yang and firm, was precisely the nemesis of poison. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Pure yang sword energy. No wonder it can counteract Zhou Yan's stand fire. However, he waved his hands, scattering dozens of differently colored powders that mingled in the air, transforming into a 7-colored toxic mist that enveloped the entire arena. This is my unique secret poison, 7-colored miasma. Touch it, and you will disintegrate. Inhale it, and you will faint. Lu Feng's voice echoed through the mist. Lin Dao, friend, admit defeat. Lin Xuan held his breath and focused, maximizing the spiritual eye talisman. In the golden light of his vision, the flow of the toxic mist became distinctly visible. Lu Feng stood in the center of the mist, flicking his fingers to continuously replenish it. Found you, Lin Xuan murmured, his form shooting out like lightning. Lu Feng did not expect Lin Xuan to lock onto him amidst the toxic mist, and hurriedly scattered a handful of poison needles. However, Lin Xuan had long been prepared. The frost sword danced intricately, deflecting the poison needles. Surprise. Break. Lin Xuan thrust his sword forward, aiming directly at Lu Feng's chest. Lu Feng quickly retreated, while simultaneously crushing a jade talisman. The talisman exploded, forming a green protective barrier that blocked the strike. Yet the pure yang sword energy attached to the sword unexpectedly burned a crack in the barrier. What a... Lu Feng's expression changed at last. This protective jade talisman could withstand a full-force strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. How could it be shattered by a sword strike from a qi refinement cultivator? He dared not act recklessly any longer, biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood mixed with the toxic mist, transforming into a blood-colored poison dragon that roared towards Lin Xuan. This was a life-and-death technique, extremely taxing, but also immensely powerful. Wherever the blood-colored poison dragon passed, deep pits were corroded into the arena's stone slabs. Lin Xuan sensed a fatal threat. He could not block this attack. In this critical moment, he recalled the barrier-breaking pill he had obtained from the sign-in. Originally, he planned to save it for the finals, but now he had no choice. The pill entered his abdomen, transforming into a vast stream of spiritual power that surged into his limbs and bones. The bottleneck at the 9th level of Qi refinement shattered instantly, and his cultivation rapidly climbed. Mid-stage, latest-stage perfection. In just 3 breaths, Lin Xuan completed his breakthrough. The pure Yang energy surged, and the pure Yang sword energy expanded from 3 feet to 10. Slash. He gripped the sword with both hands and struck down with all his might. The golden sword light collided with the blood-colored poison dragon, erupting in a blinding flash. The poison dragon let out a mournful cry, sliced through by the sword energy and dissipated into toxic mist. Yet the residual force of the sword energy remained, continuing to slash towards Liu Feng. Liu Feng's complexion turned pale. He was no longer able to evade. Just as he was about to be bisected by the sword, the referee intervened. An enormous hand of spiritual power appeared out of thin air and crushed the sword energy. The victor has been determined. The referee looked at Liu Feng. Do you concede? Liu Feng dejectedly nodded. I concede. The toxic mist dissipated, revealing the figures of both contestants. Lin Xuan stood with his sword, his aura having reached perfection in Qi refinement. Liu Feng knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The essence blood he had just spat out had severely weakened him. The victor is Lin Xuan of the Yunlan sect. The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting in thunderous cheers. Having defeated the poison master Liu Feng with perfection in Qi refinement, Lin Xuan once again proved his strength. More importantly, he had broken through in the heat of battle. Breaking through in the heat of battle, Lin Xuan has such strong comprehension. Not just comprehension, his temperament is also remarkable. At that moment of crisis, anyone else would have panicked. The Yunlan sect has struck gold this time. On the high platform, Liu Qingyin's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This disciple always manages to create miracles in desperate situations. The elder from the Xiandan sect had an ugly expression, but said nothing. Liu Feng had already done his utmost and lost fairly. In the next match, Li Mubai faced Zhao Wuji. A battle between sectmates, yet it was even more intense than Lin Xuan's match. Both were sword cultivators, both wielding fast swords. On the stage, only sword light could be seen, with no sign of the combatants. The sounds of metal clashing were dense like rain. After 100 moves, Zhao Wuji's sword momentum slowed slightly. He had exhausted too much energy yesterday and had not fully recovered. Li Mubai seized the opportunity, piercing through Zhao Wuji's shoulder with a sword. The victor was determined. Li Mubai of the Tianjian sect advances to the finals. Thus the final matchup was confirmed: Li Mubai against Lin Xuan. One was a swordsmanship genius, perfect in Qi refinement with divine sword techniques. The other was a mysterious dark horse, having broken through in battle with many trump cards. Everyone eagerly anticipated this duel. After stepping down from the stage, Lin Xuan immediately sat down to recover. The barrier-breaking pill had forced him to break through, leaving his realm unstable, so he needed to consolidate it quickly. Liu Qingyin personally provided protection, setting up a spirit-gathering array to help him absorb spiritual energy. 2 hours later, Lin Xuan opened his eyes. His cultivation stabilized at perfection in Qi refinement, just a hair's breadth away from foundation establishment. How do you feel? Liu Qingyin asked. Unprecedentedly good. Lin Xuan clenched his fist, feeling the surging spiritual power within him. Master, I might not be able to withstand Li Mubai's sword. He spoke the truth. Observing the battles today, Li Mubai's sword had reached the realm of techniques, approaching the Dao. Each strike was naturally perfect, leaving no trace to follow. If you can't withstand it, then break it, Liu Qingyin said lightly. Though his sword is strong, it is not invincible. Remember, swords are wielded by people, and people have flaws. Lin Xuan seemed to ponder deeply. Rest well, the finals are tomorrow. Liu Qingyin turned to leave, but paused at the door. Regardless of win or lose, you have already brought glory to the Yunlan sect. As night fell, Lin Xuan practiced his sword in the courtyard. The frost sword shimmered silver under the moonlight, like autumn water reflecting the moon. He recalled every battle Li Mubai had fought, contemplating the way to break his sword. The pure Yang sword energy was a trump card, but it could not be used lightly. It consumed too much. A single miss would mean certain defeat. Flaw. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Although Li Mubai's sword was perfect, humans are not. In his battle against Zhao Wuji today, Li Mubai had a habitual motion. After every 7 strikes, there was always a brief moment of recovery. Though it lasted but an instant, it was enough for Lin Xuan. 7 strikes. Recovery. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. He took up his sword and began to dance, simulating Li Mubai's sword path. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. By the 7th sword, there was indeed an almost imperceptible pause. This is it. He swung his sword towards the void, as if there were an invisible enemy there. A night passed without incident. The next morning before the finals began, Lin Xuan signed in. Sign in successful. Reward: instant movement talisman, 1 use effect after activation, can teleport 3 zhong, cooldown time of 10 breaths. Instant movement talisman. Lin Xuan's heart raced. This was a life-saving talisman that could turn the tide in a critical moment. He tucked the talisman close and walked towards the arena. The square was packed with people. Almost all disciples from the 7 sects had come. This battle would determine the champion of this year's Qi refinement group. Li Mubai had been waiting. Upon seeing Lin Xuan take the stage, he nodded slightly. Long awaited. Please instruct me. The referee was a nascent soul elder. He looked at both of them and announced the finals begin. There was no small talk. Li Mubai launched directly into his attack. Once again, it was that astonishingly fast sword, but it was even quicker and sharper than yesterday. Lin Xuan focused entirely. The effect of the spiritual eye talisman had long faded, and he could only rely on the superhuman perception from his pure yang transformation body. The guarding sword stance unfolded, the sword light, like water, shielding his entire body. Clang, 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 clang. 7 swords like a torrential wind and rain. Lin Xuan retreated 7 steps, each step leaving deep footprints on the arena. At the moment the 7th sword ended, Li Mubai indeed had that nearly imperceptible moment of recovery. Now was the time. Lin Xuan moved. He did not attack, but activated the instant movement talisman, his figure instantly appearing 3 zhong away, right behind Li Mubai. This position was the hardest for Li Mubai's sword momentum to guard against. Surprise. Absolute. Lin Xuan put everything into one sword, stabbing directly at Li Mubai's back. This was a gamble, all strike. If successful, victory. If it failed, he would have no strength left to fight back. Li Mubai's expression changed for the first time. He did not expect Lin Xuan to seize that fleeting flaw, nor did he anticipate Lin Xuan having a means of instant movement. But after all, he was Li Mubai. At the critical moment, his body bent forward, as if breaking, while simultaneously returning his sword to block. Clang! The sword tip grazed across Li Mubai's back, bringing forth a spray of blood. Though not deep, this was the first time Li Mubai had been injured in this competition. The audience fell silent. Li Mubai slowly straightened up, glanced at the wound on his back, then looked at Lin Xuan. Good eyesight, good means. A fluke, Lin Xuan panted. That last sword had drained most of his spiritual power, and he had used the instant movement talisman, revealing all his trump cards. But it's still not enough. Li Mubai's sword momentum rose again. This time, there would be no flaws. His sword had changed from a fast sword to a heavy sword. Each sword strike felt like a mountain pressing down with immense force. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and took it heat in, retreating a step with every strike received. After 10 strikes, he had retreated to the edge of the arena. It's over, Li Mubai murmured, gripping his sword with both hands, slowly raising it. This sword was very slow. But Lin Xuan felt an asphyxiating pressure. The sword momentum had locked down all his retreat paths, so apart from taking it heat in, there was no other way. He recalled Liu Qingyin's words, if you can't withstand it, then break it. How to break it? Lin Xuan closed his eyes, urging the pure yang transformation body to its limit. All the pure yang energy within surged towards the sword tip. The frost sword could not withstand this power and began to crack. But he did not care. It was enough to deliver one last strike before the sword shattered. Li Mubai's sword fell. Lin Xuan also struck. There were no techniques, no skills, only the purest thrust. The 2 swords clashed. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a crisp crack. The frost sword shattered. But the broken sword tip, carrying all of Lin Xuan's energy and spirit along with all the pure yang energy, continued forward. It pierced through Li Mubai's protective spiritual energy, stopping half an inch before his throat. A drop of blood fell from the sword tip. The entire arena was silent. Li Mubai looked at the sword tip before his throat, then at Lin Xuan, who was left holding only the hilt of the frost sword, and suddenly laughed. I lost. The tip of the sword hovered before his throat, the chill piercing to the bone. Li Mubai could sense the resolute will condensed upon that severed sword. If this strike did not stop, he would undoubtedly perish. I lost, he said calmly, his voice steady. Lin Xuan withdrew his hand, and the broken sword fell. His face was pale as paper, his body swayed slightly as he barely stood firm. The preceding strike had drained him of all his strength. A silence hung for 3 breaths in the arena, then erupted into cheers like a tsunami. He won. Lin Xuan won. The perfected Qi refinement defeated the swordsmanship genius Li Mubai. This is a miracle. Yunlan Sect. Yunlan Sect. The disciples of Yunlan Sect were so excited they danced with joy. After so many years, Yunlan Sect finally had someone who seized the championship of the 7 sects competition. On the high platform, Liu Qingyin's lips curved up slightly, her eyes filled with satisfaction. The elders of Xiandan Sect, Beast Taming Sect, and others congratulated her, albeit with a hint of envy in their tones. The leader of the Tianjin Sect, a white-browed old man, stroked his beard and laughed. The younger generation is formidable. Master Liu, you have taken in a good disciple. Liu Qingyin was rarely humble. Mobai's swordsmanship is divine. Lin Xuan was merely lucky. A win is a win. There is no luck involved. The white-browed elder waved his hand. Young friend Lin's final strike has already grasped the true essence of swordsmanship. Given time, he will surely become a force to be reckoned with. As he spoke, the referee announced the results. The champion of the Qi refinement group in the 7 sects competition. The champion is Lin Xuan of Yunlan sect. The rewards were distributed on the spot. 500 high-grade spirit stones, a choice of 1 third-grade magical artifact, and most importantly, a token for entry into the Xiantian secret realm. The token was the size of a palm made of bronze, inscribed with the characters Xiantian on the front and complex runes on the back. Holding it, one could sense the unique spatial fluctuations of the secret realm. The secret realm will open in 3 days. You can enter with the token, the elder referee reminded. The realm will last for a month, and during that time life and death are your own responsibility. You must hand over 30% of your gains upon exit, and the rest will belong to you. Lin Xuan put away the token and bowed to the referee. Li Mubai approached and handed him a sword. Your sword is broken. This flowing cloud is a gift for you. The flowing cloud sword, a top-grade third-tier sword. Its blade was like flowing water, its brilliance subdued. It was far superior to the frost sword. This is too precious. Lin Xuan declined. A sword is given to a hero, Li Mubai insisted, shoving the sword into his hand. I look forward to battling you again. Next time I will win. With that, he turned and left his silhouette, still exuding pride. Lin Xuan tightened his grip on the flowing cloud sword, feeling the gentle sword intent emanating from it. This sword had already begun to form a spirit. Thank you, he whispered to Li Mubai's departing back. After the award ceremony concluded, Lin Xuan returned to the Yunlan sect's base. Chun Ming and others surrounded him, expressing their congratulations in a flurry. Junior brother Lin, you were amazing. That was Li Mubai. Our Yunlan sect has finally made a name for itself this time. The sect leader will surely reward you generously upon our return. Liu Qingyin dispersed the crowd, saying, All right, everyone, let Lin Xuan rest well. Only the master and disciple remained in the room. Liu Qingyin checked Lin Xuan's condition, confirming he was merely exhausted with no hidden injuries, and felt relieved. Where did you learn that last sword strike? It was created by me, Lin Xuan answered honestly. If I couldn't withstand it, I would break it. Since I can't defend, I might as well attack with all my strength. To attack instead of defend, risking life for life. Liu Qingyin sighed lightly. It's very dangerous, but very effective. However, unless it's a matter of life and death, do not use it again. I will remember, master. Liu Qingyin took out a jade bottle, saying, This is the rejuvenation pill, which can rapidly restore spiritual energy and heal hidden injuries. The secret realm is perilous. Take it for protection. Lin Xuan took it. The rejuvenation pill was a 4th-tier pill worth a fortune. In the secret realm, there are 3 opportunities you must pay attention to. Liu Qingyin unfolded a map. First is the bone-washing pool, which can enhance one's aptitude after soaking. Second is the sword tomb, which holds the legacy of ancient swords. And third is the Dao Enlightenment Stone, which can aid in sudden enlightenment. She pointed to the center of the map. But all of these are in the depths of the secret realm, where many demonic beasts roam and dangers are abundant. Your cultivation is still shallow. Do not be greedy. Safety first. The disciple understood. Additionally, Liu Qingyin's expression turned serious. I have received news that the demon sect may target you in the secret realm. Once inside, do your best to pair up with fellow disciples. Do not wander alone. Lin Xuan's heart tightened. I will be cautious, master. 3 days later, the entrance to the secret realm would open. It was a large bronze door floating in midair with radiant light swirling within, obscuring the view. 30 disciples from the 7 sects, 10 from each of Qi Refinement Foundation Establishment and Golden Core, gathered before the door. Lin Xuan spotted many familiar faces: Li Mubai, Zhao Wujing Zhou, Yin Lufeng. Everyone was filled with anticipation for the secret realm. Remember, the door will open again in a month, and you will only have 10 breaths of time. If you miss it, you will have to wait another 10 years for the next opening, the presiding elder declared loudly. Now enter. 30 figures rushed into the light gate. The moment Lin Xuan stepped in, everything spun around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a primeval forest. Towering ancient trees loomed, vines hung like pythons, and the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, at least 10 times denser than outside. In the distance, the roars of beasts and the chirps of birds echoed, brimming with a wild atmosphere. This is the Xiantian secret realm. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, the spiritual energy entering his body, and his cultivation subtly increased. He unfolded the map, confirming he was at the southeastern edge of the secret realm. The nearest bone-washing pool was 3,000 miles to the north. First, I need to find my fellow disciples, he resolved. The Yunlan sect had sent 5 people this time, He was the only one in the Qi refinement group, but in the foundation establishment group, there was Chun Ming, and in the golden core group, 2 senior brothers. Just as he was about to set off, an instinctive warning suddenly arose within him. The pure Yang transformation body had an extraordinary sense for danger, and he immediately dodged to the side. Swish! A black arrow whizzed past his shoulder, embedding itself in the tree behind him. It was a pitch-black short arrow enveloped in demonic aura. The demon sect. Lin Xuan swiftly drew his sword, glancing towards the direction the arrow had come from. 3 figures in black robes emerged from the shadows of the forest, all in early foundation establishment. Quick reaction, the leader sneered, but it's useless. Lin Xuan, hand over your secret realm token and your treasures, and I will leave your corpse intact. Demonic sect scoundrels, how dare you enter the secret realm? Lin Xuan gripped the flowing cloud sword tightly. The secret realm is a land without a master. Whoever seizes it owns it, another person cackled. Kid, don't expect anyone to save you. This area has already been sealed by our formation. A shouting will do you no good. The 3 surrounded him in a triangular formation, the demonic aura thick and foreboding. Lin Xuan's heart sank to the depths. 3 early foundation establishment cultivators against him, a perfected Qi refinement cultivator, made his odds slim. But waiting to die was not his style. You want the token? Come and take it. He took the initiative to strike the flowing cloud sword, transforming into a dazzling streak, directly stabbing at the leader. Seeking death. The leader swung his blade to block the explosive power of foundation establishment, causing Lin Xuan's grip to go numb. The other 2 seized the opportunity to attack, one with a sword and the other with a blade, cutting off his retreat. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and activated the instant transmission talisman. He hadn't used it in the last competition. His figure instantly appeared, 10 zhang away, evading their joint assault. An instant transmission talisman. The 3 were taken aback, then their eyes filled with greed. What a good item. Let's go together. Don't let him use it again. Lin Xuan turned and fled. The cloud tracking steps were pushed to their limits as he darted through the dense forest. But the 3 foundation establishment cultivators were faster, the distance between them steadily closing. Just as he was about to be caught, a swamp suddenly appeared ahead. The swamp was filled with purple poisonous flowers, emitting a sweet, cloying fragrance. Lin Xuan recalled the map's notation: poisonous swamp, filled with deadly miasma, which could kill even foundation establishment cultivators upon inhalation. Gritting his teeth, he charged into the swamp. Chase! The 3 demonic cultivators hesitated for a moment, then followed him in. They consumed antidote pills, unafraid of the poisonous miasma. Visibility was poor in the swamp, and the miasma was thick. Relying on his pure Yang transformation bonus resistance to toxins, Lin Xuan barely managed to hold on. But the 3 were relentless in their pursuit. This won't work. Oh, I can't escape like this. Lin Xuan's mind raced, suddenly spotting a dilapidated stone hall ahead. The entrance was half open, and it was dark inside. Taking a gamble, he dashed into the stone hall. The 3 demonic cultivators soon arrived, halting outside the hall. Boss, should we go in? One asked. Go in. That kid is already a turtle in a jar. Can he turn the tide? The leader led the charge inside. The stone hall was spacious, with only a stone platform in the center. Lin Xuan stood beside the platform, panting as he watched the 3. Running away, huh? Why aren't you running now? The leader sneered. Lin Xuan smiled back. Because there's no need to run anymore. He stepped down, and the stone platform lit up with complex patterns. This was a teleportation array. When he rushed in just now, he had noticed something unusual about the stone platform. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a teleportation array. Although he did not know where it would lead, it was better than staying here to await death. Not good. Stop him. The 3 demonic cultivators lunged at him. But it was too late. A blinding light flashed, and Lin Xuan vanished from sight. Damn it. The leader roared angrily. Chase after him. He can't have gone far. The 3 also stepped onto the stone platform, channeling their spiritual energy. But the teleportation array showed no response. It was a one-way teleportation array. Lin Xuan felt everything spin around him, and he had no idea how long it had been until he finally found solid ground beneath his feet. He appeared in a cave. Night pearls studded the cave walls, illuminating the surroundings. The cave was not large, and there was a stone bed in the center upon which sat a skeleton. In front of the skeleton lay 3 jade boxes. Lin Xuan cautiously observed, confirming there was no danger before approaching to investigate. The skeleton wore an ancient Dao robe, and it was unclear how many years it had been since its death. The jade boxes were inscribed with words. The left was sword, the middle was Dan, and the right was technique. Lin Xuan opened the left jade box, finding an ancient sword seal inside. Upon contact with his divine sense, a wealth of information surged into his mind. Taishu sword technique, a top-tier earth-level sword art comprising 9 forms which could tear through the void when mastered to perfection. His heart raced. A top-tier earth-level technique. The Yunlan sect's signature technique, Yunlan True Scripture, was only a mid-tier earth-level technique. Opening the middle jade box, he found 3 golden pills the size of longan, giving off an exotic fragrance. The inner wall of the jade box bore the inscription Golden Yuan Pill, a 4th-tier pill that could elevate one small realm when consumed during the foundation establishment stage. In the right jade box was a jade slip documenting a secret technique called blood escape technique, burning one's essence blood to instantly flee 1,000 miles, but the cost is a drop in cultivation by 1 realm. All good items. Lin Xuan stored the 3 treasures away and bowed deeply to the skeleton. Thank you for your generosity, senior. I will remember this. If I have the chance, I will fulfill your wishes. Of course, the skeleton could not respond. Lin Xuan continued to search the cave, discovering a pile of miscellaneous items in the corner, mostly rotten magical artifacts and clothing. But at the bottom of the clutter, he found an ancient bronze key, its design simple yet elegant. This key. He picked it up for a closer look. The key's handle was inscribed with tiny runes resembling those on the secret realm token. As he was examining it, footsteps were heard outside the cave. Lin Xuan quickly hid behind the stone bed, holding his breath and focusing his senses. 2 figures entered, a man and a woman, both clad in Tianjin sect robes. Senior brother, is there really an ancient cultivator's cave here? The female voice asked. The map indicates it's nearby. The male voice replied, search carefully, there might be treasures here. Soon they discovered the skeleton on the stone bed. It's been dead for who knows how many years, the female cultivator said disdainfully. There's nothing here, it was a wasted trip. Wait, something was taken from here. The male cultivator pointed at the marks left by the jade boxes. Someone must have gotten here first. Their expressions darkened as they began searching carefully. Lin Xuan felt a surge of dread. His hiding place was not secure, and he would be discovered sooner or later. Sure enough, the female cultivator walked towards the stone bed. Lin Xuan tightened his grip on the flowing cloud sword, ready to fight for his life. At that moment, a chilling beast roar echoed from outside, shaking the cave. It's a 5th-tier demonic beast. The male cultivator's face changed. Quick run. They wasted no time searching and bolted out of the cave. Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief and waited until the beast's roar faded before cautiously emerging. Not daring to linger, he left through another passage in the cave. The passage wound upward, and after about half an hour, a bright light appeared ahead. Lin Xuan emerged from the cave, finding himself on the side of a mountain with a vast plain below. On the plain, the ruins of a gigantic city could be faintly seen. The map marked it as an ancient cultivator's relic with a danger level extremely high. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment, but decided to take a look. Fortune favors the bold. After all, opportunities in the secret realm rely on daring. He consumed the rejuvenation pill to restore his condition and then headed towards the ruins. The ruins are vast, with broken walls stretching for dozens of miles. From the remnants of the buildings, it can be seen that this place was once a bustling city, but for some unknown reason it was destroyed. Lin Xuan cautiously sneaked in. The streets are paved with bluestone, with weeds growing in the cracks. The signs of the shops on both sides have long decayed, barely readable, with the words Dan Shi Fu and others. He pushed open a half-collapsed wooden door, revealing a pill shop. The shelves were toppled, porcelain bottles shattered, and the pills had long turned to dust. Only in the corner did he find an intact jade bottle. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 emerald green pills. Qingyuan Dan 3rd grade, a holy medicine for healing. Lin Xuan recognized it and carefully put it away. Continuing his search, he found a few intact 3rd grade talismans in a talisman shop: the Diamond Talisman, the Divine Mobility Talisman, and the Explosive Flame Talisman. Although they were old and had lost most of their spiritual power, they could still be used. Not bad for a harvest. Lin Xuan felt slightly better. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting ahead. He restrained his aura and quietly approached. In the central square of the ruins, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. One group comprised disciples of the Beastmaster sect, 3 in total, each accompanied by a spirit pet. The other group consisted of 3 disciples from the Xiandan sect, with the leader being Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, we were the first to discover this dragon blood grass, shouted a disciple from the Beastmaster sect angrily. Nonsense, treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are virtuous. Zhou Yan sneered, you 3 heavily injured as you are, think you can compete with me. Lin Xuan observed that the 3 from the Beastmaster sect were indeed injured, and their spirit pets looked lethargic. In contrast, the 3 from the Xiandan sect appeared to be in good condition, and Zhou Yan had even advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Clearly there had been some fortuitous encounter in the secret realm. What do you want? The dragon blood grass must be handed over, or you can leave, Zhou Yan said bluntly. The 3 from the Beastmaster sect exchanged glances, their eyes showing reluctance, but the situation was against them. Just as they were about to yield, a voice rang out, senior brother, Zhou, what a great display of power. Lin Xuan stepped out from behind the broken wall. He hadn't intended to get involved, but Zhou Yan had once given him the formula for the nascent pill, and he felt he needed to repay that favor. Lin Xuan, Zhou Yin was taken aback, then smiled. Are you also going to interfere, junior brother Lin? It's a matter of justice, Lin Xuan said, stepping in front of the 3 disciples from the Beastmaster sect. Do you still want the dragon blood grass? The disciples from the Beastmaster sect expressed their gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, junior brother Lin. We are willing to share the dragon blood grass. Did you hear that? Lin Xuan looked at Zhou Yin. Share it, or we can fight. You choose. Zhou Yan's expression darkened. He had seen Lin Xuan's performance in the competition. Although he was only at the peak of the Qi refining stage, his true combat power was not inferior to that of someone at the initial foundation establishment stage. Having just broken through, his realm was not stable. It was uncertain whether he could win in a real fight. Fine, I'll give you face. Zhou Yin weighed the pros and cons and decided to back down. The dragon blood grass belongs to you. We will leave. He turned and left with his 2 companions. Before departing, he cast a deep glance at Lin Xuan. Junior brother Lin, the secret realm is long. We shall meet again. The threat was palpable. Lin Xuan remained unfazed. Once Zhou Yin had gone far, he turned to the disciples of the Beastmaster sect. 3 senior brothers, your injuries are severe. Why not find a place to heal? Thank you, junior brother Lin. The 3 expressed their immense gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Xuan's intervention, they would not only have lost the dragon blood grass, but perhaps even their lives. The 4 of them found a relatively intact building and set up a simple barrier. The 3 disciples from the Beastmaster sect took the pills to heal, while Lin Xuan stood guard. After half a day, their injuries stabilized. The leader Han Meng was at the initial foundation establishment stage and was skilled in commanding wolves. He took out the dragon blood grass and divided it into 4 portions. Junior brother Lin, this portion is for you. Lin Xuan declined. I did not contribute, so I feel undeserving. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even have gotten a blade of grass. Han Meng insisted. Please accept it. This is what you deserve. Only then did Lin Xuan accept it. The dragon blood grass was a 4th-grade spiritual herb capable of refining body-strengthening pills, greatly benefiting his cultivation of the rock-solid body refining technique. What are your plans next, junior brother Lin? Han Meng asked. I want to check out the cleansing pool, Lin Xuan replied. The cleansing pool is deep within the secret realm with dangers along the way. Han Meng pondered. Why don't we travel together? It would be safer for us to look out for each other. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Having more people was indeed safer, and the disciples of the Beastmaster sect were skilled in scouting, allowing them to avoid dangers in advance. After the 4 of them finished their preparations, they set off towards the cleansing pool. With Han Meng's wolf pet scouting ahead, they avoided several beast dens. 3 days later, they arrived at a valley. The valley was shrouded in mist, and a pool of azure water could be faintly seen. That was the cleansing pool. However, there were already people by the pool. Li Mubai from the Tianjian sect along with 2 companions. Brother Lin, you have also come. Li Mubai clasped his fists. The cleansing pool can accommodate a maximum of 3 people at a time. We have already taken 2 spots, leaving 1 position. Lin Xuan looked at the pool and confirmed that it could indeed only hold 3 people. The water was milky white and emitted an enticing fragrance. In that case, we will wait for the next round. Han Meng was quite perceptive. The Tianjian sect was powerful and could not be offended. However, Lin Xuan said, Brother Li, may I go first? I urgently need to cleanse my marrow. Li Mubai raised an eyebrow. Give me a reason. I owe you a favor, Lin Xuan replied earnestly. I will repay it in the future. Li Mubai laughed. Good, that reason is acceptable. He turned to his companions. Wang Shidi let him go first. Although Wang Shidi was reluctant, he did not dare to oppose Li Mubai and stepped out of the pool. Lin Xuan said to Han Meng and the others 3 senior brothers, I apologize. I will go first. It's no problem. We can wait. Han Meng waved his hand. Lin Xuan removed his outer garments and stepped into the pool. The water was icy cold at first, but soon turned warm. Pure energy surged into his body, flushing through his meridians and cleansing impurities. He could feel his body undergoing a transformation. His meridians widened, his spiritual power flowed more smoothly, and even his pure yang nature body became more active. During the immersion in the cleansing pool, talent enhancement, spiritual root purity, 10 meridian resilience, 15 development of pure yang nature body increased to 18, gained special ability, cleansing spirit body beginner. Greatly enhances spiritual energy absorption speed and strengthens resistance to toxins and inner demons. Jackpot. Lin Xuan was ecstatic. Although the cleansing spirit body was only at the beginner level, its effects were remarkable. His speed of absorbing spiritual energy was over 50% faster than before. An hour later, the water in the pool became lighter in color. Lin Xuan rose to his feet feeling as if he had been reborn, and his cultivation had increased significantly, bringing him closer to foundation establishment. Thank you, brotherly. He clasped his hands in gratitude. No need, just remember that you owe me a favor. Li Mubai stepped into the pool. Lin Xuan put on his clothes and left the valley with Han Meng and the others. They decided to head to the Sword Tomb in hopes of finding fortune. The Sword Tomb was located in the northwest of the secret realm, a graveyard filled with ancient swords. It is said that ancient sword cultivators were buried here, and their swords still retained remnants of sword intent. If one could obtain one, they might inherit the sword path. 5 days later, the four arrived at the sword tomb. It was a desolate wilderness, the ground littered with countless broken sword fragments. The howling wind stirred up yellow sand, and amidst it there was an echo of sword cries. Such powerful sword intent, Han Ming exclaimed. Though these swords are broken, their sword intent remains undying. Lin Xuan felt the same. Standing at the edge of the sword tomb, he could sense the piercing sword intent, as if thousands of swords were aimed at him. Be careful, the sword tomb has restrictions. Recklessly charging in will trigger the sword array, Han Ming warned. The four proceeded cautiously. After about 3 miles, a complete ancient sword appeared ahead, embedded in a stone platform. The sword was rusty but emanated a towering sword intent. This is a 4th-grade flying sword. Han Ming's eyes lit up, but he dared not act recklessly. Lin Xuan, however, felt the bronze key in his possession growing warm. He took out the key and discovered that the runes on it resonated with the ancient sword. Could it be? His heart raced as he held the key and approached the ancient sword. As the key drew near, the ancient sword trembled, its rust falling away, revealing a silver blade. There was a keyhole on the hilt. Lin Xuan inserted the key and gently turned it. Click! The ancient sword rose from the stone platform, hovering in midair. The sword body radiated brilliance, and a phantom appeared from the sword, an aged swordsman with a weathered gaze. After 1,000 years, someone finally came with the key. The phantom spoke. I am the master of the Void Sword, and this sword is named Void, my life-bound flying sword. Whoever possesses this sword may receive my inheritance. Lin Xuan was so excited that his hands trembled. The Void Sword, this name corresponds with the Void Sword technique, truly a match. He reached out to grasp the sword. The moment he held it, a flood of information surged into his mind, the complete inheritance of the Void Sword technique, the methods for using the Void Sword, and deep within the sword tomb, there is a Void Sword manor where treasures left by the sword master lie. The inheritance has been granted, act wisely. The phantom dissipated and the Void Sword dimmed, transforming into an ordinary long sword. Han Ming and the others stared in astonishment. Junior brother Lin, what is this? I was fortunate to receive the elder's inheritance. Lin Xuan briefly explained, concealing the matters of the key and the sword manor. Congratulations, junior brother Lin. The three were envious, but bore no jealousy. Fate is predetermined and cannot be forced. Lin Xuan felt a sense of closeness emanating from the Void Sword, his heart filled with ambition. With this sword to assist him, his combat power would at least double. Just as he was about to leave the sword tomb, the ground suddenly trembled, and a rumbling sound came from afar. The four looked up and saw a beam of light shooting up from the center of the secret realm, illuminating half the sky. That is the core of the secret realm. There must be a great treasure emerging, Han Ming exclaimed. The beam lasted for 10 breaths before dissipating. Immediately after, countless figures flew towards the core area from all directions. Should we go? Han Ming asked. Lin Xuan hesitated. The core area was surely dangerous, but there might also be great opportunities. He recalled the message left by the master of the Void Sword. The sword manor was near the core area. Let's go, he made up his mind. But we need not venture too deep, let's just take a look around the periphery. The four headed towards the core area. The closer they got, the more cultivators they encountered. There were disciples from the Tianjin sect, Xiandan sect, and Beastmaster sect, as well as scattered cultivators and disciples from other small sects. Everyone was drawn by the great treasure, temporarily setting aside their grudges. 3 days later, they arrived at the edge of the core area. It was a vast ruined palace. Though damaged, the grandeur of its past was still evident. The beam had emanated from the center of the palace. At this moment, over 100 people had gathered outside the palace, divided into several factions. The Tianjin sect, Xiandan sect, and Beastmaster sect each occupied one side, while scattered cultivators and small sects huddled together for warmth. Lin Xuan saw Li Mu by Zhou Yin, as well as Lu Feng and Zhao Wuji. Everyone was on high alert, and no one dared to be the first to enter the palace. Wait for the restrictions to weaken, an experienced old cultivator said. Such ancient palaces always have powerful restrictions. Charging in recklessly will lead to death. Indeed, a faint golden light shield enveloped the palace, occasionally flashing with arcs of electricity, its power astonishing. Just then, a scattered cultivator attempted to charge in, but was struck by an arc of electricity, instantly turning to ashes. Everyone waited patiently. Lin Xuan discreetly sensed the Void Sword, which trembled slightly, pointing towards the eastern side of the palace. Is the sword manor over there? He felt a surge of excitement, quietly slipping away from the group and heading east. Han Ming wanted to follow, but was stopped by Lin Xuan. The three senior brothers will wait here. I will return shortly. The east side was a pile of rubble, seemingly unremarkable. However, the tremors of the Void Sword grew stronger. Following the sword's guidance, Lin Xuan found a seemingly ordinary massive stone. The sword tip pointed at a certain spot on the massive stone, and he infused it with spiritual energy. The stone lit up with runes and slowly shifted aside, revealing a staircase leading downward. Indeed, there is a hidden passage. Lin Xuan was overjoyed and dashed inside. The staircase was long, taking about a quarter of an hour to reach the bottom. Before him opened a vast underground palace, far more intact than the ruins above. In the center of the palace, there was a jade platform on which floated 3 items: a jade slip, a jade bottle, and a key. Lin Xuan approached and discovered the jade slip was inscribed with the 4 characters Void Sword Classic, which turned out to be a heavenly ranked technique. Inside the jade bottle were 3 void pills, 5th grade elixirs, that could help nascent soul cultivators break through their bottlenecks. The key was similar to the bronze key, but more exquisite. Just as he was about to take the treasures, a sudden sense of danger surged within him, and he quickly dodged. A black light whizzed past him and struck the jade platform, creating a clang of metal. Quick reflexes, a cold voice rang out as 3 figures in black robes emerged from the shadows. They were the demon cultivators who had hunted Lin Xuan before. "How did you find this place?" Lin Xuan tightened his grip on the void sword. "We followed you here," the leader sneered. "Kid, thanks for the guidance. As a reward, it'll give you a quick death." The 3 surrounded him this time. They were prepared, and Lin Xuan found it hard to escape. But Lin Xuan laughed. "Do you think I am still the same me as before?" His aura suddenly erupted. His cultivation at the peak of chi refinement surged upward, instantly breaking through that invisible barrier. Foundation establishment completed. With the successful completion of foundation establishment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body like a tidal wave. Lin Xuan could clearly feel the leap in his life level. His 5 senses were enhanced several times. His divine sense could extend 10 zhang, and the total amount of spiritual power surged tenfold, with its purity incomparable to before. In his dantian, the originally gaseous spiritual power had condensed into liquid true essence, resembling a golden lake. In the center of the lake, a miniature sword floated uncertainly. It was the sword embryo of the Tai Su sword. Foundation establishment period. Lin Xuan clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power fill his body. The faces of the 3 demon cultivators changed dramatically. They could clearly sense the qualitative change in Lin Xuan's aura, which was the pressure unique to a foundation establishment cultivator. A breakthrough in battle? How is that possible? The leading demon cultivator was both shocked and furious. Quick, take advantage of his unstable realm and kill him together. The 3 of them struck out simultaneously, their blades and swords enveloping Lin Xuan. This time, they did not hold back, fully unleashing their strength at the early foundation establishment stage. But Lin Xuan merely raised his sword. With a gentle swing of the Tai Su sword, the sword light flowed like mercury, appearing slow, yet moving with unbelievable speed. The attacks of the 3 were shattered like paper before the sword light. First form of the Tai Su sword technique, Tai Su Wooing. As the sword light swept past, the 3 demon cultivators stood frozen in place, a line of blood appearing simultaneously on their necks. They stared wide-eyed at Lin Xuan in disbelief, slowly collapsing. With a single strike, he had instantly killed 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Lin Xuan himself was also stunned. He knew the Tai Su sword technique was powerful, but he had not expected it to be this formidable. That last strike made him feel as if he had touched upon a certain profound realm, where the sword strikes without a shadow, and killing is without form. Detected hosts breakthrough in foundation establishment sign-in system upgrading. Upgrade complete. New feature: fortune sign-in. Can sign in once more, everyday location, unrestricted. Received foundation establishment grand gift pack. Tai Su sword classic comprehension fragment 1. Washing marrow spiritual body upgraded to intermediate level bond effect with Dao partner enhanced by 20. Lin Xuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. The system has upgraded and even provided a grand gift pack. He immediately used the comprehension fragment, and a wealth of sword path insights flooded into his mind, deepening his understanding of the Tai Su sword technique. With the washing marrow spiritual body upgraded to intermediate level, the speed of spiritual energy absorption increased by another 30%. The enhanced bond effect with his Dao partners means greater efficiency during dual cultivation with Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei. It's time to collect the spoils of war. Lin Xuan walked up to the Jade Stone platform. He acquired 3 treasures: the Tai Su sword classic, Jade Slip, Tai Su Dan, and a delicate key. He probed his divine sense into the Jade Slip and discovered that not only was this a heavenly grade sword technique, but it also contained the cultivation insights of the Tai Su sword master, the value of which was immeasurable. There were 3 Tai Su Dan, each capable of allowing a nascent soul cultivator to advance one small realm. Lin Xuan could not use them now, but they would undoubtedly be a powerful weapon in the future. Finally, there was the key, made of the same material as the bronze key, but more exquisite, with the words "core of the sword mansion" engraved on the handle. It seems the Tai Su sword master left behind more than just this place. Lin Xuan muttered to himself. He stored the key away and then searched through the 3 demon cultivators, obtaining some spirit stones, pills, and demonic path techniques. Things he could not use but could sell or submit to the sect. Before leaving the underground palace, Lin Xuan remembered he had not signed in today. Sign in. Fortune sign-in successful. Received spatial ring 1 containing 10 cubic meters of storage space. A primitive black ring appeared in his hand. Lin Xuan dripped blood to recognize the ring, probing his divine sense inside to find a space of 10 cubic meters, 10 times larger than the storage bag he had used before. Just right for storing my spoils. He moved all his things into the ring, also storing the Tai Su sword for nurturing. When he returned to the surface, many people had gathered outside the pile of rubble. The disturbance from the core of the palace had alerted everyone, and everyone was searching for the entrance to opportunities. Junior brother Lin, are you alright? Han Meng and the others rushed over, surprised to see the drastic change in Lin Xuan's aura. You have reached Foundation establishment. Just a lucky breakthrough, Lin Xuan replied vaguely. Han Meng sighed. People can be so lucky. We waited outside while you obtained opportunities inside. Such is fate. Senior brother Han, you jest. Lin Xuan changed the topic. How is the palace's restriction? It's almost dispelled. I estimate we can enter in about an hour. Lin Xuan nodded. He had initially wanted to check the core area, but then thought better of it. Having already obtained the inheritance of the Tai Su sword master, it was too risky to compete for other treasures. It was better to leave while ahead. Senior brother Han, I plan to leave the secret realm now, he said. Having just broken through to Foundation establishment, I need time to stabilize my realm. Han Meng understood. That makes sense. No matter how good the opportunity, one must have the life to enjoy it. Then we shall take our leave. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. The 4 exchanged contact information and bid farewell. Lin Xuan found a secluded cave, set up a simple restriction, and began to consolidate his cultivation. The Foundation establishment period is different from the Qi refining period. It requires continuously purifying and compressing the liquid true essence until it solidifies into a golden core. With the aid of the washing marrow spiritual body and the guidance of the Tai Su sword classic, his cultivation speed was astonishing. 3 days later, his realm was thoroughly stabilized, and his true essence flowed freely like mercury. It's time to go back. Lin Xuan stood up and flew toward the exit of the secret realm. Having reached the Foundation establishment stage, he could now fly with his sword, albeit still unpracticed. His speed was 10 times faster than walking. 2 days later, he arrived near the exit. Many people were already waiting here. The secret realm would not close for another 20 days, and those who came out early were mostly those who had gained something or were seriously injured. Lin Xuan saw a few familiar faces, Zhou Yin, Lu Feng, and several disciples from the Beast Control sect. Everyone occupied their own area, watching each other vigilantly. Brother Lin. Li Mabai's voice came. He descended on his sword, his aura stronger than before, clearly having gained something in the secret realm. Brotherly. Lin Xuan clasped his fists. You have also reached Foundation establishment. Li Mubai examined him, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. It's a pity it's not the time for sparring. A precious treasure has emerged from the core palace, and various sects are competing for it, with many casualties. What treasure? A breaking infant pill, a 5th grade pill that can assist a golden core cultivator in successfully breaking through to nascent soul. Li Mubai lowered his voice. My master sent a message instructing me to return immediately and not to get involved. Lin Xuan's heart sank. The breaking infant pill was a treasure that even nascent soul cultivators would covet. No wonder various sects were fighting desperately. Just then a rumble came from the direction of the exit. The bronze gate slowly opened, light swirling. The gate is open, someone shouted. Many rushed towards the exit in a panic. Lin Xuan and Li Mubai exchanged a glance and flew away on their swords. As they passed through the light gate, the world spun around them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back at the Tianjin Sect Plaza. The elders of the 7 sects had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing their disciples emerge, they eagerly approached to ask about their gains and check for injuries. Lin Xuan saw Liu Qingyin standing in the area of the Yunlan sect and immediately walked over. Master. Liu Qingyin examined him, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. You have reached Foundation establishment. I had a lucky breakthrough in the secret realm. Good. Liu Qingyin rarely smiled. It's good to come back alive. Disciples from various sects emerged, one after another, some joyful, while others sorrowful. Those who had gained much were all smiles, while those who had gained nothing were downcast. Moreover, some severely injured, or even dead, were carried out by their fellow disciples. Lin Xuan roughly counted 30 people had entered, but only 23 came out with 7 casualties. The cruelty of the cultivation world was evident. Submit your gains, Liu Qingyin reminded. Lin Xuan had been prepared. He submitted the demonic path techniques obtained from the demon cultivators, some materials he could not use, and 30% of spirit stones. Naturally, he kept the core treasures like the Tai Su sword, classic Tai Su Dan, and Tai Su sword. The elder in charge of the acceptance process saw his abundant gains and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Lin Xuan, did you encounter any dangers in the secret realm? I encountered 3 demon cultivators, and they have been slain by me, Lin Xuan answered truthfully. Demon cultivators? The elder's expression darkened. Please elaborate. Lin Xuan recounted his encounter with the demon cultivators, omitting the part about the Tai Su sword mansion. After listening, the elder pondered, the demonic sect has indeed infiltrated. I will report this matter to the various sects and strengthen our defenses. After submitting their gains, various sects began to leave one after another. Liu Qingyin took Lin Xuan onto a cloud shuttle and returned to the Yunlan sect. On the cloud shuttle, Liu Qingyin set up a soundproof barrier and then asked, did you gain anything else? Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment, then took out the Tai Su sword, classic jade slip. Disciple obtained a sword path inheritance in the secret realm. Please review it, master. Liu Qingyin took the jade slip, probing it with her divine sense. Her expression gradually grew serious. Heavenly grade sword technique. Lin Xuan, this opportunity is too great. Do you understand the principle of possessing jade brings trouble? Disciple understands. Therefore I only told master alone. Liu Qingyin looked at him deeply. Keep the Tai Su sword classic for your cultivation, but externally, you can only say you obtained an earth grade technique. As for the Tai Su sword, she looked at the sword at Lin Xuan's waist. Use the Liu sword for everyday situations. They do not use the Tai Su sword unless it's a matter of life and death. Disciple obeys. Liu Qingyin returned the jade slip to him and asked, is there anything else? Lin Xuan took out the Tai Su Dan. Seeing the pill, Liu Qingyin's breath quickened. Breaking infant pill. No, the aura of this pill is more profound. Is this the Tai Su Dan? She was well-read and recognized the pill. Tai Su Dan, an ancient pill, the formula of which has long been lost. 1 can help a nascent soul cultivator advance 1 small realm, and 3 is enough to create a latest stage nascent soul great cultivator. She looked at Lin Xuan, her expression complex. Your opportunity is incredibly good. Lin Xuan scratched his head. I also think I was quite lucky. Not just lucky, but it's against the heavens, Liu Qingyin said seriously. A commoner is innocent, but possessing jade brings trouble. If even half of these treasures were leaked, nascent soul ancestors would come to snatch them. From today onwards, you shall enter seclusion for cultivation. You are not to leave until you reach golden core. Disciple understands. Liu Qingyin further examined Lin Xuan's washing marrow spiritual body, exclaiming in amazement. Washing marrow spiritual body 1 in 10,000. Combined with your pure yang transformation body, your cultivation speed could be astonishing. Perhaps within 100 years you will be able to form your golden core. 100 years to form a golden core was already an astonishing speed. Typically, it takes at least 300 years for ordinary cultivators to progress from foundation establishment to golden core. Lin Xuan, however, aimed further. He had a system, a dual cultivation physique, and the Tai Su sword classic. 100 years felt too long. He wanted to be faster, fast enough that all his enemies would not have time to react. The cloud shuttle flew for 3 days, returning to the Yunlan sect. Su Ruowei had been waiting at the mountain gate. Upon seeing Lin Xuan return after reaching foundation establishment, she cheered and rushed over. Junior nephew, you are back. Wow, you reached foundation establishment. That was fast. Lin Xuan felt a bit awkward as she hugged him. Liu Qingyin cleared her throat. Ruowei, mind your manners. I know. Su Ruowei released her hands, but kept her eyes fixed on Lin Xuan. Was the secret realm fun? Did you encounter any dangers? What good things did you obtain? Lin Xuan briefly recounted what he could share. Su Ruowei listened with great interest, but when she heard about the demon cultivators, she stomped her feet in anger. The demon sect is too evil. If I encounter them next time, I will definitely chop them down. You should focus on stabilizing your cultivation at the mid-golden core stage first. Liu Qingyin shook her head helplessly. Once back at Qingyin Pavilion, Lin Xuan immediately began his seclusion. Liu Qingyin personally set up a gathering spirit formation for him and provided many foundation establishment pills. Before entering seclusion, Su Ruowei secretly handed him a small jade bottle. This is the Yang Yuan Dan I refined. It's very useful for foundation establishment. Cultivate well and come out to spar with me. Lin Xuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but could only accept it. The door to the seclusion chamber slowly closed. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged in the gathering spirit formation, took out the Tai Su sword classic jade slip, and officially began his cultivation. Foundation establishment is just the starting point. His journey is still long. On the first day of his secluded meditation, Lin Xuan successfully signed in and received 2 treasures, 1 stick of enlightenment incense, which when lit could last for 12 hours and enhance comprehension by 50, assisting in understanding martial arts and sword techniques, and 1 drop of millennium spirit milk, which could instantly restore all true essence and heal severe injuries without side effects. The Enlightenment incense could assist in comprehending the Taishu Sword Classic, while the Millennium Spirit Milk was a life-saving treasure. He lit the incense, and a delicate fragrance filled the room. In an instant his mind cleared and his thoughts flowed like lightning, revealing many obscure points in the Taishu Sword Classic. The Taishu sword art is divided into 9 forms. The first form, Taishu no Shadow, I have mastered to a preliminary level. The second form, Taishu with Form, requires true essence to condense sword qi, transforming the formless into form. Lin Xuan closed his eyes in contemplation, his fingertips flickering with sword qi, sometimes forming a line, and at other times a plane, ultimately condensing into a 3-inch small sword hovering in the palm of his hand. It worked. He opened his eyes, and the small sword shot out, leaving a 3-inch deep sword hole in the stone wall. This strike's power was comparable to a full-force attack in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Indeed, it is an earth-level sword technique. Lin Xuan was satisfied. Having such power with just the second form, if he mastered all 9 forms, defeating opponents beyond his level would be as easy as reaching into his pocket. He continued his training. In addition to the sword technique, he needed to consolidate his cultivation, refine his true essence, and comprehend sword intent. His daily schedule was packed. 7 days later, he mastered the second form of the Taishu sword art. A month later, he broke through to the second layer of foundation establishment. 3 months later, he reached the third layer of foundation establishment and began to grasp the third form of the sword technique, Taishu transformation. Time passed without notice during his seclusion. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, while Lin Xuan was contemplating the fourth form of the sword technique, Taishu return to 1, he suddenly felt the communication talisman vibrate. It was a message from Liu Qingyin containing only 4 words: "If Wei is in trouble." Lin Xuan immediately stood up. The door to his meditation chamber opened, and he rushed out, heading straight for the main chamber. In the main chamber, Liu Qingyin's face was pale, and Su Ruowei lay on the bed unconscious. There was a black palm print on her chest, surrounded by black mist constantly eroding her vitality. What happened? Lin Xuan asked urgently. The demonic sect ambushed us, Liu Qingyin replied coldly. 3 golden core demonic cultivators infiltrated the sect, intending to abduct Ruowei. Although I repelled them, Ruowei has been struck by the corroding bone demonic palm and needs pure yang energy to resolve it. The corroding bone demonic palm is a sinister demonic technique that, if not treated within 3 days, would destroy her meridians. Only the purest yang energy can dispel it. Lin Xuan did not hesitate. What should I do? Dual cultivation to disperse the demonic energy with pure yang energy. Liu Qingyin paused, but Ruowei's injuries are too severe. Deep dual cultivation may require you to merge your spirit and flesh with her. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Merging spirit and flesh with Su Ruowei. Although they had shared intimacy before, that was in the midst of chaos among 3 people, now in a conscious state. Is there no other way? There is. Liu Qingyin looked at him. I can forcibly disperse it with my nascent soul cultivation, but Ruowei's meridians are fragile and may not be able to withstand it. Dual cultivation is the safest method. Your pure yang transformation body is naturally effective against demonic energy. Lin Xuan looked at the unconscious Su Ruowei. Her face was pale and her brows were tightly furrowed, clearly enduring immense pain. The black palm print writhed as if it were alive, a horrifying sight. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth. I am willing. Liu Qingyin glanced at him with a complex expression. I will guard you from outside. Remember to guide the pure yang energy with true essence, proceeding step by step, and do not rush. She stepped out of the room and set up layers of protective barriers. Inside the room, only Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei remained. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, sat by the bed, and supported Su Ruowei, placing his hands on her back. True essence gradually flowed in, and pure yang energy surged into Su Ruowei's body. The demonic energy encountered pure yang energy, melting away like ice and snow under the morning sun. However, the demonic energy was stubborn, lurking deep in the meridians, requiring deeper guidance. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment and unfastened Su Ruowei's clothing. The palm print on her chest had spread to her heart meridian, and if not expelled soon, her life would be at risk. I apologize, Lin Xuan whispered, leaning down to kiss Su Ruowei's lips while simultaneously pressing his hands on the palm print. This was the oral transmission of yang energy recorded in the Inyong Harmony Sutra, the most direct and effective method. The pure yang energy passed through his lips and tongue, directly reaching her heart meridian. Su Ruowei let out a soft moan, her brows slightly relaxing. However, the demonic energy counterattacked more fiercely, black mist overflowing from her 7 orifices, looking terrifying. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and removed both of their clothing, dual cultivating in the most primal way. The pure Yang transformation body was fully activated and Yang energy surged into Su Ruowei's body, engaging in a fierce battle with the demonic energy. The unconscious Su Ruowei instinctively responded, her arms wrapping around Lin Xuan's neck. Their breaths intertwined, the yin and yang converged, forming a perfect cycle. The demonic energy retreated step by step from the heart meridian to the limbs, and then to the surface of the body. Black sweat beads seeped from Su Ruowei's skin, indicating that the demonic energy was being forced out. After 3 hours, the last trace of demonic energy dissipated. Su Ruowei let out a soft moan and gradually regained consciousness. Little junior nephew. Her awareness was hazy, but she could sense the changes in her body. What happened to me? You were struck by a demonic palm, and I am healing you, Lin Xuan replied softly, continuing to operate the technique. Although the demonic energy was removed, Su Ruowei's vitality was severely depleted and needed pure Yang energy for nurturing. Su Ruowei gradually became more alert, realizing she was naked and entangled with Lin Xuan, her face instantly turning crimson. You. What have we? It was an urgent matter. Lin Xuan explained. Your injuries were too severe. This was the only method to save you. Su Ruowei bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with tears. Then you should continue. After all, it's not the first time. She closed her eyes and actively responded. Since it had come to this, why not enjoy it fully? The two gradually fell into a rhythm. Su Ruowei's true essence began to circulate on its own under the guidance of the pure Yang energy. With every cycle, her injuries improved, and her cultivation also advanced. Deep dual cultivation detected Dao partner Su Ruowei's injuries healed. Dao partner Su Ruowei's cultivation improved. Golden core mid-stage 5-2, golden core latest stage 1-8. Dao partner Su Ruowei received pure Yang energy baptism aptitude, improved heavenly spirit root 8185. Host received feedback cultivation, improved foundation establishment 3rd layer 4-7 foundation establishment 4th layer 1-2. Pure Yang transformation body development increased to 20. Gained special ability pure Yang. True fire beginner. Can burn away all evil in the world. Lin Xuan felt the surging cultivation and newly acquired abilities within him, filled with joy. Pure Yang, true fire, the nemesis of the demonic path. Su Ruowei also noticed the change. She looked within herself and found that not only were her injuries healed, but her cultivation had also broken through to the late stage of golden core, and her aptitude had improved. Little junior nephew. Thank you, she said softly, her eyes filled with tenderness. It's nothing. Lin Xuan draped a robe over her shoulders. How do you feel? Much better, just a bit weak. Su Ruowei leaned against him. Those 3 demonic cultivators are too vicious. They ambushed me while senior sister was away. If senior sister hadn't returned in time, I might have been abducted. Lin Xuan's gaze turned cold. The demonic sect's target is you. It should be. Su Ruowei nodded. They kept saying they wanted to capture me to use as a furnace cauldron. They should know who I am. A furnace cauldron. Lin Xuan's heart alarm bells rang. The demonic sect's interest in Su Ruowei likely stemmed not only from her being a golden core cultivator, but also because she was Liu Qingyin's junior sister, which could be used to threaten Liu Qingyin into handing over himself. It seems my existence has brought trouble to master and senior uncle, Lin Xuan said solemnly. It's not your fault. Su Ruowei held his hand. It's the demonic sect that's despicable. Moreover, if it weren't for you, I might already be dead. The two embraced for a moment, but Su Ruowei suddenly remembered something. By the way, where is senior sister? She is guarding outside. Su Ruowei stuck out her tongue. Oh no, senior sister must be angry. She hates it when I take risks. I almost lost my life this time. Just then the door opened, and Liu Qingyin walked in. Her face was still pale, but her eyes had regained their calmness. Senior sister. Su Ruowei lowered her head guiltily. How is your injury? Liu Qingyin asked. All healed, and I even broke through, Su Ruowei replied quietly. Liu Qingyin checked her and confirmed there were no issues before looking at Lin Xuan. Your cultivation has improved too quickly. You need to stabilize your realm. For the next 3 months, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Focus on your cultivation. Yes. Ruowei too. Liu Qingyin turned to her junior sister. Having just broken through to the late stage of golden core, you need to enter seclusion to stabilize. If you run around again, I will confine you for 10 years. Su Ruowei shrank her neck in fear. I know. Liu Qingyin then looked at Lin Xuan, hesitated, and finally sighed softly. Thank you for today. She turned and left her back, appearing somewhat lonely. Lin Xuan felt a pang in his heart. He understood what Liu Qingyin was thinking, her own disciple and her junior sister. The relationship was too complicated. Senior sister has it quite tough, Su Ruowei suddenly said. Her master left early. She has to support the Yunlan sect alone and take care of me, a troublesome junior sister. Now there's you. She looked at Lin Xuan. Little junior nephew, promise me never let down senior sister. Lin Xuan nodded solemnly. I swear. Su Ruowei smiled, tears in her eyes. That's good. I'm going to enter seclusion. Now, you should cultivate well too. When we both become stronger, we will protect senior sister together. After putting on her clothes, she skipped out, as if the tenderness from before was merely an illusion. Lin Xuan shook his head and chuckled. This junior sister was truly unpredictable. He returned to his meditation chamber and continued his cultivation. However, his mindset had changed. Previously, he cultivated to become stronger. Now he added a sense of responsibility. To protect Liu Qingyin, to protect Su Ruowei, and to protect the Yunlan sect. Pure yang true fire ignited in his palm, the golden flames dancing and radiating an aura of utmost yang and firmness. With this fire, the threat of demonic techniques to him was greatly reduced. Demonic sect. Lin Xuan's eyes turned cold. Since you came knocking, don't blame me for being rude. He swallowed a nourishing essence pill and began to break through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. 3 months later, Lin Xuan exited his seclusion. His cultivation stabilized at the 5th layer of foundation establishment, and he had practiced the 4th form of the Taishu sword art. Taishu returned to 1, while his pure yang true fire had also reached a small level of mastery. Liu Qingyin was both pleased and worried to see his rapid progress. Cultivating too quickly could lead to an unstable foundation, but Lin Xuan's foundation was terrifyingly solid, having been tempered to the extreme at every layer. Perhaps this is the advantage of a special physique, she could only explain. On this day, Liu Qingyin summoned Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei. I received a message from the Tian Sword sect that the 7 sects will jointly eradicate the demonic sects branch in the eastern region, she said seriously. Yunlan sect needs to send 3 people. I have decided to lead personally, and you 2 will accompany me. Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei exchanged glances, both seeing the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Eradicating the demonic sect is our duty. Su Ruowei clenched her fist. Lin Xuan nodded as well. I am willing to go. Do not be careless, Liu Qingyin cautioned. The demonic sect's branch has at least 3 golden core cultivators stationed, and the branch master may be at the peak of golden core, or even a nascent soul. This mission is dangerous. You 2 must listen to my command and not act recklessly. Understood. 3 days later, the Yunlan sect set out to rendezvous with the Tian Sword sect. This time it was not a competition, but a fight for life and death. In the Tianjin sect, the Grand Hall of Deliberation, representatives from the 7 sects have gathered. 5 individuals from the Tianjin sect arrived, led by Li Mobai's master, the nascent soul swordsman Ling Xiaozi, 4 from the Shindan sect, led by Zhou Yan's uncle, the perfected golden core Dan Shinzi, and 3 from the beast control sect, led by Han Meng's master, the latest golden core Tai Muzhen. The other 4 sects also sent their elites, totaling 23 individuals, all at least foundation establishment midstage. As Liu Qingyin entered the hall with Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei, they attracted quite a few gazes. The Yunlan sect sent only 3 people, but 1 was a nascent soul, 1 was latest golden core, and 1 was at the 5th level of foundation establishment. An impressive lineup. Ling Xiaozi clasped his hands, saying, Master Liu, how about you command this cleanup operation? Liu Qingyin shook her head. Senior Ling, your esteemed reputation precedes you. It should be you who leads. Yunlan's sect will follow orders. Ling Xiaozi did not decline. If that's the case, I shall take the lead then. He unfolded a map, pointing to a mountain range in the northwest of the eastern region. According to the scouts, the demonic sect's branch is located deep within the Haifeng mountain range, specifically in this valley. Inside the branch, there are 3 golden core demonic cultivators, over 30 foundation establishment cultivators, and more than 100 at the chi refining stage. Everyone looked at the valley, which was strategically perilous and difficult to attack. A direct assault would incur heavy losses. I propose splitting our forces into 3 routes, Ling Xiaozi stated. 1 route for a frontal feint to draw attention, 2 flanking routes to infiltrate and disrupt the core of the formation, coordinating inside and out. Which route will feint attack? Which will infiltrate? Someone asked. The feint must be led by those with formidable strength who can hold back the main force of the demonic cultivators. I will lead the frontal assault. Ling Xiaozi looked at Liu Qingyin. Master Liu, you will lead 1 flanking route from the east, Tai Muzhen will lead another from the west. Is that acceptable? Liu Qingyin nodded, understood. Tai Muzhen also agreed. We will act at the hour of the rat in 3 days, Ling Xiaozi stated. Everyone prepare swiftly, ensure you have enough pills and talismans. In this battle, we must annihilate the demonic sect's branch. The crowd dispersed to prepare. Liu Qingyin returned to their lodgings with Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei, setting up a barrier. Master, I have something to say. Lin Xuan suddenly spoke. Go ahead. I believe the location of the demonic sect's branch is too conspicuous, as if it was intentionally exposed, Lin Xuan analyzed. Moreover, with 3 golden core cultivators stationed, this level of strength does not match that of a mere branch. I suspect it's a trap. Liu Qingyin looked at him appreciatively. It's good that you could think of this. But wouldn't Senior Ling know? He is simply using their plan against them. Using their plan against them? The demonic sect wants to lure us into a trap, but we also wish to use this opportunity to deal them a heavy blow. Liu Qingyin sneered. This time all 7 sects have sent their elite forces. On the surface, there are 23 individuals, but secretly, there are also 3 nascent soul ancestors lying in wait. If the demonic sect does not come, that is fine. If they do, they shall not escape. Lin Xuan realized. Apparently the higher-ups had already devised a strategy, and the younger ones were merely pawns. However, you are right to remind me, Liu Qingyin said. Even with the nascent soul ancestors backing us, the battlefield is fraught with danger, and you too must be doubly cautious. Ruawei, especially, you do not act impulsively. Su Ruawei stuck out her tongue. Got it. I promise to listen to my senior sister. 3 days later, at the hour of the rat. In the Haifeng mountain range, the night was dark and the wind howled. The 23 individuals split into 3 teams, stealthily infiltrating the mountains. Lin Xuan followed Liu Qingyin, climbing up the eastern cliff. With them were 2 from the Tianjin sect and 1 from the Xindian sect. The cliff was steep, but to cultivators it felt as flat as ground. The 5 soon reached the summit, overlooking the valley below. The valley was brightly lit, and the outlines of buildings could be faintly seen with a thick, demonic aura. The central hall towered, likely the core of the formation. According to the plan, Senior Ling will launch a feint attack in a quarter of an hour, Liu Qingyin communicated through sound transmission. We will take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate and disrupt the formation. Remember, if the formation is not broken, the nascent soul ancestors cannot enter. Everyone nodded. Time ticked away. Suddenly from the western side of the valley came thunderous battle cries, flames soaring into the sky. The feint attack had begun. Go! Liu Qingyin hissed, and the 5 descended into the valley like phantoms. There were patrolling demonic cultivators around the valley, but all were silently dealt with by Liu Qingyin. A nascent soul could slaughter Foundation establishment cultivators as if they were ants. Soon the 5 reached the outskirts of the central hall. The demonic aura here was thickest, and the fluctuations of the formation were most intense. The core of the formation is inside the hall, Liu Qingyin sensed for a moment. There are barriers outside that need to be broken. Lin Xuan, you come with me inside. The rest will stand guard outside. If any demonic cultivators approach, kill them without mercy. Yes. Liu Qingyin's jade hand lightly pressed against the hall door, her true essence seeping and searching for vulnerabilities in the barrier. After a moment, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in her eyes. Found it. She condensed sword energy at her fingertip and pointed at a specific spot on the hall door. The barrier rippled like water, quietly opening a gap. The 2 slipped inside. The hall was spacious, with a 3-zhang square altar at its center upon which floated a black crystal, and demonic energy continuously surged from it. Surrounding the crystal were 9 demonic cultivators seated in meditation, exerting their full strength to operate the formation. The 9 nether-gathering demon formation, Liu Qingyin recognized. No wonder the demonic aura is so dense. Lin Xuan, I will go destroy the crystal. You hold off those demonic cultivators for just 10 breaths. Disciple understands. Liu Qingyin transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward the altar. The 9 demonic cultivators opened their eyes simultaneously, the leader bellowing, "Who dares to intrude?" Before he could finish, Liu Qingyin's sword energy had already arrived. A nascent soul against golden core, an absolute crushing advantage. 3 golden core demonic cultivators attempted to obstruct her, but were slashed away by a single strike, heavily injured and collapsing to the ground. However, the remaining 6 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators pounced toward Lin Xuan, having identified him as the weakest. Come at me. Lin Xuan did not panic, but felt joy instead as he drew his Taisu sword. Although a 5th-level Foundation establishment faced 6 mid to late Foundation establishment cultivators, it seemed disadvantageous, yet Lin Xuan possessed the Taisu sword technique and pure Yang true fire, making his combat power far exceed that of his peers. Taisu Wuying. Sword light flashed. 2 demonic cultivators had their throats pierced, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It was so fast that they did not even see where the sword came from. The remaining 4 were horrified and all summoned their magical treasures. A demonic knife, a bone whip, a poison banner, and a ghost claw. All 4 demonic artifacts emerged, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. Lin Xuan did not dodge or evade. Pure Yang true fire ignited from his palm, transforming into a wall of fire. The demonic energy that touched the true fire melted like ice and snow. The 4 magical treasures let out a wail, suffering significant damage to their spirit. Pure Yang true fire. You are a pure Yang body, a demonic cultivator exclaimed. Lin Xuan did not reply and drew the Tai Su sword again. This time it was Tai Su Yoshing, with sword energy splitting into countless strands falling like rain. Puff, puff, puff. 2 more fell. The remaining 2 were filled with terror and turned to flee. Do you think you can escape? Lin Xuan called, lightly changing his sword technique to Tai Su Huashing. The sword energy entwined the two, like vines tightening more and more. They screamed in agony, being shredded into blood mist by the sword energy. In just 10 breaths, all 6 Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators were annihilated. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword and gazed at the altar. Liu Qingyin had shattered the black crystal, causing the formation to cease its operation, and the demonic energy began to dissipate. Well done, Liu Qingyin nodded in approval. She initially thought Lin Xuan would only be able to hold them off for 10 breaths, but unexpectedly, he had annihilated them all. It is thanks to my master's guidance, Lin Xuan humbly replied. Let's go and support the front line. Just as Liu Qingyin was about to leave, her expression suddenly changed. Not good. She abruptly turned around and struck into the void. The space twisted and a dark figure stumbled out. A gaunt old man with a cold, sinister aura. He was at the early stage of nascent soul. Ghost Shadow, Old Demon. Liu Qingyin recognized him. You dare to show yourself? He Liu Sect Master, you have sharp eyes. The Ghost Shadow, Old Demon grinned ominously. This valley today will be your burial ground. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of anguished screams came from outside the hall. It was the 3 people on guard. Liu Qingyin's divine sense swept across, and her face turned ashen. Outside the hall, more than 10 demonic cultivators had appeared, 3 of whom were at the full golden core stage, already surrounding and slaughtering the disciples of the Tianjin sect and Xiandan sect. A diversion. She understood. The demon sect had long been aware of their plan, deliberately exposing a flaw to lure them into splitting their forces and then concentrating strength to pick them off one by one. Now you understand, it's too late, the Ghost Shadow, Old Demon sneered. Liu Qingyin, if you surrender and become my furnace, I may spare your life. You're seeking death. Liu Qingyin was filled with rage. Her nascent soul pressure erupted, fully shaking the great hall. The Ghost Shadow, Old Demon laughed in defiance. Though you are a newly advanced nascent soul, I have been in the nascent soul stage for 100 years. Why would I fear you? The two instantly clashed in battle. The confrontation of nascent souls was devastating, and the great hall began to collapse under the strain. Lin Xuan was thrown back by the aftershock, crashing into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He knew he could not interfere in a nascent soul battle. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rushed out of the hall. Outside, chaos reigned. The number of demonic cultivators was 3 times theirs, and each was fearlessly fierce. Lin Shitty. A shout came from afar. It was Chun Ming. He was covered in blood, fiercely battling 2 demonic cultivators. Lin Xuan dashed over and struck down one of them with a sword. Chun Ming felt a significant decrease in pressure and joined Lin Xuan to deal with the other. What's going on? Lin Xuan asked. We fell into a trap. Chun Ming panted. The demon sect had set up an ambush long ago, and Senior Ling Xiao is also occupied. Oh, we've lost contact with Senior Tai Muzhen. Lin Xian's heart sank to the bottom. Where are the 3 nascent soul ancestors? Wasn't it said they would be in ambush? Just as he pondered this, a rumble came from the sky. 3 figures fell from the clouds. They were the 3 nascent soul ancestors from the Tianjin sect, Xiandan sect, and Yusho sect. They were all injured and looked grim. Huh. 3 old friends, how have you fared? A man in black robes descended, his aura deep and unfathomable. He was at the late stage of nascent soul. Blood demon ancestor. Ling Xiaozi gritted his teeth. You have the audacity to come yourself. The 7 sects joined forces to suppress my branch. How could I not come? The blood demon ancestor sneered. Today, none of you will escape. The situation turned dire. The 3 nascent soul ancestors were being held back by the blood demon ancestor, while Liu Qingyin was entangled with the Ghost Shadow, Old Demon. The remaining people were under siege by the demonic cultivators in a precarious state. Lin Xuan cut down a demonic cultivator in front of him and looked around. Only he and Chun Ming remained from the Yunlan sect. The Tianjin sect and Xiandan sect had suffered heavy casualties. We must break through. He made a decisive decision. Chen Shixiang, follow me. The 2 fought while retreating, rushing toward the valley's exit. But the exit had been sealed by the demonic cultivators, with a dozen Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators blocking the way. Let's fight. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, unleashing the Tai Su sword technique with all his might, and pure Yang true fire erupted into a sea of flames. Chun Ming also fought desperately, using all his magical artifacts. However, the number of demonic cultivators was overwhelming, and they gradually began to falter. In a critical moment, a beam of sword light descended from the sky, slicing through the encirclement of demonic cultivators. Su Ruowei arrived riding her sword, followed by Tai Muzhen's group. They had burst forth from the western side. Little Shitsizi. Su Ruowei landed beside Lin Xuan, forcing back several demonic cultivators with a sword. Are you alright? I'm fine, Lin Xuan forced a smile. But the situation is dire. Tai Muzhen was bloodied but full of fighting spirit. Demonic brats, your grandpa Tai is here. He charged into the enemy ranks like a tiger among sheep. His latest golden core strength was fully displayed, and demonic cultivators fell in clusters. However, the demonic cultivators were undaunted, pouring in without end. To make matters worse, a muffled groan from the sky alerted Lin Xuan. Liu Qingyin had been injured by the ghost shadow old demon. Lin Xuan looked up and saw Liu Qingyin's white robes stained with blood, her aura weakening. The ghost shadow old demon approached with a sinister grin, ready to strike. Master! Lin Xuan's eyes widened in rage, and he dashed forward without regard for himself. Don't go! Su Ruowei tried to grab him, but was a moment too late. Lin Xuan raced toward the ruins of the altar, the center of the battlefield. The residual force from the nascent soul battle was enough to shred him to pieces. But he didn't care. Liu Qingyin must not die. The pure Yang transformation body operated wildly, and the pure Yang true fire burned to its peak. Lin Xuan charged at the ghost shadow old demon like a moth to a flame. An ant dares to show off its power. The ghost shadow old demon waved his hand, sending a wave of black energy toward Lin Xuan. This strike was sufficient to annihilate a golden core. Lin Xuan did not dodge or evade. He raised the Tai Su sword high, gathering all his true essence, all the pure Yang energy, and all his vital spirit into this one sword. Tai Su, return to one. The sword light shone brightly like the first light that opened the heavens. The black energy met the sword light, melting away like snow in boiling water. The ghost shadow old demon's expression changed drastically. What kind of sword technique is this? He attempted to evade, but the sword light had already locked onto him, and there was no escape. Puff! The sword light pierced through the ghost shadow old demon's chest, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl. The pure Yang true fire ignited at the wound, preventing the demonic energy from healing. Ah! The ghost shadow old demon screamed in agony, his aura plummeting. Liu Qingyin seized the opportunity and beheaded him with a sword. The nascent soul attempted to escape, but was shredded by her sword light. The nascent soul demonic cultivator had fallen. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Xuan, the young man who had wounded a nascent soul demonic cultivator with his foundation establishment body. Lin Xuan leaned on his sword, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. That one sword had drained all his strength, and he could barely stand. Little Shitsizi. Su Ruowei rushed over to support him. Liu Qingyin also landed, her eyes filled with complexity. You were too reckless. Disciple could not bear to see master die. Lin Xuan forced a smile and then fainted. When Lin Xuan woke up, he found himself lying in the cabin of the Cloud shuttle, a thin blanket covering him. His wounds had been bandaged, but his meridians throbbed with a burning pain. You're awake. Su Ruowei sat by the bed, her eyes red. You've been unconscious for 3 days. I was so scared. What about the battle? Lin Xuan's voice was hoarse. We won. Su Ruowei wiped her eyes. You wounded the ghost shadow old demon, and my senior sister took the opportunity to kill him. Seeing the situation was dire, the blood demon ancestor fled with the remnants. The 3 nascent soul ancestors went after him, but have not returned yet. Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. What about the casualties? Su Ruowei's expression darkened. 7 died and 12 were seriously injured. Senior brother Chen Ming is gravely wounded, but survived. 3 from the Tianjin sect, 2 from the Xindan sect, and 1 from the Beastmaster sect perished. 23 went and 16 returned with 7 casualties. For cultivators, this is a tragic victory. What about my master? Senior sister is recuperating. She was also injured. Su Ruowei said softly. The ghost shadow old demon counterattacked as he was dying, injuring senior sister's spirit. She needs to rest. Lin Xuan struggled to sit up. I'll go check on her. Don't move. Su Ruowei pressed him down. Senior sister said you need to rest well. If you force yourself to use that sword technique, your meridians will be severely damaged, and it will take you at least half a year to recover. Half a year? Lin Xuan forced a smile, but he knew that he had fought desperately at that time. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. Detected host is seriously injured. System is automatically repairing. Consumption 1 drop of Millennium Spiritual Milk. Repair progress 10. 30. 70. 100 repair complete. Meridian resilience 20. Pure Yang transformation body development increased to 22. Warm currents flowed through his body, and the pain in his meridians quickly dissipated. Lin Xuan was astonished to find that not only had his injuries healed, but his meridians had also become more resilient. The Millennium Spiritual Milk was truly miraculous. I'm fine now. Lin Xuan moved his hands and feet. Take me to see my master. Su Ruowei's eyes widened. How is that possible? I'm really fine. Lin Xuan got out of bed, his true essence circulating smoothly. Su Ruowei was half convinced and led him to Liu Qingyin's room. Liu Qingyin was meditating, her complexion pale, her breath uneven. Master, Lin Xuan called softly. Liu Qingyin opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Xuan, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Your injuries. Disciple has a healing secret technique. I'm fine now. Lin Xuan glossed over it. How is master's injury? Her spirit was damaged and needs to rest for several months. Liu Qingyin frowned. But where did you learn that sword technique that could injure a nascent soul? Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment, then spoke the truth. It's the fourth style of the Taishu sword. Classic Taishu returns to one. I was in a desperate situation and forced it out. I didn't expect its power to be so immense. Liu Qingyin looked at him deeply. The Taishu sword classic. You have quite the fortune. But remember, this sword technique should not be shown lightly, otherwise it will bring endless calamity. Disciple understands. You have made great contributions in this battle. I will ask the sect for merit on your behalf. However, great merit can also bring disaster. Liu Qingyin paused. I will say that you accidentally injured the ghost shadow old demon with a talisman, and the true killer was me. Do you have any objections? Lin Xuan shook his head. Whatever master arranges is fine. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Liu Qingyin nodded. You should rest now. After returning to the sect, enter closed-door cultivation for a year to consolidate your cultivation and avoid the limelight. Yes. Back in his own room, Lin Xuan sat down to recuperate. Although the millennium spiritual milk had healed his injuries, the consumed true essence and vitality still needed time to recover. 3 days later, the cloud shuttle returned to the Yunlan sect. Though victorious, the atmosphere was heavy. The bodies of the fallen were sent back to their respective sects, and the injured were recuperating. Lin Xuan was ordered by Liu Qingyin to enter closed-door cultivation, but in reality, he was resting in a side room of the Qingyin pavilion. Su Ruowei was in charge of looking after him, or rather clinging to him. Little junior nephew, your sword technique was amazing. Teach me. Su Ruowei rested her chin on her hand, looking at Lin Xuan eagerly. Master Ant, that is a sword technique for men, but it's not suitable for you. Lin Xuan forced a smile. The Taishu sword technique was extremely young, and women would find it much harder to cultivate. So stingy, Su Ruowei pouted. Then tell me what you were thinking at that time. That was a nascent soul. How could you dare to charge at it? I didn't think much of it, Lin Xuan replied honestly. When I saw Master in danger, I just rushed up. Su Ruowei's gaze softened. Senior sister didn't care for you in vain. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. I'll tell you a secret. Senior sister was actually very moved. After you fell unconscious that day, she stayed by your side all night, ignoring everyone's advice. Lin Xuan felt a warmth in his heart. But you were too reckless. Su Ruowei straightened her face. Don't do that next time. If we must fight, I should go first. After all, I'm in the late stage of golden core. Yes, Master Ant is the strongest. As they joked, Liu Qingyin pushed the door open and entered holding a bowl of medicine. It's time to take your medicine. Lin Xuan took it. The medicine was bitter, but he drank it all in one go. No matter how bitter it was medicine prepared by Master. Master, how is your injury? No worries, just need another half-month of recuperation. Liu Qingyin sat down by the bed. Lin Xuan, you have made great contributions this time. The sect has decided to reward you heavily. What do you want? Lin Xuan thought for a moment. Disciple wants the opportunity to enter the Spirit Eye for cultivation. The Spirit Eye is the greatest secret of the Yunlan sect, a place where natural spiritual veins converge with a concentration of spiritual energy 100 times that of the outside world. Only those who have made great contributions to the sect may enter. Liu Qingyin was a bit surprised. Just this. It's enough, Lin Xuan replied. He had the system and a dual cultivation physique, lacking neither techniques nor pills. What he lacked was time. As the Spirit Eye could significantly shorten cultivation time. Liu Qingyin nodded. I will apply to the Elder Council. With your contributions, entering the Spirit Eye for 3 months should not be a problem. Thank you, Master. Additionally, Liu Qingyin took out a jade slip. This is the Golden Core chapter of the Yunlan True Scripture. Although you haven't reached Golden Core, you may comprehend it in advance. Lin Xuan took it solemnly. The Golden Core chapter was the core inheritance of the Yunlan sect, something only direct disciples could obtain. Train hard, Liu Qingyin stood up. In a year, the 7 sects will hold the heroic battle. Both Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators may participate. If you can claim the top spot, I can make an exception to teach you the Nascent Soul chapter. Disciple will definitely work hard. After Liu Qingyin left, Su Ruowei said enviously, Senior sister is really good to you. Back in my day, I had to beg her for a long time to get the Golden Core chapter. Lin Xuan smiled. If Master Ant wants it, I'll copy a copy for you. Really? Su Ruowei's eyes lit up. Then it settled. Wait until you're healed, and then copy it. In the following days, Lin Xuan devoted himself to recuperating and cultivating. With Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei taking turns to assist in dual cultivation, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Partner Liu Qingyin Intimacy 15, Current Favorability 95, Familiar Intimate Partner Su Ruowei Intimacy 20, Current Favorability 93, Familiar Intimate Bond Effect Enhancement Dual Cultivation Efficiency 30, New Function Unlock Partner Combined Attack Technique Requires Intimacy 100. Intimacy was nearing full. Lin Xuan looked at the system prompt and felt emotional. Unknowingly, his relationship with these two teachers had become so close. A A month later, Liu Qingyin's injuries had healed. Lin Xuan's cultivation had also stabilized at the peak of the 5th layer of foundation establishment, ready to break through to the 6th layer at any time. One day, Liu Qingyin summoned him to the main chamber. The application for the spirit eye has been approved. You will have 3 months. She handed Lin Xuan a token. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, I will take you there. Yes. Also, there's something I need to tell you. Liu Qingyin's expression was serious. The Tianjin sect has sent news that the blood demon ancestor has escaped back to the Western region's headquarters. The demon cult has issued a blood demon order offering a bounty for your head. Lin Xuan's heart tightened. How much is the bounty? An upper-grade magic treasure or an equivalent amount of spirit stones? Liu Qingyin looked at him. You are now a prime target of the demon cult. Once you leave the Yunlan sect, you might encounter assassination at any time. Lin Xuan forced a smile. This was expected. He had injured the ghost shadow old demon equivalent to slapping the demon cult in the face. It would be strange if they didn't retaliate. But you don't have to worry too much, Liu Qingyin reassured him. Within the sect, they wouldn't dare to act. The spirit eye is protected by formations. Even nascent souls cannot enter. Focus on your cultivation and raise your strength as quickly as possible. Disciple understands. And Liu Qingyin hesitated for a moment. You should spend more time with Ruowei. That girl seems lively, but she's actually sensitive. This time during the demon extermination, she experienced life and death for the first time, and she has her burdens. Lin Xuan nodded. He had noticed that although Su Ruowei still loved to talk and laugh, there was a hint of shadow in her eyes. That was the mark left after witnessing death. After leaving the main chamber, Lin Xuan went to find Su Ruowei. She was practicing swordsmanship in the backyard, the sword light, sharp, each move fierce. Master Aunt, Lin Xuan called to her. Su Ruowei sheathed her sword, wiping away sweat. Little junior nephew, what brings you here? I wanted to talk to you. Lin Xuan walked over. About the extermination of demons. Su Ruowei's smile faded. What's there to talk about? The demon cult deserves to die. Though we kill the demon cult, it's only right. But killing isn't easy, is it? Lin Xuan said softly. When I killed someone for the first time, I had nightmares for 3 days. Su Ruowei fell silent, and after a long time said, I saw senior brother Chen Ming almost die. Saw senior brother Li from the Tianjin sect have his heart plucked out by a demon cultivator. Saw so much blood. I used to think fighting was fun, but now I realize it can truly lead to death. This is the world of cultivation, Lin Xuan said. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. What we can do is to become strong enough that no one dares to draw a blade against us. Su Ruowei looked up at him, her eyes glistening. Little junior nephew, you will protect me, and senior sister, right? I will. Lin Xuan nodded seriously. With my sword, my life. Su Ruowei threw herself into his arms, sobbing softly. Lin Xuan gently patted her back in silent comfort. After an unknown amount of time, Su Ruowei lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen, but the smile returned. Thank you, little junior nephew. I'm okay now. That's good. Lin Xuan wiped her tears away. Tomorrow, I'll be going into the spirit eye for closed-door cultivation for 3 months. When I come out, let's have another match. It's a promise. Su Ruowei extended her pinky swear. Lin Xuan laughed as he hooked his pinky with hers. That night, Liu Qingyin came to Lin Xuan's room. Tomorrow, you'll enter the spirit eye tonight. I'll accompany you in your cultivation. Her ears turned slightly red. Lin Xuan understood her meaning. 3 months in the spirit eye meant they wouldn't see each other. A final dual cultivation session before parting would be beneficial for both. The two sat facing each other, their hands pressed together. Their true essence merged, circulating yin and yang. Unlike past intense sessions, this dual cultivation was particularly gentle. Liu Qingyin let go of her body and guided Lin Xuan's true essence to flow within her body. Lin Xuan also relaxed his mind and felt her nascent soul's Dao rhythm. Deep dual cultivation in progress. Partner, Liu Qingyin's cultivation increased. Early nascent soul, 4245 partner, Liu Qingyin, received nourishment from pure yang energy, slightly improving her Xian Yin spiritual body. Host cultivation increased. Foundation establishment 5th layer, 99 foundation establishment 6th layer, 33 pure yang transformation body development increased to 23 partner, Liu Qingyin. Intimacy 5, current favorability 100 intimate unlocked partner combined attack. Technique Inyong / requires both to cast simultaneously. Power stacks. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Liu Qingyin took Lin Xuan to the forbidden area on the back mountain. There stood an ancient cave with a thin, elderly man sitting at the entrance. Shoshu, this is Lin Xuan. He will enter the spirit eye for 3 months of cultivation, Liu Qingyin said respectfully. The old man opened his eyes, his murky gaze sweeping over Lin Xuan, and he nodded slightly. Go in. I will come to fetch you in 3 months. The stone door of the cave slowly opened and a rich liquid-like spiritual energy rushed towards him. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, feeling every pore in his body open up. Cultivate well, Liu Qingyin said softly. I'll wait for you to come out. Lin Xuan nodded heavily and stepped inside. The stone door closed, isolating him from the outside world. Within the spirit eye, the 3 months of arduous cultivation officially began. Within the spiritual eye lies a hidden paradise. It is a natural cavern adorned with hanging stalactites and towering stone pillars. In the center of the cave is a small pool 3 feet square with milky white water rich in spiritual energy thick enough to condense into mist. Several ancient spirit herbs including lingzhi and ginseng grow by the pool, each at least 1,000 years old. Lin Xuan approached the edge of the pool and reached out to touch the water. The sensation was warm and gentle as the spiritual energy surged into his body through his fingertips 100 times denser than that of the outside world. He sighed, 1 day of cultivation here is worth 100 days in the outside world. Wasting no time, Lin Xuan immediately sat cross-legged by the pool and began to circulate the Tai Su sword classic. Spiritual energy surged in like a tide, causing his meridians to swell with pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The pure Yang transformation body operated at full capacity, assisted by the marrow-cleansing spiritual body to absorb the energy. With the double cultivation physique enhancing his efforts, his cultivation speed was astonishing. 3 days later, he broke through to the 7th layer of foundation establishment. 10 days later, he reached the 8th layer. A month later, he achieved the 9th layer of foundation establishment. The improvement in his cultivation was secondary. More importantly, it deepened his understanding of the sword path. In such a rich environment of spiritual energy, Lin Xuan's comprehension of the Tai Su sword art accelerated at an astonishing rate. Tai Su Wuing has reached great perfection with sword strikes that leave no trace, killing without form. Tai Su Yuxing can condense 100 sword energies wielded as naturally as an extension of his own finger. Tai Su Hua Sheng cultivates a sword intent with sword energy that flows endlessly. Tai Su Gui Yi cannot yet be executed at will, but he has grasped its essence. In addition, Lin Xuan also took the time to cultivate the golden core section of the Yunlan true scripture. Although he had not yet formed his core, he gained insights in advance, laying a foundation for the future. One day, while soaking in the pool, Lin Xuan suddenly felt a surge of intuition and took out the Tai Su sword. The sword trembled lightly, emitting a humming sound. Lin Xuan felt a surge of inspiration and began to dance with the sword. There was no set form, no techniques. He moved purely on instinct. The sword light flowed like water, sometimes cascading like a waterfall, sometimes meandering like a stream, and at times crashing like raging waves. As he danced with fervor, Lin Xuan let out a long howl, the sword tip pointing skyward. 5th form of the Tai Su sword art, Tai Su Wu Liang. The sword light shot into the sky, leaving deep gashes on the cave ceiling. The power of this strike had brushed against the threshold of the golden core. Understanding of the 5th form of the Tai Su sword art. Sword path, realm, initial sword intent. Development of the pure Yang transformation body increased to 25. Acquired special ability, sword energy manifestation beginner. Can manifest sword energy as a physical entity for 10 breaths. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword, his breath calming. At the peak of the 9th layer of foundation establishment, he was just a step away from the golden core. Yet he did not rush. The more solid the foundation, the stronger he would be after forming the core. Days passed. Lin Xuan spent his time cultivating and signing in. The spiritual eye was a treasure trove, and the rewards for signing in were richer than those of the outside world. Sign in successful spiritual eye day 1. Acquired 1 drop of Millennium Stone Milk can enhance cultivation, refine the body. Sign in successful spiritual eye day 30. Acquired 1 fragment of sword path insight, slightly increases sword path realm upon use. Sign in successful spiritual eye day 60. Acquired 1 breaking boundary pill, increases success rate of forming core by 30%. Breaking boundary pill. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Forming the core was the first major hurdle on the path of cultivation, with a failure rate of 8 to 9 out of 10. With the breaking boundary pill, his success rate increased significantly. He carefully stored the pill and continued his arduous cultivation. On the 80th day, Lin Xuan felt the bottleneck loosening. The liquid true essence in his dantian began to condense, showing signs of forming a core. He did not rush to break through, but continued to compress the true essence, refining his foundation. It was not until the 90th day, when the true essence solidified like mercury and could no longer be compressed, that he consumed the breaking boundary pill. Once the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a powerful medicinal force that surged into his dantian. The true essence began to spin faster and faster, gradually condensing into a spherical shape, a nascent golden core. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The pure Yang transformation body automatically operated, resonating with the Tai Su sword classic. In the dantian, the nascent golden core did not condense as usual. Instead, it transformed into a small sword. A sword-shaped golden core. Lin Xuan was filled with uncertainty. He had never heard of a sword-shaped golden core. All documented golden cores were round and smooth like pearls. Yet the aura emanating from the sword-shaped golden core was incredibly powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary golden core. Moreover, he faintly sensed that this golden core was connected to the Tai Su sword. No matter, let's condense it first. He focused his mind and poured all his energy into the condensation. The sword-shaped golden core grew more solid, eventually taking shape. A 3-inch small sword entirely golden with mysterious patterns on its blade. The golden core was formed. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in wildly. Lin Xuan's aura rose significantly, leaping from the peak of foundation establishment to the early stage of golden core, and it continued to grow. Early stage of golden core 10305080. It finally stabilized at early stage of golden core 85, just a step away from the mid-stage. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, a flash of sword light flickering in his gaze. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, over 10 times stronger than during the foundation establishment. His divine sense could extend 100 feet. His true essence was as refined as liquid gold, and the strength of his physical body had significantly increased. More importantly, the sword-shaped golden core elevated his understanding of the sword path to a new level. Now if I encounter the ghostly old demon again, even without risking my life, I still have the strength to fight, Lin Xuan said confidently. He attempted to control the sword, and the Tai Su sword transformed into a stream of light darting through the cave as if at his command. This was the sword control technique of the golden core stage, a world apart from that of the foundation establishment stage. After 10 more days of consolidation, 3 months came to an end. The stone door opened, and the old man stood outside, saying, "Time's up, come out." Lin Xuan stepped out of the spiritual eye, the sunlight blinding. He took a deep breath, feeling as if the world had changed. He could see the flow of spiritual energy, hear the chirping of insects and birds, and sense the breath of all living things. The golden core stage is indeed different, he marveled. Indeed, your foundation is solid, the old man assessed him, offering rare praise. A sword-shaped golden core, I've lived for 800 years and seen it for the first time. Young man, your future is limitless. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Upon returning to the Qingyin pavilion, Liu Qingyin and Su Ruwei were already waiting. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, both were taken aback. Golden core stage. Su Ruwei exclaimed, "Little junior, you're a freak. Jumping from the 6th layer of foundation establishment to the early stage of golden core in just 3 months. Liu Qingyin couldn't hide her surprise either. Sword-shaped golden core. It's indeed recorded in ancient texts representing the highest aptitude for sword cultivators. Lin Xuan, you've given me many surprises." Lin Xuan scratched his head awkwardly. Just lucky, just lucky. Cut it out. Su Ruwei pounced on him, pinching his face. Quick, tell me how you practiced. I want a sword-shaped golden core too. Uncle, it's a matter of physique. Lin Xuan smiled wryly. The three of them laughed and teased for a while, until Liu Qingyin became serious, saying, "Now that you've formed your core, there are some things you need to be informed of." She took out a jade slip. This contains secrets only the sect master of Yunlan sect can know. 3,000 years ago, there was an extraordinarily talented sword cultivator in the eastern region who also had a sword-shaped golden core. He created the Tai Su sword path, sweeping through the eastern region without rivals. Later, he ascended to the upper realm, leaving behind the legacy known as the Tai Su sword classic. Lin Xuan's heart stirred. The Tai Su sword classic and the sword-shaped golden core. Could that predecessor be the Tai Su sword master? Your sword-shaped golden core might be related to the Tai Su sword classic. Liu Qingyin looked at him. This matter must not be disclosed. The sword-shaped golden core is too astonishing. It will attract covetousness. Disciple understands. Additionally, the 7 sects talents battle will be held next month. Now that you've formed your core, you can participate in the golden core group, Liu Qingyin stated. The rewards for this talents battle are substantial. The champion can receive a nurturing infant pill and an opportunity to enter the dragon transformation pool. Nurturing infant pill, dragon transformation pool. Lin Xuan's heart raced. The nurturing infant pill increases the success rate of forming an infant, while the dragon transformation pool refines the body, enhancing aptitude. Disciple will definitely give it my all. Don't rush. Liu Qingyin poured cold water on him. Participants in the golden core group are at least in the mid-stage of golden core. Many are in the late stage or even perfection. Although you've formed the sword core, your realm is still shallow, so don't be careless. Disciple will be careful. In the following month, Lin Xuan, under the special training of Liu Qingyin and Su Ruwei, consolidated his golden core cultivation and familiarized himself with the combat techniques of the golden core stage. With 2 latest-stage golden core, or even nascent soul cultivators, as sparring partners, his progress was rapid. The power of the sword-shaped golden core gradually revealed itself. His true essence storage was 3 times that of the same level. Recovery speed was 5 times, and the power of his sword path increased tenfold. Monster. After being defeated by Lin Xuan once again, Su Ruwei lay on the ground wailing him in the late stage of Golden Core, yet I can't defeat you in the early stage of Golden Core. It's so unfair. Liu Qingyin also sighed. The sword-shaped Golden Core is indeed against the heavens. With your current strength you can contend with mid-stage Golden Core and even latest stage. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The talents battle awaited him. On the eve of his departure, Lin Xuan signed in. Sign-in successful. Acquired 1 substitute puppet can replace death once. Lucky sign-in successful. Acquired 1 talents token allows direct entry into the finals without examination. The substitute puppet is a life-saving treasure. The talents token allows him to skip the preliminary rounds and directly enter the finals. The system is indeed considerate. Lin Xuan put away the 2 treasures filled with confidence for the future. The next day the 3 boarded the Cloud shuttle heading to the venue of the talents battle, Zhongzhou Winda City. This time he aimed to make the entire eastern region. Upon successful registration, Lin Xuan received a heavenly secret concealment talisman one-time use, which when activated would obscure the host's position and status for 12 hours, making it impossible for nascent soul stage cultivators and below to deduce. Additionally, he obtained a sword intent crystal, which contains pure sword intent. Absorbing it could enhance his comprehension of the sword path and potentially lead him to grasp new sword intents. In the questioning Dao City, Lin Xuan contemplated the 2 newly acquired items. The heavenly secret concealment talisman arrived just in time amidst the competition among the talented. Having this talisman would help avoid considerable trouble. The sword intent crystal was even more timely as he had just refined his sword core and needed to deepen his understanding of the sword path. Lin Jr. brother over here. Chun Ming waved from a distance. After the battle against the demons, Chun Ming's injuries had healed and his cultivation had advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. In this competition of the talented, he represented the Yunlan sect in the foundation establishment group. Lin Xuan walked over to join Chen Ming and Su Ruwei. Liu Qingyin went to discuss the competition matters with the elders of other sects, allowing them to wander around the city first. Questioning Dao City truly deserved its title as the foremost city in the eastern region with wide streets and bustling shops. There were stores for magical tools, elixirs, and talismans, as well as auction houses and dueling arenas. The streets were crowded with people and cultivators could be seen everywhere, with foundation establishment practitioners as common as dogs and golden core cultivators walking freely. I heard that in this competition of the talented there will be over 300 participants, including scattered cultivators outside the 7 sects. Chun Ming whispered there are more than 80 people in the golden core group, including at least 10 who have reached the golden core stage. Su Ruwei stuck out her tongue. The competition is fierce. Junior Master, don't get eliminated in the first round. Lin Xuan smiled. I will do my best. The 3 of them entered a tea house and requested a private room. As soon as they sat down, they heard discussions from the next table. Have you heard? Li Mubai from the Heavenly Sword Sect has also formed his core, achieving great sword intent, and is said to be able to contend against mid-golden core cultivators. Not to mention Zhou Yan from the Shandan sect has refined a 4th grade elixir and has been accepted as a disciple by Dan Chenzi. Han Meng from the Beast Control sect has tamed a golden core thunder eagle, significantly increasing his strength. And there are several formidable scattered cultivators. Bloodblade Li Feng, a late golden core cultivator, has countless souls lost beneath his blade. Poisonous Lady Liu Rian, a mid-golden core cultivator, wields poison with unmatched skill. Lin Xuan quietly listened. These names represented formidable opponents. By the way, have you heard of Lin Xuan from the Yunlan sect? He dared to challenge a nascent soul cultivator even in the foundation establishment stage and injured the ghost shadow old demon. Isn't that just exaggeration? How could a foundation establishment cultivator injure a nascent soul? It's absolutely true. My cousin was present and witnessed it with his own eyes. It's said that Lin Xuan possesses a special physique and his combat power is astonishing. What kind of physique is that powerful? I'm not sure, but it must be stronger than the pure Yang body. There were speculations that it might be the legendary chaos body or innate Dao body. Lin Xuan exchanged glances with Chun Ming, both recognizing the gravity in each other's eyes. The news spread so quickly it seemed that some people were fanning the flames. A tall tree attracts the wind. Chun Ming sighed. Lin Jr. brother, you need to be careful in this competition of the talented. Many will be keeping an eye on you. I understand. Lin Xuan nodded. He was aware of the principle that possessing treasures could invite trouble. Su Ruwei scoffed. What's there to fear? Whoever dares to touch Junior Master will have to ask my sword first. Just then a commotion arose outside the tea house. The 3 of them leaned out to see a group of black-clad cultivators riding by, led by a young man with a stern face, a blade at his waist, and a fierce aura. It's Bloodblade Li Feng, someone exclaimed softly. Li Feng seemed to sense something and turned to look at the tea house. His gaze, sharp as a blade, paused on Lin Xuan for a moment before curling into a cold smile. Interesting, he muttered to himself before riding away. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Li Feng gave him a sense of danger even more so than Li Mubai or Zhou Yan. Bloodblade Li Feng, the god of death among scattered cultivators, Chun Ming spoke solemnly. This person has never left a living soul beneath his blade. If you face him, Lin Jr. brother, be extremely cautious. I will be careful. After wandering around questioning Dao City for half a day, the three returned to the residence of the 7 sects. Liu Qingyin had already returned, her expression serious. The rules for the competition of the talented have been announced, she said, distributing jade slips to the three. The Foundation Establishment and Golden Core groups will compete separately, starting with group matches followed by elimination rounds. In the group matches, each group consists of 10 people with the top 3 advancing. Lin Xuan examined the jade slip. There were 8 groups in the Golden Core competition, and he was in the 3rd group. Among his group were Han Meng from the Beast Control Sect, 2 scattered cultivators, and the rest were disciples from the 7 sects. Han Meng. Lin Xuan recalled the Beast Control genius and wondered how much he had grown in the 3 years since they last met. Moreover, there's bad news. The demon cult has spread the word that they intend to take your life during the competition of the talented. Blood Young Master, disciple of the Blood Demon Ancestor, will also participate, and he has achieved the Golden Core stage. Blood Young Master is the direct disciple of the Blood Demon Ancestor and the foremost among the younger generation of the demon cult. It is said that he has slain 3 late Golden Core cultivators, earning a fearsome reputation. Let them come, Lin Xuan said calmly. Liu Qingyin looked at him, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. You have a good mindset, which is commendable. But remember, if you can't win, it's better to concede. The competition of the talented allows for withdrawals. Surviving is the key to the future. Disciple understands, he replied. That night, Lin Xuan practiced in his room. He took out the sword intent crystal and held it in his palm. The crystal was cool to the touch, with streams of light swirling within as if it were a living entity. As he probed with his divine sense, a vast sword intent surged forth. It was a sword intent that was lofty, solitary, and capable of severing, all differing from the ethereal nature of the Taishu sword technique, leaning more toward combat. Lin Xuan became immersed in it, as if witnessing an unparalleled swordsman wielding his blade in the endless void. Every strike was simplified to the extreme, yet contained the power to cleave the heavens and shatter the earth. Uncertain of how long had passed, he opened his eyes, and a flash of sword light flickered in his gaze. Absorbed the sword intent crystal. Sword Dao realm increased. Sword intent initial formation minor success. And sword intent comprehended new sword intent heaven, severing incomplete proficiency of the 5th form of Taishu sword technique. Taishu Wuliang significantly increased. The heaven severing sword intent, although incomplete, possessed astonishing power. Lin Xuan attempted to channel it, condensing a wisp of gray sword energy at his fingertips. Wherever it passed, the air emitted a faint explosive sound. Such a domineering sword intent. He dispersed the sword energy. This sword intent consumed too much, and with his current cultivation level, he could only unleash it 3 times at most. Stowing away the sword intent crystal, Lin Xuan took out the heavenly secret concealment talisman. This talisman should be used at critical moments, such as when confronted with an insurmountable opponent, to escape. With everything prepared, he awaited the draw tomorrow. The next day, the talented warriors' battle officially commenced. In the central square of the Wenda City, 10 arenas rose from the ground, each protected by a formation capable of withstanding full-force attacks from those below the nascent soul stage. The audience was a sea of people, with disciples from the 7 sects, loose cultivators, and various factions, all gathered to watch the battle. Liu Qingyin, representing the Yunlan sect, sat in the high platform reserved for elders. Lin Xuan, Su Ruowei, Chun Ming, and other competitors stood at the foot of the stage. The master of the Tianjin sect, Ling Xiaozi, rose, and his voice resonated throughout the venue. The talented warriors' battle aims to hone skills and exchange insights, but remember to stop at the right moment. However, swords and blades have no eyes. Injuries and fatalities are inevitable. If you feel you cannot win, you may concede and leave the arena, and the opponent must not pursue. Those who violate this rule will be punished by all 7 sects. Now let the drawing of lots begin. The Golden Core group would draw first. Lin Xuan stepped forward and drew a jade token from the lot barrel, which bore the inscription Group C number 3. Group 3 number 3. Lin Xuan, Group C number 3, noted the attending disciple. Lin Xuan returned to the group and saw that Han Meng had drawn Group C number 7, placing them in the same group. Han Meng also spotted him and gave a distant salute. The drawing was complete and the matches began. The Foundation Establishment group was up first, with Chun Ming competing in Group B against a loose cultivator. The two battled for 30 exchanges, with Chun Ming narrowly winning. Senior brother Chun has made considerable progress, Lin Xuan praised. Chun Ming smiled wryly. It was just luck. That loose cultivator lacked experience, and I seized the opportunity. In the following matches, most disciples from the 7 sects won, while loose cultivators suffered more defeats than victories. After all sect disciples received systematic training, and their resources and skills held an advantage. It was now the turn of the Golden Core group. The first match featured Li Mubai against a mid-stage loose cultivator. Li Mubai unleashed a single sword strike, and the sword intent was like a rainbow, prompting his opponent to concede instantly. Such powerful sword intent! The audience exclaimed. Li Mubai is indeed a genius of swordsmanship. That single strike already has the form of a nascent soul. Lin Xuan also nodded in agreement. Li Mubai's sword was purer and sharper than it had been 3 years ago. If he faced him, the outcome would be unpredictable. In the second match, Zhou Yin took the stage. He did not use an alchemy furnace, but instead waved his hand to sprinkle a fine powder. His opponent inhaled the powder and immediately felt weak, collapsing to the ground. Poison! Despicable! Someone shouted in anger. The talented warrior's battle does not limit methods. Using poison is also a skill, someone countered. Zhou Yin remained unfazed, retrieving the powder and gracefully stepping down from the stage. In the third match, it was Lin Xian's turn. Group C number 3, Lin Xuan of the Yunlan sect against Group C number 10, loose cultivator Wu Gang. Lin Xuan leaped onto the arena. His opponent was a burly man wielding a massive axe with mid-stage golden core cultivation. Kid, I hear you're quite arrogant. Wu Gang grinned. Foundation establishment against a nascent soul. Is that just boasting? Today I will show you your true self. Lin Xuan, uninterested in banter, unsheathed the Taishu sword. The referee waved his hand. Begin. Wu Gang roared as he swung his massive axe towards Lin Xuan with tremendous force. The wind from the axe tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Lin Xuan did not dodge. He thrust out his sword. The Taishu was shadowless. The sword light flickered and vanished, leaving Wu Gang's axe suspended in midair, a thin line of blood appearing on his neck. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief as he fell. The winner is Lin Xuan, the referee declared loudly. The arena fell silent. With just one sword strike, he had defeated an opponent who was a mid-stage golden core. Is this Lin Xuan? Really only at the early golden core stage. Did you see that sword strike? It was too fast or I couldn't catch it. On the high platform, the elders of various sects were discussing. Master Liu, your disciple is quite skilled in swordsmanship, Ling Xiaozi praised. Senior Ling, you flatter me, Liu Qingyin responded calmly, though a hint of a smile sparkled in her eyes. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword and stepped down from the stage, his expression tranquil. Wu Gang had underestimated him, thinking he was easy prey just because he had recently reached the golden core stage, failing to fully activate his protective true essence. Otherwise, that sword strike might still have injured him, but it wouldn't have killed him instantly. Little junior disciple is impressive. Su Ruowei excitedly patted his shoulder. Lin Xuan smiled and looked towards the next arena. There, Han Ming was in a match. His opponent was a mid-stage golden core sword cultivator, skilled and fierce in swordplay. However, he summoned a thunder eagle which spread its wings 3 zhang wide, surrounded by lightning, and after a few exchanges forced his opponent off the stage. The thunder eagle has advanced, Lin Xuan thought to himself. 3 years ago it was still at the foundation establishment stage, but now it had reached the early golden core stage. Han Ming himself had also reached mid-stage golden core. Combined with the thunder eagle, he could contend against those at late golden core stage. A formidable opponent. The first round of matches continued for a day. Out of over 80 golden core cultivators, half were eliminated. Lin Xuan advanced easily. Su Ruowei also won, while Chun Ming stopped in the second round. That night, Lin Xuan was recuperating in his room. Today's battle gave him a deeper understanding of combat at the golden core stage. The application of true essence and control over sword intent both required refinement. While he was practicing, a knock sounded at the door. When he opened it, it was Liu Qingyin. Master, come in and speak. Liu Qingyin entered, setting up a soundproof barrier. Your strikes today were too fierce. It may have drawn attention. I acknowledge my mistake. No matter, one must show their strength when necessary, Liu Qingyin said, but be careful moving forward. I have received news that someone has bribed the referee to take underhanded actions against you during the matches. Lin Xuan's gaze turned cold. Who is it? It is still uncertain. Oh, it could be the demon sect or a rival sect envious of you. Liu Qingyin produced a jade pendant. This is the heart-protecting jade, which can block a fatal blow from those below the nascent soul stage. Were it close to you? Lin Xuan took it, feeling the smooth warmth of the pendant, which was engraved with intricate runes. Additionally, your opponent tomorrow is the poison mistress Liu Rian. This woman is cunning with poison, making her hard to guard against. Although you have pure yang true fire to counteract toxins, do not take it lightly. I understand, master. After giving her instructions, Liu Qingyin was about to leave when she suddenly paused. Lin Xuan, if you can claim the crown in this talented warrior's battle, I will formally take you as my Dao partner. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Dao partner? Hadn't they already? Liu Qingyin's ears turned slightly red. I mean, publicly acknowledge it. By then no one will dare to speak ill of us. After saying this, she quickly left, leaving Lin Xuan in a daze. Dao partner. Publicly, Lin Xian's heart raced. Though they had already been intimate, publicly acknowledging it was an entirely different matter. This meant Liu Qingyin was willing to set aside her identity as a sect leader to stand by his side. The crown, huh? He clenched his fists. I will definitely obtain it. Sign in successful. Obtained poison-repelling pearl medium-grade magical artifact. Effect: wearing it grants immunity to most golden core period toxins and also weakens nascent soul period toxins. Fortune: sign in successful. Obtained opportunity for Sword Dao Epiphany 1. Using it increases comprehension speed of Sword Dao by 500 within 12 hours. In the morning, Lin Xuan looked at the two newly signed treasures, feeling determined. The poison-repelling pearl arrived just in time, providing assurance against the poison mistress Liu Qingyin. The opportunity for Sword Dao Epiphany is even more precious and should be saved for critical moments. He hung the poison-repelling pearl around his neck, wearing it close to his body. The pearl felt icy to the touch, emitting a faint fragrance, truly effective against toxins. Today is the second round of the group matches, progressing from 80 to 40. Lin Xian's opponent is none other than Liu Qingyin. On the stage, Liu Qingyin has been waiting for a long time. She is a stunning beauty, clad in a green dress with a slender waist, her eyes shimmering with charm. Yet Lin Xian could sense that she harbored no less than 10 kinds of lethal toxins. Little brother, you are Lin Xian. Liu Qingyin covered her mouth with a light laugh. You're quite handsome. Even I hesitate to strike you. Lin Xian remained unfazed. Please enlighten me. Why the rush? Liu Qingyin shot a flirtatious glance. I heard that your sword technique is superb, defeating Wu Gang with a single strike. But I'm not like that reckless fellow. As she spoke, colorless and odorless poison gas quietly spread out. Ordinary golden core cultivators would easily fall victim, but Lin Xian, protected by the poison-repelling pearl, purified the poison as it approached. Seeing Lin Xian's lack of reaction, Liu Qingyin's eyes flashed with surprise. Interesting. Let's try this. A handful of green powder flew from her sleeve, turning into poisonous mist upon meeting the wind, enveloping the entire stage. Wherever the poisonous mist passed, the ground of the arena was corroded into pockmarks. Corrosion poison mist, someone shouted from the audience. Touching it means death. Liu Qingyin is starting with a lethal move. Lin Xian held his breath. Pure Yang true fire ignited from his palm, forming a fiery ring around his body. As the poisonous mist touched the true fire, it hissed and was burned to nothing. Pure Yang true fire. Liu Qingyin's expression changed slightly. You actually possess such a means to counter toxins. She dared not hold back any longer, waving her hands as various poisonous powders, needles, and insects rained down. Lin Xian's sword light acted like a curtain, blocking each toxic attack. The void sword technique, embodying utmost rigidity and purity, is indeed the nemesis of toxic arts. After 30 exchanges, Liu Qingyin exhausted her poison techniques, but still could not harm Lin Xian. She bit her silver teeth, piercing her tongue to spit out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood transformed into a blood-colored poisonous mist, within which faintly ghostly wails could be heard. This is her life's poison technique, blood poison heart devourer. Once afflicted, even deities cannot save you. But Lin Xian merely raised the poison-repelling pearl. The pearl emitted a soft white light, and as the blood poison touched the white light, it melted away like ice and snow. Impossible! Liu Qingyin exclaimed. My blood poison can even harm nascent souls. How could it be countered by a mere poison-repelling pearl? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xian's poison-repelling pearl is a product of the system, far exceeding ordinary magical artifacts. It's my turn now. Lin Xian changed the momentum of his sword, unleashing the fourth style of the void sword technique, void transformation. The sword energy split into thousands, curling around Liu Qingyin. Liu Qingyin attempted to evade, but the sword energy was relentless, ultimately binding her securely. I concede, she declared decisively. The referee announced Lin Xian's victory. Liu Qingyin was released and cast a deep glance at Lin Xian. Little brother, I will remember you. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come to seek your guidance again. With that, she floated down from the stage. Lin Xian sheathed his sword, sensing the depletion of his true essence. Dealing with a poison expert like Liu Qingyin drained much more energy than facing Wu Gang. He had consumed 30% of his true essence. It seems I can't always rely on a single sword to win, he thought inwardly. The upcoming opponents will grow increasingly stronger, and he must hold back some strength. After stepping off the stage, Su Ruowei approached. Little junior, nephew, you are amazing. The poison skills of the poison mistress are renowned in the eastern region, and you managed to easily break through them. Just luck, Lin Xian replied humbly. If not for the poison-repelling pearl, this battle wouldn't have been so effortless. He glanced at the other stages. Li Mubai had finished his battle, also winning with a single strike. Zhou Yan pressured his opponent into conceding with alchemy fire. Han Meng teamed up with Lei Ying, winning within 30 exchanges. They are all formidable opponents, Lin Xuan remarked. In the third round of the group matches, Lin Xuan's opponent is a disciple from the Tianjin sect in the middle stage of Golden Core with impressive sword techniques. After 100 exchanges, Lin Xuan triumphed, with void has form. With 3 consecutive victories, Lin Xuan advanced as the group leader to the elimination round. Also advancing from the same group are Han Ming and another loose cultivator. The top 40 have emerged. Next, the drawing will determine the opponents for the elimination round. Lin Xuan drew Ding Er, his opponent being Liu Feng from the Xindian sect, a familiar face from 3 years ago. Fate has brought us together, Lin Xuan chuckled. 3 years ago, Liu Feng was defeated by him due to poison. Now, 3 years later, he wondered how much Liu Feng had improved. That night, Lin Xuan was preparing to cultivate when Chun Ming hurriedly approached. Lin Jr. brother, something has happened. What is it? Liu Feng just made a statement that tomorrow he wants to compete with you, not only to settle the score, but also to determine life and death. Chun Ming's face was grim. He doesn't know where he got a poisonous artifact called 10,000 Poisons banner, claiming he wants to avenge his grievances from years past. A life and death battle. Lin Xuan frowned. Although the Tianjiao battle allows for injuries and deaths, it is rare for someone to propose a life and death match in a competition, as it is only a sparring session. Has Liu Feng gone mad? Su Ruowei also arrived upon hearing the news. Does he not know that little junior nephew possesses the poison-repelling pearl? That 10,000 Poisons banner is likely not simple. Liu Qingyin appeared, her expression grave. I've inquired about it. The 10,000 Poisons banner is an ancient artifact for poison cultivators capable of releasing hundreds of lethal toxins. The poison-repelling pearl may not be able to defend against all of them. Lin Xuan remained silent for a moment and said, no worries, when soldiers come I shall meet them. Do not be careless. Liu Qingyin took out a jade bottle. This is 9-turn soul-reviving pill, which can counteract all poisons. Take it with you just in case. The 9-turn soul-reviving pill, a 5th grade pill, is worth its weight in gold. Lin Xuan accepted it, feeling warmth in his heart. Thank you, master. And this, Su Ruowei handed him a stack of talismans. These are all drawn by me, some for defense, some for speed, and some for attack. Use them freely. Lin Xuan chuckled helplessly. And I'm going to a competition, not to war. Better safe than sorry. A night without conversation. The next day, the elimination round commenced. The first match was Lin Xuan versus Liu Feng. On the arena, Liu Feng held a black flag embroidered with a skull pattern, exuding a nauseating stench. He glared at Lin Xuan, his eyes filled with hatred. Lin Xuan back. Then you made me lose face in front of the 7 sects. Today I will take back what is rightfully mine. Lin Xuan calmly replied, please. The referee waved his hand, and the match began. Liu Feng grinned maliciously, swinging the Wandu banner. Black gas surged forth, transforming into venomous snakes, scorpions, and spiders, overwhelming the arena. Even more terrifying was the poisonous mist spreading, causing the protective formation to emit a hissing, corrosive sound. Lin Xuan activated the antidote pearl, a white light enveloping his body. As the poison touched the white light, it dissipated, but the black gas continued to pour in endlessly, and the glow of the antidote pearl gradually dimmed. Useless. Liu Feng laughed maniacally. The poison of the Wandu banner is inexhaustible. How long can your antidote pearl hold out? Lin Xuan did not respond. He drew his sword, and the sword light sliced towards Liu Feng like a rainbow. Yet the black gas coalesced into a shield, blocking the sword energy. The Wandu banner was indeed troublesome in both offense and defense. Tai Su Wuing. Lin Xuan vanished and reappeared behind Liu Feng. With a thrust of his sword, he aimed directly for Liu Feng's heart. However, Liu Feng seemed to have anticipated this. The Wandu banner swept back its flag surface like a blade, slashing towards Lin Xuan's neck. Lin Xuan quickly withdrew, the sword's edge colliding with the flag surface, producing a clang of metal. Useless. Liu Feng shouted as if mad. For this day I've trained hard for 3 years, refining hundreds of poisons into my body. I am immune to all poisons. Your sword cannot harm me. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood, which corroded the ground into a large pit. Then his skin emitted a green glow and his aura surged violently, temporarily elevating him to the late Golden Core stage. Burning blood poison technique. Someone in the audience exclaimed, Liu Feng has gone mad. This is a desperate secret technique that will set his cultivation back a whole realm after use. Indeed, Liu Feng had gone insane. To win against Lin Xuan, he was willing to pay any price. Poisonous blood, mist, and insects combined into a Tianzhong-long poisonous dragon that roared as it lunged at Lin Xuan. Wherever the poisonous dragon passed, the arena's floor turned into pus. Lin Xuan's expression grew serious. This strike had already touched upon the threshold of the nascent soul. If he took it heat in, he would undoubtedly die. He stopped holding back and activated the sword-shaped golden core. The golden little sword within his dantian trembled, and an overwhelming sword intent surged forth. Slash the heavens. Gray sword energy shot up into the sky, slicing towards the poisonous dragon. This strike contained the intent to slash the heavens. Though incomplete, its might was unparalleled. The sword energy collided with the poisonous dragon, producing a deafening explosion. The poisonous dragon was split apart, but the sword energy was also exhausted, leading to their mutual destruction. Lu Feng spat blood and stumbled back, his Wandu banner snapping in two. Lin Xuan also felt the backlash. The sword intent rebounded, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. However, Lu Feng fared worse. The backlash from the burning blood poison technique, combined with his innate treasure being destroyed, caused his aura to plummet, falling back to the foundation establishment stage, and his life force rapidly dwindled. I am not willing. He stared intently at Lin Xuan, his eyes filled with disbelief, slowly collapsing. The referee approached to check and shook his head, saying, "Life force severed, there's no saving him." The audience erupted in an uproar. In a life-and-death battle, the line between life and death had truly been drawn. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword and silently stepped down from the arena. He did not wish to kill, but Lu Feng had fought desperately, forcing him to retaliate with all his might. Lin Xuan wins, the referee announced. The audience buzzed with discussions. Some said Lu Feng brought it upon himself, while others claimed Lin Xuan had been too ruthless. But life-and-death battles were inherently like this, one could not blame others. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei rushed over to check on his injuries. "It's nothing, just excessive consumption of true essence," Lin Xuan shook his head. "Let's return to recover." Liu Qingyin led him away. Back at his residence, Lin Xuan took medicine to recuperate. The battle with Lu Feng had drained 70% of his true essence, and the sword intent backlash had also injured his meridians, requiring time to recover. "The next match is in 3 days, and your opponent is Li Mubai," Liu Qingyin said. "Rest well, Li Mubai is much stronger than Lu Feng." Lin Xuan nodded. Li Mubai had made him feel pressured 3 years ago, and he wondered how much stronger he had become now. After a day's rest, his injuries healed. Lin Xuan took out the opportunity for enlightenment in swordsmanship and decided to use it. Enlightenment in swordsmanship is rare and hard to come by. With the slashing the heavens sword intent and the Tai Su sword technique, he could seize this opportunity for fusion. His divine sense sank into the world of sword intent, and time seemed to freeze. Countless insights into swordsmanship surged into his mind, the dominance of the slashing the heavens sword intent clashing and merging with the etherealness of the Tai Su sword technique. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xuan opened his eyes, the sword light in his gaze now reigned in, returning to simplicity. Enlightenment in swordsmanship, complete completion of slashing the heavens sword intent 10, comprehending the 6th form of the Tai Su sword technique, Tai Su obliteration. 1 swordsmanship realm minor achievement, in sword intent major achievement, in sword intent major achievement, in sword intent. Lin Xuan could feel that his mastery over the sword had reached a new realm. Now when he wielded the slashing the heavens sword intent, the consumption was halved while the power doubled. Tai Su obliteration. He savored the insight. This was the 6th form of the Tai Su sword technique, far surpassing the previous 5 forms in power, but its consumption was also immense. With his current cultivation, using it once would leave him drained. He'll keep it as a trump card. 3 days later, the top 8 matches began. Lin Xuan versus Li Mubai was the highlight of the day, and the arena was packed. "Brother Lin, it's been 3 years, and your charisma surpasses the past," Li Mubai clasped his fists. "You too, brother Li," Lin Xuan returned the gesture. The two exchanged no further words and simultaneously drew their swords. Li Mubai's sword was as fast, precise, and fierce as ever. But Lin Xuan's sword had changed, becoming ethereal and elusive. Tai Su Wu Ying, against fast sword without trace. The two struck, quickly exchanging hundreds of moves. In an instant, the sword lights intertwining, leaving the spectators dazzled. "Good." Li Mubai's eyes burned with fighting spirit. "Brother Lin's sword has become 10 times stronger than 3 years ago. Take this sword, Heavenly Flight." He transformed his sword force, merging man and sword into one, becoming a stunning phoenix that pierced straight for Lin Xuan. This was his killing move, which had once defeated a late golden core. Lin Xuan did not dare to be careless. He unleashed the 5th form of the Tai Su sword technique, Tai Su Limitless. The sword light poured down like a galaxy, colliding with the stunning phoenix. Boom! The shockwave swept through, causing the arena's protective formation to tremble violently. Both retreated 10 steps, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. It was a draw, but Li Mubai laughed, refreshing. "Brother Lin, how about the final sword to determine the victor?" "That is exactly my intention." The two began to gather their strength simultaneously. Li Mubai's sword tip shone with blinding brilliance, a sign that his sword intent had reached its peak. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, merging the slashing the heavens sword intent with the Tai Su sword intent, creating a brand new sword intent. Tai Su slashing the heavens. Sword pierces the firmament. Tai Su slashing the heavens. The two sword lights collided, causing the world to momentarily still. Then a blinding light burst forth, and everyone closed their eyes. When the light dissipated, both stood firm. Li Mubai's sword was broken and Lin Xuan's sword was poised at his throat. I concede, Li Mubai said calmly. Brother Lin's sword is one I cannot withstand. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword and clasped his fists, saying, Thank you for your kindness. He had won, but it had not been easy. Had it not been for his enlightenment and swordsmanship, had it not been for the slashing the heavens sword intent, he might have been the one to lose. Lin Xuan wins, advancing to the top 4. The referee announced loudly. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. This battle could be considered the pinnacle of Golden Core swordsmanship, warranting a place in the annals of history in the eastern region. Lin Xuan stepped down where Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei had long been waiting. Well done. Su Ruowei excitedly patted his shoulder. You've made it to the top 4. Just 2 more wins, and you will be the champion. Lin Xuan smiled and looked at Liu Qingyin. Her eyes were filled with relief as she softly said, You've worked hard. A simple "you've worked hard" spoke volumes. The other 3 in the top 4 also emerged: Zhou Yin Hanming and a rogue named Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang was a dark horse, previously unknown, but he had fought his way into the top for his strength unfathomable. In the semifinals, Lin Xuan would face Zhou Yin and Han Ming would take on Chu Kuang. Another old rival, Lin Xuan said, looking at Zhou Yin. 3 years had passed, and Zhou Yin had also formed his core now at the mid-golden core stage. His alchemical flames were even stronger, and his fire control techniques were remarkable. Dao friend Lin, I hope you have been well. Zhou Yin clasped his hands. 3 years ago I lost fairly, but today I will give it my all. Likewise. The semifinals would take place tomorrow. Tonight Lin Xuan needed to conserve his energy to face this alchemical genius. In the early morning, Lin Xuan gazed at the fire spirit pearl and the enlightenment pill, formulating a plan in his heart. Zhou Yin excelled in alchemical fire, and the fire spirit pearl was precisely its nemesis. The enlightenment pill would serve as a trump card, potentially reversing the tide of battle at a critical moment. Chu Kuang was a tall and burly man wielding a pair of bronze hammers, his moves bold and powerful, showcasing astonishing brute strength. Han Ming coordinated with Lei Ying in offense and defense, yet Chu Kuang's bronze hammers struck with such force that even Lei Ying's lightning strikes were blocked by a layer of earthy yellow barrier. Lin Xuan discerned the method behind it. Chu Kuang cultivated earth-based techniques, making him formidable in both offense and defense. As expected, after 100 moves, Han Ming began to falter. Lei Ying's lightning could not break through the defense, and his own attacks were blocked by the bronze hammers. In the end, Chu Kuang struck Han Ming away with a hammer, and Lei Ying was also injured. Chu Kuang wins, the judge announced. Han Ming forced a bitter smile as he stepped down and said to Lin Xuan, Be cautious, Lin Jr. brother. Chu Kuang's defense is too strong. Even my Lei Ying cannot break through. Lin Xuan nodded. Breaking through Chu Kuang's defense would likely require the sword intent of Heaven's Severance. In the second match, Lin Xuan faced Zhou Yin. On the stage, Zhou Yin held a ball of golden flame in his palm, the temperature so high that even the air distorted. Lin Dao friend, this is my innate alchemical fire golden crow flame, derived from the essence of solar fire. I hope for your guidance, Zhou Yin said solemnly. Lin Xuan could sense that this golden crow flame was significantly stronger than it had been 3 years ago. He summoned the fire spirit pearl, which floated above his head, radiating a gentle red light that insulated him from the intense heat. Please, Zhou Yin waved his hand, and the golden crow flame transformed into a 3-legged golden crow soaring toward him. Wherever it passed, the arena's ground melted and rocks turned to magma. Lin Xuan dared not meet it heat-in, quickly activating his cloud shadow steps to narrowly evade. The golden crow flame missed, but it spun around and attacked again. The void takes form. Lin Xuan swung his sword, and the sword aura transformed into a net enveloping the golden crow. Yet the golden crow flame was too scorching. The sword aura melted upon contact. Useless. Zhou Yin shook his head. The golden crow flame can incinerate all. Your sword aura cannot withstand it. Lin Xuan remained silent, urging the fire spirit pearl. The pearl's red light surged, creating a pulling force that absorbed a portion of the golden crow flame. My! Zhou Yin was astonished. His golden crow flame, which burned everything, was actually being absorbed by the pearl. Lin Xuan was equally delighted. The fire spirit pearl not only granted immunity to flames, but could also absorb flames to enhance itself. If he could absorb all of the golden crow flame, the power of the fire spirit pearl would undoubtedly increase significantly. He stopped avoiding the attack and charged toward the golden crow flame. The fire spirit pearl was activated to its fullest, greedily devouring the flames like a great whale swallowing water. Zhou Yin's expression changed dramatically. The golden crow flame was connected to his mind. Being devoured weakened his strength. He hurriedly tried to recall the flames, but he had already lost 30%. Good technique. Zhou Yin gritted his teeth, forming seals with his hands. The golden crow flame split into 9, attacking Lin Xuan from all directions. Lin Xuan was undeterred. The fire spirit pearl hovered above his head, casting a protective red light around him. The 9 golden crows collided with the red light, like a cow sinking into the sea, being absorbed one by one. Zhou Yin felt like his heart was bleeding. The golden crow flame was a product of his countless efforts. Every bit lost would take months to replenish. In this brief moment, he had already lost more than half. Lin Xuan, you have forced my hand. Zhou Yan's eyes flashed with determination as he bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood mingled with the golden crow flame, turning its color from gold to red, and its temperature skyrocketed. Blood sacrifice secret technique. Someone below shouted in surprise. Zhou Yin is going all out. The scarlet golden crow let out a long cry, its might comparable to true fire of the nascent soul. The fire spirit pearl trembled, unable to absorb the flames at the same rate as their intensity. I can only fight through it now. Lin Xuan stowed away the fire spirit pearl, raising the Tai Su sword high, consolidating the sword intent of heaven's severance. He had intended to reserve this sword for later. However, Zhou Yan's blood sacrifice golden crow was too powerful. He could not afford to hold back. Sever the heavens. The gray sword aura slashed out, colliding with the scarlet golden crow. There was no loud noise, no shockwave. At the moment of contact, the space seemed to distort. The scarlet golden crow was cleaved in two, but the sword aura was also exhausted. The aftermath swept through, and Lin Xuan and Zhou Yin both coughed up blood and staggered back. It was a tie, but Zhou Yin was worse off. The backlash from the blood sacrifice secret technique, coupled with the damage to his innate fire, caused Zhou Yan's aura to plummet, falling to the foundation establishment stage, and his meridians were damaged, taking 3 years to recover. Lin Xuan was also feeling the effects. The Sever the Heavens sword had drained 80% of his true essence, and he was now on the verge of collapse. I concede, Zhou Yin said bitterly. Though unwilling, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Thank you for the match, Lin Xuan said as he leaned on his sword. The judge announced Lin Xuan's victory, advancing him to the finals. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. This battle had been spectacular, a clash of alchemical fire against sword intent, igniting the passions of all who witnessed it. As Lin Xuan stepped down, Liu Qingyin immediately fed him a pill. Su Ruowei supported him, her eyes red-rimmed. Little master nephew, you scared me to death. I'm fine, just need to adjust my breathing. Lin Xuan forced a smile. The finals would take place in the afternoon, and his opponent would be Chu Kuang. Lin Xuan seized the time to recover, but true essence was hard to replenish, and sword intent was even harder to restore. The sword intent of heaven's severance consumed his spirit, making it impossible to recover with just pills. If you truly cannot manage, just concede, Liu Qingyin said softly. Second place is still commendable. Lin Xuan shook his head. I want the championship. It was not for the nurturing baby pill or the dragon transformation pool, but for Liu Qingyin's words about being an open Dao partner. He had to win. In the afternoon, the finals began. On the stage, Chu Kuang hefted his bronze hammer, grinning as he said, Lin Dao friend, that sword of yours is impressive, but how many more times can you use it? Lin Xuan did not respond, holding the Tai Su sword. Chu Kuang was correct. He could use the sword intent of heaven's severance at most one more time, and its power would be greatly reduced. Begin. The judge waved his hand. Chu Kuang moved. Despite his large frame, he was surprisingly swift, the bronze hammer crashing down with a whooshing sound. Lin Xuan dared not meet it, heat activating his cloud shadow steps, as sword light rained down upon Chu Kuang. Yet the earthy yellow barrier was too solid, leaving only shallow white marks on it. Useless. Chu Kuang laughed heartily. My thick earth art has reached the 9th layer. Even a golden core can't break through it. He swung his bronze hammer, launching a tidal wave of attacks. Lin Xuan could only evade, occasionally retaliating, but to little effect. This would not work. His mind raced, and he recalled the fire spirit pearl. Fire counters earth, it might be effective. He activated the fire spirit pearl, urging the stored golden crow flame. Though it was only half its power, was still impressive. The flames transformed into a firebird, crashing toward Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang did not dodge, but braced against the barrier. When the flames collided with the barrier, a sizzling sound erupted, and the barrier began to melt. Effective. Lin Xuan's spirit surged as he urged the fire spirit pearl to its limits. More flames poured forth, engulfing Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang's expression changed slightly. His thick earth art indeed had unparalleled defense, but it was most vulnerable to high temperatures. Although the golden crow flame was only half its temperature, was extreme, and the barrier could not last much longer. Break for me, he roared, swinging the bronze hammer at the fire spirit pearl. As long as he destroyed the pearl, the flames would extinguish. But Lin Xuan would not allow him to succeed. The Tai Su sword technique was unleashed, sword energy crisscrossing, forcing Chu Kuang to defend. The flames grew fiercer, and the barrier thinned out more and more. Finally, at a certain moment, the barrier shattered. Chu Kuang was exposed to the flames, but he had a backup plan. He bit his finger and drew a rune on his bronze hammer. Thick Earth True Body. The bronze hammer glowed with earthy yellow light merging into Chu Kuang's body. His muscles swelled, his height increased by 3 feet, and his skin turned to rock. The golden crow flame burned on top, leaving only charred marks. Lin Xuan, being able to force me to use the Thick Earth True Body, you can be proud. Chu Kuang's voice boomed, but now it's over. He stepped forward, shaking the arena. The bronze hammer descended like a mountain, blocking all escape routes. Lin Xuan had no choice but to take it heat in. He swallowed the enlightenment pill, gambling on that 30% chance. As the pill entered his abdomen, it turned into a cool flow rushing straight to his brain. In an instant, countless insights surged forth, revealing the essence of the 6th move of the Tai Su sword technique, Tai Su Oblivion. He experienced a moment of enlightenment as the Tai Su sword was slowly raised. This sword was executed slowly, so slow that everyone could see its trajectory. But Chu Kuang felt a suffocating pressure, as if the entire world was rejecting him. Tai Su Oblivion. The sword struck silent and without sound. No sword energy, no sword light, only a vast void. The bronze hammer, rocky skin, and Chu Kuang himself disintegrated inch by inch in that void. It was not destruction, not slaughter, but an erasure from the very plane of existence. Chu Kuang's eyes widened, wanting to say something, but no sound escaped his lips. He felt himself disappearing from flesh to soul, utterly obliterated. After 3 breaths, the void dissipated. Chu Kuang stood in place unharmed, but his expression was hollow and his aura vanished. Chu Kuang is dead, someone asked uncertainly. The judge approached to inspect his face. Grave, his soul is completely extinguished. The entire arena was silent. With a single sword, Lin Xuan had annihilated Chu Kuang, a latestage golden core, leaving not a trace behind. What kind of sword technique was this? Lin Xuan leaned on his sword, gasping for breath, his face pale as paper. The Tai Su Oblivion consumed an enormous amount of energy, and he could barely stand. But he had won. The victor of the finals, Lin Xuan of the Yunlan sect, the judge announced loudly. The applause came late, but thundered like a storm. In this battle, Lin Xuan proved himself the rightful champion of the Golden Core. Liu Qingyin flew onto the stage, supporting Lin Xuan, her eyes filled with concern, yet more with pride. Let's go home, she said softly. Lin Xuan nodded, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Lin Xuan awoke to find himself in the cabin of the Cloud Shuttle. Liu Qingyin stood by his side, and upon seeing him open his eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief. How do you feel? Not bad, just a bit drained. Lin Xuan gave a bitter smile. The sword from Tai Zu's Silent Oblivion not only drained his true essence, but also his spirit and vitality. Had it not been for the inside elixir awakening his potential, he would not have been able to unleash it at all. You acted too recklessly, Liu Qingyin reprimanded, her eyes filled with concern. Though Chu Kuang's solid earth true body is strong, it is not invincible. If you concede, no one will mock you. I do not wish to concede, Lin Xuan looked at her. Master promised that if I claimed the title, I would publicly acknowledge our relationship as partners. Liu Qingyin's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head. This matter. Let's discuss it when we return to the sect. Lin Xuan smiled. It was rare to see his master shy. The Cloud Shuttle flew for 3 days before returning to Yunlan sect. At the mountain gate, countless disciples had already gathered. The news of Lin Xuan claiming the Golden Core champion had spread, and the entire sect was abuzz. Lin's senior brother has returned. Champion. Lin's senior brother is the champion of the 7 sects. Yunlan sect can hold its head high. The cheers were deafening. Liu Qingyin led Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei down from the Cloud Shuttle, and the disciples automatically parted to make way, their eyes filled with admiration. Lin Xuan has brought glory to the sect, rewarding him with 100,000 spirit stones and contributions of 100,000, allowing him to select 3 techniques from the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion. Liu Qingyin announced publicly, additionally, I bestow upon you the title of true inherited disciple, granting you privileges equivalent to an elder. The crowd was in an uproar. A true inherited disciple was a title only given to those personally taught by the sect leader, with no more than 5 in the entire Yunlan sect. Having elder privileges means Lin Xuan would receive double the spirit stones and elixirs each month and could access certain sect resources. Thank you, sect leader. Lin Xuan bowed. In addition, as a reward for being the champion, you will receive a Ning Ing Dan and a spot in the Dragon Transformation Pool. Liu Qingyin took out 2 jade boxes. You will not need the Ning Ing Dan for now, but keep it for when you are ready to conceive your child. The Dragon Transformation Pool will open next month, and I will take you there then. Understood. After distributing the rewards, Liu Qingyin dismissed everyone and took Lin Xuan back to Qingyin Pavilion. You have not fully recovered yet, so take half a month to rest, she said. After half a month, I will take you to the Scripture Pavilion. There are several techniques suitable for you on the third level. Lin Xuan nodded. He indeed needed time to recover. The backlash from Tai Zu's silent oblivion was significant. In the days that followed, Lin Xuan focused on healing. With Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei taking turns to assist him in dual cultivation, his recovery speed was remarkably fast. After 7 days, his injuries healed, and his cultivation advanced significantly, reaching the early stage of Golden Core 9-2, just a hair's breadth away from the mid-stage. One day, Liu Qingyin brought him to the scripture pavilion. Only the sect leader and elders were allowed to enter the third level, making Lin Xuan the first disciple to do so. The third level was not large, with only 9 jade slips floating in the air, each protected by restrictions. These 9 techniques are all above the earth rank, with 2 even reaching the low heaven rank. Liu Qingyin explained, you may choose 3. Lin Xuan examined them one by one. 9 turns mystic art, low heaven rank body cultivation technique, turns to sanctity in 9 cycles with an imperishable body. However, it is difficult to cultivate, requiring a vast amount of rare materials. Great transformation sword technique, upper earth rank sword cultivation technique, generates myriad sword arts with infinite variations. It does not conflict with the Tai Su sword technique and can be cultivated in tandem. 5 elements escape technique. Mid-earth rank, an escape technique capable of evading through the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, an essential survival skill. Divine sense division, upper earth rank, a technique for spiritual sense that allows for the division of one's divine thought, enabling multitasking. This greatly benefits alchemy, artifact crafting, and array formation. Heavenly thunder, righteous method, mid-earth rank, a thunder technique embodying utmost rigidity and yang, countering evil spirits. Mystic in true canon, upper earth rank, a cultivation technique for women complementary to the Yunlan true canon. This is one of the techniques Liu Qingyin specializes in. Artifact refining, true resolution, low earth rank, a legacy of artifact refining from beginner to master. Alchemical path, sacred text, low earth rank, a legacy of alchemy encompassing everything. Array theory basics, low earth rank, a legacy of array techniques covering various formations. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment and chose the great transformation sword technique, 5 elements escape technique, and divine sense division. The sword technique can supplement the inadequacies of the Tai Su sword technique. The escape technique is for survival, and the divine sense division can enhance efficiency in alchemy and talisman crafting. A good selection. Liu Qingyin nodded. The great transformation sword technique is versatile. The 5 elements escape technique is top-notch for escaping, and divine sense division has wide-ranging applications. These 3 techniques will be sufficient for you until the nascent soul stage. She released the restrictions and handed the 3 jade slips to Lin Xuan. Go back and contemplate them carefully. Moreover, now that you are a true inherited disciple, you may move to live on the main peak. I have a separate residence there, and you will reside there from now on. Thank you, Master. Lin Xuan took the jade slips, his heart stirred. Master, I wish to contemplate them now. May I stay here for a moment? Liu Qingyin glanced at him. Yes. I will wait for you outside. After Liu Qingyin left, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting sign-in. Sign-in successful on the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion. Reward, Inyong Harmony Path Canon Mid-Tier. Grade, Upper Heaven Rank Supreme. Dual Cultivation Technique effect. Significantly enhances dual cultivation efficiency. Accelerates the growth of both parties' cultivation with a chance to trigger the unity of heaven and man state, temporarily entering enlightenment. Adds the secret technique, Inyong Harmony, capable of healing soul damage. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. The sign-in system indeed delivers. Signing in at the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion directly granted him the mid-tier Inyong Harmony Path Canon. The next part might even be a top-tier heaven rank. He couldn't wait to contemplate it. The mid-tier was 10 times more profound than the previous tier, involving higher realms like soul merging and Inyong Harmony. What was even rarer was that the mid-tier recorded several dual cultivation secret techniques, including Inyong Harmony, which could heal Liu Qingyin's soul damage. That's wonderful. Lin Xuan put away the jade slips and walked out of the Scripture Pavilion. Liu Qingyin was waiting outside, and upon seeing him come out, she asked, "How was it?" The harvest was substantial. Lin Xuan smiled. Master, I have recently acquired a secret technique that may be able to heal your soul damage. Liu Qingyin was taken aback. My injuries are no longer serious, no need. Master was injured while saving me, I have always felt guilty. Lin Xuan said earnestly, please give me an opportunity to repay your kindness. Liu Qingyin looked into his determined eyes, her heart softening. As you wish. The two returned to the separate courtyard of the Qingyin Pavilion. Lin Xuan set up a soundproof barrier and transmitted the contents of the middle section of the Inyong Harmony Dao scripture to Liu Qingyin. After receiving the information, Liu Qingyin's cheeks flushed slightly. This technique is extraordinarily profound. I am willing to cultivate it together with my master Lin Xuan said seriously. This technique not only heals injuries, but also greatly benefits one's cultivation. Liu Qingyin hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. She had been stuck at the early stage of the nascent soul for a long time, and with this technique's assistance, perhaps she could break through. The two sat cross-legged facing each other, their hands touching, and began to operate the technique. This time was different from before. Not only did their true essence merge, but their souls also began to make contact. The sensation was marvelous, as if the two had become one with each containing a part of the other. Lin Xuan could sense Liu Qingyin's emotions, and Liu Qingyin could glimpse fragments of Lin Xuan's memories. During the deep soul dual cultivation, the unity of heaven and man state was triggered. Both entered a moment of enlightenment. Liu Qingyin's soul damage was being repaired 10, 30, 70, 100. Liu Qingyin's cultivation improved from early nascent soul 48 to mid-nascent soul 12. The host's cultivation improved from early golden core 92 to mid-golden core 33. The development of the pure yang transformation body increased to 28. Acquired special ability soul resonance can communicate with partner over long distances. Unbeknownst to them how long it passed, both awoke simultaneously. Liu Qingyin's soul damage was completely healed, and her cultivation had broken through to the mid-nascent soul. Lin Xuan also advanced to mid-golden core with his divine sense surging. This technique is simply against the heavens, Liu Qingyin murmured. A single session of dual cultivation is worth 10 years of hard training for me. How do you feel, master? Lin Xuan asked. Very well, Liu Qingyin rarely smiled. My soul has never been so clear. She looked at Lin Xuan, her gaze complex. Lin Xuan, how many more secrets do you have? I have never concealed anything from you, master, Lin Xuan replied, scratching his head. Liu Qingyin sighed lightly. Well, everyone has their own opportunities. Since you are unwilling to speak, I won't force you. But remember, having treasures can be a crime. Be cautious in all matters. I understand, the disciple replied. The two then took a moment to adjust their breathing and consolidate their cultivation. Suddenly a voice came from outside the door. Senior sister. Little junior nephew. Are you there? Liu Qingyin removed the barrier. Come in. Su Ruowei pushed the door open and saw the two sitting cross-legged in cultivation, but didn't think much of it. Senior sister, I just refined a batch of pills. Let me let you try. Huh. She suddenly stopped, her eyes widening as she looked at Liu Qingyin's senior sister. You broke through. Mid-nascent soul. Liu Qingyin nodded. Just a stroke of luck. Wow. Congratulations, senior sister. Su Ruowei exclaimed, rushing over, but suddenly frowning as she sniffed. Strange, why is there a special aura in your room? Lin Xuan and Liu Qingyin's hearts skipped a beat. After the dual cultivation, the lingering aura of the yin and yang fusion remained in the room. While ordinary people would not notice, Su Ruowei, being at the late golden core stage and having practiced the Yunlan true scripture, was sensitive to spiritual energy. Nothing much, just a little energy leakage during cultivation, Liu Qingyin replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Su Ruowei looked at the two suspiciously, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Senior sister, your face is red. Liu Qingyin's cheeks were indeed slightly flushed, a natural reaction after dual cultivation that wouldn't fade quickly. I need to check how the pills turned out. Liu Qingyin stood up, wanting to leave. But Su Ruowei stopped her, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Senior sister, were you two dual cultivating? What nonsense are you talking about? Liu Qingyin scolded, her ears turning even redder. I'm not talking nonsense. Su Ruowei leaned in, sniffing like a little dog. This aura clearly comes from the fusion of yin and yang after dual cultivation. Senior sister, you and little junior nephew. She didn't finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. Lin Xuan coughed awkwardly. Aunt, you misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Su Ruowei placed her hands on her hips. Senior sister's soul was damaged, and little junior nephew has pure yang energy. The dual cultivation for healing is just right, isn't it? Moreover, both of your cultivations have broken through. It must have been very effective. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Senior sister, I wanted to. I've been stuck at the late golden core stage for a long time. Maybe a single session of dual cultivation could help me break through. Liu Qingyin and Lin Xuan both facepalmed. What is this girl thinking? Ruowei, dual cultivation is no trivial matter. Liu Qingyin tried to explain. I know. Su Ruowei retorted confidently, but we aren't the first to do so. Didn't it go well last time in the secret realm? Liu Qingyin was at a loss for words. Indeed, during their previous haphazard cultivation, the results had been particularly good. Senior sister Su Ruowei tugged at Liu Qingyin's sleeve, acting cute. I want to break through too. And with little junior nephew's pure yang energy being so abundant, what's the harm in sharing a bit with me? Liu Qingyin found herself at a loss and looked at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was even more helpless and could only play dead. In the end, Liu Qingyin compromised. Only this once, and there will be no next time. Yay! Senior sister is the best. Su Ruowei cheered. Thus the three began to cultivate again. This time they were in a conscious state, and the atmosphere was inevitably awkward. However, once the technique was in operation, the sensation of soul merging quickly eased the awkwardness. During the deep cultivation, the unity of heaven and man state was triggered. Liu Qingyin's cultivation improved from mid-nascent soul 1-2 to 1-8. Su Ruowei's cultivation improved from late golden core 8-5 to golden core completion 3-3. The host's cultivation improved from mid-golden core 3-3 to 5-8. The development of the pure Yang transformation body increased to 30. A new ability was unlocked: Pure Yang Domain Beginner. Expands the domain, increasing the cultivation speed of friendly units within the range by 50, while enemy units are suppressed by pure Yang energy. This session of dual cultivation greatly benefited all three. Su Ruowei broke through to golden core completion, Liu Qingyin's cultivation was stabilized, and Lin Xuan also approached the peak of mid-golden core. More importantly, the bond between the three had strengthened through this cultivation. The merging on a soul level was even deeper than that of the physical body. After finishing, Su Ruowei blushed and ran off, saying she needed to consolidate her cultivation. Liu Qingyin also made an excuse to handle sect affairs and left Lin Xuan alone. Lin Xuan felt the surging power within him, and a smile crept onto his lips. With mid-golden core pure Yang domain and 3 partners, even if one wasn't officially established yet, this kind of life didn't seem so bad. Next, it was time to prepare for the journey to the Dragon Transformation Pool. Half a month later, the day of the opening of the Dragon Transformation Pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool is located deep within the Longyuan mountain range in the eastern region, a sacred site left by the ancient dragon clan, which opens once every 10 years. The pool's water has the effect of cleansing the meridians and enhancing one's aptitude, with the best results for golden core cultivators. In this contest of heroes, the top 3 in the golden core group will gain entry. Lin Xuan, as the champion, is naturally on the list. The second place Chu Kuang is already dead, so the spot is passed to the 4th place Zhou Yan. The 3rd place Li Mubai is also among them. Liu Qingyin personally escorted Lin Xuan to the Longyuan mountain range. Along with them is Su Ruowei. She insisted on following under the pretext of protecting her junior disciple. The Longyuan mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, shrouded in clouds and mist year-round. The Dragon Transformation Pool is located in a secret realm, and entry requires a token. Many people have already gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. Lin Xuan saw Zhou Yan and Li Mubai, both of whom had recovered from their injuries and exuded a stronger aura than before. Brother Lin, Li Mubai cupped his fist. Congratulations on your victory. It was luck, Lin Xuan replied courteously. Zhou Yan also approached, his expression complex. Lin Daoyou, I was impulsive that day, and I offended you greatly. Let the past be the past, Lin Xuan said. Zhou Yan had already been punished. His cultivation level dropped to foundation establishment, and it would take him years to recover. The three chatted for a while until the secret realm opened. An old man in a white robe appeared. He was the guardian of the Dragon Transformation Pool, a powerful figure in the transformation stage, Old Man Longyuan. Those holding the token entered the pool. Old Man Longyuan's voice was aged, yet carried immense authority. The three handed over their tokens, and after verification, Old Man Longyuan allowed them to enter the secret realm. The secret realm was not large. At its center was a pool measuring 10 zhang in circumference, its waters shimmering in 7 colors, mist rising and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. By the pool stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Dragon Transformation, the strokes vigorous, almost resembling a dragon in motion. The Dragon Transformation Pool opens for 3 days each time, and how much fortune you can absorb depends on yourselves, Old Man Longyuan said. Remember, the pool's water is powerful. I'll act according to your strength. Greed can lead to self-destruction. The three nodded, and each found a position to enter the pool. Lin Xuan stepped into the pool, the water icy and piercing, but it quickly became warm. Pure energy surged into his body, washing through his meridians and cleansing impurities. Unlike the marrow-cleansing pool, the energy of the Dragon Transformation Pool was more domineering, as if countless small blades were scraping his bones. He gritted his teeth and persevered, operating the Inyong Harmony Dao Sutra. The pure Yang transformation body activated automatically, crazily absorbing the pool's energy. Soaking in the Dragon Transformation Pool, aptitude enhancement, spiritual root purity, 15 meridian resilience, 20 physical strength, 25 pure Yang transformation body development raised to 32. Obtain Dragon Clan Bloodline Fragment 1 after fusion, can acquire faint Dragon Clan characteristics. Dragon Clan Bloodline Fragment. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. The Dragon Clan is renowned for their physical strength. If he could fuse with it, his physique would be greatly enhanced. He directed the pool's energy to impact that bloodline fragment. The fragment eagerly absorbed the energy, gradually melting and integrating into Lin Xuan's blood. A sharp pain surged, as if all the bones in his body were being shattered and reassembled. Lin Xuan's forehead bulged with veins, but he gritted his teeth and did not utter a sound. After a day, the fusion was complete. Lin Xuan could feel that his physical strength had more than doubled, his bones faintly glowing with gold, a characteristic of the dragon clan. Continue. He sank to the bottom of the pool, fully absorbing the energy. Li Mubai and Zhou Yin were also gritting their teeth and enduring. Li Mubai was surrounded by sword chi, converting the pool's energy into sword intent, refining his sword body. Zhou Yin used alchemical fire to protect his body, gradually absorbing energy. Lin Xuan had absorbed 70% of the energy, his cultivation breaking through to the pinnacle of the mid-golden core stage, just a step away from the late stage. Li Mubai and Zhou Yin each absorbed 1.5 portions, reaping great rewards. On the third day, only a thin layer of water remained in the pool. Just as Lin Xuan was about to withdraw, a sudden disturbance came from the bottom of the pool. Boom! A crack opened at the bottom of the pool and colorful light shot up into the sky. Within the light, a shadow resembling a dragon, yet not quite a dragon, a serpent, yet not quite a serpent, swirled. The dragon soul of the dragon transformation pool. Old man Lin Xuan's voice echoed. Young one seized the opportunity. Dragon soul. Lin Xuan and the others exchanged glances and simultaneously acted. Li Mubai's sword chi formed a net enveloping the dragon soul. Zhou Yan's alchemical fire transformed into chains wrapping around it. Lin Xuan unleashed his pure yang domain, greatly slowing down the dragon soul's speed. The dragon soul struggled, darting left and right, but was ultimately suppressed by the three. In the end, Lin Xuan grabbed the dragon soul's tail, while Li Mubai and Zhou Yan each held onto a piece. The dragon soul thrashed, transforming into 3 beams of light that entered the foreheads of the three. Lin Xuan's mind trembled as a torrent of information flooded in. The dragon clan's divine ability, Dragon's Roar, a sound wave attack that can shock the soul. Li Mubai received Dragon Scale Sword Armor, a defensive divine ability. Zhou Yin obtained Dragon Breath technique, capable of exhaling dragon breath with astonishing power. The opportunity has been seized, quickly leave. Old man Lin Xuan urged. The three did not dare waste time and flew out of the dragon transformation pool. Just as they left, the water in the pool completely dried up and the crack at the bottom closed as if it had never been opened. The dragon transformation pool will not open again for another 10 years, Old man Lin Xuan said. You all have gained benefits. Take good care of yourselves. The three bowed and took their leave. At the exit of the secret realm, Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Lin Xuan emerge, the two approached him. How was it? Su Ruowei asked eagerly. I gained a lot, Lin Xuan smiled. He concealed his aura, but Liu Qingyin could sense that her disciple was much stronger than before he entered. Congratulations, brother Lin. Li Mubai cupped his fists. I need to return to the sect to enter seclusion, so this is goodbye. Until we meet again. Zhou Yin also took his leave. Although he only absorbed 1.5 portions of the pool's energy, most of his meridians had been restored, and his cultivation returned to the early golden core stage, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. On the way back, Lin Xuan recounted his experience in the dragon transformation pool to the two women. Upon hearing about the dragon soul, Su Ruowei's eyes sparkled with envy, the divine abilities of the dragon clan. I want one too. Next time in the contest of heroes, you should go for the championship yourself, Master Lin Xuan teased. I will definitely participate next time. Su Ruowei clenched her fist. Liu Qingyin was more concerned about Lin Xuan's body. Did you feel any discomfort after fusing with the dragon clan bloodline? There was some pain at first, but now it's fine. Lin Xuan said, moreover, I feel my physical strength has greatly increased, able to withstand attacks from the late golden core stage. Liu Qingyin nodded. The dragon clan bloodline is precious. You must refine it well and not waste it. Upon returning to the Yunlan sect, Lin Xuan began seclusion to refine the dragon clan bloodline and consolidate his cultivation. A month later, he emerged from seclusion, his cultivation firmly at the pinnacle of the mid-golden core stage, and he had completely fused with the dragon clan bloodline, able to initially unleash the dragon's roar. His physical strength was comparable to that of a fully realized golden core. The development of the pure yang transformation body reached 35, and the range of the pure yang domain expanded to 10 zhang. The first thing he did after emerging from seclusion was to go to the scripture pavilion. This time he aimed for the 4th floor, the place only accessible to nascent soul elders, but Liu Qingyin granted him special permission to enter once. The 4th floor of the scripture pavilion contained only 3 jade slips, which were the treasures of the Yunlan sect. Yunlan True Scripture Complete Edition, lower tier, heavenly grade, directly pointing to the transformation stage. Qian Kuan Sword Classic, top tier, earthly grade, the supreme technique for sword cultivators. Qian Tian Treasure Record, records various heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and peculiar events. Lin Xuan chose the Qian Kuan Sword Classic. He had the Taishu sword technique, but lacked insights into sword principles, and the Qian Kuan Sword Classic perfectly complemented that. When signing in, the system provided another great gift. Successfully signed in on the 4th floor of the Scripture Pavilion, reward, True Dragon Body, Refining Technique Fragment, grade mid-tier, heavenly grade body, refining technique effect dragon clan body, refining secret method consisting of 9 layers, cultivating to completion allows transformation into a true dragon body, immortal note. This is only the first 3 layers true dragon body refining technique. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. Just after obtaining the dragon clan bloodline, he received a matching body refining technique. The system was incredibly considerate. He returned to his courtyard to begin comprehending the Qian Kuan Sword Classic and the true dragon body refining technique. Qian Kuan Sword Classic is vast and profound, emphasizing limitless Qian Kuan swords transforming into myriad forms, which is completely different from the Taishu sword technique's Taishu silence. However, the two complemented each other, and after Lin Xuan's comprehension, his sword realm advanced further. The first 3 layers of the true dragon body refining technique, refining skin, refining bones, refining blood. With the foundation of the dragon clan bloodline, Lin Xuan found the cultivation to be much easier. In just 3 months, he achieved great success in the first layer refining skin, making his skin as tough as dragon scales capable of withstanding attacks from magical artifacts. One day while he was practicing his sword in the courtyard, Liu Qingyin suddenly visited. Lin Xuan, there is something I need you to handle, Liu Qingyin said, her expression serious. Master, please speak. A place of ancient ruins has appeared at the edge of the eastern region, and investigations suggest it could be the Danxia cave. Danxia Yunlan was an ancient alchemy master, and there must be alchemical inheritance within the cave. Since you practice alchemy, there may be opportunities for you there. The Danxia cave. Lin Xuan's heart stirred. He had always relied on self-exploration for alchemy. If there were a master's inheritance, he would surely make rapid progress. However, the ruins are dangerous. Several golden core cultivators have already fallen there. Liu Qingyin reminded, although your strength is considerable, you still need to be cautious. Ruowei will accompany you to help each other. Su Ruowei poked her head in from outside. Sister, don't worry, I will protect my junior disciple well. Liu Qingyin shot her a glare. You need protection. Remember, do not act impulsively in case of trouble, and follow Lin Xuan's arrangements. Got it. Liu Qingyin also laid out some precautions left behind the map of the ruins, and then departed. Su Ruowei leaned in the Danxia cave. I've heard there are many ancient elixirs inside. Perhaps I could find an opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage. Lin Xuan looked at the map, noting that the Danxia cave is located at the junction of the eastern region and the southern wilderness, where miasma is rampant and demonic beasts roam. It is indeed dangerous. We will depart in 3 days. He made his decision. Over the next 3 days, Lin Xuan fully prepared, drawing hundreds of talismans, refining large quantities of elixirs, and practicing the 5 elements escape technique to a minor success. 3 days later, the two set off. Liu Qingyin accompanied them to the mountain gate, watching them leave with a hint of worry in her eyes. You must return safely, she murmured softly. On the flying boat, Su Ruowei chattered nonstop. Lin Xuan responded while checking the system sign-in. Sign-in successful. Obtained array-breaking talisman. 3 one-time use effect can break most formations below the nascent soul stage. Fortune sign-in successful. Obtained treasure. Seeking mouse young effect has a special sense for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, can seek treasures after it grows. A palm-sized golden mouse appeared in Lin Xuan's hand, its eyes twinkling adorably. Wow, so cute. Su Ruowei snatched it away. Junior disciple, where did this come from? It was a chance encounter, Lin Xuan replied vaguely. The treasure-seeking mouse was perfect for exploring the ruins. 7 days later, the flying boat arrived at the eastern edge. In front lay a mountain range shrouded in miasma. The map indicated that the Danxia cave was deep within the mountains. The two put away the flying boat and entered on foot. The miasma is toxic, but has little effect on golden core cultivators. Su Ruowei took a detoxification pill, while Lin Xuan, protected by pure yang true fire, was immune to all poisons. The treasure-seeking mouse was excited, squeaking on Lin Xuan's shoulder and guiding the way. 3 days later, they arrived at a valley. Mist swirled in the valley, and the entrance to the cave could be vaguely seen. However, at the entrance, several groups of people had already gathered. There were disciples from 7 sects, scattered cultivators, and a few cold-spirited figures in black robes, demonic cultivators. It seems the news has leaked, Lin Xuan said softly. What are you afraid of? Who dares to snatch? Well, fight back. Su Ruowei cracked her knuckles. The two approached, drawing the attention of the crowd. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, many people's expressions changed. It's Lin Xuan, the champion of the contest of heroes. That next to him is Su Ruowei, a golden core full cultivation from the Yunlan sect. She's not to be trifled with. This is troublesome. On the demonic cultivator's side, a withered old man squinted. Lin Xuan. The kid that blood demon ancestor has a bounty on. He licked his lips. One had 1 top-grade magical artifact. This deal is worthwhile. At the entrance of the Danxia cave, the atmosphere was tense, as if swords were drawn. Dozens of groups were on high alert, none daring to enter first. Colorful poisonous miasma enveloped the cave entrance, and two reckless loose cultivators had already succumbed to the poison, their bodies rotting away. The colorful miasma will kill you upon contact. An elder from the Xiandan sect stroked his beard and said, only pure yang fire or extreme cold ice can disperse it. The crowd exchanged glances. Pure yang fire was rare and extreme cold ice was even harder to find. Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei exchanged a look and stepped forward. Su Ruowei cultivated the Yunlan true scriptures, a cold technique capable of condensing frost. Lin Xuan possessed pure yang true fire, which was the nemesis of the poisonous miasma. He'll do it, Lin Xuan said as golden flames ignited in his palm. As the pure yang true fire emerged, the temperature around surged, and the colorful miasma retreated as if encountering its nemesis. At the same time, Su Ruowei unleashed her cold ice true energy, which combined with the pure yang true fire created a strange balance at the cave entrance, forcefully opening up a passage. Go, Lin Xuan urged, and the two rushed in first. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed. The withered elder of the demonic sect's eyes flickered as he and three black-robed figures blended into the crowd. Inside the cave, it was an entirely different world, resembling an independent small realm. 7 colorful suns hung in the sky, casting a radiant glow throughout the cave. In the distance, pavilions and towers could be seen, while nearby fields of medicinal herbs stretched endlessly, with spirit grasses covering the ground. The colorful sky dome, it truly is the Danxia cave, someone exclaimed. The crowd scattered frantically, harvesting spirit grasses. Guided by the treasure-seeking mouse, Lin Xuan headed straight for the core area, with Su Ruowei closely following. Squeak! The treasure-seeking mouse suddenly squealed with excitement, pointing towards the east. There stood a 7-story pill tower, its pinnacles surrounded by colorful rays. The alchemy place of the Danxia true person. Lin Xuan's eyes brightened. The two rushed towards the pill tower, encountering several groups fighting over spirit grasses along the way, but all tactfully avoided conflict. Since the cave had just opened, the real treasures lay deeper within. Upon reaching the pill tower, the door was tightly shut, etched with complex pill patterns, a test of alchemical knowledge. He'll handle this. Lin Xuan stepped forward, probing the pill patterns with his divine sense. Having studied the sacred text of alchemy after the Tianjiao competition, he was confident he could unlock it. The pill patterns resembled a maze and needed to be activated in a specific order. Lin Xuan concentrated and calculated. After a stick of incense, he found the key nodes. His fingers tapped rapidly, infusing pure yang true fire, and the pill patterns lit up one by one. Click! The tower door swung open. The two swiftly entered, and the door closed behind them, blocking the others outside. Inside, the first layer of the tower was spacious, with a pill furnace at its center. The flames had extinguished, but the furnace was still warm. The surrounding walls were covered with alchemical formulas ranging from 1st to 5th grade, totaling hundreds. Were rich. Su Ruowei's eyes sparkled. These formulas, if taken out, could be exchanged for a fortune in spirit stones. However, Lin Xuan looked towards the staircase. The treasure-seeking mouse was guiding them to a higher level. The second layer was a medicinal herb storage. Though most herbs had decayed, a few were well-preserved, all being 1,000-year-old spirit medicines. The third layer contained finished pills, but most pill vials were shattered, and the spiritual energy of the pills had dissipated. Only 3 jade vials in the corner remained intact, each containing a colorful pill the size of a longan. 7 colors pill. Lin Xuan recognized it. A 5th-grade pill that can help nascent soul cultivators break through a small realm. They decided to split it, with Lin Xuan taking 2 and Su Ruowei 1. Although Su Ruowei wanted more, she knew that without Lin Xuan, she wouldn't have even made it through the door. The 4th layer had restrictions that needed to be broken to enter. Lin Xuan spent half an hour to unlock the 4th layer. This layer contained alchemical classics with jade slips piled high like mountains. A quick glance revealed many ancient alchemical formulas, including a few 6th-grade formulas. Those could only be crafted by cultivators in the divine transformation stage. Take them all, Lin Xuan said, unceremoniously waving his hand to collect the jade slips into his spatial ring. The 5th layer contained magical treasures, but most had lost their spirituality, reduced to ordinary iron. Only 3 items remained intact: a colorful pill furnace, a sky-viewing mirror that could observe the furnace's interior, and a jade knife for cutting medicinal materials. This pill furnace is at least a 5th-grade magical treasure. Lin Xuan touched the furnace body, feeling its warmth and faint scent of pills. The entrance to the 6th layer had a stronger restriction. When Lin Xuan tried to break it, he was sent reeling back, spitting blood. Junior Marshal Nephew. Su Ruowei hurried to support him. It's nothing, Lin Xuan wiped the blood from his mouth. This restriction can only be opened with nascent soul cultivation. Forcing it will result in backlash. What should we do then? There must be better treasures above. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment and took out the array-breaking talisman he had obtained. This talisman could break formations below nascent soul level and might be useful. He activated the array-breaking talisman, and the talisman transformed into a stream of light that seeped into the restriction. The restriction fluctuated violently, but eventually stabilized. Only a small opening was created, just enough for one person to pass through, and it could only last for 10 breaths. Hurry in. Lin Xuan pushed Su Ruo away. She squeezed through, followed closely by Lin Xuan. Just as they made it through, the restriction returned to normal. The sixth layer was small, containing only a stone platform on which lay a colorful jade slip. Beside the jade slip were small words: "To the one who inherits my legacy, you must vow to spread and promote the art of alchemy." Lin Xuan stepped forward and probed the jade slip with his divine sense. A vast amount of information surged into his mind. The lifelong insights of the Danxia true person on alchemy, from the basics of pill making to 7th grade pill techniques, encompassing all. More importantly, it recorded an extraordinary pill formula, the 9 turns golden core. The 9 turns golden core, a 7th grade pill, could instantly elevate one to immortality upon consumption. Of course, the materials were incredibly rare, and the difficulty of refining it was nearly impossible. However, the value of the formula itself was beyond measure. I, Lin Xuan, vow not to let down the legacy of the Danxia predecessors, and will spread and promote the art of alchemy, he stated solemnly. With the vow made, the jade slip turned into a stream of light and entered his forehead. From then on, the Danxia legacy belonged entirely to Lin Xuan. Junior Marshal Nephew, there's still another layer above. Su Ruowei pointed towards the ceiling. There was a secret door there with faint colorful light seeping through. The two flew up and pushed open the secret door. The 7th layer turned out to be an open-air platform with a colorful water pool at its center where a lotus flower grew. Each of its 7 leaves was a different color, and the seed pod had 7 holes, each containing a lotus seed. The 7 colors, immortal lotus. Lin Xuan gasped for breath. This was the main ingredient for refining the 7 colors pill, growing under strict conditions long extinct in the outside world. Even more precious, this immortal lotus had matured, and the lotus seeds were one of the key materials for refining the 8th grade pill, the 9 turns soul returning pill. Just as he was about to harvest it, a cold laughter came from behind. Fellow Taoist, you've had quite a harvest. The withered elder of the demonic sect had infiltrated unnoticed, with 3 black-robed figures surrounding the two in a triangular formation. Blood Demon Cult. Lin Xuan tightened his grip on the Tai Su sword. The 4 opponents were all at the late golden core stage, with the leading elder at the peak golden core stage, exuding a cold aura like a venomous snake. I am Blood Ku, the external affairs elder of the Blood Demon Cult. Blood Ku grinned, revealing blackened yellow teeth. Lin, my young friend, the Blood Demon Patriarch is quite interested in you. Come with me, and you may escape death. In your dreams, Su Ruowei drew her sword. Demonic cult fiends, how dare you be so arrogant? Fairy Su has quite a temper. Blood Ku licked his lips. Perfect, the Patriarch needs a furnace, and with your beauty, I'm sure he will be pleased. Seeking death. Enraged, Su Ruowei struck with her sword, the sword light shimmering like snow toward Blood Ku. Blood Ku did not dodge or evade. A blood-colored small banner flew from his sleeve. The small banner grew in the wind, transforming into a 30-foot blood banner, and from its surface surged an endless sea of blood, swallowing Su Ruowei's sword light. Blood Sea Banner. You are the Blood Ku, old demon. Su Ruowei's face changed drastically. The Blood Ku Old Demon was one of the 3 major elders of the Blood Demon cult, infamous for his cruelty and bloodlust, having wiped out 3 small sects in a single night. Knowing my name, yet still not surrendering. Blood Ku sneered as the blood banner swayed, and countless blood hands reached out from the blood sea, grasping towards the two. Lin Xuan swung his sword, slashing through several blood hands, but they were endless. Even more troublesome, the blood sea had a corrosive effect on the soul, and prolonged combat would lead to defeat. Martial Uncle used that move. Lin Xuan transmitted a message. Su Ruowei understood, and the two positioned back to back, their sword lights intertwining. This was the dual sword formation, 2 instruments sword formation, taught by Liu Qingyin, where one focused on offense and the other on defense, exponentially increasing their power. Once the sword formation was complete, the blood hands could not approach. However, Blood Ku was not in a hurry. The blood banner swayed, and the blood sea surged, gradually depleting the true essence of the two. This won't do. Lin Xuan's mind raced, suddenly recalling the dragon's roar. This supernatural ability specifically targeted the soul and might be able to break the blood sea. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling, and suddenly opened his mouth. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar erupted like thunder in the 9 heavens. The blood sea churned violently, and the blood hands shattered piece by piece. Blood Ku let out a muffled grunt, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His soul was injured. Dragon Clan's supernatural power. Blood Ku was both shocked and furious. Kid, your fortune is not small, but you will surely die today. He bit his tongue and spat blood onto the blood banner. The blood banner glowed with even more blood light, transforming into a 100-foot blood curtain that enveloped the entire 7th layer. The blood sea is endless refined. As the blood curtain contracted, the temperature suddenly rose. Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei felt as if they were in a furnace, their protective true essence sizzling with heat. We're done for. Lin Xuan swallowed all his recovery pills and unleashed the Tai Su sword technique with full force. Su Ruowei also fought desperately, pouring out her cold ice true energy without reserve. However, the blood curtain was blood cuss life treasure, its might comparable to a nascent soul strike. The two began to feel overwhelmed, their true essence on the brink of exhaustion. In this critical moment, the treasure-seeking mouse suddenly leaped out from Lin Xuan's arms, bit his finger, drew a drop of blood, and then transformed into golden light that shot towards the immortal lotus. The immortal lotus seemed to sense something, and its colorful rays intensified. 7 lotus seeds simultaneously fell, transforming into 7 streaks of light, 3 flying towards Lin Xuan and 4 towards Su Ruowei. As the lotus seeds entered their bodies, an immense medicinal power erupted. The cultivation levels of the two surged, their injuries healed instantly, true essence restored to its peak, even stronger than before. Lin Xuan broke through to the late golden core stage. Su Ruowei broke through to the peak of golden core, just a step away from nascent soul. This is the gift of the immortal lotus. Blood cuss eyes turned red with envy. Kid hand over the lotus seeds. You can dream. Su Ruowei yelled angrily, her sword light tripling in intensity, tearing a hole in the blood curtain. Lin Xuan was even more ruthless, directly unleashing Tai Su Jimmy. After the boost in cultivation, this sword strike's power multiplied. The void sword energy sliced through the blood curtain as easily as paper. PFF. Blood cuss life treasure was destroyed, and he spat blood flying backward. The 3 black-robed figures tried to rescue him, but were each slain by Su Ruowei's sword. Run! Seeing the situation turn against him, blood Ku transformed into a stream of blood and escaped. Lin Xuan did not pursue. Though injured, blood Ku was still at the peak of golden core, and cornered, he might resort to mutual destruction. Moreover, the medicinal power of the immortal lotus was fading, and they needed to refine it quickly. He stored the immortal lotus. The lotus leaves and stems were treasures, and the lotus platform was top-grade material for refining magical treasures. Let's go, others will arrive soon, Lin Xuan urged, pulling Su Ruowei as they leaped down the side of the pill tower. Just as the two left, several groups rushed up to the 7th layer. Seeing the scene of destruction and the corpses of the black-robed figures, they all gasped in shock. Blood Ku, the old demon, was defeated. What kind of fortune did Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei obtain? Quickly search, there might still be treasures. But the 7th layer was left with an empty pool, the immortal lotus nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei had already fled 100 miles away, finding a cave to set up restrictions and begin refining the medicinal power of the immortal lotus. Inside the cave, colorful rays of light swirled. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged, 3 immortal lotus seeds melting in his dantian. With each bit that dissolved, immense medicinal power surged into his limbs and bones, causing his cultivation to grow at a visible rate. Late golden core stage 103050. Su Ruowei's situation was even more astonishing. The 4 immortal lotus seeds allowed her to directly touch the threshold of the nascent soul, with a faint phantom forming above her head. This was the embryonic form of the nascent soul. Taking 7 color immortal lotus seeds. Cultivation improvement late golden core 58. Qualification enhancement spiritual root purity 20. Dragon bloodline enhancement acquired the divine ability dragon scale protection beginner. Probability of Dao companion Su Ruowei breaking through to the nascent soul increased to 80. System notifications rang in succession. Lin Xuan examined himself internally and discovered that the golden hue on his bones had deepened, with tiny scales shimmering beneath his skin. This was the embryonic form of the dragon scale protection. What was even more surprising was that the immortal lotus seeds not only elevated his cultivation, but also purified his soul. He felt his thoughts becoming clearer and his understanding of the techniques deepening. The bottleneck of the 6th style of the Taishu sword technique, Taishu silence, loosened with a breakthrough expected in the near future. 3 days passed, and the medicinal power of the lotus seeds was completely refined. Lin Xuan's cultivation stabilized at late golden core 78, just 1 step away from perfection. Su Ruowei's embryonic nascent soul above her head had solidified by 30%, surrounded by colorful rays, exuding a sacred and solemn aura. Junior nephew, I need to enter seclusion to break through to the nascent soul. Su Ruowei opened her eyes, her expression serious. The medicinal power of the lotus seeds is too strong. I can't hold it in. I will guard you, Lin Xuan nodded. The nascent soul realm is the first major hurdle on the path of cultivation, and countless cultivators get stuck at the peak of the golden core, unable to progress for their entire lives. With the help of the immortal lotus seeds, Su Ruowei had a high success rate, but she couldn't afford to be careless. She took out several bottles of pills and set up a spirit-gathering array, beginning her breakthrough to the nascent soul. Lin Xuan stood guard at the cave entrance, protecting her while consolidating his own cultivation. On the 7th day, a sound of breaking air came from outside the cave. Lin Xuan's divine sense swept over and his expression darkened. It was the blood-dry old demon accompanied by 2 helpers, both at peak golden core. "Rat, come out." The blood-dry's voice was hoarse. "Hand over the immortal lotus seeds, and I will leave your corpse intact." Lin Xuan stepped out of the cave, Taishu sword in hand. "Blood-dry, you dare to come again?" Last time I was careless," Blood-dry sneered. "This time I've brought 2 colleagues. Oh, let's see where you can escape." Beside him stood 2 men, one a scholar in a black robe, and the other a burly red-haired man, both exuding auras not weaker than Blood-dry. "Blood-dry, is this brat the one who destroyed your blood sea flag?" The red-haired man bellowed. "He doesn't look like much. Old Ghostly, don't underestimate him." The black-robed scholar said ominously. "He managed to escape from Blood-dry and destroyed the blood sea flag, so he must have extraordinary abilities." "Extraordinary abilities?" Old Ghostly scoffed. "Wait until I smash him into a meat paste, then see if he still has any extraordinary abilities." Before the words had left his mouth, he had already made his move. A giant hammer descended from the sky, its head the size of a house, crashing down with immense force. Lin Xuan dared not take it. He deploying his cloud shadow step to narrowly evade. The giant hammer crashed into the ground, creating a pit 10 feet deep. "Dodge. Let's see where you can hide." Old Ghostly swung the hammer again, each strike faster than the last. Lin Xuan fought, while retreating, drawing the battlefield away from the cave. Su Ruowei was in a critical breakthrough period and mustn't be disturbed. "Kid, surrender honestly." The black-robed scholar also made his move. 9 black needles flew out from his sleeve, silently shooting towards Lin Xuan's back. Lin Xuan had long been prepared and deployed his pure yang domain. The black needles entered the domain, their speed greatly reduced, and he turned around to slash them down with his sword. Domain ability. The black-robed scholar was astonished. "You have manifested a domain at the golden core stage, truly extraordinary." "Enough chit-chat, let's all attack together." Blood-dry summoned a new magical treasure, a blood-colored flying knife. The flying knife was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet emitted a chilling aura. The 3 surrounded Lin Xuan, and the pressure on him increased greatly. Although he had ascended to late golden core, he was still at a disadvantage against 3 peak golden core. "I can only fight with everything I have." Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and swallowed a fury pill. The pill entered his stomach and his true essence surged by 30%, but after its effects faded, he would be weak for 3 days. Dragon's roar. The dragon's roar echoed once more, the sound waves crashing like tides. The 3 were caught off guard, their souls shaken, and their attacks faltered. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity, fully unleashing the 5th style of the Taishu sword technique, Taishu Infinite. The sword energy poured down like a galaxy, enveloping the 3. Trivial skills. Old Ghostly roared, swinging the giant hammer to clash with the sword energy. The black-robed scholar summoned a bone shield to block in front of him. The most cunning Blood-dry transformed into a bloodlight and fled the sword net. The black-robed scholar's bone shield shattered, and he spat blood as he was sent flying. Old Ghostly's giant hammer lost a corner to the sword energy, causing him to wail in pain. But Lin Xuan was also not unscathed. Forcefully unleashing Taishu Infinite consumed 70% of his true essence, and the effects of the fury pill were also fading. "He's done for, kill him." Blood-dry saw Lin Xuan's weakness, and the blood-colored flying knife transformed into hundreds of knife lights raining down from the sky. Lin Xuan swung his sword to block, but there were too many knife lights, and he was struck once on his left arm and once on his right leg, deep enough to see bone. What was even more troublesome was that the knives were poisoned and the wounds rapidly turned black. Blood-dry, you're so toxic. Lin Xuan swallowed an antidote pill, but its effect was minimal. Blood-dry's poison was his life blood poison, and no ordinary antidote could cure it. "Hee, with my blood poison in you, even the nascent soul won't save you." Blood-dry sneered. "Just wait to die." Lin Xuan felt his vision starting to blur as the toxin spread. He bit his tongue to stay awake with the pain. "I can't die here. My master is still breaking through." He recalled the 1,000-year spirit milk he had received from signing in. This item could detoxify all poisons and heal severe injuries. He took out the jade bottle and consumed the last remaining drop. A cool sensation spread throughout his body, rapidly resolving the toxin and healing his wounds. The 1,000-year spirit milk proved to be remarkably effective. "What?" Blood-dry's eyes widened in shock. "My blood poison, actually." Lin Xuan did not wait for him to finish and activated the Taishu sword once more. This time the sword intent changed. ethereal, unreal, as if it did not exist in this world. The sixth style of the Taishu sword technique, Taishu silence, he had finally touched the threshold. The sword struck soundlessly. Old Ghost Li was the first to bear the brunt, his giant hammer protective true essence and body disintegrated like a sandcastle under the sword light. He never understood where this sword had come from even in death. The black-robed scholar was so frightened that he lost his soul and turned to flee. But the sword light had already locked onto him, and there was no escape. No. His scream was abruptly cut off following Old Ghost Li's fate. Blood, dry the most cunning, had transformed into blood light to escape the moment the sword struck. But the sword light was too fast, although he avoided a fatal blow. His left arm was still severed. Oh! Blood dry shrieked, fleeing without looking back. He could seek revenge for his severed arm later, but his life was the only one he had. Lin Xuan leaned against his sword, gasping for breath, his face pale as paper. Forcefully unleashing the embryonic form of Taishu silence drained all his true essence, making it hard for him to even stand. He took out a recovery pill and sat down to recuperate. Half an hour later, he recovered a bit of true essence and immediately returned to the cave. Su Ruowei was still in the midst of her breakthrough, and her embryonic nascent soul had solidified by 70%. The colorful rays of light grew ever more vibrant, and spiritual energy surged like tides inside the cave. Lin Xuan stood guard at the entrance, healing his wounds while protecting her. Although Blood Dry had fled, he might return with reinforcements, so they had to leave quickly. 3 days later, Su Ruowei's embryonic nascent soul finally fully solidified. It was a 3-inch tall figure identical to Su Ruowei, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes surrounded by swirling rays of light. The nascent soul has been formed. The little figure opened its eyes and flew into Su Ruowei's brow. Su Ruowei's aura surged explosively, officially stepping into the nascent soul realm. Haha, I am also a nascent soul ancestor now. She jumped up excitedly and hugged Lin Xuan. Junior nephew, I succeeded. Lin Xuan winced at the pain in his wounds and smiled wryly. Congratulations, master. But we need to leave quickly. Blood Dry may come back with people. What are you afraid of? I am now a nascent soul. If one comes, I will fight one. If two come, I will fight two. Su Ruowei waved her fists, but upon seeing Lin Xuan's pale face, she felt a pang of heartache. Are you hurt? Just a minor injury, it's nothing. Lin Xuan briefly recounted the battle with Blood Dry and the others. Su Ruowei was shocked. 3 peak golden cores. Junior nephew, you were too reckless. Next time, wait for me to fight together. There's no time, you're in a critical breakthrough period. Lin Xuan said, let's go, this place is not suitable for long stays. The two packed their belongings and left the cave. After entering the nascent soul realm, Su Ruowei was already able to fly in the air, carrying Lin Xuan swiftly towards the direction of the Yunlan sect. On the way, Lin Xuan signed in. Sign in successful. Acquired Death Substitute Puppet upgraded version 1. Effect can substitute for death once and randomly teleport up to 100 miles away. Fortune sign in successful. Acquired Nascent Soul Insight Fragments 3. Effect using them can increase the success rate of forming a nascent soul. The upgraded version of the Death Substitute Puppet has an added teleportation function, enhancing its life-saving capabilities. The Nascent Soul Insight Fragments were just right for Su Ruowei to consolidate her realm. He handed the fragments to Su Ruowei, who was moved to tears. Junior nephew, you're the best. Once I consolidate my realm, we can cultivate together, and I will help you break through to the peak of the Golden Core. Lin Xuan said, Master, let's return to the sect first. 7 days later, the two returned to the Yunlan sect. Liu Qingyin had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Su Ruowei's breakthrough to the nascent soul, she was both surprised and delighted. Good. Good. Our Yunlan sect has gained another nascent soul. She repeated the word good twice, revealing her excitement. However, seeing Lin Xuan's injuries, she frowned. What happened? Lin Xuan recounted the events in the Danxia cave, omitting the immortal lotus seeds and the Danxia inheritance, only mentioning that he had acquired some pills and magical treasures. Blood Dry old demon. Liu Qingyin's eyes flashed with cold light, daring to harm my Yunlan sect's people. The Blood Demon sect is getting more and more audacious. Master, I wish to enter seclusion for a while, Lin Xuan said. His cultivation had risen too quickly and needed consolidation. Taishu silence also needed perfecting. Go ahead. Ruowei, you also enter seclusion to consolidate your realm, Liu Qingyin said. As for the Blood Demon sect, I will handle it. Lin Xuan returned to his courtyard and began his seclusion. During this seclusion, he aimed to accomplish 3 tasks: consolidate his late golden core, cultivation, perfect Taishu silence, and refine the Danxia inheritance. After a month, he emerged from seclusion. His cultivation stabilized. He had a preliminary grasp of Taishu silence, and his alchemy skills had made rapid progress, now reaching the level of a 4th-grade alchemist, able to refine pills for the nascent soul stage. The first thing he did after emerging from seclusion was to start refining pills. He used the materials obtained from the Danxia cave combined with the pill formula gained from the system sign-in to refine a batch of Ningying Dan. Ningying Dan, a 4th grade pill, can increase the success rate of forming a nascent soul by 30%. Although he had nascent soul insight fragments, the more Ningying Dan he had, the better. The pill refining process went smoothly, yielding 3 pills, all of high quality. Lin Xuan kept one for himself and gave one each to Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei. Though they couldn't use them, they could be given to other golden core cultivators in the sect. The second batch was a simplified version of the 9-turn golden core called 3-turn golden core, a 3rd grade pill that could help golden core cultivators break through small realms. He refined 6 pills which he planned to give to Chun Ming and others. Just as he finished refining the pills, Liu Qingyin came to visit. Lin Xuan, there's something that requires your decision, she said seriously. The 7 sects have issued a joint arrest order offering a bounty for the blood-dry old demon. However, the Blood Demon sect has warned that if anyone dares to touch blood-dry, they will wash Yunlan sect in blood. What does Master mean? I want to take the initiative. Liu Qingyin's eyes flashed with determination. The Blood Demon sect has provoked us repeatedly. If we don't retaliate, they will think Yunlan sect is easy to bully. Lin Xuan pondered. The Blood Demon sect is powerful. A heating clash could lead to mutual destruction. So I want to unite with the Tianjin sect, Xindan Gate, and other sects to form a coalition to eradicate the Blood Demon sect's branches in the eastern region. Liu Qingyin said this matter needs someone to take the lead, and I plan to have you persuade the other sects. Lin Xuan was taken aback. I'm just a small fry. You are now the #1 genius among the 7 sects, and your cultivation has greatly advanced after returning from the Danxia cave. You are no longer an unknown person. Moreover, you have connections with Li Mubai and Zhou Yin, making you the most suitable to go. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and nodded. I am willing to go. Good. We depart in 3 days. Our first stop is the Tianjin sect. Liu Qingyin took out a token. This is the Yunlan sect emissary token. Seeing it is like seeing me. Receiving the token, Lin Xuan felt a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. The 7-sect coalition aimed to eradicate the demon sect. This was not just revenge, it was a matter concerning the power dynamics of the eastern region. And he would play a crucial role in this storm. 3 days later, Lin Xuan set off on his journey. The first stop was the Tianjin sect. If Ling Xiaozu agreed to form an alliance, it would be easier to persuade the other sects. Su Ruowei initially wanted to accompany him, but was held back by Liu Qingyin. You have just broken through to the nascent soul stage. You need to enter seclusion to consolidate your gains. Besides, Lin Xuan is going to persuade them not to fight. Having too many people would be counterproductive. Liu Qingyin shook her head. I need to stay at the sect to guard against surprise attacks from the demon sect. Ultimately, Lin Xuan set off alone, taking only the treasure-seeking mouse. This little creature was sensitive to heavenly materials and earthly treasures and might come in handy. The Tianjin sect was located in the central region of the eastern domain, and it required 5 days to travel by sword. Lin Xuan was not in a hurry. He flew while comprehending the inheritance of the Danxiao lineage. Master Danxiao was indeed an ancient alchemy master, and his alchemical concepts were unique, greatly benefiting Lin Xuan. On the 3rd day, he passed by the Haifeng mountain range, the very place where the demon sect's branch had been exterminated years ago. Lin Xuan, feeling nostalgic, landed his flying sword to take a look at the old site. The mountains remained desolate, but the battlefield from back then had sprouted new grass. He walked to the valley ruins and discovered that someone had been there. There were fresh footprints on the ground along with residual demonic energy. The demon sect has returned. Lin Xuan felt a surge of vigilance and expanded his divine sense. Indeed, there were fluctuations of spiritual power deep within the valley. He concealed his presence and stealthily approached. It was a hidden cave with restrictions at the entrance. Lin Xuan used a break formation talisman to open a gap and slipped inside. The cave was a different world, revealing a small stronghold. Several demonic cultivators were seated in discussion, led by a one-eyed old man whose aura was cold. He was actually at the early nascent soul stage. Elder Shuaku returned with a severed arm, and the ancestor is furious. The one-eyed old man spoke in a hoarse voice. He ordered us to lie in wait here to capture that Lin Xuan kid. Eldering, will Lin Xuan really come? Asked a black-robed demonic cultivator. Elder Shuaku found out that Lin Xuan would head to the Tianjin sect in the near future. This is a necessary route. Elder Ing sneered. The ancestor has bestowed the dragon binding rope specifically designed to restrain his pure yang body. As long as he comes, he won't be able to escape. Lin Xuan felt a chill in his heart. The blood demon ancestor had personally ordered his capture and even bestowed a special treasure. The dragon binding rope did not sound easy to deal with. He quietly withdrew, planning to take a detour. But just as he exited the cave, he heard Eldering shout, "Who?" Discovered. Lin Xuan did not hesitate and fled on his sword. Chase. Eldering led the others in pursuit, their speed incredibly fast. Nascent soul cultivators flying in the air were much faster than golden core cultivators on swords. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and used the 5 elements escape technique, Earth Escape. He burrowed underground, instantly concealing his aura. Elder Ing and the others arrived, their divine senses sweeping over, but they could not find Lin Xuan's trace. 5 elements escape technique. This kid has quite a few tricks up his sleeve, Elder Ing snorted coldly. But he can't escape far. Search for him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. The demonic cultivators spread out to search. Lin Xuan was buried 100 feet underground, holding his breath and concentrating. Although the Earth Escape was marvelous, it consumed a vast amount of true essence, and he could not hold out for long. Just when he was feeling anxious, the treasure-seeking mouse suddenly squeaked, pointing in a certain direction. Following its lead, Lin Xuan escaped and unexpectedly discovered an underground dark river. The dark river led outside the mountain, providing a perfect escape route. Lin Xuan followed the current and emerged from a waterfall 100 miles away half an hour later. That was close. He took a breath. Had it not been for the treasure-seeking mouse, today would have ended badly. Not daring to linger, Lin Xuan changed his route and took a big detour, arriving at the Tianjin sect on the 7th day. After reporting his identity, Li Mubai personally welcomed him. Brother Lin, it has been several months since we last met, and your demeanor surpasses the past. Li Mubai clasped his fists. He had stabilized his golden core late stage, and his sword intent was restrained, evidently having made further progress. You flatter me, Brother Li, Lin Xuan returned the greeting. I have come this time to discuss an important matter. Li Mubai led him into the sect to meet Ling Xiaozu. Ling Xiaozu still exuded an aura of transcendence, but there was a hint of worry between his brows. After hearing Lin Xuan's intentions, he pondered and said, the Blood Demon sect is indeed becoming increasingly rampant. Not only your Yunlan sect, but our Tianjin sect also has disciples who have been attacked. What do you mean, senior? An alliance is feasible, but it requires careful planning. Ling Xiaozu continued, the Blood Demon sect has 13 branches in the eastern domain, with branch leaders all at the nascent soul stage. If we rashly go to war, it may result in both sides suffering heavy losses. Then what is your suggestion, senior? First, we must eliminate their wings. Ling Xiaozu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The Blood Demon sect has 4 great protectors, all at the mid-nascent soul stage. If we can eliminate 1 or 2 of them first, the Blood Demon sect will surely fall into chaos. Lin Xuan's heart stirred. Does senior have a target in mind? Blood Eagle Protector Ing Hankong. Ling Xiaozu produced a piece of intelligence. This person is a confidant of the Blood Demon ancestor responsible for all branches in the eastern domain. If we can kill him, the Blood Demon sect's influence in the eastern domain will collapse entirely. But he has the dragon binding rope. Lin Xuan recounted what he had seen in the Haifeng mountain range. Ling Xiaozu sneered. The dragon binding rope is specifically effective against pure yang bodies, but it may not necessarily affect you. You cultivate the Taishu sword art, of which pure yang is merely an auxiliary cultivation. However, for safety, Sake, I will provide you with a treasure that can withstand the dragon binding rope for 3 breaths. He took out a copper mirror. This is the break restriction mirror, which can break most restrictions and binding type treasures. Keep it with you for self-defense. Lin Xuan accepted it, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior. No need to thank me. It is everyone's responsibility to eradicate the demon sect. Ling Xiaozu said seriously. 3 days later, I will join forces with the Xiandan Gate and the Beastmaster sect to launch a surprise attack on the Blood Eagle's lair. You will be responsible for luring the snake out of its hole, drawing him out of his lair, while we set up an ambush to kill him. Disciple obeys. In the next 3 days, Lin Xuan temporarily resided at the Tianjin sect. Li Mubai accompanied him in swordsmanship practice, and both gained something. On the 3rd night, Ling Xiaozu sent a message, prepare for action. Lin Xuan flew to the designated location, a valley 100 miles away from the Blood Eagle's lair. According to the plan, he would accidentally expose his whereabouts here to draw out the Blood Eagle. He released his divine sense, intentionally leaking a trace of pure yang aura. Sure enough, moments later, several powerful auras rushed over from the direction of the lair. The leader was Elder Ing, followed by 5 golden core demonic cultivators. Kid, this time let's see where you can escape. Elder Ing sneered, summoning the dragon binding rope. It was a black chain that elongated in the wind, transforming into a 100-foot-long black dragon that lunged at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan did not dodge. He summoned the break restriction mirror. The mirror's light illuminated, and the dragon binding rope was met with its nemesis, drastically slowing its speed. Break restriction mirror. That old bastard Ling Xiaozu actually lent it to you. Elder Ing was both shocked and furious, but quickly sneered. Unfortunately, the break restriction mirror can only block for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, you will still be a fish in a barrel. He waved his hand, and the 5 golden core demonic cultivators set up a great formation, sealing off all routes. He then lunged at Lin Xuan, unleashing the full pressure of his nascent soul. Lin Xuan felt it hard to breathe, but he had long been prepared. With the Taishu sword drawn, the sword intent erupted, directly clashing with the pressure from the nascent soul. Huh. Elder Ying was surprised, a golden core late stage actually able to withstand my pressure. There's definitely something odd about this. He no longer held back and struck with his palm. The palm print was like a mountain sealing off all escape routes. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and executed the Taishu silent destruction form. The sword light collided with the palm print, exploding with a roar. Lin Xuan was sent flying 100 feet, spitting out blood. The strike of a nascent soul was indeed terrifying. 3 breaths are up. Elder Ying laughed heartily as the dragon binding rope broke free from the mirror's light and wrapped around Lin Xuan. At that moment, 3 powerful auras descended from the sky. Ying Hongkong died. Ling Xiaozu slashed down with a sword, the sword energy spanning 3,000 feet. Dan Xinzi unleashed a rain of alchemical fire sealing off the escape route. Tai Muzhen summoned 3 golden core spirit beasts charging at the 5 demonic cultivators. You've fallen into our trap. Elder Ying's face changed drastically as he turned to flee. But besieged by the 3 nascent souls, how could he escape? Ling Xiaozu took the lead in the attack, Dan Xinzi provided support, and Tai Muzhen swept through the formation. Elder Ying was left in a difficult position and soon fell to the disadvantage. The blood demon ancestor will not let you go, he howled, burning his vital blood in an attempt to break through. But Ling Xiaozu had long been prepared. The sword formation unfolded, sealing heaven and earth. Dan Xinzi's alchemical fire infiltrated everywhere, causing Elder Ying to scream in agony. Half a stick of incense later, Elder Ying was pierced through the heart by Ling Xiaozu's sword. As his nascent soul attempted to escape, it was devoured by Tai Muzhen's spirit beast. One of the 5 great protectors had fallen. The 5 golden core demonic cultivators were quickly exterminated as well. Ling Xiaozu cleaned up the battlefield and found a distribution map of the blood demon sect's branches on Elder Ying's body. With this map, the extermination of the blood demon sect is within reach. Ling Xiaozu nodded with satisfaction. Young friend Lin, you have made a great contribution. Lin Xuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stating, Senior, you flatter me. I was merely a bait. Bait is still a contribution. Ling Xiaozu took out a jade slip. These are the first 3 forms of the Tianjian Ju as my personal token of gratitude. The Tianjian Ju is the signature sword art of the Tianjian sect, low-grade celestial tier. Lin Xuan was overjoyed to receive it. Thank you for your generous gift, Senior. No need to thank me. Regarding the alliance, our Tianjian sect has agreed. Ling Xiaozu said, You may return to the Yunlan sect. In 3 days the 7 sects will gather to discuss important matters. Lin Xuan bowed and withdrew. This trip was a success. Not only did it facilitate the alliance, but he also obtained the Tianjian Ju and witnessed the fall of a nascent soul, which greatly benefited his cultivation. He flew back to his sect on his sword, filled with ambition. Demon sect, your end is nigh. 3 days later, in the discussion hall of the Yunlan sect, representatives from the 7 sects gathered together. Ling Xiaozu from the Tianjian sect, Dan Xinzi from the Shandan sect, and Tai Muzhen from the Beastmaster sect were present, with the other 4 sects also sending their nascent soul elders. With Liu Qingyin, there were a total of 8 nascent souls, a grand occasion not seen in the eastern region for a century. Lin Xuan, as the initiator, took the last seat. Holding the golden core cultivation, he stood on equal footing with the nascent souls, a tremendous honor. The blood demon cult wreaks havoc across the eastern region, harming countless lives. Today the 7 sects unite, vowing to uproot them. Ling Xiaozu, as the leader, spoke first. Eagle Chong Kong has already been eliminated. Here is the distribution map of the blood demon cult. He handed the jade slip to everyone. The elders from each sect examined it, their expressions grave. 13 branches with nascent soul branch masters. This, an elder hesitated. What are you afraid? Tai Muzhen scoffed. My Beastmaster sect has lost 3 golden core disciples. We must take revenge. It's not fear, but we need to plan carefully. That elder said the main branch of the blood demon cult is located in the western region. If we press them too hard, what will we do if the blood demon ancestor comes personally? The blood demon ancestor will be dealt with by our Tianjian sect's ancestor. Ling Xiaozu said lightly, you just need to eliminate the branch sects. The main branch will take care of itself. Only then did everyone feel relieved. With a transforming god ancestor stationed, the Tianjian sect genuinely had no fear of the blood demon ancestor. If that's the case, my Shandan sect is willing to send 3 nascent souls and 10 golden cores, Dan Xinzi declared. The Beastmaster sect will send 2 nascent souls and 8 golden cores, Tai Muzhen stated. Each sect expressed their willingness, ultimately gathering a total of 15 nascent souls and 60 golden cores, with countless foundation establishment and chi refining disciples. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Ling Xiaozu decided in 3 days we will simultaneously attack the 13 branch sects and catch them off guard. With the plan set, everyone dispersed to prepare. Liu Qingyin kept Lin Xuan behind. For this operation you will accompany me to attack the branch sect, she said, but remember your task is to observe the battle, accumulate experience, and do not act rashly. Understood, master. And this? Liu Qingyin took out a piece of silver armor, the flowing cloud armor, a 5th-grade defensive treasure that can withstand 3 hits from a nascent soul. Put it on. Lin Xuan accepted it. The armor felt light, yet indestructible in his hands. A 5th-grade treasure worth a fortune. Thank you, master. 3 days later the operation began. Lin Xuan followed Liu Qingyin, leading the disciples of the Yunlan sect to attack the nearest branch sect, the Black Wind branch. Indeed, it was the same place they had exterminated years ago, where the demonic cult had revived and rebuilt. The branch sect had 2 nascent soul branch masters, 10 golden core deacons, and hundreds of disciples. However, on the Yunlan sect side, Liu Qingyin was at mid-nascent soul, Su Ruwei at early nascent soul, and with Lin Xuan as a late golden core capable of battle, their strength was overwhelming. The battle was without suspense. Liu Qingyin slashed down one of the branch masters with a single sword strike, while Su Ruwei entangled the other, and Lin Xuan led the disciples to eliminate the golden cores and foundation establishment disciples. Under the Taishu sword, no one lasted a single round. Lin Xuan moved like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Wherever the sword light passed, demonic cultivators fell in droves. The pure Yang true fire was even more of a nemesis to demonic arts. Any contact would ignite instantly. Half a day later the battle ended. The branch sect was reduced to rubble, with demonic cultivators either dead or fleeing. The Yunlan sect only suffered a few light injuries, achieving a great victory. Clear the battlefield and collect the spoils, Liu Qingyin ordered. The disciples busied themselves. Lin Xuan approached the branch sect's treasure vault. His treasure-seeking mouse sensed that there were treasures inside. The treasure vault had restrictions, but they couldn't stop Lin Xuan. A breaking formation talisman cleared the way, and the restrictions shattered with a sound. Inside were piles of spirit stones, materials, and treasures, most notably a small black cauldron. The small cauldron had 3 legs and 2 ears engraved with demonic patterns emanating a strange aura. Lin Xuan probed with his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. This was actually a demonic treasure, the 10,000 demon cauldron, capable of devouring living beings and refining them into demonic chi, aiding demonic cultivators in rapidly increasing their cultivation. This item is evil and must be destroyed. Just as he was about to take action, the treasure-seeking mouse suddenly squeaked, pointing its claws toward underneath the small cauldron. Lin Xuan moved the cauldron aside and found a jade slip pressed beneath it. The jade slip was made of a special material, neither metal nor jade, and felt icy to the touch. As he probed with his divine sense, he discovered it contained the blood demon cult's secrets, the location of the main branch personnel, distribution weaknesses of their techniques, and even the closed-door location of the blood demon ancestor. This is provided by an insider. Lin Xuan was shocked. The details in the jade slip were too precise. It was impossible to obtain without an insider. He dared not delay and immediately handed the jade slip to Liu Qingyin. After Liu Qingyin looked at it, her expression grew grave, and she immediately sent a message to Ling Xiaozu. After a stick of incense, Ling Xiaozu replied, the information is accurate. The 7 sects' nascent souls will assemble immediately and launch a surprise attack on the blood demon cult's main branch. The plan had changed. Originally, it was only to exterminate the branch sects, but now they were to strike directly at the heart. Liu Qingyin called Lin Xuan to her side. The battle at the main branch is extremely perilous. You will stay at the branch sect and wait for my return. Master, I wish to go, Lin Xuan said firmly. I have the ability to protect myself, and since I discovered this information, I should see it through to the end. Liu Qingyin looked at him for a long time, and then nodded. Stay close to me, and do not stray. With 15 nascent souls gathered along with Lin Xuan as a special golden core, they quietly made their way to the western region. The main branch of the blood demon cult was located in the western region's 10,000 demon mountain, where demonic chi surged and no living beings could be seen. The group concealed their presence and infiltrated the mountain. With the jade slip guiding them, they avoided all traps and hidden sentries, reaching the core of the main branch, the Blood Demon Hall. The Blood Demon Hall towered like a mountain, entirely black, with 9 pillars of demonic deities in front, each intricately carved, with various demonic creatures that appeared lifelike. According to the plan, 5 will set up a formation to seal off, while 10 will attack. Ling Xiaozu transmitted his voice. Lu Sect Master Dan, Chenzitai Muzhen, follow me for the main assault. Lin, you will guard the rear. If anything goes wrong, withdraw immediately. Everyone nodded. Lin Xuan tightened his grip on the Taishu sword. Although he was merely a golden core, he had a premonition that he could not dodge this battle. The assault began. Ling Xiaozi slashed through the palace door with his sword, and 4 figures rushed in. Inside the hall there was no one, only a massive blood pool bubbling ominously. Is the blood demon ancestor not here? Dan Qinzi asked in confusion. He is. Liu Qingyin pointed her sword at the blood pool. He is in closed-door cultivation at the bottom of the pool. Before her words could settle, the blood pool surged violently, and a blood figure shot up into the sky. It was a gaunt old man with crimson hair and red eyes, his aura profound like an abyss. He was at the transformation stage. Ling Xiaozi, you dare to come to my blood demon palace to seek death? Blood demon, you have committed countless atrocities. Today is your day of demise. Ling Xiaozi showed no fear, pointing his sword at the blood demon. Just you all. The blood demon ancestor scoffed, raising his hand and summoning 9 blood dragons from the pool, each possessing the strength of a nascent soul. A fierce battle erupted. 15 nascent souls faced off against 9 blood dragons, yet they fell into a disadvantage. The blood dragons were unkillable. After being scattered, they absorbed the energy from the blood pool to be reborn, growing stronger with each conflict. We must destroy the blood pool, Ling Xiaozi shouted. But how could the blood demon ancestor allow them to succeed? He personally struck out, aiming a palm at Ling Xiaozi. A blow at the transformation stage changed the colors of heaven and earth. Ling Xiaozi braced with all his might, but was still sent flying, spitting blood and sustaining severe injuries. Dan Qinzi and Tai Muzhen were also entangled by the blood dragons and could not escape. Liu Qingyin faced the blood demon ancestor alone, perilous situations unfolding. The gap between the mid-nascent soul and the early transformation stage was too vast. Lin Xuan watched, his heart racing with anxiety. But he knew that if he went up, it would be death for him too. What to do? What to do? Suddenly he remembered the substitute puppet awarded by the system upgraded version. This item could take a fatal blow once and randomly teleport 100 miles. If used wisely, it might create an opportunity. Master, I have a way to destroy the blood pool. Lin Xuan communicated through sound, but I need your cooperation. Speak. He'll use the puppet to attract the blood demon's attention, and you can strike the blood pool in the meantime. There's only one chance. Liu Qingyin hesitated for a moment. Too dangerous. There's no time. Lin Xuan saw Ling Xiaozi being sent flying again, and Dan Qinzi was also injured. All right. Liu Qingyin gritted her teeth. Be careful. Lin Xuan took out the substitute puppet, dripped his blood to recognize it as his master, and then controlled the puppet to rush toward the blood pool. The puppet's aura was indistinguishable from his own, and the blood demon ancestor was indeed deceived. An ant dares to be arrogant. The blood demon ancestor looked down disdainfully and pointed casually. Bloodlight pierced through the puppet, causing it to explode. But in that instant, Lin Xian's real body appeared by the blood pool. He used the 5 elements escape technique, combining earth and gold escape, to teleport instantly. Heavenly slash. The Taishu sword struck down with all its might, not aiming at the blood demon ancestor, but at the 9 demonic god pillars at the edge of the blood pool. It turned out that the energy of the blood pool came from the demonic god pillars. As long as the pillars were destroyed, the blood pool would collapse. Seeking death. The blood demon ancestor reacted, but it was already too late. Lin Xian's sword was too fast, too resolute. Crack. 1 demonic god pillar shattered. The energy of the blood pool became unstable. The blood dragons wailed, their strength drastically reduced. Continue. Lin Xian disregarded the backlash and struck down the 2nd and 3rd pillars. The blood demon ancestor was furious and struck out with a full-powered palm toward Lin Xian. If this palm hit, Lin Xian would undoubtedly die. But Liu Qingyin stood in front of him. No. Lin Xian's eyes widened in horror. Liu Qingyin summoned the flowing cloud armor and set up heavy defenses. But how could a palm at the transformation stage be easily blocked? The armor shattered, the defenses crumbled, and Liu Qingyin spat blood flying backward. Her aura weakened. Yet she had bought Lin Xian a moment of time. The 4th, 5th, 6th demonic god pillars continued to shatter. The blood pool dried up and the blood dragons dissipated. You all shall die. The blood demon ancestor went completely mad, burning his essence blood, his aura skyrocketing to the mid-transformation stage. Ling Xiaozi and the others' faces changed drastically. In the mid-transformation stage, they were no match for him, even combined. Just then a sigh came from the horizon. Blood demon enough. A sword light crossed 1,000 miles, slashing toward the blood demon ancestor. As the sword light passed space, tore apart, time froze. The blood demon ancestor was horrified. Heavenly sword ancestor. He wanted to escape, but the sword light had already locked onto him. There was no way to avoid or block it. PFF. The blood demon ancestor was cleaved in half by a single sword strike, with not even his nascent soul escaping. The residual sword light did not diminish, turning the blood demon palace into ruins. With one sword, the transformation stage was annihilated. Everyone looked on in shock, seeing an old man in white standing in the distance, hands clasped behind his back, as if the sword just now had not been his doing. Ancestor. Ling Xiaozi knelt in excitement. The heavenly sword ancestor, the #1 sword cultivator of the eastern region, a powerful being at the late transformation stage. Get up. The blood demon has been eliminated, the rest is up to you. The heavenly sword ancestor said plainly, and after finishing his figure faded away as if he had never appeared. Everyone was left speechless for a long time. The might of the transformation stage was terrifying indeed. Purge the remaining enemies, leave none alive. Ling Xiaozi came back to his senses and ordered. The demonic cult leaderless was quickly eradicated. In this battle, the blood demon sect was destroyed, and the demonic threat in the eastern region was temporarily quelled. Lin Xuan helped Liu Qingyin up and fed her healing elixirs. Liu Qingyin was gravely injured, her meridians damaged, requiring long-term recuperation. Master you. Lin Xuan's voice choked. It's nothing. It's fine as long as you are okay, Liu Qingyin weakly said. Lin Xuan held her hand tightly, vowing in his heart, from now on, I will never allow Master to be hurt for me again. Everyone cleaned up the battlefield and reaped abundant rewards. The blood demon sect had accumulated treasures for 1,000 years, enough to fill mountains. According to contributions, Yunlan sect received 30%, Tianjin sect also 30%, while the remaining 5 sects shared 40%. Lin Xuan, due to his destruction of the demonic god pillars and turning the tide of battle, was specially granted access to the blood demon sect's treasury to select 3 treasures. He chose a piece of void iron, which could be used to refine spatial artifacts, a book called Blood Shadow Escape, a demonic escape technique that could be used by righteous cultivators after modification, and a transformation pill, a 5th-grade pill that could increase the success rate of transformation by 10%. On the way back, Liu Qingyin's injuries worsened, and she fell into a coma. Lin Xuan was anxious, keeping vigil day and night. How is Master's injury? Su Ruowei also arrived, her eyes swollen. The meridians are damaged, and the spirit is shaken, Lin Xuan said solemnly. Common elixirs are ineffective. We need the 9 turns resurrection pill. The 9 turns resurrection pill, a 6th-grade elixir, can revive the dead and restore flesh. But the materials for refining it are rare, and the formula has long been lost. I have the formula. Lin Xuan took out the jade slip of the Danxiao inheritance, but we lack 3 main ingredients: 9-leaf resurrection, herb, 10,000-year blood ginseng, and 7-color lotus seed. Su Ruowei gritted her teeth. I'll go find them. Together, Lin Xuan said, Master was injured because of me, I must take responsibility. The two placed Liu Qingyin in the safest secret room of Yunlan sect, set up heavy restrictions, and then embarked on the quest for medicine. The 9-leaf resurrection herb grows in the land of extreme, in the 10,000-year blood ginseng must be sought in ancient battlefields, and the 7-color lotus seed is only found in the 7-color lake. These 3 locations are perilous, and even nascent souls entering would face near certain death. Yet Lin Xuan pressed on without hesitation. Master, wait for me. No matter what, I will definitely save you. The first stop, the extreme, inland Yuming Abyss. Yuming Abyss is located in the far north of the eastern region, shrouded in Yin energy all year round, devoid of any living beings. Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei took 3 days to arrive by sword. The wind howled at the abyss mouth, accompanied by the cries of ghosts and wolves. Su Ruowei shivered, saying, this place is so cold. It wasn't the low temperature, it was the cold that seeped into the bones from the invading Yin energy. Lin Xuan had the pure yang true fire protecting him and could still endure. Su Ruowei practiced the Yin cold technique and found it even more unbearable. Master, uncle, you wait outside while I go in. Lin Xuan said. No, we go together, Su Ruowei insisted. The more people, the more support. The two entered the abyss hand in hand. Inside it was as dark as ink, and their divine sense could only reach 10 zhang. Shadows of ghosts surrounded them, formed from Yin energy, lacking a physical body, but capable of corroding the soul. Lin Xuan summoned the pure yang true fire, creating a ring of fire to protect both of them. The Yin energy met the true fire, melting away like ice and snow. Squeak! Suddenly the treasure-hunting mouse shrieked, pointing its claws to the left. The two followed the trail and discovered a 9-leaf herb. The leaves were pitch black with only the veins emitting a ghostly light. It was indeed the 9-leaf resurrection herb. We found it. Su Ruowei exclaimed joyfully, just about to pick it when an unexpected change occurred. The ground cracked open and countless white bony arms emerged, grabbing at their ankles. At the same time, the Yin energy coalesced into a giant face, opening its mouth to bite. Be careful. Lin Xuan swung his sword to sever the bony hands, but the giant face was already in front of him. He had no time to think. The dragon's roar surged forth with all its might. Roar! The dragon's roar, embodying the utmost yang and strength, was precisely the bane of Yin energy. The giant face let out a miserable cry and dissipated while the white bony arms withdrew back into the ground. Quick pick it, Lin Xuan urged. Su Ruowei plucked the resurrection herb, and the two quickly retreated. Behind them the Yin energy surged, as if something even more terrifying was awakening. Upon escaping Yuming abyss, both felt lingering fear. The giant face from before was at least a nascent soul-level Yin spirit. Had it not been for the dragon's roar's suppression, the outcome could have been dire. Only 2 more herbs are left. Lin Xuan secured the resurrection herb. Let's head to the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is located in the western part of the eastern region, once the site of an epic battle between righteous and evil forces filled with malevolent energy devoid of any grass. Only the Millennium Blood Ginseng can grow in such a desolate place. 3 days later the two arrived. The battlefield ruins stretched for 1,000 miles, littered with broken weapons and countless bones. The malevolent energy formed a red mist obscuring the sunlight. The malevolent energy here is too dense. Staying too long will lead to loss of sanity. Lin Xuan took out 2 heart-purifying talismans, one for each of them. As they stepped into the battlefield, the malevolent energy surged like a tide. The heart-purifying talismans emitted a dim light, protecting their minds. However, the malevolent energy was pervasive, making both feel irritable and violent. The Millennium Blood Ginseng prefers the densest malevolent energy. Lin Xuan expanded his divine sense to search for the source of the malevolent energy. The treasure-hunting mouse was also very excited, swimming through the malevolent energy like a fish in water. Being a treasure-hunting spirit beast, it was not greatly affected by the malevolent energy. An hour later the two arrived at the center of the battlefield. There stood a mountain of bones with a broken sword embedded in it, its blade rusted, but emanating overwhelming malevolent energy. The blood ginseng is beneath the sword. Lin Xuan sensed a faint life aura. However, surrounding the bone mountain were countless wandering battle souls. These were the remnants of ancient cultivator souls eroded by the malevolent energy, having lost their sanity, leaving only the instinct to kill. They'll draw them away. You go collect the ginseng. Su Ruowei said. No, that's too dangerous. Lin Xuan shook his head. The battle souls are at least golden core level. The leader might be nascent soul. What should we do then? Lin Xuan pondered for a moment and took out the blood shadow escape jade slip obtained from the blood demon sect's treasury. This technique requires blood essence to activate, allowing one to turn into a blood shadow and move at extreme speed. He'll use the blood shadow escape to collect it. You wait here to assist me. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence, and activated the blood shadow escape. His body turned into a beam of blood light, instantly passing through the encirclement of battle souls and reaching the bone mountain. By the time the battle souls reacted, Lin Xuan had already pulled out the broken sword and unearthed the Millennium Blood Ginseng beneath it. The ginseng was entirely crimson, shaped like an infant, exuding a powerful aura of blood vitality. As soon as Lin Xuan grasped it, he felt his whole body boiling with blood vitality. I gotta retreat. He transmitted his voice to Su Ruowei using blood shadow escape to fly back. But the battle souls were enraged. They emitted silent roars, and malevolent energy coalesced into chains that wrapped around Lin Xuan. Break! Lin Xuan swung his sword to sever the chains, but more chains surged forward. Worse still, the bone mountain trembled, and a 100-foot bone dragon crawled out, its eye sockets flickering with ghostly fire. This was the king of battle souls at the late nascent soul stage. The bone dragon swiped down with its claw, distorting the space. Lin Xuan activated blood shadow escape with all his might, narrowly avoiding it. But the shockwave still caused his blood to surge. Little junior nephew. Su Ruowei wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Lin Xuan. Don't come over. I have my own way. He took out the void divine iron. This iron could tear open space, although it could only be used once, if not now, then when. The divine iron was summoned and a rift in space was torn open. Lin Xuan pulled Su Ruowei into the rift, and the bone dragon's massive claw struck the rift, grabbing only emptiness. 100 miles away, the two tumbled out of the rift looking disheveled. Lin Xuan's face was pale. He had exhausted too much blood essence. Su Ruowei was not much better off. The malevolent energy had entered her body and needed to be expelled quickly. Only the 7-colored lotus seed is left. Lin Xuan took a pill and adjusted his breath for a moment. The 7-colored lake is in the South Sea. We need to cross half the eastern region. Your injury. It's nothing, and we must hurry. The two did not dare to delay and flew towards the South Sea. Along the way, Lin Xuan signed in. Sign in successful. Gained blood essence. Pill 3 effect rapidly replenishes blood essence, heals blood essence loss. Fortune. Sign in successful. Gained water avoidance. Pearl high grade magical treasure effect allows free movement underwater, ignoring water pressure. The blood essence pill arrived just in time. Lin Xuan took one, and the lost blood essence quickly restored. The water avoidance pearl was even more timely. The 7-colored lake was unfathomably deep, making this pearl much more convenient. 10 days later, they arrived at the South Sea. The Rainbow Lake is located in the deep sea and requires diving 1,000 fathoms. The two took water avoidance pills and wore water avoidance pearls, plunging into the ocean. The deeper they went, the greater the water pressure and the darker the light became. However, the water avoidance pearl emitted a soft glow, creating a space of about 10 feet, completely negating the water pressure. At a depth of 1,000 fathoms, the view before them opened up dramatically. Before them lay an underwater valley with a lake, its waters shimmering in rainbow hues, a breathtaking sight. In the lake, rainbow lotus flowers grew their seed pods, exuding an enticing fragrance. But guarding the lake was a guardian beast, a rainbow-scaled dragon coiled at the center of the lake, exuding an aura of a perfected nascent soul. This, Su Ruowei's face paled. A perfected nascent soul is even stronger than a skeletal dragon. They were no match for it. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. It was impossible to overpower it. They could only rely on strategy. He observed for a moment and discovered that the dragon would leave the lake's center every hour to linger at a certain spot on the lakebed for 100 breaths. There stood a stone tablet which the dragon seemed to be guarding. There is something on the stone tablet. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes and reached out with his divine sense. However, the distance was too great to see clearly. It'll lure the dragon away. You go collect the lotus seed pods. Su Ruowei gritted her teeth. I have a life-saving treasure given by my master. It should last 100 breaths. No, it's too dangerous, Lin Xuan rejected. I have a plan. He took out the transformation pill he acquired from the Blood Demon Sect. This pill holds a deadly temptation for beasts like the dragon and may lure it away. Lin Xuan tied the transformation pill to his flying sword and directed it toward the stone tablet. The dragon was indeed attracted by the pill and chased after it. Now's our chance. The two rushed toward the lake's center to gather the lotus seed pods. The rainbow lotus seed pods had 7 holes, each containing a lotus seed. Lin Xuan picked 3 lotus seed pods, while Su Ruowei picked 2, enough for alchemy. However, the dragon quickly returned, furious to find the pods had been stolen. The lake water surged, forming a massive whirlpool. Run! Lin Xuan pulled Su Ruowei, swimming vigorously upward. The dragon pursued them, opening its mouth to spray rainbow toxic mist. The light shield of the water avoidance pearl was corroded by the toxic mist, sizzling ominously. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and infused pure yang true fire into the shield, barely holding it off. But the dragon was faster and was about to catch up. In a critical moment, Lin Xuan had a flash of inspiration, took out a millennium blood ginseng, and tossed a small piece toward the dragon. The blood ginseng is also a great supplement for beasts, and the dragon indeed stopped to consume it. Taking this opportunity, the two broke through the water's surface and fled on their swords. The dragon finished the blood ginseng and, realizing the humans had escaped, roared in anger, but could no longer catch up. That was close. Su Ruowei patted her chest. I almost became the dragon's snack. Lin Xuan also felt lingering fear. A perfected nascent soul beast was indeed terrifying. With the medicinal materials gathered, the two hurried back to Yunlan's sect without rest. Liu Qingyin was still in a coma, her breath weak. Lin Xuan immediately prepared to refine pills. The 9-turn soul returning pill is a 6th grade pill which he, as a 4th grade alchemist, originally could not refine. However, with the Danxiao inheritance and system assistance along with the 3 main medicinal ingredients, he could barely attempt it. In the alchemy room, Lin Xuan focused entirely. Su Ruowei stood guard outside, forbidding anyone from disturbing. 3 days and 3 nights later, colorful light surged from the pill furnace. The lid of the furnace opened and 3 colorful pills flew out, exuding a fragrant aroma. Success! Although there were only 3 and their quality was average, they were indeed 9-turn soul-returning pills. Lin Xuan took one and fed it to Liu Qingyin. As the pill entered her abdomen, Liu Qingyin's pale complexion gradually regained color and her weak breath began to strengthen. After a stick of incense, her eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Master! Lin Xuan exclaimed excitedly. Lin Xuan. Ruowei. Liu Qingyin weakly said, how long have I been asleep? A month. Su Ruowei wiped her tears. Senior sister, you scared us to death. Liu Qingyin tried to sit up, but was too weak. Lin Xuan supported her and fed her the second pill. The 9-turn soul-returning pill had astonishing effects, and Liu Qingyin's injuries visibly healed at a rapid pace. Her meridians reconnected, her spirit stabilized, and her cultivation even showed signs of a breakthrough. 3 days later, Liu Qingyin fully recovered, her cultivation advancing to the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. Thank you for your hard work. She looked at her 2 disciples, her eyes filled with gratitude. It's good that master is fine. Lin Xuan smiled. Yes, senior sister, you must not take such risks again. Su Ruowei pouted. Liu Qingyin nodded, suddenly recalling something. The Blood Demon Sect is destroyed. Lin Xuan briefly recounted the events. After listening, Liu Qingyin fell silent for a long time. Lin Xuan, you've grown up. Lin Xuan scratched his head. Disciple only did what was necessary. No, you did very well, Liu Qingyin said seriously. In this extermination of the blood demon sect you contributed greatly. The 7 sects have jointly petitioned to nominate you as the #1 genius of the Eastern region. The #1 genius is the highest honor for the young generation in the Eastern region, evaluated once every 100 years. The last holder was Ling Xiaozi, who is now the sect master of the sword sect. What merit do I have? You deserve it, Liu Qingyin interrupted him. But with great power comes great responsibility. You must be even more careful. Though the demon sect is destroyed, remnants still exist, and there are many more demonic paths in the Western region beyond just the blood demon sect. Disciple understands. Additionally, Liu Qingyin paused, her cheeks slightly flushed. I have recovered from my injuries and made significant progress in my cultivation thanks to you both. Tonight, come to my room. Lin Xuan was momentarily stunned, while Su Ruowei's eyes sparkled. Senior sister, are you saying? Dual cultivation. Liu Qingyin said openly. I need to consolidate my realm, and you both need to improve as well. This time, the 3 of us together. Lin Xuan and Su Ruowei exchanged glances, both seeing the expectation in each other's eyes. Deep into the night in Liu Qingyin's room, the 3 sat cross-legged, harmonizing yin and yang. This time there were no injuries, no crises, only pure cultivation. In deep joint cultivation, triggering harmony of heaven and man state partner, Liu Qingyin's cultivation increased mid-nascent soul, peak late nascent soul, 1-2 partner, Su Ruowei's cultivation, stabilized early nascent soul, 3-3-5-8, host cultivation, increased late golden core 7-8, perfected golden core, 1-5, pure yang transformation body development, increased to 35, gain new ability, pure yang body. Minor completion, can actively activate the pure yang domain within which allies gain a 30 boost. To all attributes while enemies suffer a 30 reduction to all attributes. The night passed without a word. The next morning Lin Xuan woke up feeling refreshed. With a perfected golden core, he was just a step away from the nascent soul stage. His pure yang body had reached minor completion and his strength had surged. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei had also awakened, and the 3 exchanged smiles, everything understood without words. Lin Xuan, Liu Qingyin suddenly said, once you reach the nascent soul stage, I will announce to the world that you are my Dao partner. Lin Xuan sighed, inwardly thinking back to when she said she would announce it upon attaining the top position. He wondered if this was just another grand promise. Yet he nodded seriously. Disciple will not disappoint master's expectations. Su Ruowei chimed in, me too. I want to as well. Liu Qingyin shot her a glare, but did not refute. Outside the window, the morning sun rose, casting brilliant rays. The new journey has only just begun. At dawn, Lin Xuan gazed upon the 2 treasures newly acquired through his celestial sign-in, a nascent soul insight crystal and 3 heaven-striking body-tempering pills. A plan began to take shape in his mind. The nascent soul insight crystal was precisely what he needed at this juncture. Though perilous, the heaven-striking body-tempering pills promised a quantum leap in physical fortitude if he survived their fury. The transition from golden core perfection to nascent soul formation appears but a single step. Yet in truth, it is an abyss. Countless prodigies stall here, their cultivation frozen for lifetimes. Though Lin Xuan possessed the pure Yang creation body and abundant karmic blessings, even he dared not claim absolute certainty. Master, I request seclusion to forge my nascent soul, he said, seeking Liu Qingyin. She stood in the courtyard practicing sword forms and sheathed her blade upon hearing his words. What are your odds? 7 in 10, Lin Xuan replied conservatively. Though with the crystal his chances rose to 9. 7 is insufficient, Liu Qingyin shook her head. Failure means either catastrophic regression or utter annihilation of body and Dao. You must possess at least 9/10 certainty. She paused and thought. Very well. I shall join Su Ruowei in safeguarding your meditation, and we shall jointly invoke the supreme Inyong Harmony Dao scripture to aid you. Tripartite cultivation will elevate your success by 1/10. Warmth stirred in Lin Xuan's heart. Thank you, master. For what? You are my disciple. She paused again. And also my Dao consort. Lin Xuan watched the faint flush bloom on her profile, and without hesitation took her hand in his. Upon my successful nascent soul formation, I shall wed you, master. Her fingers trembled, but did not withdraw. Agreed. 3 days later, all preparations were complete. Lin Xuan entered the deepest sealed chamber of Qingyin Pavilion to begin his seclusion, while Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei stood guard outside, weaving 3 layers of supreme wards to ensure absolute solitude. Within the chamber, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged upon a spirit-gathering formation surrounded by mounds of spirit stones. First, he swallowed a heaven-striking body-tempering pill. The moment it dissolved in his belly, violent thunder energy surged into every limb and vein. He ground his teeth low and fierce as the lightning force pierced his flesh like 10,000 steel needles, convulsing every inch of his skin. Yet when agony subsided, profound relief followed. His body, tempered by celestial thunder, grew stronger, with each pulse expelling impurities in torrents. An hour later, the first pill's effects waned. Lin Xuan was drenched in blood, but his eyes blazed with clarity. He could feel it, his physical strength had more than doubled. Onward. He downed the second pill. This time agony deepened. Thunder energy lashed his meridians, bones, and viscera. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his skin fissured like cracked porcelain, as if his very frame might explode at any instant. Yet the pure Yang Creation body roared to life, and his latent dragon blood lineage surged forth, bearing the onslaught. Golden bones shimmered with intricate lightning traceries, the sacred mark of heavenly thunder tempering. Second pill. Third pill. When all three were fully refined, Lin Xuan's physique rivaled that of a nascent soul-level body cultivator. More remarkably, a sliver of primordial thunder essence now coursed within him, ready to be fused into his sword art, magnifying its destructive power exponentially. Now, for the nascent soul. After 3 days of tranquil cultivation, he restored himself to peak condition and drew forth the nascent soul insight crystal. Its surface radiated gentle warmth veined with prismatic light. Lin Xuan extended his spiritual sense and instantly plunged into a transcendent state, as though reborn, as an infant cradled in the womb, sensing the sacred unfolding of life, its genesis, growth, and awakening. This was the distilled insight of a Tao transcendent, a treasure beyond price. Lin Xuan absorbed it ravenously, his comprehension of the nascent soul realm soaring at breakneck speed. 3 days later, the insight was fully assimilated. Without hesitation, he activated the golden core chapter of the Supreme Void Sword Cannon and launched his breakthrough. Within his dantian, the sword-shaped golden core trembled violently, fine cracks spiderwebbing across its luminous surface. This was the pivotal moment, the shattering of the golden core and the nascent stirring of the nascent soul, a torment far exceeding bodily tempering. Veins bulged across Lin Xuan's forehead, yet not a sound escaped his lips. Guiding pure yang energy like liquid gold, he enfolded the golden core, slowly dissolving, then remolding it. The process endured 7 days and 7 nights. When the final filament of golden core dissolved, a 3-inch-tall spectral figure appeared in his dantian, seated in meditation, bearing Lin Xuan's exact likeness, yet still translucent, unformed, insubstantial. A nascent soul embryo. But at that very instant, disaster struck. The embryo contorted, twisting into the visage of an inner demon, whispering seductively, "Lin Xuan, have you forgotten your past life? That mundane world, that insignificant self? Surrender. The cultivation world is too cruel. Why struggle so desperately? Liu Qingyin, Su Ruowei, they covet only your constitution, using you, nothing more." The inner demon had arrived, the ultimate trial of nascent soul formation, where 9 out of 10 cultivators fell forever. It dredged the deepest wells of fear, desire, and regret. Any lapse meant eternal ruin. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, serene and unmoved. The past life is gone. I am Lin Xuan, pursuing immortality, protecting those I love with a Tao heart unburdened by guilt. As for Master and Senior Aunt, he recalled Liu Qingyin intercepting a Tao transcendent strike meant for him, remembered Su Ruowei accompanying him through the nether abyss, the ancient battlefield, and the 7-colored lake. They cherish me truly. I cherish them in equal measure. The inner demon writhed, assuming a more grotesque form. Hypocrite. You are but a fortunate transmigrator. What right do you have to all this? Unworthy. Worthiness is not yours to decree. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, lightning flashing within his gaze. Every step I've taken has been forged in blood and fire, earned with sweat and sacrifice. I, Lin Xuan, am worthy of this cultivation and worthy of their devotion. He unleashed his pure yang domain, where all corruption withered and vanished. The inner demon shrieked and dissolved. The nascent soul embryo reformed, now thrice as solid, thrice as real. Final step, nascent soul consolidation. Lin Xuan channeled every ounce of true energy, vitality, and spiritual essence into the embryonic form. It thickened visibly, from phantom to substance, from 3 inches to 6. At the instant of full consolidation, a torrential surge of power erupted, shattering the chamber's wards, piercing heavenward like a celestial spear. The nascent soul was born, yet the trial was not over. Lin Xuan's nascent soul differed from all others. Not a meditating infant, but a 3-inch-long miniature sword. Golden runes coiled along its blade, crackling lightning danced across its edge, radiating an aura of heaven-slicing, earth-splitting sword intent. The sword nascent soul, a legendary attainment coveted by sword cultivators across millennia, 1 in 10,000. Upon its formation, sword Tao ascended to divine resonance, invincible among peers. Boom! Above clouds coalesced, a thunder churned violently. The nascent soul tribulation had arrived. the threefold trial thunder tribulation to temper the body-heart tribulation to refine the spirit and human tribulation. A mortal crisis fated to strike within 3 years of formation. Lin Xuan, focus solely on your tribulation. The thunder tribulation is mine to bear. Liu Qingyin's voice rang clear. She and Su Ruowei had already dispelled the wards ready to stand beside him. The first heavenly lightning struck, a bolt as thick as a water cask wielding the full might of a mid-tier nascent soul cultivator. Liu Qingyin cleaved forward with her sword. The clash between sword energy and thunder ended in mutual annihilation. Second, third, 9 bolts in total, all intercepted by Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei working in flawless tandem. But the 10th bolt transformed, its silver-white hue blazing crimson, its power multiplying tenfold. Heaven fire lightning tribulation. Liu Qingyin's expression tightened. Lin Xuan's nascent soul is too extraordinary. It has drawn a unique tribulation. The scarlet lightning descended with apocalyptic fury warping space in its wake. Liu Qingyin poured her entire strength into a single slash, reducing the bolt's power by 30%. Su Ruowei followed with her own strike, another 30% stripped away. 40% remained, now Lin Xuan's burden alone. Excellent. Lin Xuan laughed long and loud. His sword nascent soul shot forth, meeting the lightning heated in a cataclysmic collision of light and sound. Thunderfire flooded the sword nascent soul, not harming it, but being absorbed instead. Having just undergone heavenly thunder tempering, Lin Xuan possessed extraordinary resistance, even mastery, over lightning energy. 10th, 11th. All 18 bolts were consumed by the sword nascent soul. Its lightning traceries thickened, its aura intensified, growing ever more sovereign, ever more terrifying. When the final bolt dissipated, the sword nascent soul returned to his dantian. Lin Xuan's cultivation stabilized at early nascent soul, but his true combat prowess now rivaled that of a mid-tier nascent soul cultivator. From the heavens descended radiant 7-colored auspicious light, the celestial Dao's blessing nourishing the nascent soul and anchoring his realm. Lin Xuan bathed in its glow, feeling the boundless power surging within him. The nascent soul realm, achieved. He stepped from the chamber, and Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei rushed forward, eyes alight with joy. Congratulations, junior sect elder. Su Ruowei threw her arms around him. Wait, no, I should call you Brother Lin now. Liu Qingyin smiled softly, a sword nascent soul. Lin Xuan, you have once again defied destiny. Lin Xuan clasped both their hands. Without master and senior aunt's aid, I could never have succeeded. Family speaks no division, Liu Qingyin murmured gently. Now, it is time you changed how you address me. Lin Xuan met her gaze, solemn, unwavering. Qingyin, a soft blush bloomed on her cheeks, and she nodded. Su Ruowei pouted, what about me? What about me? Ruowei. Lin Xuan smiled. Now that's better. Her delight was unmistakable. The three shared a silent, knowing smile. Master-disciple titles dissolved, leaving only the sacred bond of Dao consorts. In the distance, Yunlan sect disciples gazed upon the lingering 7-colored radiance, murmuring amongst themselves. Brother Lin has successfully formed his nascent soul. No, now he is Elder Lin. A nascent soul cultivator in his 20s, with a sword nascent soul. Yunlan sect's glory shall ascend. On the high terrace, senior elders exchanged profound glances. The sect master's discernment is unmatched. This youth is truly extraordinary. From this day forth, Yunlan sect boasts 3 nascent soul cultivators. Our standing in the Eastern realm is secured. Yet, the nature of the sect master's relationship with him will soon become public knowledge. As predicted, 3 days later, Liu Qingyin summoned all sect disciples and declared before the assembled multitude, effective today, Lin Xuan assumes the title of deputy sect master, with full authority and privileges equal to the sect master. And, furthermore, he is my Dao consort. A stunned hush fell over the crowd, yet no voice dared dissent. Lin Xuan's strength, contributions, and boundless potential rendered him unquestionably deserving. Only a handful harbored quiet resentment, confined to whispered grievances. Standing beside Liu Qingyin, Lin Xuan surveyed the thousands below and felt a tide of unshakable ambition rise within him. The nascent soul realm was merely the beginning. His path stretched far ahead, and his first destination would be the vow he made to Qingyin, their wedding. The Yunlan sect is preparing for a joyous occasion. The sect master Liu Qingyin is marrying the vice sect master Lin Xuan, an event not seen in the eastern region for a century. Invitations have been sent to the 7 sects, and the leaders and elders from each sect have come to offer their congratulations. Even the revered Tianjin old ancestor has sent gifts. The wedding is scheduled for 3 months later, during which Lin Xuan is incredibly busy. He must handle sect affairs, prepare for the wedding, and also strengthen his cultivation. Fortunately, he has Su Ruowei's assistance, and Liu Qingyin has also taken on a considerable share of the burden. One day while Lin Xuan is dealing with official documents, Chun Ming requests an audience. Chun Ming bows respectfully. He has now reached the peak of foundation establishment and is about to break through to golden core. Senior brother Chun, there is no need for such formalities between us, Lin Xuan gestures. What is it you need? Chun Ming hesitates for a moment. Junior brother Lin, there's something I'm unsure whether to mention or not. Feel free to speak, Lin Xuan encourages. Recently there have been rumors within the sect saying that you have risen through dual cultivation and that you are unworthy of the sect master. Chun Ming speaks softly. Although most people respect your strength, there will always be petty individuals who gossip. Lin Xuan smiles. Is that all? Let them talk. But, senior brother Chun, in the cultivation world, strength is paramount. Lin Xuan states seriously, I Lin Xuan owe my current status indeed to my unique physique and dual cultivation techniques, but which life and death crisis did I not survive through strength? In the battle against demons in the Danxia cave, through the golden core tribulation. If I relied solely on a woman, I would have died 100 times over. Chun Ming nods. That is true. However, the rumors are concerning. They could affect the unity of the sect. Then let my strength speak for itself, Lin Xuan replies. On the day of the wedding, I will set up a challenge arena open to anyone below nascent soul. Anyone who defeats me will be rewarded with a high-grade magical artifact. Chun Ming's eyes light up. What a great idea. It showcases strength and silences the naysayers. News of this spread, and the Yunlan sect became a buzz. High-grade magical artifacts are treasures coveted even by nascent soul elders. Although it was well known that Lin Xuan was strong under such a generous reward, brave challengers would surely come forth. Indeed, within days more than 10 golden core disciples signed up to challenge him. Even young talents from other sects came seeking glory. Lin Xuan welcomed all challengers. Just in time, he had just achieved childbirth and needed practical experience to solidify his realm. 10 days before the wedding, the arena was set up in the main peak square. The first challenger was a golden core perfectionist known as Blade Maniac, who claimed to have injured a nascent soul cultivator with a single strike. Vice Sect Master Lin, please instruct me. The Blade Maniac declares, brandishing a massive sword the size of a door. His aura is fierce. Lin Xuan merely holds a regular iron sword. Please. The Blade Maniac roars as he swings down, the blade's aura tearing through the air. This strike indeed possessed the might of a nascent soul, and the audience below felt anxious for Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan merely raised his hand and thrust his sword. There was no sword aura, no brilliance, just a simple stab. The Blade Maniac's gigantic sword halted in midair, a drop of blood appearing at his neck. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword. The Blade Maniac touched his neck, cold sweat pouring down. He hadn't even seen that strike coming. Had Lin Xuan desired to kill him, he would have already perished. I concede, the Blade Maniac admitted, convinced. In the following matches, whether facing latestage or perfected golden core opponents, regardless of their weapons or artifacts, Lin Xuan only ever used one sword. With a single stroke, he defeated each challenger without exception. The spectators went from shock to numbness, ultimately left with only awe. Is this the power of a sword embryo? It's incredible. I think Vice Sect Master Lin didn't even use his full strength, but looks like he was playing around. Nonsense, he is a nascent soul. What else do you expect when fighting golden core? After 10 matches, no one dared to challenge him again. Lin Xuan easily won 10 high-grade magical artifacts. Though all were crafted by him, the cost was low, but to the outside world they were trophies preserving his dignity. After this battle, the rumors were effectively dispelled. With such strength on display, who would dare to speak ill? 3 days before the wedding, the Tianjin sect's Ling Xiaoji, the Xindian sect's Dan Xinzi, and the Beast Control sect's Tai Muzhen came together to offer their congratulations in person. Other sects also sent their elders, making for a grand spectacle. Lin Xuan was busy attending to everyone until the night before the wedding, when he finally found time to rest. Check-in successful. Reward heart locked. Special magical artifact effect. Both partners hold one half, able to sense each other's location and state. In emergencies, can teleport to one another, limited to 3 times fortune. Check-in successful. Reward dragon and phoenix jade pendant. 1 pair effect wearing by both partners increases dual cultivation effect by 30. Enhances mutual understanding by 50. The system is truly thoughtful, providing such fitting wedding gifts. Lin Xuan put away the heart lock and the dragon and phoenix jade pendant, preparing to gift them to Liu Qingyin the next day. Late at night, Liu Qingyin arrived at his room. Qingyin, why are you here? Lin Xuan asked in surprise. According to custom, the bride and groom are not supposed to meet the night before the wedding. I missed you, Liu Qingyin said softly, her face flushed, and am a bit nervous. Lin Xuan took her hand. I'm nervous too. But more than that, I am happy. The two sat together, embracing, gazing at the bright moon outside. Lin Xuan, will you always be by my side? Liu Qingyin suddenly asked. I will, Lin Xuan replied firmly. No matter life or death, no matter the realm, I will be with you. Liu Qingyin leaned against his shoulder. I have practiced for 100 years, seen too many joys and sorrows. I thought I would live a lonely life until I met you. Lin Xuan recalled his initial confusion upon crossing over, and the new life he found after meeting her. Qingyin, thank you. Silly, I should be thanking you. Liu Qingyin looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears. You made me realize that the path of cultivation is not just about loneliness and slaughter. There is also warmth and companionship. The two kissed gently, tenderly. That night, they did not engage in dual cultivation, but simply embraced and fell asleep. Yet their mutual understanding was more precious than any technique. The next day, the wedding took place. The Yunlan sect was adorned with colorful decorations, and red silk covered the ground. Guests from the 7 sects gathered, filled with laughter and joy. Lin Xuan wore a bright red wedding robe, while Liu Qingyin donned a phoenix crown and bridal gown as they walked hand in hand to the high platform. Su Ruowei served as the bridesmaid, standing beside Liu Qingyin, her eyes reflecting both joy and a hint of bittersweetness. She too wished to wear a wedding dress. First we bow to heaven and earth. The two bowed to heaven and earth. Colorful rays of light descended from the sky, and auspicious clouds gathered as blessings from the Tao. Second, we bow to our parents. Liu Qingyin's parents had passed away, and they bowed before the portrait of the ancestor of the Yunlan sect. Now the couple bows to each other. Lin Xuan and Liu Qingyin gazed into each other's eyes, seeing only one another. This bow sealed their bond for eternity. The ceremony is complete. The crowd erupted in cheers, and flower petals rained down. Lin Xuan lifted Liu Qingyin's red veil, revealing her stunning beauty and the tears glistening in her eyes. Qingyin, my wife, he whispered. Husband, Liu Qingyin responded, her voice soft yet resolute. The banquet began, and joy filled the air. Lin Xuan and Liu Qingyin toasted everyone from the elders of the 7 sects to the disciples, welcoming all. After several rounds of drinks, Ling Xiaoji raised his cup. Young friend Lin, Sect Master Liu, I wish you eternal unity and success on the path. Thank you, elder, the couple replied in unison. Dan Shenzi also smiled and said, Young friend Lin, you are now a nascent soul cultivator and have a beautiful partner, truly a double joy. But do not forget to cultivate. The Talented Debate Conference in Zhongzhou is in 3 years, and you must bring glory to our eastern region. The Zhongzhou Talented Debate Conference. This was the first Lin Xuan had heard of it. Ling Xiaoji explained Zhongzhou is the center of the cultivation world, hosting the Talented Debate Conference once every 100 years, inviting geniuses from all regions to participate. The eastern region has not had anyone in the top 10 for 3 sessions. It's truly embarrassing. Liu Qingyin added, the conference is not age-restricted, but requires participants to be under 100 years old. Zhongzhou is home to numerous geniuses, with many nascent soul cultivators under 100, some even achieving it in their 40s or 50s. Lin Xuan felt a chill. In the eastern region, he was considered a top talent, but in Zhongzhou, he might only be average. Indeed, there are always greater talents in the cultivation world. I will definitely work hard, he said earnestly. It's not just hard work, it's a must, Ling Xiaoji stated seriously. Zhongzhou has abundant resources and profound techniques. If you can enter the top 10, you will gain entry into the Heavenly Dao Academy. The Heavenly Dao Academy is the premier institution of the cultivation world, where transformation cultivators abound and nascent soul cultivators are considered inferior. Transformation cultivators everywhere. Lin Xuan was stunned. In the eastern region, transformation cultivators are few and far between. A Zhongzhou is truly terrifying. So you must seize the opportunity, Liu Qingyin said, gripping his hand tightly. In 3 years, you should reach mid-nascent soul at the very least to have hope. Lin Xuan nodded. 3 years from early to mid-nascent soul seems impossible for others, but with the system and his dual cultivation physique, it may not be out of reach. The banquet continued deep into the night. After sending off the guests, Lin Xuan and Liu Qingyin returned to their new home. The red candles flickered, illuminating the beautiful woman. Lin Xuan took out the heart lock and dragon and phoenix jade pendant. Qingyin, these are the gifts I prepared for you. Liu Qingyin accepted them, her eyes wide with surprise. The heart lock, the dragon, and phoenix pendant. These are ancient magical artifacts. Where did you get them? Acquired through fate, Lin Xuan replied vaguely. Do you like them? I do, Liu Qingyin said, donning one half of the heart lock around her neck and hanging the jade pendant at her waist. From now on, our hearts are one, united in life and death. United in life and death. Lin Xuan also wore the other half. The two embraced and collapsed onto the bed, the red curtains falling, filling the room with spring colors. That night, there was no cultivation, only the most primal joy and the deepest connection. The dragon and phoenix jade pendant emitted a soft glow, allowing the two to share their feelings, intensifying the pleasure. In-depth dual cultivation, ongoing dragon and phoenix jade pendant effect activated partner. Liu Qingyin's cultivation increased nascent soul late stage 1218. host cultivation, increased nascent soul, early stage, 3345 heart lock, binding, completed, able to sense each other's location and state partner. Liu Qingyin's intimacy reached life and death together. As Lin Xuan touched Liu Qingyin's body, they both trembled simultaneously. This wasn't merely physical pleasure, but a profound merging of souls. It felt as if two souls had become one, where he existed within her and she within him. Liu Qingyin cried not out of sadness, but from emotion. After 100 years of cultivation, she had never experienced such a deep emotional connection. Lin Xuan's eyes also glistened with moisture. At that moment, he knew he had truly found a home in this world. After the storm of emotions, they embraced and fell asleep. Liu Qingyin curled up in Lin Xuan's arms like a little kitten. Husband, moi, let's have a child. Lin Xuan was taken aback. A child? Yes, Liu Qingyin replied softly. It's not easy for nascent soul cultivators to have children, but if we do, our bloodline will surely be exceptional. Besides, I want to bear a child for you. Lin Xuan felt warmth surge within him. All right, but we need to wait until your cultivation is stable, and I also need time to prepare. I understand, Liu Qingyin said, tracing circles on his chest. 3 years from now, when you go to Zhongzhou, I will wait for you at the sect. If we have a child to accompany me, I won't miss you too much. Lin Xuan held her tight. I will return as soon as possible. No rush, Liu Qingyin shook her head. Zhongzhou has many opportunities, you must seize them well. I will always wait for you with our child. The two spoke for a while longer before gradually falling asleep. Outside the window, the bright moon hung high, witnessing their love that transcended master and disciple identity and age. For Lin Xuan, the wedding was not the end, but a new beginning. Zhongzhou, the talented debate conference. He must go meet the true geniuses of the cultivation world. On the third day after the grand wedding, Lin Xuan began his secluded retreat. 3 years were needed, transitioning from the early to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, a formidable task. Fortunately, he had a system, a dual cultivation physique, and the assistance of Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei. Before entering seclusion, he accomplished 3 tasks. First, he transcribed some alchemical formulas from the Danxiao inheritance for the sect to elevate the overall alchemy level of the Yunlan sect. Second, he refined a large number of pills for himself and his partners. Third, he compiled the first 6 forms of the Taishu sword classic into a volume and stored it in the scripture pavilion for talented sword practitioners to comprehend. With everything arranged, he entered the secret chamber. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei took turns accompanying him in cultivation, yielding astonishing results. During their deep joint cultivation, the effects were multiplied. Liu Qingyin's cultivation level rose from late nascent soul 1.8 to 2.5. Su Ruowei's cultivation improved from early nascent soul 5.8 to mid-nascent soul 1.2. The host's cultivation advanced from early nascent soul 4.5 to 6.2. The development of the pure Yang creation body reached 38. A new ability was acquired, Pure Yang Sacred Body Prototype, which increased resistance to sinister techniques by 50 and enhanced dual cultivation effects by 50. A year later, Lin Xuan broke through to mid-nascent soul. 2 years later, at the peak of mid-nascent soul. In the spring of the 3rd year, he exited his retreat. His cultivation was solidified at mid-nascent soul 8.8, only a hair's breadth away from the late stage. He had initially grasped the 7th form of the Taishu sword technique, Taishu reincarnation. Although he could not yet execute it, he had touched upon its threshold. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei also made rapid advancements. Liu Qingyin reached late nascent soul 3.3, Su Ruowei reached mid-nascent soul 4.5, significantly enhancing the strength of the Yunlan sect. The first thing he did after exiting was to check the intelligence from the central continent. A messenger from Ling Xiaozi delivered a jade slip which detailed the situation in the central continent and the rankings of its geniuses. The central continent, the heart of the cultivation world, spans millions of miles with sects towering everywhere and talents abounding. The largest forces are 5: the Tiandao Academy Xinjiao sect, Yaoqi Sacred Land Wanfo Temple, and Tianma sect. Tiandao Academy is an educational institution that gathers talents from various regions to train disciples. Xinjiao sect is renowned for its thunder techniques. Yaoqi Sacred Land only accepts female cultivators. Wanfo Temple is the Orthodox Buddhist faction, while Tianma sect is the leader of the demonic path. Unlike the blood demon sect, Tianma sect emphasizes the Tao heart and walks both righteous and evil paths. The genius ranking includes nascent soul cultivators under 100 years old, with the current top being Daozi Xian Yi from Tiandao Academy, aged 37, at the peak of nascent soul, who has slain a demon cultivator in the early stage of transformation. The second place is Lei Zhun, the thunder god from Xinjiao sect, age 4, Titwo, late nascent soul, with profound mastery of thunder techniques. The third place is Yu Lioli, the saintess from Yaoqi Sacred Land, aged 28, mid-nascent soul, whose combat strength rivals that of late nascent soul. Looking further down, the top 10 are all late nascent soul, or at their peak all under 50 years old. Lin Xuan, who formed his core at the age of 22, is a miracle in the eastern region, but merely considered excellent in the central continent, not top tier. The central continent. Truly formidable, he set down the jade slip, his eyes burning with battle intent. With such opponents, the path of cultivation would not be lonely. Husband, are you really going? Liu Qingyin asked with concern. There are too many geniuses in the central continent. The competition is brutal, and every year talents fall. I must go, Lin Xuan declared firmly. Resources in the eastern region are limited. If I want to go further, I must head to the central continent. Moreover, I want to see what the pinnacle of the cultivation world is like. Su Ruowei also supported him, junior martial nephew. No, Lin Shidi, I support you. With your talent, you can also carve out a place in the central continent. Thank you, Master Ant, Lin Xuan smiled. But you should change how you address me. I am now the vice sect master. So what if you're the vice sect master? Su Ruowei made a face. The three shared laughter for a while, then Liu Qingyin said seriously, since you have decided, I support you. However, with only half a year left until the 3-year deadline, you need to set off quickly. The central continent is millions of miles away from the eastern region, and you need to use the cross-domain teleportation array, which will take 3 months just for the journey. The cross-domain teleportation array is located in the center of the eastern region, Tianyuan City, and opens once every 3 months, with the next opening in 2 months. I will prepare and set off in a month. During that month, Lin Xuan made ample preparations. He refined a large number of pills and talismans and retempered the Taishu sword, infusing it with void divine iron, promoting it to a 5th-grade treasure. He also cultivated a few life-preserving techniques: blood shadow escape, 5 elements escape technique, dragon scale body protection, etc. On the eve of his departure, the three engaged in their final joint cultivation. This time was particularly intense, as if they wanted to blend all their reluctance at parting into the experience. Ultimate joint cultivation. Triggered, unity of heaven and man, ultimate state. Liu Qingyin's cultivation broke through from late nascent soul 3-3 to peak nascent soul 1-2. Su Ruowei's cultivation broke through from mid-nascent soul 4-5 to late nascent soul 1-8. The host's cultivation broke through from mid-nascent soul 8-8 to late nascent soul 2-2. The development of the pure Yang creation body rose to 40. The pure Yang sacred body prototype advanced to pure Yang sacred body minor completion, enhancing all attributes by 30, and the dual cultivation effect increased by 100. Overnight, all three broke through. Liu Qingyin achieved peak nascent soul, Su Ruowei reached late nascent soul, and Lin Xuan also reached late nascent soul. Such strength is top tier in the eastern region, but still requires caution in the central continent. The next morning outside Tianyuan City, Liu Qingyin adjusted Lin Xuan's clothing, tears in her eyes. Husband, take care on your journey. Su Ruowei also reddened. Lin Shidi, if you can't win, just run. Don't be too proud. They'll be waiting for your return. Lin Xuan hugged both of them, saying, don't worry, I will return safely. You both take care in the sect. If anything happens, send me a message immediately. The heart lock can sense each other's status, and in emergencies, it can even transmit messages, providing the greatest assurance. By the way, here's something for you. Liu Qingyin took out a storage bag. Inside are some spirit stones, pills, and a strand of my hair. Look at it when you miss me. Su Ruowei also handed him a sachet. I stitched this. It contains my hair and some fragrant herbs to calm and sharpen your mind. Lin Xuan accepted it with care. I will miss you both. In the distance, the teleportation array lit up. It was time to depart. Lin Xuan took one last look at the two, turned, and walked towards the teleportation array. His back was resolute, but his heart was filled with reluctance. Husband, you must return. Liu Qingyin shouted. I will. Lin Xuan waved his hand and stepped into the teleportation array. A beam of light shot up into the sky, and his figure disappeared. Liu Qingyin could no longer hold back her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Ruowei embraced her. Senior sister, don't cry. He will come back. I know, I just don't want to let go. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was experiencing the disorienting sensation of spatial teleportation. After an unknown amount of time, his feet landed, and the scenery before him changed dramatically. It was no longer the lush mountains and rivers of the eastern region, but rather a desolate wasteland. The wasteland stretched endlessly, the sky was gloomy, and the spiritual energy was thin. In the distance stood a dilapidated city, its walls collapsed as if abandoned for ages. Is this the central continent? Lin Xuan frowned. Where was the promised holy land of cultivation? He extended his divine sense to probe the surroundings. Within 100 miles, there was no sign of human life, only some low-tier beasts. Strangely, the spiritual energy concentration here was even lower than in the eastern region. Could it be a teleportation error? He took out a map for comparison. The location was correct. This was indeed the border of the central continent, the desolate plains. According to the intelligence records, the desolate plains were once an ancient battlefield that had been sealed by powerful beings, causing spiritual energy loss, becoming the most barren place in the central continent. But even so, it shouldn't be this desolate. Just as he was puzzled, sounds of fighting came from a distance. Lin Xuan concealed his aura and crept closer. There were 3 cultivators besieging a young girl. The 3 cultivators were all at the golden core stage, while the girl was also at the golden core stage, but had already sustained injuries, her left arm bleeding as she struggled to hold on. Little girl, hand over the heavenly star grass, and I'll spare your life, the leading cultivator sneered. No way. This is for my master's healing. I won't give it to you even if I die. The girl gritted her teeth. Although her sword light was weak, every strike was made with desperation. Lin Xuan had no intention of intervening, but upon hearing heavenly star grass, he was moved. This was the main ingredient for refining star origin pills, which could heal soul damage, exactly what Liu Qingyin needed. He revealed himself. 3 of you, isn't it a bit inappropriate to bully a little girl? The 3 turned around. Seeing Lin Xuan with a concealed aura, they couldn't gauge his depth, but knew that someone who dared to meddle must have some backing. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle, the leading cultivator shouted. I can't stand by and watch injustice, Lin Xuan replied indifferently. Leave the heavenly star grass, and you may go. Seeking death. The 3 launched their attack simultaneously, blades and swords enveloping Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan merely raised his hand and pressed lightly. The pressure of the nascent soul was unleashed, and the 3 were struck like they had received a heavy blow, spitting blood and flying backward. Nascent soul senior. The 3 were terrified and scrambled away. The girl was also stunned, quickly bowing. Thank you for saving my life, senior. No need for excessive courtesy. Lin Xuan glanced at the jade box in her hand. Can you sell me the heavenly star grass? I need it for alchemy. The girl hesitated for a moment and gritted her teeth. The life-saving grace of the senior should be repaid with the heavenly star grass. But this heavenly star grass is essential for my master's recovery. If the senior can save my master, I would be willing to offer the heavenly star grass to the senior. What happened to your master? My master's soul has been damaged and needs the star origin pill for treatment. However, the star origin pill is a 4th grade pill, and we can't afford an alchemist, so we can only gather herbs ourselves and try. The girl's eyes reddened, but my master is barely holding on. Lin Xuan pondered. Take me to see your master. The girl rejoiced. Senior, please follow me. She led Lin Xuan to a dilapidated house in the ruined city. Inside lay a middle-aged woman, her breath weak and her soul scattered. She was indeed seriously injured. After examining her, Lin Xuan took out a pill. This is a soul-nourishing pill, which can stabilize her injuries temporarily. As for the star origin pill, I will refine it. The girl knelt down. I beg the senior to save my master. Get up. Lin Xuan helped her up. I happen to need the heavenly star grass. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. He set up the furnace to refine pills. The star origin pill is a 4th grade pill, which is not difficult for him now. An hour later, the pill was ready. 3 superior grade pills. He fed one to the middle-aged woman. As the medicine took effect, her soul quickly stabilized. After taking another one, her injuries improved. The 3rd one was kept for the girl as a reserve. Master. The girl was overjoyed and wept. The middle-aged woman slowly awakened. Seeing Lin Xuan, she hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving my life. I am Bai Ji, and this is my disciple Ling Er. May I ask how to address you, fellow Taoist? Lin Xuan from the Eastern region. Eastern region. Bai Ji was surprised. The cross-domain teleportation array is at the other end of the desolate plains. How did you end up here? Lin Xuan then realized that the teleportation array's exit was indeed in the desolate plains, but there should typically be guides to lead newcomers to the heart of the central continent. However, he had not seen a single soul when he arrived. It might have gone wrong. He shrugged it off. Do you know how to leave the desolate plains by Taoist? The desolate plains are shrouded by the spirit-restraining great array, making flight impossible. One can only traverse on foot. However, there are ancient restrictions, ferocious beasts and bandits within the plains posing great dangers. Bai Ji sighed. To be honest, we were injured by bandits and trapped here. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. No flight, traversing millions of miles on foot. That would take ages. Isn't there any other way? There is, Bai Ji replied. In the center of the desolate plains there is an ancient city, which has a teleportation array leading to the heart of the central continent, but it is controlled by 3 major bandit forces, and a hefty price in spirit stones is required to use it. How many spirit stones? 100,000 superior grade spirit stones per person. Lin Xuan gasped. 100,000 superior grade spirit stones equate to 1 billion inferior grade spirit stones. Even if he sold himself, it wouldn't be enough. That's robbery. Ling Er exclaimed. It truly is robbery, Bai Ji lamented. But the 3 bandit leaders are all at peak nascent soul with dozens of nascent soul subordinates. We cannot provoke them. Lin Xuan pondered. Charging in headfirst wasn't an option, and he didn't have the money. Did he really have to traverse on foot? Perhaps. I can refine pills in exchange for spirit stones. He thought of the Danxiao inheritance, which contained many ancient alchemical formulas that should be valuable in the central continent. Bai Zhi's eyes lit up. Are you an alchemist, fellow Taoist? What grade? Fourth grade, Lin Xuan said conservatively. A fourth-grade alchemist. Bai Zhi was excited. If you can refine a breaking baby pill, it can sell for 5,000 superior-grade spirit stones each. The breaking baby pill increases the success rate of forming a core, a top-grade fourth-grade pill. Lin Xuan had the formula, but the materials were precious, needing infant soul fruit, dragon blood vine, and thousand-year spirit mushroom, etc. What about the materials? Though the desolate plains are barren, some special areas grow rare treasures, Bai Zhi said. Ling Er and I know a few places. We can take you to gather them. However, those places are guarded by beasts or restrictions. No problem, lead the way. Lin Xuan made a plan. First gather herbs and refine pills to earn enough spirit stones, then use the teleportation array to leave. As for the bandits, if they dare to provoke him, he wouldn't mind acting on behalf of the heavens. Desolate plains, here I come. Central continent, here I come. Deep within the desolate plains lies a stone forest. The forest is filled with bizarre rocks jutting up like swords piercing the sky. In the center grows a crimson vine coiling around a stone pillar known as dragon blood vine. However, beside the vine lurks a massive python over 100 feet long. Its scales pitch black with a single horn on its head, exuding a mid-stage nascent soul aura. It is the single-horned black-scale python, tough-skinned and meaty, with venom capable of corroding artifacts. Bai Zhi whispered, Lin Dao, friend, shall we find another place? Lin Xuan shook his head. This will do. You all wait here, I will be back shortly. He flew towards the stone forest on his sword. The giant python sensed him, raising its head and hissing its venom, shooting towards him like arrows. Lin Xuan did not dodge, activating his pure yang sacred body, a golden shield shimmering around him. The venom struck the shield, sizzling, yet failed to penetrate. Slash! The Tai Su sword was drawn, aiming a strike at the python's head. The giant python whipped its tail to block sparks flying upon impact. Lin Xuan's arm tingled slightly, secretly praising the python's formidable defense. But he had more than just a sword. With his left hand forming a seal, pure yang, true fire, surged forth, transforming into a fiery net that enveloped the giant python. The python, fearing fire, hurriedly retreated, yet the fire net had already trapped it. Roar! The giant python howled, its horn glowing with black light, launching a black beam towards Lin Xuan. This was its innate divine ability, Annihilation, death ray, capable of extinguishing life. Lin Xuan did not dare to take it hidden and used blood shadow to evade. The death ray struck a nearby stone pillar, silently obliterating it, leaving no trace behind. Such a powerful divine ability! Lin Xuan's expression turned grave. This giant python's combat strength rivaled that of a latest-stage nascent soul. No wonder Bai Zhi dared not provoke it. But for Lin Xuan, he feared nothing more than a challenge. The sword embryo flew out from his dantian, transforming into a 3-inch-long sword hovering above his head. Lin Xuan formed seals with both hands. The sixth form of the Tai Su sword technique, Tai Su Oblivion, was ready to unleash. The giant python sensed a fatal threat and struggled wildly. The fire net was torn open, and it appeared to be on the verge of escape. Tai Su Oblivion. The sword light sliced through silently. Where it passed, space became stagnant, time froze. The giant python's movements slowed, fear evident in its eyes. The sword light passed over the python, leaving no wounds, no blood, yet the life force of the giant python rapidly dissipated. 3 breaths later, the 100-foot python crashed to the ground lifeless. Tai Su Oblivion directly erased existence. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword, his face pale. This strike consumed too much energy. Even with his latest-stage nascent soul cultivation, he could only use it 3 times. Lin Dao, friend, are you alright? Bai Zhi and Ling Er flew over, their eyes filled with awe. To slay a mid-stage nascent soul beast with a single sword strike was a display of top-tier strength in the central region. It's nothing, Lin Xuan replied, swallowing a pill, and approached the dragon blood vine. The vine needed to be cut with a jade knife, otherwise the spiritual energy would dissipate. Lin Xuan carefully cut off a 3-foot-long segment, sufficient for refining 3 batches of breaking infant pills. Next, the infant soul fruit. The infant soul fruit grows in ancient battlefield ruins where restless spirits linger and malevolent energy runs rampant. The 3 flew on their swords for 3 days before arriving. The ruins were littered with bones, and a chilling wind howled. In the center stood a withered tree bearing 3 fist-sized fruits resembling infants, exuding an enticing fragrance. However, beneath the tree sat a skeleton, its eye sockets flickering with ghostly fire, exuding an aura comparable to a latest-stage nascent soul. It is the bone general, transformed from an ancient cultivator's, remains impervious to blades and spells. Bai Zhi's face turned pale. Lin Dao, friend, this. Lin Xuan furrowed his brows. The bone general was more troublesome than the giant python, who had no flesh, while pure yang true fire's effect was halved, and the Taisu Oblivion consumed too much energy to use lightly. You all stay back while I give it a try. He summoned the sword embryo and executed the fifth form of the Taisu sword technique, Tai Su Limitless. The sword energy surged like the sea, engulfing the bone general. But the sword energy struck the bones, leaving only faint white marks. The bone general stood up, its bony claws swiping at Lin Xuan, the claw wind tearing through space. Lin Xuan retreated urgently while activating the pure Yang domain. The Yang energy boiled within the domain, restraining the yin and evil. The bone general's movement faltered, the ghostly fire dimming. Effective. He poured all his strength into the domain, fully unleashing the power of his small success in the pure Yang sacred body. The domain expanded to 100 feet, the Yang energy becoming tangible. The bone general let out a silent roar as cracks appeared on its bony body. Now's the time. Lin Xuan slashed at the withered tree with his sword, aiming to pluck the infant soul fruit. But the bone general fought back desperately. It ignited the ghostly fire, its aura skyrocketing to full nascent soul, its bony claws breaking through the domain, reaching for Lin Xuan's back. In a moment of crisis, the heart lock within Lin Xuan trembled. It was a sensation from Liu Qingyin. She seemed to sense Lin Xuan was in danger. A warm current flowed from the heart lock, invigorating Lin Xuan and boosting his strength by 30%. He turned, striking with his sword, clashing with the bony claws. Clang! The claws shattered and Lin Xuan was sent flying. Yet he used the momentum to soar to the side of the withered tree, plucking 3 infant soul fruits and storing them in his storage ring. Let's go. He pulled Bai Ji and Ling Air, using blood shadow to escape frantically. The bone general attempted to pursue, but lost the support of the infant soul fruit. The ghostly fire extinguished, crashing to the ground, transforming into a pile of dry bones. 100 miles away, the three stopped to catch their breath. That was close. Ling Air patted her chest. Lin Sr., that last sword strike was incredible. Lin Xuan forced a smile. Had it not been for the power from the heart lock, he might not have been able to sever the bony claws. It seemed Liu Qingyin had been worrying about him from afar. We still need the 1,000-year spiritual mushroom. He steadied his breath. Where is it? In the Robe Bandits Valley. Bai Ji's expression turned grim. That's the stronghold of one of the 3 major bandit forces, Black Wind Stronghold. The stronghold leader, the Black Wind Old Monster, is at full nascent soul, with 8 nascent soul subordinates. Lin Xuan pondered. A direct assault would definitely not work, but the 1,000-year spiritual mushroom must be obtained. Perhaps we can trade. He had an idea. By Dao, friend, how much do you know about Black Wind Stronghold? Black Wind Stronghold controls 30% of the desolate plains, primarily earning income from protection fees and robbery. The stronghold leader, the Black Wind Old Monster, cultivates demonic arts and requires vast amounts of blood and spiritual herbs. Bai Ji continued, but they also engage in trade as long as the price is right. Then let's trade, Lin Xuan replied. I'll exchange breaking infant pills for the 1,000-year spiritual mushroom. They won't refuse. Breaking infant pills are useless to nascent soul cultivators, but which nascent soul does not have descendants? The Black Wind Old Monster has a son who has been stuck at golden core perfection for years and is in dire need of breaking infant pills. The 3 changed their route towards the Robe Bandits Valley. 5 days later, they arrived at the valley's entrance. The entrance was guarded by golden core cultivators, fierce and menacing. Upon seeing Lin Xuan and the others, they immediately surrounded them. Halt! This is the territory of Black Wind Stronghold. Outsiders are not allowed. Lin Xuan released his nascent soul pressure. Tell the leader of Black Wind Stronghold that Lin Xuan, the alchemist from the eastern region, has come to trade. The guards were intimidated by the pressure and quickly reported. Moments later, a one-eyed mid-stage nascent soul cultivator emerged. You are Lin Xuan. I heard you can refine breaking infant pills. That's correct. Follow me. The one-eyed cultivator led the 3 into the valley. Inside, it was a different world with pavilions and towers heavily guarded. In the main hall, the Black Wind Old Monster sat high in the main seat, a black-robed elder with a sinister face and an unfathomable aura. Youngster, can you refine breaking infant pills? The Black Wind Old Monster squinted, scrutinizing Lin Xuan. I can. Lin Xuan replied confidently. I will provide the materials for each batch, 3 pills. I want the 1,000-year spiritual mushroom as payment. I have the 1,000-year spiritual mushroom, but how can you prove you can refine it? The Black Wind Old Monster sneered. If you fail, you must forfeit your life. Lin Xuan produced the dragon blood vine and infant soul fruit. I have all the materials ready and can refine them in your stronghold. If I fail, I will accept any punishment. Good courage. The Black Wind Old Monster slammed the table. You have 3 days to refine the breaking infant pills, and the 1,000-year spiritual mushroom will be provided. If you fail, all 3 of you will die. Lin Xuan was taken to the alchemy room. The conditions there were rudimentary, but sufficient. He started refining pills while Bai Ji and Ling Air waited outside. The alchemy process went smoothly. With the inheritance of Danxia and system assistance, he produced 4 pills in one batch, all of high quality, with one bearing a pill pattern classified as top tier. 3 days later, Lin Xuan emerged presenting the 4 breaking infant pills. The black-winged old monster inspected them, surprise flashing in his eyes. Top-tier breaking infant pills. Kid, who is your master? Self-taught, Lin Xuan replied indifferently. The black-winged old monster gazed at him deeply and took out a jade box. The 1,000-year spiritual mushroom is yours. Additionally, would you be willing to join Blackwind Stronghold? I will offer you the position of second-in-command. Thank you for the kind offer, but my aspirations lie elsewhere, Lin Xuan declined. The black-winged old monster did not press very well. However, since you are in the desolate plains, you will inevitably seek me out eventually. Ling Er, see them off. The one-eyed cultivator escorted the 3 out of the valley. Before parting, he whispered, Lin Dao, friend, the leader holds you in high regard. Should you change your mind, you are always welcome. Lin Xuan smiled noncommittal. With the materials gathered, he began refining breaking infant pills. This time he intended to make enough for trading at least 10 pills to cover the transportation fee. Half a month later, 10 breaking infant pills were completed, 5 of high quality and 5 of top quality. Lin Xuan kept 2 top-tier pills for himself, preparing the rest for sale. To the ancient city, he said to Baiji. The ancient city was the only city in the desolate plains and a neutral zone managed by the 3 major bandit forces. It had auction houses, shops, taverns, and even brothels and gambling houses. The 3 flew on their swords for 10 days, arriving at the ancient city. The city was magnificent, its walls towering 100 feet, shrouded in arrays. Entering the city required 10 high-grade spirit stones, an outrageous price. However, the city was indeed prosperous, with wide streets, numerous shops, and cultivators coming and going, the lowest being golden core, with nascent soul cultivators everywhere. First, let's go to the auction house, Lin Xuan said. The largest auction house in the ancient city was Wanbao Pavilion, backed by a major force from the central region. Even the 3 bandit forces dared not provoke it. Lin Xuan revealed his latest stage, nascent soul cultivation, and was led to a VIP room. He was greeted by a stunning female cultivator, early stage nascent soul. What does the Dao friend wish to auction? The breaking infant pills, 8 in total, 5 high quality and 3 top quality. Lin Xuan presented a jade vial. The female cultivator inspected it, her eyes lighting up with delight. Top tier breaking infant pills. Are you sure you want to auction them? Absolutely. But I need it done quickly, preferably within 3 days. No problem. The female cultivator immediately arranged. Breaking infant pills are hard currency, especially the top tier ones. They are rare and sought after. I guarantee they will fetch a high price within 3 days. Sure enough, at the auction 3 days later, the 8 breaking infant pills sold for an astronomical price, totaling 620,000 high-grade spirit stones. After deducting the handling fee, Lin Xuan received 550,000. Adding what he had left, he now possessed 600,000 high-grade spirit stones, enough for 6 people to use the teleportation array. By Dao friend Ling Er, do you wish to leave together? Lin Xuan asked. Baiji shook her head. Ling Er, and I still need to wait for someone here. Lin Dao friend, we are grateful for your kindness. Should we need assistance in the future, we will not hesitate. You flatter me. Lin Xuan took out 20,000 spirit stones. Take these, and take care. After bidding farewell to Baiji and her disciple, he headed to the teleportation array management office. The teleportation array was located in the center of the ancient city, heavily guarded. The one in charge was a plump cultivator, mid-stage nascent soul, smiling like a Methriao Buddha. Dao friend, do you wish to use the teleportation array? Where to? To the heart of the central region, Tianyan City. 100,000 for each person. Oh, please pay first. The plump cultivator extended his hand. Lin Xuan paid 100,000 spirit stones and received a teleportation jade talisman. The talisman would activate in 3 days. He could teleport using it then. During these 3 days, he leisurely wandered around the ancient city, learning about the situation in the central region. The central region was indeed prosperous, with cultivation techniques, pills, and artifacts all a tier above the eastern region. However, competition was also more brutal, with killings and treasure theft occurring frequently. On the 3rd day, he arrived at the teleportation array. There were already over a dozen people waiting, all nascent soul cultivators, both old and young, both righteous and sinister. New here. A red-haired man scrutinized Lin Xuan from the eastern region. Lin Xuan nodded. In such a poor, remote place as the eastern region, can someone reach latest stage nascent soul? The red-haired man scoffed. You must have relied on pills to reach it, right? Others cast disdainful glances. Cultivators from the central region looked down on those from outer regions, considering them all to be bumpkins. Lin Xuan ignored him, closing his eyes to rest. But the red-haired man pressed on. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Lin Xuan opened his eyes, coldly gazing at him. The pressure of a latest stage nascent soul was released, causing the red-haired man's expression to change as he retreated 3 steps. If you keep babbling, you will die. Lin Xuan's voice was calm, yet chilling. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, but dared not provoke further. Others also retracted their contempt, or anyone who could cultivate to latest-stage nascent soul was not simple. The teleportation array lit up, signaling it was time to depart. Lin Xuan stepped into the array, the jade talisman shattered, enveloping him in light. Farewell, desolate plains. To the heart of the central region I have arrived. Tian Dao Academy, the talented discussion conference. I, Lin Xuan, have come to meet you, genius. The world spun, and the space twisted. When Lin Xuan once again found his footing, he was already in a completely different realm. The blue sky and white clouds were present, with spiritual energy swirling like mist. In the distance, the green mountains stretched endlessly, with waterfalls cascading and springs flowing. Nearby, towering cities rose high, with skyscrapers standing tall. Occasionally, cultivators flew by on swords in the sky, all, at least, golden core cultivators, while nascent souls were commonly seen. Is this the central continent? Lin Xuan took a deep breath. The concentration of spiritual energy was 10 times that of the eastern region. Cultivating here would be at least 3 times faster. The teleportation array was located in the square of Tianyun City, bustling with people. Some had just arrived from other regions, their faces filled with novelty. Others were hurrying to teleport away. As Lin Xuan stepped out of the teleportation array, a cultivator approached him. Are you new here, friend? Do you need a guide? 10 high-grade spirit stones for a day, and I guarantee you'll be familiar with Tianyun City. He was a young man in the late golden core stage with a bright smile. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and nodded sure. The young man was overjoyed. My name is Wang Xiaohu. How should I address you, friend? Lin Xuan. Senior Lin, please follow me. Wang Xiaohu was very professional, introducing as they walked. Tianyun City is one of the top 10 cities in the central continent, and the city lord Tianyun Jinjuan is a powerful figure in the late transformation stage. Fighting is prohibited within the city, and violators will be dealt with severely, so it's very safe here. Lin Xuan nodded. As long as there are rules, he preferred not to be in chaotic places. Are you here to participate in the Talented Ones Conference, Senior? Wang Xiaohu asked. How do you know? 99% of the cultivators coming to Tianyun City at this time are here for the conference. Wang Xiaohu smiled. The conference is still 2.5 years away, but many talented individuals arrive early to familiarize themselves with the environment and build networks. What should I pay attention to in Tianyun City? First, don't provoke cultivators in white robes with golden swords. They are disciples of the Dao Academy with a powerful background. Second, avoid drinking the wine at Drunken Immortal Tower in the east of the city. That wine contains mind-altering drugs specifically targeting newcomers. Third, don't go to the alleys in the south of the city at night. That's the black market where murders and treasure thefts frequently occur. Wang Xiaohu informed him. Additionally, if you need techniques, pills, or magical artifacts, I recommend going to Wanbao Building. Although it's expensive, they guarantee authenticity. If you want to earn spirit stones, you can take on tasks from the Tianyun Pavilion, which offer generous rewards. Lin Xuan took note. He indeed needed to earn spirit stones. The teleportation had cost him 100,000, leaving him with only 500,000, which was not much in the central continent. You should find a place to stay first, Senior. Wang Xiaohu said. The inns in Tianyun City are divided into 3 classes. The low class inns cost 100 low-grade spirit stones per day. The medium class inns 1,000, and the high class inns 10,000. I suggest a medium class inn for safety and reputation. Take me to a high class inn. Lin Xuan was not short on this amount of money. Wang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. All right. The high class in Tianzhou was located in the city center, a standalone courtyard with a gathering array, protective array, and maid service. One day cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1 high-grade spirit stone. Indeed expensive, but it was worth the price. The concentration of spiritual energy in the courtyard was 3 times that of the outside world, making cultivation here highly efficient. Lin Xuan rented it for half a year, paying 180 million low-grade spirit stones in advance. You're quite generous, Senior. Wang Xiaohu gave a thumbs up. So what's next? You continue as my guide and take me to familiarize myself with the Tianyun Pavilion and Wanbao Building. No problem. The Tianyun Pavilion was an organization established by the city lord to issue various tasks, escorting, searching for items, hunting monsters, alchemy, and more. Rewards were settled in spirit stones or contribution points, which could be exchanged for special treasures. Lin Xuan checked the task board and found an alchemy task: refine the transformation pill with materials provided by the person, and just 3 pills were required for a reward of 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The transformation pill is a 5th-grade pill that increases the success rate of transformation. He was currently a 4th-grade alchemist and could not refine it. However, the Danxiao inheritance had the formula for the transformation pill, and if he advanced to the 5th grade, he could give it a try. Other tasks were also good, but either time-consuming or dangerous. Lin Xuan was not in a hurry. He would familiarize himself with the environment first. Wanbao Building was a chain store spread throughout the central continent. Tianyun City had 7 floors, each corresponding to different grades of treasures. Lin Xuan went up to the 4th floor, which was the area for nascent soul cultivators. Magical artifacts, techniques, pills, and talismans were all dazzling. However, the prices were outrageous. A 5th-grade flying sword cost 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, and a heavenly grade technique cost 1 million. Lin Xuan couldn't help but gasp. The cost of living in the central continent was too high. His 500,000 high-grade spirit stones would only be enough to buy a decent magical artifact. Senior, the prices in the central continent are indeed high, Wang Xiaohu explained, but resources are also abundant. For example, this enlightenment tea, which is rarely found in the eastern region, is auctioned every year in the central continent. Lin Xuan nodded. Since he was here, he would settle down and think of ways to earn spirit stones. Back at the inn, he began to plan. In the 2.5 years, he wanted to accomplish 3 things. First, to elevate his cultivation to the peak of nascent soul. Second, to advance to a 5th-grade alchemist. And third, to earn at least 5 million high-grade spirit stones for purchasing techniques and resources. With the pure Yang sacred body and dual cultivation techniques, the first task would not be difficult. However, the second and third tasks would require time and opportunity. First, ill-refined pills to earn spirit stones. He decided to start with what he was most skilled at. Among the 4th-grade pills, the most valuable were the breaking infant pill, the condensing infant pill, and the transformation pill, which he could not refine. The breaking infant pill had just been sold, so it was not wise to produce it in large quantities to avoid attracting attention. The condensing infant pill was also good, suitable for nascent soul cultivators. He listed the materials and asked Wang Xiaohu to procure them. The central continent was rich in resources, and most materials could be purchased, albeit at a high price. After 10 days, the materials were gathered. Lin Xuan set up the furnace to refine pills, producing 5 condensing infant pills with a success rate of 3 out of 2. Let's go to the auction house. He took the pills to the Wanbao building auction house. The manager's eyes lit up upon seeing the top-grade, condensing infant pills. Friend, can this pill be supplied long-term? The Wanbao building is willing to purchase at 90% of the market price. Lin Xuan thought for a moment. That's fine, but I want to barter for refining materials and techniques. No problem. The manager was overjoyed. Whatever you need, just list it. Lin Xuan provided a list: 5th-grade pill formulas, alchemy insights, and rare materials. The manager noted everything and promised to gather them within 3 days. Sure enough, after 3 days, the manager delivered 3 5th-grade pill formulas: transformation pill, resurrection pill, tribulation pill, a volume of ancient alchemist insights, and a large quantity of rare materials. These are worth about 800,000 high-grade spirit stones, and your pills are worth 700,000. I will make up the difference of 100,000 in spirit stones for you. The manager was very fair. Lin Xuan nodded, pleasure doing business. For the next 6 months, he sold pills once every half month, never exceeding 5 at a time, making money discreetly. At the same time, he diligently cultivated steadily, improving his cultivation to the late nascent soul stage 5-8. On this day, he was refining pills when Wang Xiaohu hurriedly reported, "Senior Lin, something has happened." What happened? The Heavenly Dao Academy has released the talented pre-selection list, which includes geniuses likely to participate in the Dao discussion conference. Senior is on the list. Lin Xuan took the jade slip. The pre-selection list included 1,000 people, and he ranked 899th. With the comment originating from the eastern region, established his golden core at the age of 22, possesses a sword, infant body, combat power unknown. Although the ranking is low, being on the list of 1,000 is no small feat. The top 100 are all renowned geniuses from the central region, with Xian Yi still holding the top spot. Moreover, Wang Xiaohu lowered his voice. Once the list was released, many were dissatisfied and threatened to challenge you to prove the list wrong. Sure enough, that afternoon someone came to challenge. The challenger was a young man in fine clothes at the mid-stage of nascent soul, overflowing with arrogance. Are you Lin Xuan? A bumpkin from the eastern region. I am Zhao Wuji, an outer disciple of the Shunxiao sect, here to spar with you. Lin Xuan frowned. Fighting is prohibited in the city. To the arena? Zhao Wuji sneered. The city of heavenly fortune has a discussion arena where life and death are not considered. Do you dare? Lin Xuan did not wish to provoke trouble, but the other party was aggressive, and if he did not accept the challenge, he might be seen as a soft target. Lead the way. The discussion arena was located in the west of the city, a stone platform measuring 100 feet square, protected by an array. At this time, a large crowd had gathered, all there to watch the excitement. Zhao Wuji challenges Lin Xuan from the eastern region. Odds 1 to 3. Anyone willing to place bets? A bookmaker opened the betting. I bet on Zhao Wuji 100 high-grade spirit stones. I bet on Lin Xuan, although the odds are low, the payout is high. Lin Xuan jumped onto the arena, and Zhao Wuji had been waiting for a long time. Kid, you still have time to admit defeat now. Zhao Wuji grinned maliciously. Otherwise, the blade and sword are merciless. Don't blame me if you die. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Xuan held the Tai Su sword. The referee announced the start. Zhao Wuji was the first to attack, forming seals with both hands as dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder roared. Shenxiao Thunder Technique, Heavenly Thunder descends. A purple thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel struck down with the power comparable to a full force attack from the latest nascent soul. The Shenxiao sect is renowned for its thunder techniques, and indeed it was extraordinary. But Lin Xuan merely raised his hand, and the sword infant flew out to meet the thunder. Seeking death, Zhao Wuji sneered. His heavenly thunder specialized in breaking treasures. Although the sword infant was strong, it would still be damaged if struck by the heavenly thunder. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. As the sword infant touched the heavenly thunder, not only was it unharmed, but it also absorbed the thunder. The sword body lit up with lightning patterns, and its aura grew even stronger. How is this possible? Zhao Wuji gasped in disbelief. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Having tempered his body with heavenly thunder and absorbed lightning tribulations, he possessed an exceptionally strong resistance to thunder, even able to refine the thunder's power. The Shenxiao Thunder Technique was ineffective against him. Now it's my turn. He pointed with his sword, and the sword infant transformed into a streak of light piercing towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji hurriedly summoned his defensive treasure, a thunder shield. But the sword infant charged through like a bolt of lightning, and the thunder shield crumbled like paper. The sword infant pierced through Zhao Wuji's shoulder, causing a spray of blood. This was still Lin Xuan holding back, otherwise it would have pierced his heart. I admit defeat. Zhao Wuji's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth in defeat. The crowd was in an uproar. With just one move, a disciple of the Shenxiao sect was defeated. Although he was merely an outer disciple, he was still a genius from the central region, yet he was so easily overwhelmed. Who else? Lin Xuan scanned the crowd below the stage. No one responded. Zhao Wuji ranked 850th on the pre-selection list, 49 places higher than Lin Xuan, yet he fell in a single move. This proved that the list was indeed flawed. Lin Xuan's true strength was at least in the top 500. Lin Dao, friend, you are quite skilled. A gentle voice sounded. It was a young man in white, handsome and refined. He is a disciple of the Heavenly Dao Academy, someone exclaimed. The white-clad youth leaped onto the arena and cupped his hands. I am Chun Xuanfeng, an outer disciple of the Heavenly Dao Academy, ranked 500th on the pre-selection list. Having witnessed your profound swordsmanship, I have come to seek guidance. The Heavenly Dao Academy, the top academy in the central region, to gain entry to the outer sect, is already a sign of genius. Chun Xuanfeng's ranking of 500 greatly surpassed Zhao Wuji. Lin Xuan did not dare to be careless. Please. Chun Xuanfeng drew his sword, the blade shining like jade, exuding an aura of righteousness. He was clearly practicing orthodox Taoist sword techniques that were balanced and harmonious, yet immensely powerful. First move of the Heavenly Dao sword technique, Heavenly Principle Manifest. The sword light shone like the sun, illuminating the entire arena. This sword was not only swift, but also contained the principles of the Heavenly Dao, instilling an irresistible feeling. A serious look flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. The geniuses of the central region were indeed worthy of their reputation. The intent of this sword had already brushed against the edge of the Dao. But he was not afraid. The Tai Su sword technique was meant to cut through the Heavenly Dao. Tai Su slashed the heavens. A gray sword energy shot into the sky, striking towards the radiant sword light. The two swords collided silently, yet the space violently trembled, and the protective array buzzed in response. They were locked in a stalemate for 3 breaths before the sword lights shattered simultaneously. Both retreated 3 steps, ending the exchange in a tie. Good swordsmanship. Chun Xuanfeng praised. Lin Dao, friend, you are worthy of me, exerting my full strength. His aura surged, and the sword momentum changed again. Second move, Heavenly Net. The sword light split into thousands, transforming into an all-encompassing net that covered the entire arena. This sword left no place to escape, no chance to evade. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, and the sword infant returned, merging with the Tai Su sword. Tai Su obliteration. This time he did not hold back. As the sword was unleashed, the void was born and extinguished, the heavenly net shattered. Chun Xuanfeng's face changed drastically, and he retreated in haste, but the sword light was already upon him. In a critical moment, he crushed a jade talisman, which transformed into golden light to protect his body. The sword light struck the golden light, causing it to shatter, and Chun Xuanfeng spat blood as he flew backward. Yet he did not die. The jade talisman saved his life. I lost. Chun Xuanfeng smiled bitterly. Lin Dao, friend, your strength is unfathomable. You would at least rank in the top 300 on the pre-selection list. The audience fell silent. The top 300. That was the realm of the top geniuses in the central region. No outer region cultivator had ever entered the top 500. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword, his expression calm. Only he knew that the previous sword had consumed 40% of his true essence. If Chun Xuanfeng had been able to endure, the outcome would have been uncertain. Thank you for the guidance. He jumped off the arena, leaving amidst the awe of the crowd. This battle spread Lin Xuan's name throughout the city of Heavenly Fortune. The Eastern region genius defeating disciples of the Shunxiao and Heavenly Dao sects gained fame in a single battle. Yet Lin Xuan knew this was only the beginning. The geniuses of the Central region were far from just this. And he would compete with the top talents of the entire cultivation world at the Dao Discussion Conference 2 years later. Returning to the inn, he checked the system. Defeated a Central region genius, gained luck value 1000, unlocked new feature luck store, can exchange luck value for rare items, current luck value 1200 luck store. Lin Xuan curiously looked. The store was filled with a dazzling array of items, heavenly grade techniques, ancient treasures, rare materials. But the prices were exorbitant, with the cheapest item costing 10,000 luck value. The road ahead is long, he smiled bitterly, but his fighting spirit surged even more. Defeating geniuses, gaining luck, exchanging for treasures, and growing stronger. This was his way of survival in the Central region. And the first objective, to earn enough luck value to exchange for the next volume of the Tai Su Sword Classic. According to the store, the next volume was priced at 100,000 luck value, which could allow cultivation to the peak of divine transformation, even touching the threshold of refining the void. 100,000. Defeating 100 geniuses of Chun Zuanfeng's caliber will suffice. Lin Xuan grinned. Are the geniuses of the Central region ready to become my stepping stones? Successfully signed in. Obtained Fortune Compass Special Treasure. Effect can detect those with fortune within a radius of 100 miles. The stronger the fortune, the brighter the glow. Defeating or befriending them can earn fortune points. Successfully signed in for fortune. Obtain Celestial Talisman one-time use. Effect can obscure celestial secrets for 12 hours, shielding deductions below the transformation stage. The Fortune Compass arrived just in time. With it, finding the child of fortune became much easier. The Celestial Talisman is even more precious for survival. In the Central Continent, many talented individuals abound, and with this talisman one can avoid being deduced by powerful beings. He refined the Fortune Compass, which was the size of a palm and made of bronze, with a central needle that could rotate 360 degrees. Infusing it with true essence, the compass lit up with a faint glow and the needle began to move. Let's test it first. Lin Xuan walked out of the inn and strolled through the streets of Tianyan City. The compass was quiet, and most pedestrians emitted only a weak white light, which belonged to ordinary cultivators. Occasionally a few shone a bit brighter, but not strong. He walked to the eastern part of the city where the 10,000 Methods Tower was located. This was the largest cultivation shop in the Central Continent, said to house all kinds of techniques. Upon entering, the compass suddenly shook, pointing towards the 3rd floor. He followed the needle upstairs. The 3rd floor was the VIP area with few people. He saw a young man in blue reading a jade slip, surrounded by a faint golden glow of fortune 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Could this be the child of fortune? Lin Xuan pondered silently. He remained composed and used his divine sense to probe. The young man in blue was at the mid-nascent soul stage, exuding a steady aura with a token from the Yaoqi sacred land hanging from his waist. The Yaoqi sacred land only accepts female disciples, so this young man should belong to an affiliated family or be an outer sect male disciple. But possessing such fortune is certainly not simple. The young man in blue seemed to sense something. He turned to look at Lin Xuan, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He put down the jade slip and walked over. Are you Lin Xuan from the Eastern region? Indeed. And you are? I am Luo Tianfeng from the Yaoqi affiliate. The young man in blue clasped his hands. I have long heard of your name, Lin Dao friend, and I am fortunate to meet you today. You are too polite, Luo Dao friend. Lin Xuan returned the gesture. Though Luo Tianfeng's fortune was strong, he had a friendly demeanor, so they could befriend each other. Are you also here to select techniques, Lin Dao friend? Indeed, Luo Tianfeng smiled. While there are many techniques in the 10,000 Methods Tower, the best ones are on the 4th floor and require at least the late nascent soul stage or a special status to access. I see, Lin Xuan nodded. He had just broken through to the late nascent soul stage, so he was indeed qualified. I am also heading to the 4th floor. Shall we go together? Please, Luo Tianfeng invited. They ascended to the 4th floor. There were even fewer people here, with only 7 or 8 nascent soul cultivators selecting techniques. Luo Tianfeng headed straight for the swordsmanship section, while Lin Xuan browsed around. The techniques on the 4th floor were all at least of the earth rank, with several at the heaven rank, but the prices were astonishing. A low-grade heaven rank sword technique costs 3 million high-grade spirit stones, which he couldn't afford even if he sold himself. The prices in the Central Continent are indeed outrageous. Lin Xuan smiled wryly. Are you troubled by spirit stones, Lin Dao friend? Luo Tianfeng approached, holding a book titled Yaoqi Sword Art. Actually, there's a way to quickly earn spirit stones. I would like to hear more, Lin Xuan replied. Every month Tianyin City holds a martial arts competition where the champion of the nascent soul group can earn 100,000 spirit stones, and the top 10 also receive generous rewards. With your strength Lin Dao friend, it should not be difficult to make it into the top 10, Luo Tianfeng said. The martial arts competition. Lin Xuan recalled the previous arena battle where he had indeed heard of this event. When is the next competition? In 7 days, Luo Tianfeng lowered his voice. However, this competition is not simple. It is said that several major sects' true disciples will participate as a warm-up for the Tianjiao discussion conference. True disciples. Lin Xian's eyes focused. The true disciples of the Tiandao Academy Xinxiao sect and Yaoqi Sacred Land are at least in the late nascent soul stage, their combat power not inferior to that of ordinary fully realized nascent soul cultivators. If you participate, Lin Dao friend, be cautious, Luo Tianfeng warned. But danger and opportunity coexist. If you can defeat a true disciple, your fame will soar and powerful forces will seek you out. Lin Xian nodded. He needed fame and resources. The martial arts competition was an opportunity. The two continued to chat for a while, exchanging communication talismans. Upon learning that Lin Xian was an alchemist, Luo Tianfeng became even more enthusiastic, suggesting future collaboration on alchemy. After leaving the 10,000 Methods Tower, Lin Xian used the fortune compass again and detected several cultivators with decent fortune, but they were merely acquaintances. Back at the inn, he began preparing for the martial arts competition. First, he needed to enhance his strength. System check available exchange items. He opened the fortune shop. The shop was filled with a variety of items, but the prices were exorbitant. The lower volume of the Taishu Sword Classic costs 100,000 fortune points, which he couldn't afford for now. However, there were some pills and talismans at reasonable prices. Breakthrough Pill Nascent Soul Stage, 500 fortune points can elevate one small realm sword. Intent Crystal, 300 fortune points can enhance sword comprehension. Death Replacement Puppet Intermediate, 800 fortune points can replace death twice. Lin Xian had 1,200 fortune points, which he could spend. He pondered for a moment and decided to exchange for one breakthrough pill and one sword. Intent Crystal. Strength is fundamental and swordsmanship is the killing move. Taking the breakthrough pill, his cultivation rose from late nascent soul 5-8 to 7-8, getting closer to perfection. Absorbing the sword Intent Crystal deepened his understanding of Tixis annihilation, allowing him to reduce consumption by 30%. Still not enough. He took out the void divine iron he obtained in the desolate plains, preparing to forge his lifebound flying sword. The Taishu sword was only of the 5th rank, insufficient in the central continent. If he could fuse the void divine iron into it, at least he could promote it to the 6th rank, greatly increasing its power. He began the forging process. Using pure yang true fire as the furnace, the Taishu sword as the base, and the void divine iron as the auxiliary, he added dragon blood and lightning patterns. After 14 days, the sword was complete. The new sword was 3 feet 3 inches long, its blades silvery white with ripples of void and lightning patterns entwined, a hidden dragon's roar. Grade mid 6th rank. From now on you shall be called the Void Thunder Dragon Sword. Lin Xian caressed the blade, the sword sang clear and joyful. During the forging process, the registration for the martial arts competition began. Lin Xian asked Wang Xiaohu to register while he continued to consolidate his cultivation. On the 7th day, the competition commenced. The venue was set at the Tianyin Battle Arena in the city center, accommodating up to 100,000 people. At this moment, the place was packed with people, all kinds of cultivators gathered. Over 300 people registered for the Nascent Soul Group, all outstanding cultivators. Lin Xian spotted several familiar faces, Zhao Wuji, Chen Xuanfeng, and several strong cultivators detected by the fortune compass. The most eye-catching were 3 young individuals, one in white robes carrying a long sword, his aura ethereal like an immortal. The golden glow of fortune above him soared high. He was the strongest Lin Xian had ever seen. True disciple of the Tiandao Academy, Xian, someone whispered. A young man in purple robes surrounded by lightning exuded an imposing presence even without anger. Though his golden aura was slightly weaker, he radiated killing intent. True disciple of the Xinxiao sect, Lei Zhan. The last was a woman in white, veiled with only a pair of bright eyes visible clear as a spring. The golden aura of fortune between the former two was purer. Saintess of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, Yu Liuli. The gathering of the 3 great prodigies ignited the crowd. Everyone knew the champion would be one of the 3. Lin Xian, do you have confidence? Wang Xiaohu asked worriedly. I will do my best, Lin Xian replied calmly. Though he was confident, he was not arrogant. These 3 were all at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and were top-tier geniuses, their combat power rivaling that of early transformation stage cultivators. The drawing lots began. In the first round, Lin Xian's opponent was a mid-nascent soul rogue whom he defeated in 3 sword strikes. In the second round, his opponent was an inner sect disciple of the Xinxiao sect at the late nascent soul stage whose lightning techniques were fierce, but he couldn't last more than 10 strikes under Lin Xian's sword. With 2 victories, he easily advanced to the top 100. However, his performance also drew attention. That kid from the eastern region has quite good swordsmanship. The sword embryo body is indeed remarkable, but against a true disciple it still might not be enough. Lin Xuan ignored their discussions and focused on watching the battles. Xian, Lei Zhen, and Yu Liuli all advanced effortlessly, each defeating their opponents in one strike, their strength unfathomable. In the top 100 advancing to the top 50, Lin Xuan faced a tough opponent, an outer sect disciple of the Tianma sect Blood Butcher. This person was at the late nascent soul stage, practicing blood magic, cruel and bloodthirsty. His previous battles had turned opponents into dried corpses. You little bug from the eastern region, your blood must be delicious. Blood Butcher licked his lips, eyes filled with greed. You can try it, Lin Xuan replied. With the Void Thunder Dragon sword in hand, the match began. Blood Butcher transformed into a blood shadow fast as a ghost. His claws lunged toward Lin Xuan's throat, the stench of blood in the air, clearly laced with poison. Lin Xuan did not dodge, activating his pure Yang sacred body, golden light swirling around him. Blood Butcher's claws struck against the golden light, producing a sizzling sound as they were actually burned. Pure Yang body. Blood Butcher's face changed dramatically as he retreated. Blood magic feared pure Yang the most. It was a natural nemesis. Want to leave now? It's too late. Lin Xuan slashed out with his sword, using the 5th form of the Taishu sword, Art Taishu Wuliang. The sword energy poured forth like the Milky Way, sealing all retreat routes. Blood Butcher gritted his teeth, burning his essence blood to form a blood shield to withstand it. But the sword energy was too strong, the blood shield shattered, and he was slashed away, half his body eroded by the pure Yang sword energy, screaming in defeat. Lin Xuan wins, the judge announced. The crowd went silent. Blood Butcher, notorious for his ferocity, had been so easily defeated. This kid from the eastern region is not simple. On the high platform, the 3 prodigies also turned their gazes towards him. Pure Yang's sacred body. Interesting, Xian commented blandly. His swordsmanship is also quite good. He qualifies to make me draw my sword. The fighting spirit ignited in Lei Zhen's eyes. Yu Liuli glanced at Lin Xuan again, deep in thought. In the top 50 advancing to the top 25, Lin Xuan had a bye and advanced directly. In the top 25 facing the top 13, his opponent was a disciple from the Yaoqi affiliate at the mid-nascent soul stage whom he defeated in 5 moves. In the top 13 advancing to the top 7, he finally encountered a strong opponent. Lei Kuang, the first inner sect disciple of the Xinshao sect. At the late nascent soul stage, Lei Kuang had mastered the true transmission of lightning techniques and was said to have fought Lei Zhen for 100 strikes without defeat. Lin Xuan reaching this point is already impressive. But it ends here. I will make you aware of the gap between the central continent and the eastern region. Please, Lin Xuan said without further ado. Lei Kuang struck first with a deadly move, Shunshao lightning technique, 10,000 thunder prison. The sky darkened with dense clouds and thousands of lightning bolts fell like a cage, sealing the entire arena. This move had previously trapped and killed a fully realized nascent soul demon cultivator. However, Lin Xuan merely raised his sword, and the lightning patterns on the sword tip lit up. I will take your lightning for myself. The Void Thunder Dragon sword erupted with lightning, actually absorbing all the lightning bolts into the sword. The lightning patterns on the sword intensified the aura, skyrocketing. What a... Lei Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief. His lightning technique was actually absorbed by the opponent. Here you go, Lin Xuan slashed out the absorbed lightning, transforming into a thunder dragon, roaring as it lunged at Lei Kuang. In a hurry, Lei Kuang activated his defensive lightning technique, but the thunder dragon was enhanced by his own spell, its power doubled. The lightning shield shattered, and he was consumed by the thunder dragon, crying out as he flew off the arena, his body charred black. Lin Xuan wins. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lei Kuang, the first inner sect disciple of the Xinshao sect, had been so decisively defeated. This kid is not simple. On the high platform, the elder of the Xinshao sect had a grim expression. Using their own method against them, what a brilliant tactic, praised the elder of Yaoqi. Xian finally looked at Lin Xuan with interest. You qualify to make me draw my sword. The 7 strong contenders emerged: Xian, Lei Zhen, Yu Liuli, Lin Xuan, and 3 other true disciples from major sects. The next step was the semifinal lottery. Lin Xuan drew number 3. His opponent was Yu Liuli. The crowd erupted. The dark horse from the eastern region faced the saintess of Yaoqi. This would be an exciting showdown. Yu Liuli looked at Lin Xuan and softly said, Lin Dao friend, please be gentle. The saintess is too polite, Lin Xuan replied, not daring to be careless. Yu Liuli's aura felt unique, pure as a lotus, yet unfathomable. The semifinals would take place in 3 days, giving the contestants time to rest. Lin Xuan returned to the inn to adjust his state. Yu Liuli, the saintess of Yaoqi, was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, practicing the Yaoqi Immortal Sutra, rumored to have touched the threshold of transformation. This would be the most challenging battle since his arrival in the central continent. But he was unafraid. He would simply fight. On the eve of the semifinals, Lin Xuan contemplated the two newly acquired treasures from his successful sign-in. The Jinglian talisman could ward off inner demons, while the Yaoqi Immortal Dew was even more precious. But, from the Yaoqi Sacred Land, what is the system hinting at? He stored the Immortal Dew and began to adjust his state. In his battle against Yuli, he needed to give it his all. 3 days later, the Tianyan arena was packed with people. The Dark Horse from the eastern region faced off against the Yaoqi Saintess, one of the most anticipated duels of this competition. On the arena, Yuli wore a white dress, her veil fluttering gently, revealing only her pair of clear eyes. She held a jade sword, its blade transparent, as ice exuding pure celestial energy. Lin Dao, please. Her voice was ethereal like the sound of spring water. Please. Lin Xuan held the void thunder dragon sword, its blade shimmering with lightning patterns. The referee announced the start. Yuli struck first. With a light tap of her jade sword, lotus flowers bloomed in the void, each containing terrifying sword energy. Yaoqi sword technique, every step blossoms lotus. The lotus flowers spiraled toward Lin Xuan, appearing slow, yet sealing off all angles for evasion. Lin Xuan swung his sword to shatter a few lotus flowers, but they continued to flourish, multiplying with each strike. Taisu Wuliang. He unleashed his sword energy, transforming it into a torrential rain of swords that clashed with the lotus flowers. The lotus flowers shattered, the sword rain dissipated, achieving a stalemate. However, Yululi's sword momentum had changed. She moved gracefully like a fairy, gliding over water, each step landing on a lotus flower, her speed increasing. Yaoqi step lotus shadow, 1,000 layers. In an instant, thousands of shadowy figures of Yuli appeared on the arena, making it difficult to discern the real one. Each shadow thrust out a sword, the sword energy forming a net around Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, expanding his divine sense. His pure yang transformation body was highly sensitive to spiritual energy, and he quickly pinpointed her true form. 3 zhang behind him to the left. Found you. He turned and thrust his sword directly at her true form. But in the moment his sword struck, Yululi's figure vanished, revealing it to be a false body. Her true self was now behind him, the jade sword pointing at his back. Not good. Lin Xuan quickly turned the void thunder dragon sword, defending. The two swords clashed, producing a clear ringing sound. Lin Xuan was knocked back 3 steps while Yuli also floated back. What a quick reaction, she remarked with surprise in her eyes. But now I'll have to get serious. She took off her veil. It revealed an extraordinarily beautiful face, unadorned yet breathtaking. Even more shocking was the golden lotus mark that appeared on her forehead. Yaoqi golden lotus body. The audience gasped. The saintess has awakened her sacred body. The Yaoqi golden lotus body is the highest inheritance of the Yaoqi sacred land, and those who awaken it have a natural affinity for the Tao, with a cultivation speed 10 times that of ordinary people. At just 28 years old, Yuli had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, thanks in no small part to her sacred body. The golden lotus mark glowed, and her aura surged, touching the threshold of the transformation stage. She raised her jade sword, and a magnificent golden lotus phantom appeared in the sky. Yaoqi forbidden technique, golden lotus opens the heavens. The golden lotus bloomed, and each petal transformed into sword energy raining down. This was not merely a sword technique, but a divine ability containing a hint of heavenly Tao power. Lin Xuan felt a suffocating pressure. This strike had exceeded the nascent soul realm, comparable to a full force attack from the initial transformation stage. He could not take it, Heaton. He activated his pure yang transformation body, enveloping himself in a golden light shield. At the same time, he used blood shadow escape, darting through the sword energy ring. But the sword energy was too numerous and dense, leaving no means of escape. Puff, puff, puff. Several strands of sword energy pierced through the light shield, leaving blood marks on his body. Even more troublesome was that the sword energy contained purifying power, which was weakening his pure yang energy. Though the pure yang sacred body is strong, my golden lotus sacred body is especially effective against evil and has a suppressive effect on pure yang as well, Yuli said softly. Lin Dao, concede. I don't wish to harm you. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth. He still had trump cards, but he could not reveal them easily. Taisu Jimmy consumed too much energy. If he could not secure a decisive victory, he would be left vulnerable. What to do? He remembered the Yaoqi Immortal Dew. This item, coming from the Yaoqi sacred land, might be able to counter the power of the golden lotus. He took out the jade vial and consumed the Immortal Dew. A cool sensation spread throughout his body, and his wounds healed rapidly. Even more remarkably, the Immortal Dew and the power of the golden lotus shared the same origin, canceling out the suppressive effects. The pure yang transformation body shone once more. Yaoqi Immortal Dew. How did you come by it? Yu Liuli was astonished. A stroke of fortune. Lin Xuan did not explain and took the chance to counterattack. The Void Thunder Dragon sword blazed with lightning roaring like a dragon. Taisu Jimmy. This time he did not hold back. With the sword unleashed, the void flickered between existence and non-existence, and the Golden Lotus Phantom trembled violently. Yu Luli's expression shifted as she urged the Golden Lotus with all her might. Golden Lotus Shield. The Golden Lotus closed around her, shielding her within. The Annihilation Sword energy struck against the lotus petals, shattering them inch by inch, but ultimately holding firm. Both of them spat blood and were sent flying. Lin Xian's true essence was depleted, and the Golden Lotus of Yu Liuli shattered, leaving her breath weak. It was a draw, but Lin Xuan knew he had lost. Yu Liuli still had strength left while he had no power to continue the fight. I concede, he said calmly. Yu Liuli looked at him thoughtfully. Lin Daoyo, your strength is extraordinary. If we were both at our peak, the outcome would be uncertain. I look forward to your performance at the Tianjiao Forum. Thank you for your mercy, Saintess, Lin Xian acknowledged, knowing that Yu Liuli had not used her full power, otherwise he would not have lasted this long. The referee announced Yu Liuli's victory, advancing her to the finals. Lin Xian had reached the top 4, but though defeated, he was still honored. He was the only one to force Yu Liuli to activate her sacred body. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. The Eastern region cultivators had made history by reaching this point. Senior Lin, you are incredible. Wang Xiaohu exclaimed excitedly, top 4. And a reward of 500,000 spirit stones. Lin Xian smiled wryly. 500,000 spirit stones were not insignificant, but considering the immortal Du and his trump cards expended, it was not worth it. However, forcing out Yu Luli's sacred body was still of value. He descended from the arena to heal his wounds. He did not watch the finals between Yu Liuli and Xian Yi. The result was inevitable. Xian Yi defeated Yu Liuli with a single sword strike and claimed the championship. The Daozi of the Heavenly Dao Academy is indeed worthy of his reputation, Lin Xian mused. That sword strike from Xian, he had already touched upon the laws of the sword far beyond what he could attain at present. With the conclusion of the duel competition, the rewards were distributed. Lin Xian received 500,000 spirit stones along with a 5th-grade defensive magic treasure, the Xian Gui Shield. He did not lack magic treasures, but it was better than nothing. What surprised him even more was that by defeating powerful opponents like Lei Kuang and Xue Tu, he gained a substantial amount of fortune value. With the leftover from before, his fortune value reached 2,800. I can exchange for some good items now. He opened the fortune shop. The latter part of the Tai Su Sword Classic Remnant, 3,000 fortune value. The first third. Transformation Pill Recipe, 500 fortune value. Void Escape Technique, 800 fortune value. Substitute Corpse Advanced, 1,500 fortune value. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, in exchange for the Transformation Pill Recipe and the Void Escape Technique. The Transformation Pill is a 5th-grade pill he cannot refine yet, but he can prepare in advance. The Void Escape Technique is a life-saving skill more advanced than Blood Shadow Escape. As for the latter part of the Tai Su Sword Classic, he still needed 200 fortune value and would have to defeat a few more geniuses. In the following days, Lin Xian's name spread throughout Tianjin City. The Eastern region genius who challenged the central continent with his sword despite his defeat still earned respect. Many factions extended olive branches, but all were politely declined. On this day, Luo Tianfeng paid a visit. Lin Daoyo, congratulations on your fame in Tianjin City, he said with a smile. I have come to invite you to join the Tianjiao Alliance. Tianjiao Alliance. A loose alliance formed by geniuses from various domains aimed at communication and mutual assistance, Luo Tianfeng explained. The leader is Xian Yi and the vice leaders are Lei Zhan and Yu Liuli. Members must be within 100 years of age in the nascent soul stage and pass an assessment. Assessment? Defeat a current member, Luo Tianfeng stated. I am willing to be your assessor. If you pass, you will enjoy the resources of the alliance, including intelligence techniques, tasks, and more. Lin Xian's heart stirred. The Tianjiao Alliance gathered talents from various domains, precisely the platform he needed. All right, I accept. The two arrived at the Tianjiao Alliance's base, a manor in the northern part of the city. At this time, there were already a dozen people present, all geniuses from various domains, with the lowest being in the mid-nascent soul stage. Lin Daoyo, please. Luo Tianfeng leaped onto the stage. Lin Xian followed. This battle was merely an assessment, not a life-and-death struggle, but he also could not hold back lest he be looked down upon. Lin Daoyo, please use your full strength, Luo Tianfeng said solemnly. Let me see your true power. Please. Luo Tianfeng drew his sword, the blade a deep blue, flowing like seawater. He practiced the family's ancestral technique, the Luo Shui sword art, which was soft yet firm with countless variations. Luo Shui sword art, Song Hai Hung Lu. The sword aura surged like a tide. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless, unleashing the Taishu sword art to counter with speed. The two exchanged 100 moves, remaining evenly matched. Luo Tianfeng's swordsmanship was exquisite, but Lin Xian's sword intent was even stronger. In the end, Lin Xian narrowly won with the Taishu silent destruction form. Thank you for the lesson. He sheathed his sword. Luo Tianfeng smiled wryly. Lin Daoyou, your strength surpasses mine. Ooh, I admire you. From now on, you are a member of the Tianjiao Alliance. He handed Lin Xian a token with the words Tianjiao engraved on the front and the number 89 on the back. There are currently 102 members and you rank 89th, Luo Tianfeng said. You must complete one alliance task each month, otherwise contribution points will be deducted. Contribution points can be exchanged for resources and specifics can be viewed in the token. Lin Xian's divine sense probed the token, revealing a wealth of information: member list, task list, and exchange catalog. What intrigued him most was that contribution points could be exchanged for opportunities to enter the Tiandao Tower for cultivation. The Tiandao Tower was the foremost sacred place for cultivation in the central region, comprising 9 levels, each with a different time flow rate. The 9th level had a time flow rate 10 times that of the outside world, allowing 1 year of cultivation to equal 10. I need contribution points. Lin Xian checked the task list. Tasks were divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with Heaven being the most difficult and rewarding. He accepted an Earth-level task, escorting a merchant convoy to Tianjin City, covering 30,000 miles with bandits and demonic beasts attacking. Reward 1,000 contribution points. I happen to be taking this task too, a voice came. It was a woman in red in the mid-nascent soul stage with a fiery aura. This is Huolinger, a genius from the Liu sect in the southern region, Luo Tianfeng introduced. Lin Daoyou, you can travel together. Liu sect. Lin Xian, pleased to meet you. Lin Xian from the eastern region, I've long admired your name, Huolinger said boldly. The task departs in 3 days. Gather in the west of the city. Any questions? None. Good, then see you in 3 days. Huolinger waved and left. Lin Xian returned to the inn to prepare. The journey of 30,000 miles would take at least a month, so he needed to prepare enough pills and talismans. 3 days later, at the west of the city, the merchant convoy had been waiting for a long time, with 10 beast carts loaded with goods. The guards, besides Lin Xian and Huolinger, included 3 nascent soul cultivators, all members of the Tianjiao Alliance. Everyone is here, let's depart. The caravan's manager was an old golden core elder, experienced. The convoy set off, leaving Tianjin City and heading northwest. The central region was vast and sparsely populated, though leaving the city meant entering the wilderness where demonic beasts roamed freely and bandits were rampant. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the cart's roof, cultivating while keeping watch. The Qi Luck compass remained active, scanning the surroundings. The first day passed without incident. On the second day, at noon, the compass suddenly trembled, the needle pointing towards the mountain forest on the left. There's a situation, he transmitted to Huolinger. Huolinger sensed it too. It's a demonic beast, at least at the nascent soul stage. Prepare for battle. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dozen blue wolves burst from the forest, each with the strength of a golden core. Leading them was a silver wolf 2 meters tall, exuding the aura of a mid-nascent soul. It's the Gale Silver Wolf pack, a guard exclaimed. They are extremely fast and excel at coordinated attacks. The silver wolf howled, and the pack scattered surrounding them. The caravan guards formed a defensive formation, but the wolves were too swift and their defenses were quickly breached. I will deal with the silver wolf, you handle the smaller ones. Lin Xian flew out on his sword, heading straight for the silver wolf. The silver wolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light as it transformed into a silver streak, charging at him with terrifying speed. So fast, Lin Xian was taken aback and hurriedly swung his sword to block. The wolf's claws clashed with the sword, producing a sound like metal striking. He was knocked back 3 steps while the silver wolf staggered back 2 steps. This beast has tremendous strength. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless and unleashed the Taishu sword art. However, the silver wolf was too quick and his sword was always half a beat slow. Use lightning techniques. Huolinger shouted as she burned the blue wolves with fire from the Liu sect. Lin Xian came to a realization. Wolves as demonic beasts were afraid of lightning. He activated the Void Lightning Dragon, sword, the lightning patterns glowing with lightning infused in the sword aura. Taishu Lightning Dragon Slash. The sword aura transformed into a lightning dragon, roaring as it charged toward the silver wolf. The silver wolf attempted to evade, but the lightning dragon locked onto it, leaving no escape. Roar! The silver wolf was engulfed by the lightning dragon, crying out in anguish as it fell. With the Wolf King defeated, the pack scattered. It's done. Lin Xian sheathed his sword. This battle cost him little, but made him realize that the demonic beasts in the central region were much stronger than those in the eastern region. They continued their journey. In the following days, they encountered several waves of demonic beasts, all of which were easily dealt with. On the 7th day, real danger arrived. Ahead lay the Black Wind Gorge stretching over 100 miles with sheer cliffs on both sides, an ideal ambush site for bandits. Everyone be careful. The Black Wind Gorge is active with one of the three major bandit groups, the Black Sha group, the manager warned. No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens of dark shadows flew out from the gorge surrounding the caravan. The leader was a one-eyed giant in the late nascent soul stage wielding a ghostly blade radiating a terrifying aura. This road is mine, this tree I planted. If you want to pass, leave behind some road tolls. The Black Sha group has arrived. The one-eyed brute hefted a ghost-headed knife, grinning to reveal his yellowed teeth. If you know what's good for you, leave the goods behind, and he'll spare your lives. Otherwise, haha. Behind him stood over 30 bandits, the weakest at the Golden Core stage with 5 at the nascent soul level, a formidable formation. On the merchant team side were Lin Xuan, Huolinger, and 3 nascent soul guards totaling 5. The numerical disadvantage was evident. Fellow Taoist, we are from the Tianyin City merchant team. Could you show us some leniency? The steward attempted to negotiate. We are willing to offer 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000. Are you trying to insult me? The one-eyed brute sneered. This batch of goods is worth at least 3 million. Leave everything behind or perish. Huolinger with her fiery temper exclaimed, in your dreams. If you want the goods, you must ask my grandmother's Li Hua sword. She drew her sword, its blade igniting in crimson flames. The 3 nascent soul guards also summoned their treasures, ready to fight to the death. However, Lin Xuan glanced behind the one-eyed brute. There stood a figure in black robes, their aura restrained, yet emanating a sense of danger. At the peak of the nascent soul stage, practicing demonic arts. Be careful of that figure in black robes, he transmitted to Huolinger. I see it, it's a tough opponent. Huolinger replied, her expression serious. The one-eyed brute, seeing they would not relent, shouted in anger, if you don't drink my toast, you'll have to face my punishment. Brothers, charge. Kill all the men and leave the women for fun. The bandits howled as they charged forward. A great battle erupted. Lin Xuan rushed directly at the one-eyed brute, aiming to capture the leader first. The one-eyed brute grinned savagely as the ghost-headed knife swung down, its blade's aura transforming into a ghastly specter that howled as it lunged. A mere trick. Lin Xuan unleashed the Thunder Dragon sword, its lightning dispelling the evil aura, causing the ghostly specter to wail and vanish. As their blades clashed, the one-eyed brute was knocked back, his palms splitting apart. Such immense strength, he exclaimed in shock, but what terrified him even more was that the lightning from Lin Xuan's sword flowed down the blade and into his body, paralyzing him completely. Die. Seizing the moment, Lin Xuan thrust his sword, piercing the one-eyed brute's heart. The nascent soul attempted to flee, but was shredded by his sword's light. The bandit leader was dead, but the figure in black robes moved. He appeared behind Lin Xuan, like a specter, striking out with a palm-black energy, swirling in his palm, revealing a skeletal mark. Heavenly Demon Palm. Huolinger cried out. He is a traitor of the Heavenly Demon Sect known as the Bloodhand Butcher. The Bloodhand Butcher, at the peak of nascent soul, practiced the blood demon art and had once exterminated 3 small families in a single night, his infamous reputation preceding him. He was later hunted by the Heavenly Demon Sect and escaped to become a bandit on the borders of the central continent. Lin Xuan retreated in haste, but the Palm Wind had already arrived. He activated his pure yang transformation body, with all his strength, a golden light shield manifesting. The black palm struck the light shield, causing it to tremble violently, cracks appearing. Pure Yang's sacred body. What a pity your cultivation is insufficient, the Bloodhand Butcher sneered, striking out with another palm. This palm was even stronger, shattering the light shield and sending Lin Xuan tumbling back, blood spewing forth. Lin Taoist. Huolinger cried out, wanting to help, but was entangled by 2 nascent soul bandits. Lin Xuan steadied himself and wiped the blood from his mouth. Indeed, the nascent soul peak was formidable, but he felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited. Great Void Annihilation. He directly unleashed his killing move. The sword energy was silent, yet it caused the Bloodhand Butcher's expression to change dramatically. Sword Dao Divine Ability. He exclaimed, retreating in haste while summoning a blood-red shield. The shield was covered with demonic runes of 5th grade defensive treasure. The sword energy struck the shield, causing it to explode, but the sword energy was also exhausted. Although the Bloodhand Butcher managed to block it, the expenditure was considerable. You brat, you've angered me. He raged, his body engulfed in a bloody light, his aura surging to the threshold of transformation. This was a secret technique that burned his essence, blood limited in duration, but fearsome in power. Blood Demon True Body. He transformed into a 3-zhang tall blood demon, with 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm wielding a demonic weapon. With all 6 arms raised, he unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, enveloping Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan felt the threat of death. He couldn't withstand this blow. In this dire moment, he recalled the Tianji symbol. However, this symbol only obscured the heavenly secrets and could not defend. He then thought of the death substitute puppet, but it could only be used once. Just as he prepared to fight for his life, a clear female voice echoed from the sky. "Bloodhand Butcher, I have finally found you." A beam of sword light descended from the heavens, splitting the blood demon true body in two. The Bloodhand Butcher screamed, his blood form collapsing, revealing his original self, a deep sword wound visible to the bone on his chest. "Yuli," he exclaimed in terror as he looked up at the white-clad woman descending from the sky. Yuli held a jade sword, her veil lifted, the golden lotus mark shining brightly. She coldly gazed at the Bloodhand Butcher. "You betrayed your sect and harmed innocents. Today, I will cleanse the sect on behalf of my master. Holy Maiden, spare me." The Bloodhand Butcher fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "I am willing to hand over the complete version of the blood demon art." "Not necessary." Yuli swung her sword, and the golden lotus bloomed. The Bloodhand Butcher tried to escape, but he was locked in by the golden lotus sword energy, instantly turning to ashes. A peak nascent soul demon could not withstand even a single move under Yululi's sword. The scene fell into silence. The bandits were so terrified that their souls fled scattering in all directions. The merchant guards took the opportunity to pursue and quickly cleaned up the area. Yuli sheathed her sword and turned to Lin Xuan. "Lin Daoist, are you all right?" "I am fine, thank you for saving me, Holy Maiden." Lin Xuan clasped his fists. That previous sword strike had given him a new understanding of Yululi's strength. She had probably only used half her power against him earlier. "No need for thanks. I also came here to hunt down traitors," Yuli replied. "But meeting Lin Daoist here is also fate. Are you headed to Tianjin City?" "Yes, escorting the merchant team." "What a coincidence," Yuli said. "I am also going to Tianjin City to participate in the Sword Dao Exchange Conference." The Sword Dao Exchange Conference is a grand event held once every century in Tianjin City, inviting sword cultivators from all over the world to discuss sword techniques. Lin Xuan had heard of it, but did not expect Yuli to attend. Wasn't she a sword cultivator? Seemingly reading his confusion, Yuli explained, "The Yaoqi sword technique is also a branch of the Sword Dao. Although I primarily cultivate the Yaoqi Immortal Canon, I am also interested in sword techniques." "I see now," Lin Xuan nodded. With Yuli joining the journey ahead would be much safer. This holy maiden possessed unfathomable strength, and ordinary bandits would not dare to provoke her. Along the way, the two exchanged insights on sword techniques. Yuli, being the holy maiden of Yaoqi, offered profound understandings of swordsmanship that greatly benefited Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's pure sword intent also astonished Yuli. Lin Daoist's sword intent has already touched the edge of cutting the Dao, Yuli praised. "Given time, you will surely become a legendary sword immortal." "You flatter me, holy maiden," Lin Xuan replied humbly. He understood that Yululi's swordsmanship was not inferior to his, their cultivation systems were simply different. 10 days later, the caravan arrived at Tianjin City. Tianjin City truly lives up to its reputation as the sacred land for sword cultivators, with sword-wielding practitioners everywhere, their sword intent soaring to the heavens. In the center of the city stands a towering sculpture of a giant sword said to be left behind by the founder of the Tianjin sect, embodying supreme sword intent. "Lin Daoyo, I am going to visit an old friend at the Tianjin sect, so I shall take my leave here." Yuli said, "The Sword Dao Exchange Conference will be held in 3 days at Tianjin Plaza. I look forward to seeing you again." "Certainly." Lin Xuan watched her depart. The caravan completed its cargo transfer, fulfilling its mission. Lin Xuan earned 1,000 contribution points, which added to his previous balance, giving him a total of 1,200 points. Huolinger also completed her task, and the two of them returned to Tianjin City together. "Lin Daoyo, I owe you a lot this time," Huolinger smiled. "Let's team up for future missions." "Good." Back in Tianjin City, Lin Xuan first went to the Tianzhao Alliance to submit his task, then checked the exchange list. With 1,200 contribution points, he could exchange for 10 days of cultivation in the 3rd level of the Tiandao Tower. The time flow rate in the 3rd level is 3 times faster, 10 days equating to a month outside. He decided to make the exchange and enter seclusion to break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Before closing himself off, he sent a message to Liu Qingyin. The heart lock can sense each other, but messaging requires a special talisman. He briefly informed her of his recent experiences and assured her of his safety. Liu Qingyin quickly replied, urging him to be cautious, and mentioned that everything was fine at the Yunlan sect, and both she and Su Ruwei had made progress in their cultivation. "Wait for my return." Lin Xuan replied, then entered the Tiandao Tower. The tower held a different universe within. The 3rd level was an independent space with a spiritual energy concentration 5 times that of the outside world and a time flow rate 3 times faster. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged, cultivating with all his might to break through the bottleneck. With the foundation of the pure yang transformation body and his dual cultivation method, his cultivation was already close to completion. After cultivating for a month inside the tower equivalent to 10 days outside, he finally broke through. The nascent soul stage was achieved. When he emerged from seclusion, his aura was restrained, but his eyes sparkled with divine light. With a complete nascent soul along with the sword infant and pure yang transformation body, his true combat power was comparable to early-stage god transformation. It's time to prepare for the Sword Dao Exchange Conference. He left the Tiandao Tower and headed to Tianjin City. The conference had already started for 3 days, but the main event was yet to come, the sword competition. Lin Xuan arrived just in time for the start of the competition. The Tianjin Plaza was filled with people with 10 arenas in the center, each hosting sword cultivators in battle. Yuli was also present competing in Arena No. 3, where she defeated her opponent, a disciple from the inner sect of the Tianjin sect, with 3 strikes. Lin Dao, you are here, Yuli exclaimed upon seeing Lin Xuan flying over. The grace of the saintess remains unchanged. Lin Xuan smiled. You have made a breakthrough too. Yuli noticed the change in his aura. You've reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Congratulations. Just fortunate, Lin Xuan replied. What are the rules for the competition? Free challenges. The victors will defend their positions, and the final 10 champions will compete in the finals, Yuli explained. I am already in Arena No. 3. You can choose another arena. Lin Xuan glanced at the other arenas. Arena No. 1 was occupied by a true disciple of the Tianjin sect at the peak of the nascent soul stage with sharp sword intent. Arena No. 2 featured Lei Zhan from the Shenshao sect, who surprisingly also wielded a sword practicing dual cultivation with thunder and sword. Arena No. 4 had a rogue cultivator with a bizarre sword technique. He chose Arena No. 7. The arena master was a swordsman in black at the late nascent soul stage, practicing the path of slaughter, already having severely injured 3 opponents. I challenge Arena No. 7. Lin Xuan leaped onto the arena. The black-clothed swordsman coldly said, state your name. My sword does not strike against nameless individuals. Don't you, Lin Xuan? Don't you? The black-clothed swordsman sneered. Get lost, you are not worthy to die by my sword. Lin Xuan laughed. Instead of getting angry, whether I am worthy or not you'll know after a try. You seek death. The black-clothed swordsman thrust his sword, the sword light crimson, filled with intense killing intent. This was the path of slaughter where the sword would inevitably see blood. However, Lin Xuan simply raised his sword and lightly blocked the attack. When the 2 swords clashed, the black-clothed swordsman's face changed drastically. His sword was actually knocked out of his hand. You? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xuan's sword was already at his throat. Thank you for the lesson. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword. The entire arena erupted in an uproar. How could a late nascent soul cultivator be defeated in a single move? Just how powerful was this kid from Dongyu? Lin Xuan became the master of Arena No. 7. In the following matches, whether against mid or late nascent soul opponents, none could withstand even a single strike from him. Soon no one dared to challenge him. The final 10 champions emerged: Xian, Lei Zhan, Yuli, Lin Xuan, and 6 geniuses from Zhongzhou. The finals would be held the next day. Lin Xuan returned to the inn to adjust his state. He sensed that both Xian and Lei Zhan had glanced at him several times, clearly viewing him as a rival. Tomorrow let me see the strength of the top talents from Zhongzhou. He closed his eyes to rest. Late at night, unexpectedly a visitor arrived. It was Yuli. Lin Dao, be careful of 2 individuals in tomorrow's finals, she said gravely. Who? Xian and Lei Zhan, Yuli replied. Xian has already touched upon the principles of the Sword Dao and can invoke the power of heaven and earth. Lei Zhan has forged the Shenshao Thunder Sword, combining thunder and sword with terrifying power. What about the saintess? Lin Xuan asked. I have my own trump card. Yuli paused. But if you face Xian, your chance of winning is less than 30%. Lin Dao, although your sword intent is strong, your cultivation is still shallow. If you encounter them, do not force a confrontation. Thank you for the reminder, saintess, Lin Xuan nodded. But as sword cultivators, we must forge ahead without hesitation. Winning or losing is secondary. The pursuit of the Dao is what matters. Yuli looked at him deeply. Your mindset is admirable, Dao. Then I wish you success in advancing your swordsmanship tomorrow. She left behind a jade vial. This is the sword heart pill specially made in the Yaoqi, which can temporarily enhance your understanding of the Sword Dao, but it lasts only for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Use it cautiously. This is too precious. Just accept it or consider it. The friendship of a friend. After saying that, Yuli floated away. Lin Xuan held the jade vial, warmth flooding his heart. Though competition in Zhongzhou was fierce, there was also true camaraderie. He swallowed the pill and began to contemplate the Sword Dao. The effect of the sword heart pill was miraculous, and he quickly entered a state of enlightenment, gaining a deeper understanding of the ultimate void's annihilation. So the 7th form of the ultimate void sword technique, ultimate void reincarnation, must be prompted by the concept of life and death reincarnation. The night passed without further incident. The next day, the finals began. The drawing results: Lin Xuan against Lei Zhenxian, E against Yu Liuli, and the other 6 engaged in cross battles. The first match was Lin Xuan versus Lei Zhen. On the arena, Lei Zhen, dressed in a purple robe, brandished his thunder sword, his battle intent soaring. Lin Xuan, I have finally awaited you. Let me see if your sword can break my thunder. Please. Lin Xuan unsheathed the void thunder dragon sword. The great battle was about to commence. Lei Zhen, a true disciple of the Shenxiao sect, has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage and masters both lightning and swordsmanship. His sword, the Shenxiao Thunder Sword, is a 5th-grade treasure containing a trace of the essence of heavenly thunder, wielding terrifying power. Lin Xuan, you managed to force Yu Liuli to use her sacred body. You are qualified to make me exert my full strength. Lei Zhen's eyes flickered with lightning. But it ends here. Under the blade of the thunder sword, no one survives. Cut the nonsense. Lin Xuan pointed his sword at Lei Zhen. All right. Lei Zhen laughed heartily, raising his thunder sword. Shenxiao Thunder Technique, Heavenly Thunder Summon. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and countless bolts of lightning fell, merging into the thunder sword. The sword's body radiated with mighty lightning, transforming into a 10-hanglong thunder dragon, roaring as it pounced towards Lin Xuan. This strike was several times stronger than during the Dao competition. Lei Zhen had not used his full strength before. Yet Lin Xuan was unafraid. He cultivated the pure yang transformation body and had undergone heavenly thunder body refinement, giving him strong resistance to thunder. More importantly, his void thunder dragon sword also contained lightning and could absorb thunder power. Come on. He faced the thunder dragon and slashed with his sword. It was not a matter of brute force, but of guidance. The lightning patterns on the sword glowed unexpectedly, drawing the thunder dragon into the sword. What? Lei Zhen's expression changed. His heavenly thunder was actually absorbed. Here you go. Lin Xuan doubled the absorbed lightning and returned it, transforming it into 2 thunder dragons that counterattacked. Lei Zhen hurriedly waved his sword to block, but his own spell was enhanced, increasing its power significantly. Boom! Lei Zhen was knocked back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. A flash of anger crossed his eyes. Good. You are worthy of witnessing my true strength. He bit his tongue, spitting blood onto the thunder sword. Blood-red lightning patterns appeared on the sword's body, and its aura surged. Shenxiao Forbidden Technique, Blood Thunder Extermination. The sky turned blood-red, and the thunder transformed into blood lightning, its power at least 10 times stronger than before. Blood lightning specifically targets protective true essence and corrodes the soul. It was Lei Zhen's killing move. Lin Xuan felt a deadly threat. Blood lightning was different from ordinary thunder, significantly reducing his resistance. I can only fight back. He fully activated the pure yang transformation body, creating a golden shield around him. At the same time, his sword embryo flew out, merging with his main body. Great void silence. This time he held nothing back. The sword aura clashed violently with the blood lightning, unleashing devastating power. The protective formation of the arena trembled violently, nearly shattering. As the dust settled, the two stood firm. Lin Xuan was drenched in blood, his golden shield shattered, yet his eyes remained resolute. Lei Zhen fared worse. Cracks appeared on the thunder sword, and his left arm was severed at the shoulder. Lost. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth in concession. He had burned his essence blood to perform the forbidden technique, but still could not win. Continuing would mean certain death. Thank you for your kindness. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword, staggering back. Though he had won, the cost was immense, with only 30% of his true essence remaining. The arena fell silent. Lei Zhen, a true disciple of the Shenxiao sect, and at the peak of the nascent soul stage, was defeated. Defeated by an outsider. This person must be either recruited or eliminated. On the high platform, the elder of the Shenxiao sect had a grim expression. Lei Zhen's defeat is not unjust. The elder of the Tianjian sect stroked his beard. Lin Xuan's swordsmanship has touched upon the edge of the laws. Although Lei Zhen is strong, his thunder sword has not reached perfection. Yu Liuli looked at Lin Xuan, her eyes flashing with concern. He was seriously injured. The next round would be difficult. Sure enough, in the next round, Xuan faced another genius, defeating him with a single sword and easily advancing. Lin Xuan's opponent was the 4th-ranked contestant, also a nascent soul sword cultivator. Dao friend Lin, do you need to rest? The referee asked. No need. Lin Xuan swallowed a pill, forcibly suppressing his injuries. He could not show any signs of weakness, otherwise he would be exploited. The 4th-ranked contestant was an elderly man in gray, practicing the withering and flourishing sword path with a peculiar sword technique. He noticed Lin Xuan's weakness and launched a fierce attack immediately. Withering, flourishing sword technique, all things wither. The sword aura, past life energy flowing away. Lin Xuan felt his true essence and vitality rapidly depleting. He gritted his teeth to hold on, but his injuries worsened and he began to feel overwhelmed. In this critical moment, he recalled the sword heart pill that Yuli had given him. However, this pill's effect would only last for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. If he could not win quickly after using it, he would be at the mercy of his opponent. He'll go for it. He swallowed the pill. In an instant, the insights into swordsmanship surged forth. The essence of the seventh style of the Great Void sword technique, Great Void reincarnation, became clear. The withering, flourishing sword path emphasizes the cycle of life and death, while Great Void reincarnation transcends life and death, achieving the void cycle. I understand now. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze reflected the ebb and flow of the void. Great Void, reincarnation. The sword struck silent. But the gray-clad elder's withering sword aura melted away like ice and snow. He stood frozen in place, his eyes flashing with confusion, enlightenment, terror, and finally settling into calm. I lost. He sheathed his sword and deeply bowed to Lin Xuan. Thank you for your guidance. The withering, flourishing sword path is indeed profound. He had achieved enlightenment during battle, advancing his swordsmanship. Though defeated, he gained much more. Lin Xuan also benefited greatly. The Great Void reincarnation was initially formed. Though imperfect, it had brushed against the threshold of swordsmanship laws. Thank you for your kindness. He clasped his fists. Thus the final four emerged: Xian, Liu Lin Xuan, and another true disciple of the Tianjin sect, Jian Wuquan. The semi-finals draw Xian versus Jian Wuquan, Liu versus Lin Xuan. Again it was Liu. Lin Xuan smiled wryly. What a fate. Dao friend Lin, how is your injury? Liu asked with concern. No problem. Lin Xuan took a healing pill, but his injuries were too severe and would take time to heal. If it doesn't work, you may forfeit. Liu said softly. Swordsmanship focuses on the long term. There is no need to fight for a moment's victory or defeat. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I wish to give it a try. Lin Xuan's fighting spirit remained unyielding. The semifinals were in the afternoon. Lin Xuan hurried to heal, but the effects were limited. When he stepped onto the arena, his face was still pale. Dao friend Lin, please. Liu held her jade sword, but did not remove her veil, clearly not intending to use her full strength. Please. Lin Xuan understood her good intentions, but was unwilling to accept charity. As a sword cultivator, one must have the dignity of a sword cultivator. He took the initiative to attack. Although the Great Void reincarnation was not perfect, its power was astonishing. The sword aura transformed into a vortex of reincarnation enveloping Liu. Liu lightly tapped her jade sword, and a golden lotus bloomed, colliding with the vortex of reincarnation. The two were at a stalemate, but Lin Xuan's injuries flared up, causing his sword aura to become unstable. Puff! He spat blood, and the vortex of reincarnation shattered. The sword light from Liu reached his throat, but then halted. You lost. She sheathed her sword. Yes, Lin Xuan replied calmly. The gap in strength was too great. If Liu used her sacred body, he wouldn't last 3 moves. In another match, Xian defeated Jian Wuquan with a single sword, advancing to the finals with Liu. The finals were without suspense. Liu unleashed her full power, the golden lotus sacred body activated to its limit, yet Xian had already touched upon the laws of swordsmanship, breaking through myriad techniques with a single sword. After 10 moves, Liu was defeated. The champion was Xian. But everyone knew that the true dark horse was Lin Xuan. With a perfected nascent soul body, he fought against Lei Zhan and the gray-clad elder. Although he was defeated by Liu, he still retained his honor. At the award ceremony, Xian handed the champion's prize, the sword Dao stone, to Lin Xuan, saying, "This item is of no use to me. I gift it to you. I look forward to your performance at the Talented Ones discussion conference." The sword Dao stone, containing the essence of the sword Dao, could assist one in comprehending the laws of the sword Dao, worth its weight in gold. Xian casually gifted it, displaying extraordinary grace. Thank you, Daozi. Lin Xuan solemnly accepted it. Liu also approached, handing him a jade box. The 9 turns rebirth pill from the jade pool can heal your injuries. Holy maiden, this is too precious. Just accept it, consider it a token of friendship. Liu whispered, "See you at the Talented Ones discussion conference." She floated away, leaving a trace of lotus fragrance. Lin Xuan held the jade box tightly, feeling warmth in his heart. Although the Central Continent was cruel, there was also genuine affection. After the Sword Dao Exchange Conference, Lin Xuan became renowned in the Central Continent. The sword cultivators from the Eastern Domain fought fiercely against the Central Continent's talents, achieving 3rd place, a glory never before seen. Upon returning to Tianjin City, he immediately entered seclusion to heal his injuries. The 9 turns rebirth pill, worthy of the Jade Pool's holy medicine, healed him in 3 days, even advancing his cultivation slightly. After exiting seclusion, he checked his fortune value, having defeated Lei Zhan and other talents combined with his performance at the Sword Dao Exchange Conference. The fortune value reached 5,000. Finally enough. He exchanged for the next volume of the Great Void Sword Classic, the first third. As the jade slip entered his hand, a torrent of information surged in. The next volume recorded the 7th to 9th forms of the Great Void Sword technique, as well as the cultivation method for the transformation into God stage. More importantly, it contained the secret method for breaking through to the transformation into God stage, Great Void Transformation into God. The Great Void Transformation into God is based on the sword infant merging with the laws of the void to become the Void Sword God. Once successful, one would be invincible among peers, even capable of defeating enemies of a higher realm. Before the Talented One's discussion conference, I must break through to the transformation into God. Lin Xuan made up his mind. However, breaking through to the transformation into God was no easy task. It required accumulation, comprehension, and opportunity. None could be lacking. He was currently at the perfected nascent soul stage with sufficient accumulation, but lacking in comprehension and opportunity. Perhaps I should visit the Sword Tomb. He recalled the Sword Tomb of the Heavenly Sword Sect, where ancient sword cultivators were buried, containing insights into the Sword Dao. The Sword Tomb opened once every 10 years, with the next opening in 6 months. He needed to obtain the qualification to enter. Accepting tasks to earn contribution points, he opened the task list of the Talented One's Alliance. Soon he found a suitable task, exploring the ancient sword secret realm and collecting sword soul grass, one plant yielding 100 contribution points. The ancient sword secret realm is the relic of an ancient sword sect containing remnants of sword intent, which could assist one in comprehending the Sword Dao. He accepted the task and prepared to set off in 3 days. The ancient sword secret realm is located in the southwest of the central continent, 100,000 miles from Tianyin City. Lin Xuan flew on his sword and arrived after 5 days. The entrance to the secret realm was a spatial rift where many cultivators were already waiting. Most were sword cultivators seeking opportunities here. Lin Daoyu. A surprised voice rang out. It was Luo Tianfeng. Luo Daoyu, you are here too. Yes, the sword soul grass can be exchanged for contribution points, and I need it too. Luo Tianfeng smiled and asked, shall we go together? Sure. The two joined forces to enter the secret realm. Inside the secret realm was a desolate wasteland strewn with broken sword remnants, and the air was thick with sharp sword intent. Be careful, the sword intent here will attack outsiders. Luo Tianfeng warned. Before his words fell, an invisible sword chi struck. Lin Xuan slashed with his sword, shattering it, but more sword chi surged in. He unfolded his sword domain, isolating the sword chi outside. The sword soul grass grows in areas rich in sword intent. Let's search separately and meet here before sunset, Luo Tianfeng instructed. Okay. Lin Xuan flew into the depths of the secret realm. The deeper he went, the stronger the sword intent became, even forming a sword intent storm. But with the sword infant protecting him, he was not afraid of the sword intent. After flying 100 miles, he discovered a valley. In the valley, the sword intent surged into the sky, and at the bottom of the valley was a patch of grassland growing dozens of sword soul grasses. So many. He was delighted and was about to harvest when an unexpected event occurred. The sword intent in the valley condensed into the phantom of a swordsman in white. The phantom had no facial features, but exuded terrifying sword intent. Those who trespass into my sword domain shall die. The phantom spoke, its voice cold. Sword intent incarnation. Lin Xuan was taken aback. This was the residual sword intent of an ancient sword cultivator possessing a portion of its original strength, at least at the transformation into God stage. The phantom slashed with its sword the sword light, as if splitting heaven and earth. Lin Xuan defended with all his might, but was still sent flying, a deep sword wound appearing on his chest. So strong. He gritted his teeth. This phantom possessed at least mid-transformation into God strength, and he couldn't defeat it. To escape. But the sword soul grass was right in front of him. He would fight. He swallowed all his recovery pills, and the sword infant merged with his body, fully unleashing the Great Void Reincarnation. Great Void Reincarnation, life and death sword. This was the change he had just comprehended, merging the concept of life and death reincarnation. The sword chi transformed into a black and white vortex, colliding with the phantom's sword light. Boom. The valley collapsed and the sword intent dissipated. The phantom dimmed, but did not vanish. Lin Xuan fared worse, covered in blood and depleted of true essence. Just as he prepared to fight desperately, the phantom suddenly stopped, a hint of confusion flashing in its eyes. Your sword intent is from the Great Void. It actually recognized the Great Void Sword technique. Junior Lin Xuan, I have received the inheritance of the Great Void Sword Master. Lin Xuan cupped his fists. Great Void Sword Master. The phantom murmured, so that's how it is. Since you are a descendant of an old friend, these sword soul grasses are yours. It waved its hand, and all the sword soul grasses flew towards Lin Xuan. Then the phantom dissipated, transforming into a sword-shaped jade pendant, landing in Lin Xuan's hand. This is the heart of the sword pendant, which can aid you in comprehending the Sword Dao. Take good care of it. As the voice faded, the phantom completely disappeared. Lin Xuan held the jade pinned, his heart shaken. This phantom must have been an old acquaintance of the great void sword master, at least a great power of the refinement void stage. He packed away the sword soul grass and jade pendant and left the valley. After reuniting with Luo Tianfeng, the two left the secret realm. Returning to Tianyun City to submit the task, the sword soul grass was exchanged for 5,000 contribution points. Along with his previous surplus, he now had 6,200 points, sufficient to exchange for entry into the sword tomb. The sword tomb opens in 6 months. During this time, I need to enhance my strength. Lin Xuan made his plan. First, he would comprehend the heart of the sword pendant to enhance his sword Dao. Secondly, he would refine transformation into god pills to prepare for the breakthrough. Finally, he would earn spirit stones to purchase cultivation resources. He entered seclusion once more. The heart of the sword pendant proved to be miraculous. After wearing it, his comprehension of the sword Dao advanced by leaps and bounds. 3 months later, the Great Void reincarnation reached great success, enabling him to initially manipulate the reincarnation laws. The transformation into god pills were also refined. He used all his savings to purchase materials, successfully creating 3 pills, all of high quality. With the transformation into god pills, the breakthrough success rate increased by 30%. In the last 3 months, he accepted numerous tasks to earn spirit stones. Meanwhile, he challenged various talents, accumulating fortune values. Before the sword tomb opened, his fortune value reached 8,000, and his cultivation also reached the pinnacle of the perfected nascent soul stage. It's time to set off. He looked towards the direction of the heavenly sword sect. Sword tomb, I am coming. Transformation into god, I am coming. Talented one's discussion conference, I am coming. The sword tomb is located on the back mountain of the Tianjin sect, a burial ground for ancient sword cultivators. Within the tomb lie countless swords of powerful sword masters, their essence lingering through the years, forming a unique domain of swordsmanship. Lin Xuan arrived at the entrance of the sword tomb with the qualification token exchanged for contribution points from the Talented Alliance. Hundreds of people were already waiting here, all sword geniuses from various forces in the central state, with at least a few in the mid-stage of nascent soul and many at the peak. Look, it's Lin Xuan from the eastern region. I heard he won 3rd place in the swordsmanship exchange conference, and Xuani gifted him a sword stone. It's just luck. How capable can an outer region cultivator be? The murmurs reached Lin Xuan's ears, but he paid them no mind. His gaze swept through the crowd and spotted a few familiar figures, Yuli Lei Zhen Jian Wuchen, and several unfamiliar geniuses whose luck was indicated by the golden light of fortune. The most eye-catching was a young man carrying 7 swords on his back, his demeanor cold and his aura deep like an abyss. The radiance of his fortune was second only to Xuani. That's 7 absolute swords. Xie Qisha, a direct disciple of the Grandmaster of the Tianjin sect, who just emerged from seclusion after 10 years. Someone whispered, it is said he has mastered the 7 absolute sword classic to perfection and can fight at the mid-stage of transformation. Xie Qisha seemed to sense something and turned to look at Lin Xuan. His gaze was sharp as a sword, piercing Lin Xuan's skin painfully. However, Lin Xuan did not flinch or evade countering with his sword intent. 2 strands of formless sword intent clashed in the void, producing a piercing sound. Surrounding cultivators hastily retreated, fearing being caught in the crossfire. After 3 breaths, Xie Qisha withdrew his gaze and casually stated, "Not bad, you have the qualifications to enter the sword tomb." After saying this, he ignored Lin Xuan. This was both recognition and disdain, recognizing Lin Xuan's strength, but deeming it unworthy of his attention. Lin Xuan did not care. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme, and everything is settled through the sword. The sword tomb is now open. Those with tokens may enter, the elder guarding the tomb said in an aged voice. Fighting within the tomb is prohibited. Violators will be expelled and never allowed to enter again. However, sparring with sword intent and taking responsibility for life and death is allowed. The crowd streamed in. The moment Lin Xuan stepped into the sword tomb, he felt a tremendous sword intent rush toward him. It was not just 1 or 2 strands, but thousands of sword intents mixing together, creating a terrifying sword intent storm. Those with slightly weaker cultivation immediately vomited blood and staggered back. Those who could stand firm were all accomplished in swordsmanship. Lin Xuan unleashed his sword domain, isolating the sword intent outside. He gazed deeper into the sword tomb where the sword intent was densest, and he could faintly see countless broken swords thrust into the ground, forming a graveyard of swords. The sword tomb is divided into 3 layers: the outer tomb, the inner tomb, and the core tomb. Yuli appeared beside him without him noticing. The outer tomb is where ordinary sword cultivators are buried. The inner tomb is for sword masters, and the core tomb. It is said to be the burial site of ancient sword immortals, and no one has ever entered it. Has the saintess been to the inner tomb? She has been, but only to the edge, Yuli replied. The sword intent in the inner tomb is too strong. I can only endure for 3 hours at most. If you wish to delve deeper, Lin Dao, do so with caution. Thank you for the reminder, Saintess. No need to be polite, Yuli paused. Also be careful of Xiechisha. This person walks the path of slaughter and swordsmanship. He once exterminated a city in pursuit of sword enlightenment. If it weren't for the protection of the Tianjian sect, he would have long been besieged by the righteous sects. Lin Xuan felt a chill in his heart. Slaughtering a city in pursuit of sword enlightenment is the act of a demonic path. How could the Tianjian sect tolerate such a fiend? He practices the 7 absolute sword classic, which requires him to sever emotions and desires slaying to attain enlightenment. Yuli transmitted. This time in the tomb, he will surely seek to spar with strong sword cultivators to hone his sword through killing. Your pure sword intent makes you his best target. I understand. Lin Xuan nodded. The two parted ways, each seeking their own opportunities. Lin Xuan headed toward the inner tomb, observing many cultivators comprehending the residual sword intent on the broken swords along the way. He attempted a few times, but the sword intent of the broken swords was incompatible with the Tai Su sword Dao, yielding little reward, until he arrived before a pitch-black broken sword. This sword was only half intact, embedded in a stone tablet. The stone tablet bore the inscription Zhan Tian, sword. The master was Zhan Tian, sword sovereign, who perished at the peak of transformation during the heavenly tribulation. Zhan Tian sword. Lin Xuan recalled the Zhan Tian sword intent he had comprehended. He reached out to touch the sword body and instantly entered a fantasy realm. It was a chaotic void where a black-robed swordsman stood wielding his sword against the raging thunder. He swung his sword to slay the heavens, the sword light tearing through the clouds of tribulation, but ultimately exhausted, he was consumed by the thunder. The path of slaying the heavens defies the natural order. Though I am defeated, the Tao does not perish. The last words of the black-robed swordsman echoed in the void. The illusion shattered and Lin Xuan awakened. He felt that the Zhan Tian sword intent had been completed by 50%, significantly enhancing its power. Moreover, he gained a deeper understanding of heavenly tribulations. Thank you, Senior. He bowed to the broken sword and then continued deeper. The further he went inward, the stronger the sword intent became. By the edge of the inner tomb, the sword intent had materialized into a tangible force, as if blades were scraping his bones. Lin Xuan exerted all his strength to activate his sword domain, barely managing to hold on. He saw Xie Qisha seated in front of a blood-red long sword surrounded by a murderous aura. That sword was the blood-drinking sword which had consumed the blood of thousands, its sword intent fierce. Lei Zhun was also present, seated in front of a thunder sword, comprehending the sword path of thunder. Yu Liuli stood before a jade sword which radiated pure, immortal energy. Lin Xuan found a relatively secluded spot and sat down. Here 3 swords were embedded in a triangular formation, their sword intents intertwining to form a unique sword intent domain. As soon as he sat down, he felt 3 strands of sword intent approaching, one as scorching as the sun, one as cold as the moon, and one balanced and peaceful. This is the 3 swords of sun, moon, and stars. Lin Xuan recalled the records in ancient texts stating that there were 3 sword cultivators in ancient times, each mastering the sun, moon, and star swords. The 3 were close friends, living and dying together. After their deaths, their swords were buried together, their sword intents merging. He focused on his comprehension. The sun sword was scorching, the moon sword was cold, and the star sword was balanced. Though they seemed contradictory, they were actually complementary, just as yin and yang coexist, and the sun and moon alternate with the stars in constant motion. Sun, moon, and stars. Reincarnation. Lin Xuan seemed to grasp something. The Tai Su reincarnation emphasizes the creation and destruction within the void, while the sun, moon, and stars embody the cycle of heaven and earth. If he could merge them, it might perfect the Tai Su reincarnation. He immersed himself in this thought, unaware of the passage of time, until a ringing of a sword startled him awake. Opening his eyes, he saw Xie Qisha standing 3 meters away, the blood-red long sword already unsheathed. Lin Xuan, let us duel, Xie Qisha said coldly. Your sword intent is worthy of my drawing my sword. Fighting is prohibited here, Lin Xuan frowned. Sparring with sword intent does not count as a private fight. Xie Qisha's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. Or are you afraid? Lin Xuan rose, the void thunder dragon sword in hand. Since Xie Daoyu is willing, I shall accompany you. The 2 unleashed their sword intents simultaneously. Xie Qisha's sword intent was filled with slaughter, death, and despair, as if it came from hell. Lin Xuan's sword intent, on the other hand, was of the void, reincarnation, and transcendence, like the lofty Tao of heaven. The clash of sword intents was silent and untraceable, yet the surrounding space trembled violently. Other cultivators hastily retreated, even Lei Zhun and Yu Liuli cast their gazes toward them. First style of the 7 absolute sword, absolute emotion. Xie Qisha struck with his sword the sword light crimson, severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This sword instilled despair, causing the will to fight to vanish. However, Lin Xian's sword heart tempered through the sword heart pendant was as solid as a rock. He swung his sword to counter. Taisu reincarnation sun, moon, and stars. The sword light transformed into the phantoms of the sun, moon, and stars, swirling into a vortex of reincarnation. The absolute emotion sword energy sliced into the vortex like a cow entering the sea, ground down by the power of reincarnation. Interesting, Xie Qisha chuckled. Second style, absolute justice. The sword light transformed once more, embodying betrayal, deceit, and lack of righteousness. This sword was designed to shatter benevolence and morality, causing one's beliefs to collapse. Lin Xian's sword heart remained unmoved. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, his Dao heart was steadfast. It could not be easily broken. Third style, absolute life. This sword was pure slaughter, extinguishing all vitality. As the sword was unleashed, all things withered, even the sword intent within the sword tomb retreated. Lin Xian finally felt the pressure. The absolute life sword had touched upon the laws of death, its power comparable to a full-force strike at the early stage of transformation. He no longer held back. The sword infant flew out, merging with his body. The Taisu reincarnation was pushed to its limits, and the phantom of the sun, moon, and stars in reincarnation appeared behind him. Taisu reincarnation, sword of life and death. The black and white sword energy clashed with the absolute life sword, erupting in a dazzling light. The sword tomb shook violently, startling the elder guarding the tomb. "Stop!" The elder shouted angrily, his pressure of transformation enveloping the entire area. Yet the two could not hold back. The sword energy exploded, sending Xie Qisha flying with a deep sword wound visible to the bone on his chest. Lin Xian also spat blood and staggered back, his sword domain shattered and his soul shaken. It was a draw, but Xie Qisha was more severely injured. Good sword technique. Xie Qisha wiped away the blood. This battle is not over. The talented debate will resume. After saying this, he turned and left, not casting another glance at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat down to recuperate, his heart shaken. Xie Qisha had drawn his sword only 3 times, yet had forced him to use all his strength. If he unleashed all 7 swords, he might not be able to withstand it. The geniuses of the central state are indeed terrifying. He took a medicinal pill and continued to comprehend. Through this battle, he gained a deeper understanding of the Tai Su reincarnation. Combining the sword of life and death with the sun, moon, and stars of reincarnation greatly increased its power, but the consumption was also greater. It's time for a breakthrough. He sensed the bottleneck loosening. Under the pressure of the sword intent in the sword tomb and the stimulation of the life and death battle, the bottleneck of his perfected nascent soul finally shattered. He took out a transformation pill and swallowed one. As the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a vast medicinal power, crashing against the threshold of transformation. The sword intent within the sword tomb seemed to be drawn, surging wildly toward him. Lin Xian welcomed it all, tempering his body with sword intent and refining his spirit with sword heart. 3 days passed, and he heard a light cracking sound within him. The nascent soul began to undergo transformation, gradually growing from a 3-inch sword infant with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars appearing on its body and the power of reincarnation flowing. The sword infant transformed into a deity of the void, achieving the title of Void Sword Deity. But just then dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder rumbled. The transformation tribulation had arrived. And it was not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, but the 9 heavens extermination tribulation, the most terrifying kind among transformation tribulations, where 99% of tribulation passers perished. This kid has attracted the 9 heavens extermination tribulation. The elder guarding the tomb's face changed dramatically. "Quick, everyone exit the sword tomb." The cultivators fled in panic. Yu Lioli cast a worried glance at Lin Xian before retreating. Inside the sword tomb, only Lin Xian remained, facing the raging thunder. He looked up at the sky, unafraid. "Come, let me see if this 9 heavens extermination tribulation can extinguish my Tai Su sword Dao." The first bolt of lightning struck down, purple tinged with gold, as thick as a pillar of heaven, its power comparable to a full-force strike from a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator. Lin Xian did not dodge or evade, meeting it head-on with his sword infant. With a thunderous roar, the lightning surged into his body, causing him to tremble violently, his skin cracking and blood gushing. Yet the sun and moon star patterns on the sword infant illuminated, absorbing and transforming the power of the lightning. Tai Su sword Dao refined. He used his sword intent as a furnace and the lightning as fire to temper the sword infant. With each tempering, the sword infant became more solid and its aura grew stronger. The second, third, a total of 6 bolts of lightning were withstood by him. At this moment, he was already at his limit, the sword infant covered in cracks on the verge of shattering. But the seventh bolt of lightning changed. It shifted from purple to black, silent, yet exuding an aura of annihilation. Annihilation, divine thunder. Outside the sword tomb, the guarding elder was horrified. Legend has it that this thunder specifically annihilates the soul. To touch it means death. This child is in grave danger. Lin Xuan also felt the deadly threat. The annihilation divine thunder was locked onto the soul, with no way to evade. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the sword heart pendant. The pendant shone with a gentle white light, forming a protective barrier around his soul. The annihilation divine thunder struck the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, forming fine cracks, yet it ultimately held firm. The jade pendant cracked with a sound, breaking into two. But it had fulfilled its mission. There are still 2 bolts. Lin Xuan looked up at the sky. The 8th bolt of lightning was brewing, a crimson, karmic fire, divine thunder. Burning sins, the heavier the karma, the stronger the power. He had committed many killings in his cultivation journey. Although most were deserved, the karma was not light. This thunder he could not withstand. Am I to die here? Lin Xuan was unwilling. He still had too much to accomplish. Qingyin and Ruwei were still waiting for him, and his journey in the Central Plains had just begun. Just then the heart lock in his arms trembled. A gentle yet firm thought came through. Husband, hold on. I am with you. It was Liu Qingyin. Though separated by countless miles, the heart lock allowed their hearts to connect. She sensed Lin Xuan's crisis and used a secret method to transmit her power. At the same time, another lively thought also came. Little junior nephew, keep going. Sister and I are waiting for your return. Su Ruowei also sensed it. 2 streams of power surged into his body. Though weak, they granted Lin Xuan boundless courage. He recalled his promises to them, the people he wanted to protect, and the path he wished to climb. I cannot die. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. The 8th bolt of karmic fire, divine thunder, descended crimson as blood, incinerating the void in its path. Lin Xuan did not dodge or evade, but charged forward. With my sword I sever my karma. With my heart I prove my path. He swung his sword towards the karmic fire, divine thunder, not to resist, but to transform. Using his own sword path, he transformed the karma, stopping killings with killings, using karma to validate his path. This was a mad act that no one had ever attempted. Yet Lin Xuan succeeded. The karmic fire, divine thunder, touched the sword light, surprisingly triggered by the reincarnation power contained within his sword, transforming into pure energy that nourished him. The karma generated from those killings was washed and purified through reincarnation, ultimately becoming the foundation of his path. The 8th thunder tribulation was past. Moreover, due to the disaster turned blessing, his foundation became even more solid. The 9th thunder tribulation had yet to descend. The clouds in the sky churned as if brewing something. Finally, the clouds parted, revealing a gigantic eye. Eye of the heavenly Dao. The guarding elder gasped. The final tribulation of the 9 heavens, annihilation, divine thunder, is a direct judgment from the heavenly Dao. The eye of the heavenly Dao coldly gazed at Lin Xuan, showing neither joy nor sorrow, only absolute rules. A beam of golden light shot forth from the eye. Not thunder, but the laws of the heavenly Dao. Those who defy the heavens must be punished. The power of the law descended, disregarding defenses, aiming directly at the source. Lin Xuan felt his existence being erased from body to soul, from past to future. This was a certain death situation. Since ancient times, no one had survived under the judgment of the heavenly Dao. But Lin Xuan smiled. He remembered a line from the Tai Su sword classic. If the heavenly Dao is unjust, I shall cut down the heavens. If reincarnation does not cease, I will forge my own path. The Tai Su sword Dao is inherently against the heavens. Today I shall use this sword to question the heavens. His sword infant surged forth, merging with the void lightning dragon sword. The illusory images of the sun, moon, and stars in reincarnation emerged behind him, the sword intent to sever the heavens soared into the sky, and the Tai Su reincarnation was operated to its utmost limit. In this life I seek not longevity nor invincibility, but to have a clear conscience, to protect what I love, and to reach the pinnacle of the sword path. If the heavens wish to destroy me, then I shall sever the heavens. The final sword condensed all his cultivation, will, and insights. The sword light ascended, striking towards the eye of the heavenly Dao. There was no loud sound, no explosion. The sword light and golden light collided, silently vanishing. Yet the eye of the heavenly Dao trembled slightly, a glint of surprise crossed its gaze. Indeed, surprise. The heavenly Dao actually exhibited emotion. Then it slowly closed, the dark clouds dispersing and the sky returning to clarity. A rainbow-colored light descended, enveloping Lin Xuan. He successfully passed the tribulation. Moreover, he had overcome the 9 heavens, annihilation, divine thunder, and received the blessings of the heavenly Dao. The light entered his body, instantly healing his injuries. The sword infant completely transformed, becoming a 3-inch tall, void sword deity. Its entire body crystal clear, embodying the reincarnation of the sun, moon, and stars with an aura that astonishingly matched the early stage of transformation realm. But that was not all. His physical body, soul, and sword path all sublimated within the radiance. The pure Yang transformation body ascended to the pure Yang Dao body, with an enhanced resistance to dark and evil techniques reaching 80%. His sword path realm broke through to sword heart clarity, allowing him to perceive the essence of sword techniques. Even more excitingly, a divine ability appeared in his mind, the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, granted by the Eye of the Heavenly Dao, capable of seeing through illusions and invoking divine punishment, but with enormous consumption, usable only once a month. Thank you, Heavenly Dao, for bestowing the law. Lin Xuan bowed to the sky. Though he severed the heavens, the Heavenly Dao was just having passed through the tribulation. He naturally received rewards. The rainbow light lasted for 9 breaths before dissipating. Lin Xuan's aura stabilized at the early stage of transformation realm, but his true combat power was not inferior to that of the mid-stage transformation realm. Outside the sword tomb, everyone was already dumbfounded. Having passed the 9 heavens annihilation divine thunder and received the blessings of the Heavenly Dao, this was a legendary achievement. Today they witnessed history with their own eyes. This child will undoubtedly become a great figure, the guarding elder murmured. Yu Luli's eyes sparkled with wonder. She had long known Lin Xuan was extraordinary, but never expected him to be extraordinary to this extent. Lei Zhen's expression was complex. He prided himself on being a genius, but stood dimmed before Lin Xuan. Xie Qisha, on the other hand, had a greater fighting spirit in his eyes. An opponent like this was worth his full effort. Lin Xuan walked out of the sword tomb, and everyone automatically made way for him. This was a sign of respect for a strong individual. Lin Dao, friend, congratulations. Yu Lioli was the first to approach. Thank you, Saintess. Lin Xuan clasped his fists. He was able to pass the mental tribulation in no small part due to Yu Luli's sword heart pill. What are your plans after reaching transformation realm? Continue cultivating and prepare for the Genius Dao Conference, Lin Xuan replied. Now that he was in the transformation realm, he was qualified to participate in the highest level genius battle. Then at the genius battle, I will await you, Yu Lioli said, giving him a lingering look before gracefully departing. Lin Xuan returned to Tianyan City, immediately causing a stir. At the age of 22, he had crossed the 9 heavens annihilation tribulation, and this news spread through Zhongzhou like a hurricane. The Celestial Talents Alliance raised his ranking from 89 to 15. He was also listed on the transformation ranking, albeit at the 998th position, which was a miracle given his early-stage transformation cultivation. Numerous factions sent people to make contact, offering great rewards in an attempt to recruit him. However, Lin Xuan politely declined one after another. He had his own path to follow. For the next 3 months, he entered seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. The leap from transformation to nascent soul represents a qualitative change that requires time to adapt. First was the Void Sword God, which is the manifestation of his nascent soul, capable of fighting outside his body with power comparable to 70% of his true self. The Sword God possesses the Void domain, allowing control over space within that domain. It is a life-saving and enemy-slaying ultimate skill. Secondly, there is the Eye of Divine Punishment. He attempted to activate it, instantly exposing the flaws in the In's formation, triggering a sliver of divine punishment that shattered the formation. The power was terrifying, yet it consumed 30% of his true essence, making it clear that it could not be used frequently. Lastly, there was the swordsmanship. After ascending to transformation, his understanding of the latter part of the Great Void Sword Classic deepened. The 7th form Great Void Reincarnation was already at mastery, while the 8th form Great Void Eternity was also on the verge of breakthrough. Upon exiting his seclusion, he received a message from the Celestial Talents Alliance. The Celestial Talents Forum would be held 6 months earlier in a year. The reason was that the secret realm beyond the heavens would soon open and the top 10 could gain entry. The secret realm beyond the heavens is said to connect to other worlds containing opportunities for immortality. Each time it opens, it causes a stir throughout the world. I must place in the top 10. Lin Xuan resolved firmly. The opportunity for immortality was something he was determined to seize. However, placing in the top 10 would not be easy. The top 10 on the Zhongzhou transformation ranking are all latest-stage transformation or even perfected, and they are all top-tier geniuses whose combat power rivals that of the void refining stage. First, earn resources to enhance my strength. He opened the fortune shop. After the tribulation, his fortune value had skyrocketed to 1500, enough to exchange for many good items. He exchanged for the latter part of the Great Void Sword Classic, the middle third, and the Void Divine Crystal, which could strengthen the Void domain. He had 3000 fortune points left for future use. Through comprehending the newly acquired sword classic, he grasped the embryonic form of the 8th form Great Void Eternity. This sword involves the laws of time, allowing the sword light to become eternal and indestructible, an unfathomable mystery. The Void Divine Crystal expanded the range of his void domain to 1,000 zhang, allowing for more precise control. I still lack actual combat. He accepted a heavenly level mission to exterminate the Black Wind Thieves, led by a mid-stage transformation and supported by 8 early-stage transformations. The rewards were substantial: 100,000 contribution points, which could be exchanged for a year-long cultivation qualification in the Time Tower. The Time Tower is a more advanced cultivation sanctuary than the Heavenly Dao Tower, with a time flow rate 20 times faster than the outside world. A year in there equates to 20 years outside, and he needed this. 3 days later, he set off towards the Black Wind Thieves' lair, Black Wind Mountain. Accompanying him were 3 members of the Celestial Talents Alliance, all early-stage transformations. Lin Dao, friend, I have long admired your name. The leader was a swordsman in a blue robe known as Qingming's sword, at the pinnacle of early-stage transformation. You honor me, Dao friend Qingming. Lin Xuan clasped his fists. The other 2 were a pair of siblings. The elder brother Tieshan was a body cultivator, and the younger sister Lingdi was an illusionist. The 4 of them flew on swords, arriving at Black Wind Mountain after 10 days. The mountain was shrouded in black mist with a fierce aura rising to the sky, clearly having been occupied for many years. According to the plan, I will launch a frontal assault, while Lin Dao friend provides flank support. The Taizhan siblings will set up a formation to trap the enemy. Qingming's sword orchestrated the plan. Understood. Lin Xuan had no objections. He circled around to the back of the mountain and concealed himself. Soon the sounds of battle erupted ahead as Qingming's sword engaged the Black Wind Thieves. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The bandits shouted as 8 early-stage transformations charged out, surrounding Qingming's sword. The Taizhan siblings set up the Heavenly Trap formation, sealing off the battlefield. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity, activating his void domain to envelop 3 of the transformation bandits. Within the domain, he became a god. Void imprisonment. The 3 bandits froze for a moment. Although it was just an instant, it was enough. Lin Xuan struck with his sword, unleashing Great Void Reincarnation, and the 3 men didn't even have time to scream before being shredded by the power of reincarnation. They were instantaneously killed. This was the terror of the Void Sword God. The other 5 bandits were horrified, attempting to flee, but the Heavenly Trap formation had already closed in. Lin Xuan and Qingming's sword joined forces, quickly resolving the remaining bandits. Audacious! Who dares to offend Black Wind Mountain? A furious roar erupted as an elder in black robes charged out. He was the leader of the bandits, Black Wind, Old Monster, a mid-stage transformation with a fearsome aura. Seeing his men annihilated, his eyes bulged with rage. You all must die. He summoned a black banner from which endless black wind surged, accompanied by the wails of spirits. This was his life treasure, the Black Wind banner, capable of dispersing souls and corroding flesh. Qingming's sword's expression changed dramatically. It's the ghostly Black Wind. Quick retreat. But it was too late. The Black Wind engulfed the area, shattering the Heavenly Trap formation, sending the Taizhan siblings flying while spitting blood. Qingming's sword swung his sword to resist, but the sword light was scattered by the Black Wind, and he was on the verge of disaster. Lin Xuan moved. He summoned the Void Sword God, who deployed the Void Domain to isolate the Black Wind. Simultaneously, he thrust his sword toward the Black Wind, Old Monster. Great Void Eternity. The sword light flowed like the river of time, eternal and indestructible. The Black Wind, Old Monster attempted to dodge, but the sword light had already locked onto him, crossing space to strike directly at his soul. Ah! He screamed, his soul being eroded by the eternal sword intent, continuously dissipating. This was the terror of the power of time. Once struck, there was no remedy. After 3 breaths, the Black Wind, Old Monster's soul was completely extinguished, and his corpse fell. The battle was over. From start to finish, it lasted less than 100 breaths. 8 early-stage transformations and 1 mid-stage transformation were annihilated. Qingming's sword and the others were left dumbfounded. They knew Lin Xuan was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. A mid-stage transformation fell to him as easily as slaughtering chickens or dogs. Lin Dao friend. I am in awe. Qingming's sword bitterly smiled. He had intended to command Lin Xuan, but now it seemed truly laughable. It was sheer luck. Lin Xuan was humble. If it weren't for Great Void Eternity involving the laws of time, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to kill a mid-stage transformation. After cleaning up the battlefield, the harvest was substantial. The Black Wind Thieves had accumulated for 100 years with spirit stones and materials piled high. The 4 of them divided it evenly, and Lin Xuan received 30%, enough for him to cultivate to mid-stage transformation. Upon returning to Tianyuan City to submit the mission, he received 100,000 contribution points. He immediately exchanged for the qualification to cultivate in the time tower, preparing to enter seclusion to break through to mid-stage transformation. However, before entering seclusion, he received an invitation. It was sent by Yuli inviting him to the Yaoqi tea party, claiming it was for tea tasting and discussing Dao, but in reality, it was a warm-up for the Celestial Talents Forum where top talents from Zhongzhou would gather. The Yaoqi tea party. It's just the opportunity to witness the true geniuses of Zhongzhou. Lin Xuan accepted the invitation. 3 days later, he headed to the Yaoqi Sacred Land. The most prestigious stage in Zhongzhou was about to open its doors for him. The Yaoqi Sacred Land, one of the 5 great powers of Zhongzhou, only accepts female disciples and is renowned for the Yaoqi Immortal Scripture. The Sacred Land is located on the Yaoqi Immortal Mountain, shrouded in mist year-round, with celestial cranes soaring, resembling an immortal realm. Lin Xuan arrived at the mountain gate with an invitation where female disciples of Yaoqi awaited. One of them was a young girl in the golden core stage with a delicate appearance who respectfully greeted him. Senior Lin, the Saintess, is waiting for you at the listening to the rain pavilion. Please follow me. Passing through numerous palaces, they arrived at a tranquil garden. In the garden, there was a lake with a small building in the center, which was the listening to the rain pavilion. At this moment, over 10 people were already seated inside, each exuding profound auras, with the lowest being at the initial stage of transformation. Yuli sat at the main seat and stood to greet Lin Xuan. Dao friend Lin has arrived, please take a seat. Today she did not wear a veil. Her beauty was stunning, and her ethereal demeanor caused many male cultivators present to be momentarily dazzled. Yet none dared to harbor disrespect. Yaoqi's Saintess held a revered status, and her strength was unfathomable. Lin Xuan took a seat at the back, surveying the others present. Most were unfamiliar to him, but a few had an aura of extraordinary fortune, clearly distinguished. Everyone is here, let the tea gathering begin. Yuli waved her jade hand lightly, and a maid presented spiritual tea. The fragrance of the tea wafted, refreshing the spirit. This is the enlightenment tea produced from the Yaoqi immortal tea tree, ripened once every 1,000 years, and can aid in comprehending the Dao. Yuli introduced, dear Dao friends, please enjoy. Lin Xuan picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. The tea flowed into his stomach, transforming into a warm current that surged towards his sea of consciousness. In an instant, countless insights surged in his heart, deepening his understanding of the eternal void. Excellent tea, he praised. This single sip was worth months of arduous cultivation. I am glad you like it, Dao friend Lin. Yuli smiled. Today's tea gathering aims to facilitate exchanges and discussions, warming up for the talent debate. All Dao friends may speak freely without restraint. A young man in a purple robe was the first to speak. Since the Saintess has spoken, I will not hold back. I am Lei Dong from the Xinjiao sect at the mid-transformation stage. I have heard that Dao friend Lin from the eastern region possesses divine swordsmanship, and I specifically came to seek your guidance. Lei Dong, the senior brother of Lei Zhan, was one of the true disciples of the Xinjiao sect. It was evident he came to support his junior brother. How would Dao friend Lei like to ask for guidance? Lin Xuan replied calmly. Simply, if you can withstand 3 of my moves without defeat, you win. Arrogant, Lei Dong said with a laugh of anger. Since it's so, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. He rose, stepping out to stand above the lake. With both hands forming seals, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled. Xinjiao Thunder Technique. 9 Heavens Thunder. 9 bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky, each carrying the might of a full power strike from a mid-transformation stage. The 9 thunders converged their power, pushing against the late transformation stage. This was the Xinjiao sect's ultimate skill. Lei Dong aimed to defeat his opponent in one strike, evidently wanting to restore the sect's honor. Everyone looked at Lin Xuan, eager to see how he would respond. Yuli also showed concern, ready to intervene at any moment. Yet Lin Xuan simply stood up, stepping forward onto the lake. He did not dodge or evade, nor did he even draw his sword. He merely looked up at the 9 bolts of lightning. Is he insane? Does he want to take it heat in? The 9 Heavens Thunder is something even those at the late transformation stage wouldn't dare to receive heat in. He is only at the initial transformation stage. Before the words fell, Lin Xuan moved. He extended his right hand and grasped at the void. Void, devour heaven. A crack opened in the void before him, resembling a colossal mouth of the primordial chaos, swallowing the 9 bolts of lightning whole. The lightning entered his body, not causing the slightest ripple. The entire venue fell into silence, swallowing the 9 Heavens Thunder. What kind of divine ability is this? Lei Dong was also stunned. His lethal move was unexpectedly dealt with so lightly. First move, Lin Xuan spoke. There are still 2 moves left. Lei Dong's face turned ashen, biting his tongue to spit out blood. The blood transformed into blood-red lightning symbols, merging into the dark clouds. Xinjiao Forbidden Technique. Blood Thunder Annihilation. The sky turned blood-red and blood rain began to fall. Each drop of blood rain was a form of blood lightning enveloping the entire lake. This was an aerial attack impossible to evade. Lin Xuan still did not dodge. He opened a void domain where the blood rain came to a standstill then. Reversed. Yes, it reversed. The blood rain flew back against its trajectory into the dark clouds, which then exploded, causing the blood lightning to backfire, and Lei Dong fell into the lake with a scream. Second move, Lin Xuan's voice remained calm. Lei Dong struggled to stand, his body charred black, his aura depleted. Fear flashed in his eyes, but there was more unwillingness. Third move. Just as he was about to exert himself, Yuli spoke up. Enough. Her voice was cold. Dao friend Lei has been defeated. Continuing would compromise our dignity. Lei Dong gritted his teeth, but did not dare to defy Yuli. He glared fiercely at Lin Xuan before turning to leave. The lake's surface returned to tranquility as if nothing had occurred. However, the way everyone looked at Lin Xuan had completely changed. Defeating Lei Dong from the mid-transformation stage so effortlessly indicated that his strength was at least at the late transformation stage. Dao friend Lin, your divine abilities are impressive. A young man in white clapped and smiled. I am Xianair from the Tiandao Academy, a junior of Xianyi. It is a pleasure to witness your talents today. Xianair was at the mid-transformation stage, the second most talented at Tiandao Academy, second only to Xianyi. His attitude was friendly, but Lin Xuan sensed that this person's aura was deep, far stronger than Lei Dong. You flatter me, Dao friend Xian. Lin Xuan clasped his fists. Dao friend Lin's swordsmanship is divine. Oh, would you care to spar a few moves with me? Another voice rang out. It was a young woman in green carrying a long sword, her features striking and her aura sharp like a sword. I am the Qingming sword immortal, Yi Qingming, a true disciple of the Tiandao sect at the mid-transformation stage, having reached the realm of sword heart illumination. She is Yi Qingming, a renowned female sword immortal of Zhongzhou, who once slew a late transformation stage demonic cultivator with a single strike. Her challenge to Lin Xuan clearly indicated her interest in his swordsmanship. Sure, Lin Xuan was also curious to witness the prowess of Zhongzhou's sword immortals. The two flew to the center of the lake and faced each other. Yi Qingming drew her sword, the blade shimmering blue, resembling a pool of autumn water. My sword is named Qingming, 3 feet, 3 inches long, weighing 9 pounds 9 ounces. Please, Dao friend, enlighten me. She was very solemn, a sign of respect towards her opponent. The Void Thunder Dragon sword, 3 feet, 3 inches long, changes with the heart. Please. Lin Xuan also drew his sword. The two struck simultaneously. Yi Qingming's sword was like a vast expanse of Qingming, leaving no trace. Lin Xuan's sword was ethereal, present everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant they exchanged hundreds of moves, the sword light crisscrossing, and the lake's surface was sliced apart, unable to heal for a long time. Neither of them used their full strength, it was merely a test. Excellent swordsmanship. Excitement flashed in Yi Qingming's eyes. Dao friend Lin, receive my Qingming 9 swords. She altered her sword intent, transforming into 9 beams of sword light, each representing a different essence of swordsmanship: speed, slowness, rigidity, flexibility, void, reality, life, death, and reincarnation. The 9 swords converged into one, their power nearing that of the late transformation stage. This was Yi Qingming's signature skill, which had previously allowed her to defeat 3 sword cultivators of the same rank. Lin Xuan dared not be careless and unleashed the eternal void reincarnation. The reincarnation sword intent countered the reincarnation sword intent void against Qingming. Eternal void reincarnation, 9 swords returning to 1. He also manifested 9 beams of sword light, each containing the sword intent of the eternal void, merging into a chaotic sword light that slashed towards the Qingming 9 swords. Boom. The sword lights clashed, and the lake exploded, water columns shooting into the sky. Both retreated 3 steps, evenly matched. What a thrill. Yi Qingming sheathed her sword. Dao friend Lin's swordsmanship is not inferior to any sword cultivator in Zhongzhou. At the talent debate, I look forward to battling you again. Dao friend, yes, swordsmanship has also greatly benefited me, Lin Xuan sincerely replied. Yi Qingming's unique approach to swordsmanship had provided him with significant insights. The two respected each other, exchanging smiles. Afterwards, several others challenged Lin Xuan, but he easily defeated them all. From then on, no one dared to underestimate this cultivator from the eastern region. The tea gathering continued, and everyone began exchanging insights on their cultivation experiences. Lin Xuan also gained much, deepening his understanding of Zhongzhou's techniques and divine abilities. Finally, Yuli stood up. Dear Dao friends, the talent debate will take place in 1 year. At that time, not only will the talents of Zhongzhou gather, but so will those from the east, south, west, and north regions. I hope Zhongzhou can surpass the other 4 regions at this debate. That is only natural. Xianair smiled with senior brother Xian. Here Zhongzhou will surely claim the top spot. Although Xian Yi is strong, the other 4 regions also have their prodigies. A young man in black spoke. He was the true disciple Mo Chun of the Tianma sect in the mid-transformation stage. As far as I know, the little living Buddha from the western region has attained an indestructible body. The holy son of Li Hua from the southern region has refined true solar fire, and the ice fairy from the northern region has touched upon the laws of ice. They are not easy opponents. Thus we need everyone to work together. Yu Liuli looked at Lin Xuan. Although Dao friend Lin comes from the eastern region, you are now cultivating in Zhongzhou, and you are considered one of us. I hope you can fight for Zhongzhou. Lin Xuan pondered. He hailed from the eastern region, but Zhongzhou had shown him kindness. Yu Liuli gifted him elixirs, and the Prodigy Alliance provided resources. Moreover, only by representing Zhongzhou could he receive the best training. Since I am cultivating in Zhongzhou, I shall fight for Zhongzhou. Good. Yu Liuli smiled with satisfaction. Then it is settled. In the coming year, the sacred land will provide resources to assist everyone in enhancing their strength. But there is one condition. She surveyed the crowd before the talent debate. There shall be no internal strife. If any grievances arise, they will be resolved at the debate. Understood. Everyone agreed. Internal strife now would only benefit the other 4 regions. As the tea gathering concluded, Lin Xuan received a storage ring containing resources provided by the Yaoqi Sacred Land, 1 million high-grade spirit stones, 10 bottles of 5th-grade elixirs, 3 6th-grade talismans, and an opportunity to soak in the Yaoqi Immortal Spring. The Yaoqi Immortal Spring has the effects of cleansing the marrow and enhancing talent. It is one of the core resources of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, rarely seen by outsiders. Dao friend Lin may stay in the sacred land and enter the immortal spring in 3 days. Thank you, Saintess. Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude. He remembered this favor. In the following 3 days, he explored the Yaoqi sacred land. The sacred land was indeed extraordinary, filled with formations, and the concentration of spiritual energy was 10 times that of Tianyin City. Cultivating here was remarkably efficient. After 3 days, he entered the immortal spring. It was a pond 10 zhang in circumference with milky white water exuding rich vitality. Soaking in it, he felt countless pure energies surge into his body as his pores opened. Soaking in the Yaoqi Immortal Spring Talent Enhancement Spiritual Root Purity 25, Physical Strength 30, Pure Yang Dao Body upgraded to Pure Yang Immortal Body Initial Form. Resisting Evil Techniques increased to 90, Dual Cultivation Effect increased by 200, Void Sword God nourished by the Immortal Spring Solidity 20. After 7 days of soaking, he gained immense rewards. Upon exiting, his aura was even more reclusive, but the divine light in his eyes shone like electricity, indicating he had significantly advanced in cultivation. It's time to go to the Time Tower. He bid farewell to Yu Liuli and returned to Tianyin City. The Time Tower is located underground in Tianyin City, one of the foundations of the City Lord's mansion. Lin Xuan consumed 100,000 contribution points to exchange for a year of cultivation time. Inside the tower was another world where time flowed at a rate 20 times faster than the outside. He sat cross-legged within, beginning his closed-door cultivation. In 1 year, 20 years in the tower, he aimed to break through to the mid-transformation stage and perfect the eternal void. Cultivation knows no passage of time. 20 years inside the tower felt like a moment, and before long it had passed. When Lin Xuan emerged, his aura had stabilized at the mid-transformation stage, and the eternal void was perfected. The 8th style eternal void could now initially invoke the laws of time, making sword light eternal and indestructible within the flow of time. What delighted him even more was that the pure Yang Immortal Body initial form fused with the Void Sword God, producing a new divine ability, Void Pure Yang Domain, which is supreme and unyielding, capable of suppressing all evil and enhancing its own side. It's time to leave. He walked out of the Time Tower. In the outside world, the talent debate was only 3 months away. His reputation had already spread across the 5 regions. The sword god of the eastern region, the heir of the void, friend of the Yaoqi Saintess. Countless halos surrounded him. But Lin Xuan knew that the true test was just beginning. At the talent debate, the prodigies from 5 regions would gather. He intended to use the sword in his hand to proclaim to the world, Lin Xuan from the eastern region has arrived. As the Celestial Talents Conference approached, the atmosphere in the central continent grew increasingly tense. Young cultivators with formidable auras could be seen everywhere in Tianyin City as talents from the 5 domains arrived one after another. Upon exiting his seclusion, Lin Xuan immediately received a message from the Celestial Talents Alliance. The groupings for the conference had been announced. He was placed in Group A alongside Central Continent talents such as Xian, Lei Zhun, and Yi Qingming, as well as the Western region's Little Living Buddha and the Southern region's Holy Son of Fire. The Death Group, huh? Wang Xiaohu exclaimed, looking at the grouping list in disbelief. Group A has 10 members, each one a top-tier expert among the transformation gods. Senior Lin, you must be careful. Lin Xuan replied, it's no problem. The more powerful they are, the more interesting it will be. His fighting spirit ignited. Fighting strong opponents was the quickest way to improve. He checked the situation of the other groups. Group B included Yuli Mo Chun and the Ice Fairy from the northern region, while Groups C and D were also filled with strong contenders. Almost all transformation god talents under 100 years old from the 5 domains had arrived. By the way, Senior Lin, there's a fellow townsman from the eastern region who wants to see you, Wang Xiaohu suddenly said. A fellow townsman from the eastern region. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had been in the central continent for so long, but had never met a cultivator from the eastern region. Yes, she's a female cultivator claiming to be from the Yunlan sect with the surname Su. Su, could it be? Lin Xuan's heart raced. Quickly, please bring her in. Moments later, a familiar figure burst into the room and leaped into his arms. Little junior nephew, I've missed you so much. Su Ruowei exclaimed. She actually came to the central continent. Lin Xuan embraced her surprised and delighted. Aunt, what brings you here? Where's Qingyin? Senior sister is stationed at the sect. I sneaked out to come here. Su Ruowei looked up, her eyes reddening. I heard you were going to participate in the Celestial Talents Conference, and I was worried about you, so I asked senior sister to let me come. Senior sister couldn't refuse me, so she agreed. She had already broken through to the full nascent soul stage, her aura stable, evidently, not having been idle in the past few years. This is reckless. The central continent is fraught with dangers, and you came alone. Lin Xuan chided, but warmth filled his heart. This girl is still so reckless. I didn't come alone. Our senior brother Chen Ming is here too, along with several disciples from other sects. We are currently staying at an inn in the eastern part of the city. Little junior nephew, how have you been? Have you been bullied? I've been well. Lin Xuan briefly recounted his experiences over the past few years. Upon hearing that he overcame the 9 heavens annihilation tribulation, Su Ruowei laughed and cried. When she learned he had made friends with Yuli and others, she pouted, and when she heard about his battle with Xie, she clapped her hands in delight. I knew it, little junior nephew is the most formidable, she declared proudly. You must take first place in this conference and bring glory to the eastern region. I'll do my best, Lin Xuan said, inquiring about the situation in the eastern region. The eastern region is doing well now. The 7 Sects Alliance has eradicated the remnants of the demon cult. Now senior sister is at the full nascent soul stage, close to transformation. The disciples of the sect are working hard, and senior brother Chen Ming has also reached the golden core stage. Su Ruowei chattered on. Lin Xuan listened quietly, his longing growing stronger. He missed Liu Qingyin and the Yunlan sect. By the way, senior sister asked me to pass a message to you. Senior sister said that regardless of success or failure, safety is the most important. The sect will always be your home, and we will always wait for you to return. I understand. Please thank her for me. Lin Xuan's eyes grew warm. And this, Su Ruowei took out a sachet. It was personally embroidered by senior sister, containing the hair of the 3 of us. She said that wearing it is like having us by your side. Lin Xuan accepted the sachet and kept it close. The heartlock within felt warm, conveying Liu Qingyin's longing. And during your stay in the central continent, stay close to me and don't wander off, he instructed. The central continent is not like the eastern region. Transformation gods are as numerous as dogs, and it would be troublesome to offend a strong enemy. Got it, ill-behaved, Su Ruowei stuck out her tongue. In the days that followed, Lin Xuan guided Su Ruowei in her cultivation while preparing for the conference. He introduced Su Ruowei to Yuli and others. Yuli was very friendly towards the lively aunt and gifted her a bottle of Yaoqi elixirs. Yi Qingming, on the other hand, was very interested in Su Ruowei's sword techniques. The two sparred several times, each gaining something from the exchanges. In the blink of an eye, only a month remained until the conference. On this day, the Celestial Talents Alliance organized a preliminary match to allow the talents from various domains to meet in advance. The venue was set on a plain outside the city with 10 arenas hastily erected. More than half of the talents from the 5 domains had arrived, numbering several hundred, with all at least at the full nascent soul stage, and transformation gods accounting for 30%. When Lin Xuan arrived with Su Ruowei, they immediately attracted attention, not only because of his reputation, but also due to Su Ruowei, a female cultivator at the full nascent soul stage who was top tier in the eastern region and quite good in the central continent, but beside him, she seemed like a maid. Is that Lin Xuan from the eastern region? He looks quite handsome. Is that his partner beside him? Her cultivation seems a bit lacking. I've heard he made a splash at the Yaoqi tea gathering. I wonder if it's true. The discussions were rife. Lin Xuan didn't mind, but Su Ruowei was unhappy. Who said him a maid? His aunt. The crowd burst into laughter. Aunt. With cultivation much lower than her junior nephew. The eastern region truly is a small place. The hierarchy is all mixed up. Perhaps it's that kind of aunt, he. As vulgar words reached her ears, Su Ruowei was furious and drew her sword. But Lin Xuan pressed her down, coldly staring at the speaker. It was a young man in fine clothing at the early transformation stage from a certain sect in the southern region. Seeing Lin Xuan look over, he not only showed no fear, but instead provocatively said, "What? Can't say anything." An ant at the full nascent soul stage is truly laughable. Lin Xuan said nothing, merely glanced at him. The eye of heavenly punishment activated, although it did not invoke divine retribution. His gaze was like a sword piercing into the opponent's soul. "Oh!" The young man in fine clothing screamed, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. He felt as if his soul had been cleaved by a gaze, and though he did not die, his soul was damaged and would take more than a year to recover. The entire venue fell silent. A single glance heavily injuring an early transformation god. What kind of divine ability was that? "If you dare show disrespect to my aunt again, you will die." Lin Xuan's voice was calm, yet his killing intent was palpable. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to speak out. "Senior fellow Taoist Lin, what imposing authority you wield." A gentle voice rang out. A yellow-robed monk stood there. Youthful, handsome, his crown haloed by a soft aura of Buddhist light. "The living Buddha of the Western regions, the heir of Jinggang Temple," someone murmured softly. The young living Buddha pressed his palms together in reverence. "Since this lady cultivator is senior brother's uncle, she commands our utmost respect. Yet was your strike not excessively severe?" "Severe?" Lin Xuan replied coolly. "Had I not held back, he would already be dead." "Amitabha." Such fierce intent to kill bodes ill for cultivation. The living Buddha sighed, shaking his head. "If the Buddha's compassion is boundless, why does it not first govern your own disciples?" Lin Xuan countered. "Had he not uttered vile slurs, why would I have raised a hand?" The living Buddha fell silent. Indeed, it had been the brocaded-robed youth who issued the provocation first. "You speak truly, elder brother. I acted rashly." He admitted fault openly, his composure so dignified it stirred profound admiration. At that moment, a crimson figure leapt onto the arena platform. "Enough talk. Lin Xuan, dare you face me in combat?" It was a red-haired youth, bare-chested, his muscles forged like tempered steel wreathed in blazing scarlet flames. None other than Liu Qingyin, the holy son of the southern realm, a nascent soul cultivator at the mid-stage, practitioner of the solar true flame, rumored to have incinerated a nascent soul latest-stage demon cultivator with that very fire. "It's Liu Qingyin. He challenges Lin Xuan." Now this promises spectacle. The solar true flame is said to counteract flying swords and spirit artifacts with lethal precision. Can Lin Xuan's void sword Dao withstand such flame? Just as Lin Xuan stepped forward to accept, Su Ruwei grasped his arm. "Junior, nephew, beware. His flames are exceedingly perilous." "Fear not," Lin Xuan reassured her with a gentle pat upon her hand before leaping onto the platform. "Shengzi Li will please proceed." "Then fight." The holy sun let loose a thunderous roar. His flames surged violently, coalescing into the ethereal form of a 3-legged golden crow that lunged toward Lin Xuan. The heat was so intense that even the arena's protective formation began to melt. Solar true flame. Nothing escapes its incineration. Lin Xuan neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he activated his pure yang immortal body. A faint golden radiance shimmered across his skin. When the true flame touched it, the fire was absorbed and transmuted, feeding back into his being. "What a..." Liu Qingzin's eyes widened in disbelief. His solar true flame absorbed. "Your flame is formidable," Lin Xuan observed, sensing the surge of pure yang energy within him. "Yet to me it serves only as nourishment." He cultivated the pure yang Dao body, a constitution of absolute yang essence. As the solar true flame too embodied ultimate yang, it could not harm him. Rather, it amplified his physical cultivation. "I refuse to believe it." Liu Qingyin gritted his teeth and expelled his life-bound true flame. A slender golden filament, finer than a hair, yet tenfold hotter, scorching rifts in the void itself. "Solar golden flame," someone cried out in alarm. "The holy sun has staked everything." This flame was the quintessence of solar true flame, its power rivaling a full-strength assault from a nascent soul latest-stage cultivator. Expelling it left Liu Qingyin pale and visibly drained. The golden flame transformed once more into the golden crow and hurtled toward Lin Xuan. This time Lin Xuan dared not meet it heat. Its temperature exceeded even his pure yang immortal body's endurance. But he possessed more than mere physique. His void domain unfolded. Space itself warped within its bounds, drastically slowing the golden crow's advance. Simultaneously, he invoked Tai Shu Yonghong. The sword light coalesced into a river of time, ensnaring the golden crow within its currents. "Annihilate." With a single slash, his blade carried temporal force. The golden crow wailed helplessly within the river of time, then dissolved, eroded away by time itself. Liu Qingyin spat blood and flew backward, gravely wounded, the shattering of his life-bound flame having dealt catastrophic damage to his foundation. "I yield," he whispered bitterly. His strongest technique broken, he had no strength left to continue. "My humble thanks for your forbearance." Lin Xuan sheathed his sword. Though the duel appeared effortless, he had expended tremendous energy. The solar golden flame was truly terrifying. If not for Tai Shu Yongheng's mastery over temporal law, victory would not have come so easily. Lin Xuan wins, declared the referee. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. 2 victories, 1 eye-blink defeat of a nascent soul cultivator, 1 sword stroke, toppling a holy sun. Lin Xuan's prowess was now irrevocably affirmed. No one dared underestimate this cultivator from the Eastern realm. Several others challenged him afterward, but each fell effortlessly beneath his blade. He remained unshaken atop the platform, an immovable sovereign. Until a white-robed youth leapt onto the arena. It was Xian Yi. Senior fellow Taoist Lin, shall we exchange a few techniques? Xian Yi smiled. I welcome it wholeheartedly. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened with gravity. Xian Yi was the strongest opponent he had yet encountered. A nascent soul full-stage cultivator brushing against the threshold of refinement of emptiness, his true combat strength rivaling that of an early-stage refinement of emptiness master. They stood facing each other, not yet moving, yet their sword intents clashed in silence, causing the arena's formation to hum with resonant tension. Please begin, Xian Yi offered courteously. He simply extended 2 fingers like a blade and flicked them lightly. Yet that subtle gesture summoned celestial forces. A silent, invisible sword chi traversed space and pierced straight for Lin Xian's brow. Lin Xian parried with his sword. Blade met blade. No sound, no flash. Yet the surrounding space fractured inch by inch. Both retreated 3 paces. Neither gained advantage. Well done. A spark of battle lust ignited in Xian Yi's eyes. Now receive the first sword of the 9 heavenly swords. Heavenly principle illuminates all. His sword light blazed like the sun, infused with the immutable truths of the Tao. This strike dwarfed his performance at the Sword Tao Exchange Assembly. Clearly he had held back then. Lin Xuan dared not slacken. He immediately invoked Tai Shu Yongheng. His sword light became a river of time, colliding Hedon with Xian Yi's heavenly sword light. Boom! This time sound erupted. The clashing sword lights detonated. The arena's protective formation finally gave way, shattering with a deafening crash. Shockwaves rippled outward, forcing spectators to retreat hastily. As dust settled, both stood unmoved. Yet Lin Xian's lips bled, and Xian Yi's sleeve hung in tatters. Second sword, heaven's net spans all. Without pause, Xian Yi unleashed his next strike. Countless sword lights splintered and spread, forming an inescapable celestial net. Lin Xuan clenched his teeth and simultaneously activated both his void domain and pure yang immortal body. Within his domain, the celestial net slowed dramatically, empowered by his immortal body. His sword light surged in potency. Tai Shu Yongheng, break. With one decisive stroke, he channeled both temporal and spatial force, ripping the net apart with raw sovereign might. Yet he himself staggered backward 10 steps, his face ashen. Third sword. Xian Yi raised his blade again, but Yu Liuli's voice cut through the air. Enough. The 2 of you are evenly matched. To continue would risk mutual ruin and jeopardize the Tao Discourse Assembly. Xian Yi lowered his sword and smiled. Senior fellow Taoist Lin's strength is truly extraordinary. I look forward to another spirited bout at the Tao Discourse Assembly. Likewise, Lin Xuan replied with a formal bow. Those 2 strikes had pushed him to his absolute limit, while Xian Yi still retained reserves. Were they to fight to the death, Lin Xian's odds of victory would fall short of 30%. Yet such was the power of the #1 genius of Zhongzhou. Only with rivals of such caliber could he ascend ever higher. The preliminary matches concluded, and Lin Xian's name resounded across the realm. Sword God of the Eastern Realm, peer to Xian Yi. What unparalleled honor! Yet Lin Xuan knew this was insufficient. At the Tao Discourse Assembly, he sought not parity with Xian Yi, but transcendence. On the walk back to the inn, Su Ruowei chattered, endlessly radiant with pride on his behalf. Yet Lin Xian's heart held only one burning desire, to grow stronger. 1 month remained. This would be his final all-out push. System, display available exchange items. His fortune points accumulated during the preliminaries now totaled 20,000. He exchanged them for the final third of the Tai Su sword cannon and a Chronos crystal, a rare artifact capable of deepening temporal law comprehension. He entered seclusion, to contemplate, to cultivate, to break through to the nascent soul latestage. This time he would ensure the entire cultivation world remembered his name. On the eve of the Tao Discussion Conference, Lin Xuan emerged from seclusion. He had fully comprehended the latter part of the Taishu Sword Classic and had just begun to grasp the 9th move of the Taishu Sword Art, Taishu Returns to One. This sword technique is the ultimate fusion of the previous 8 moves. When it is unleashed, all methods return to the void, its power beyond estimation. The time crystal deepened his understanding of the laws of time. Taishu Eternal could briefly suspend time. Though it lasted only a moment, it was enough to determine life and death. Though his cultivation had not broken through to the late stage of the transformation god realm, he had reached the peak of the mid-stage, his combat power rivaling that of an ordinary fully realized transformation god. It's time to set off, he said, pushing open the door where Su Ruowei was already waiting. Little junior, nephew, you finally came out. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having cried. Just now senior sister sent a message saying she missed you, and I miss her too. Lin Xuan felt a pang in his heart as he grasped her hand. After the Dao discussion conference, we will go back to see her. Su Ruowei nodded emphatically. The two arrived at Tianyin Square, which was already packed with people. Cultivators from the 5 domains gathered here with nascent souls as numerous as ants, transformation gods walking everywhere, and even dozens of powerful refining void experts had come seated on a high platform. In the center of the square were 10 massive arenas, each protected by formations capable of withstanding refining void battles. The arenas were numbered according to the heavenly stems: Jia Yi Bingding, Wu Ji Geng, Xian Ringui. Lin Xuan was in Group Jia with the arena located at the very center. When he arrived, the 9 others in his group were already present. Xian Yi Lei Zhen, Yi Qingming, Xie Qisha, Little Living Buddha, and the Holy Son of Li Hua, along with 3 unfamiliar faces. One was the Ice Fairy from the northern region, dressed in white like snow, exuding a chilling aura. Another was a demonic monk from the western region, his face obscured by a black robe emanating a sinister aura. The last was a barbarian from the southern region, towering at 9 feet, muscles bulging, wielding a bone staff. In Group Jia, it's a free-for-all among 10 participants. The last person standing on the arena advances. The judge announced the rules. Alliances are allowed, ambushes are permitted, and there are no restrictions on methods, only victory and defeat count. Now begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the battle erupted. The Holy Son of Li Hua was the first to attack Lin Xuan, unleashing the true fire of the sun into a sea of flames, seeking vengeance for the preliminary match. But Lin Xuan didn't even glance at it. The void domain unfolded, swallowing the sea of flames. You can take 1 sword strike from me. He casually swung his sword, activating Taishu Eternal with Sword Light, carrying the power of time. The Holy Son of Li Hua attempted to dodge, but his movements were a beat too slow, and he was struck by the Sword Light, spitting blood as he was sent flying out of bounds. Instant kill. The preliminary match required several moves. This time only 1 sword was needed. This was the result of his seclusion. The other's pupils constricted. The Holy Son of Li Hua, being in the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, was so easily defeated. Altogether, Lei Zhen, the demonic monk, and the barbarian attacked simultaneously. Thunder, demonic energy, and brute force surged from 3 directions. Lin Xuan did not dodge or evade. He activated his pure yang, immortal body. Golden light flowed around his body, dispelling the thunder and demonic energy upon contact, while the brute force was repelled. He stepped forward, reaching the barbarian and delivering a punch. Bang! The barbarian was sent flying, crashing against the formation, losing consciousness. In a contest of physical strength, he had utterly triumphed. Taking another step forward, he approached the demonic monk. The demonic monk shouted fiercely, summoning a demonic banner with 10,000 demons roaring. But Lin Xuan merely cast a glance, activating the Eye of Heavenly Punishment as a thread of divine retribution descended. Oh! The demonic monk screamed in agony as the demonic banner exploded, the demonic energy rebounding, igniting him in black flames, reducing him to ashes within moments. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment specifically targets the demonic path. Finally, it was Lei Zhen's turn. Seeing the ominous situation, he attempted to flee, but the void domain had already locked onto him. Lei Dao, friend, I didn't get to finish last time. Let's settle it this time. Lin Xuan swung his sword, unleashing the Taishu reincarnation. Lei Zhen defended with all his might, but the power of reincarnation infiltrated every nook and cranny, shattering his defenses like paper. I concede, he shouted in fear. But the sword light had already arrived, ready to claim his life. Clang! A jade sword blocked Lin Xuan's strike. It was Yuli who had flown over from Arena E. Lin Dao, friend, please show mercy, Yuli said softly. Though Lei Zhen is arrogant, his crimes do not warrant death. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword. Since the Holy Maiden has spoken, I shall comply. Lei Zhen, having been spared, rolled off the platform, daring not to meet Lin Xuan's gaze again. In just 10 breaths, 4 out of the 10 in Group Jia had been eliminated. The remaining 6 were Lin Xuan, Yi Qingming, Xie Qisha, Little Living Buddha, and the Ice Fairy. It's our turn now. Xie Qisha drew his sword, and 7 swords emerged, forming a sword array. 7 absolute sword array, absolute heaven, absolute earth. The sword array sealed off the space. 7 types of obliterating sword intent rushed from all directions. This was his ultimate move, which had previously trapped and eliminated a fully realized transformation god. Lin Xuan did not dare to be careless, deploying the embryonic form of Taishu returns to 1. With 1 sword, all methods returned to the void. The 7 absolute sword array encountered the sword light melting like ice and snow as the sword intent collapsed. Puff! Xie Qisha spat blood. His 7 swords shattered, his divine soul severely injured. He stared intently at Lin Xuan. What sword technique is this? Taishu returns to 1, Lin Xuan replied. What a formidable Taishu returns to 1. Xie Qisha chuckled bitterly, staggering off the platform. His path had been severed by that sword. 1 more person eliminated. 5 remained. The little living Buddha and the ice fairy exchanged glances and struck simultaneously. Buddha light illuminated the surroundings, sealing off miles in ice, 1 hot, 1 cold, forming a peculiar balance. Buddha ice combined attack. Lin Xuan was astonished. These two could actually cooperate. But he was not afraid. The pure Yang domain unfolded. Within the domain, the utmost Yang and rigidity suppressed the Buddha light and melted the ice. He unleashed another sword, Taishu, eternal, momentarily halting time. In that fleeting moment, both were struck by the sword light, spitting blood and flying backward. Though they had not been eliminated, they were powerless to continue fighting. We concede, the little living Buddha said, joining his hands in prayer. The ice fairy nodded as well. Thus only 3 remained on the platform: Lin Xuan, Xian Yi, and Yi Qingming. Yi Qingming looked at Xian Yi. Xian Yi, shall we join forces? Xian Yi shook his head. No need. Lin Dao, friend, are you willing to fight me unknown? I could not wish for more. Lin Xian's fighting spirit flared. Fighting Xian Yi was his greatest goal in coming to Zhongzhou. Seeing this, Yi Qingming stepped down as well. She understood that in the upcoming battle, she would have no part to play. Only 2 remained on the arena. All eyes in the crowd were focused, even the battles in other arenas paused momentarily. Lin Dao, friend, please. Xian Yi extended his hand, and the heavenly Dao sword materialized. This sword was neither gold nor jade, appearing both illusory and real, a treasure of the Heavenly Dao Academy, a pinnacle 6th grade sword containing a trace of the laws of the Heavenly Dao. Please. Lin Xuan held the Void Thunder Dragon sword, its blade adorned with intertwining thunder patterns and void ripples. The 2 moved simultaneously. Without any probing, they struck with all their might. 9 swords of heaven's path, the principle revealed. Supreme Void Sword, art unity of the void. The sword lights collided, dimming the world. The formation trembled violently, and the spectators retreated. Even the powerful cultivators took precautions. The first exchange ended in a draw. Heaven's net unraveled. Eternal void. In the second exchange, Xian Yi's net was suspended in time, while Lin Xian's eternity was worn down by the laws of heaven. Again it ended in a draw. Heaven's path is heartless. Supreme void reincarnation. In the third exchange, heartlessness faced reincarnation. Heaven's path faced the void. The swords exploded, and the arena finally couldn't withstand it, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The 2 soared into the sky, continuing their battle. Heaven's path is uncaring. Supreme void annihilation. In the fourth exchange, uncaring faced annihilation. All things returned to the void. The space was torn apart, revealing a pitch-black void. The 2 fought in the emptiness, the sword lights exploding like stars. Heaven's path is without me. Supreme void cuts heaven. In the fifth exchange, without self faced the cutting of heaven, laws faced laws. Xian Yi's sword merged with heaven's path, omnipresent. Lin Xian's sword sliced through heaven's path, cutting everything. Puff! Both coughed up blood simultaneously, yet their fighting spirit soared. Lin Dao, friend, receive my 6th sword. Heaven's path returns to 1. Xian Yi howled, merging man and sword into a beam of white light. That was the manifestation of the laws of heaven's path, its might already brushing against the threshold of refining the void. Lin Xuan felt a threat of death. He could not withstand this sword. But he was unafraid. The 9th style of the Supreme Void sword art, though he had only glimpsed it, he had no choice at this moment. Supreme void returns to 1, all laws return to the void. He closed his eyes, merging all he had learned into 1 sword, the intent of the Supreme Void, sword, the laws of the void, the laws of time, the pure Yang, immortal body, the intent to cut heaven, the path of reincarnation. This sword had transcended the realm of transforming the divine, touching the mysteries of refining the void. The sword was unleashed soundless. The white light clashed with the chaotic sword energy, with no explosion, no radiance, only nothingness. Indeed, nothingness. At the moment of contact, both were simultaneously obliterated, returning to the void, as if they had never existed. The high sky returned to calm, and the 2 fell. Xian Yi's face was pale, with cracks appearing on the heaven's path sword. Lin Xuan was in worse shape, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, the void thunder dragon sword broken in half. But both stood firm. It's a draw. Xian Yi forced a smile. Lin Dao, friend, you have won. Though my cultivation is 2 ranks higher than yours, I can only achieve a draw. In terms of talent, I am not as good as you. Xian Yi is too polite. It was Lin who took advantage. Lin Xuan also admired him. Xian Yi's sword path had reached a transformative state. Had it not been for the Supreme Void returns to one being the ultimate mystery of the sword manual, he would have surely lost. No, it is what you deserve. Qian, he said seriously, this battle I lost. The first place in Group A belongs to you. He voluntarily stepped down, signifying his concession. The crowd fell silent, then erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Xuan from the Eastern Domain tied with the top talent from the Central Domain, Qian, capturing first place in Group A. This was a historic victory. Lin Xuan stood amidst the ruins, feeling the emptiness within his body. The Supreme Void returns to one had drained all his strength, making it a struggle to even stand. But he had won, at least it was a draw. First place in Group A, Lin Xuan from the Eastern Domain, the judge announced loudly. Other groups also concluded in succession. First place in Group B went to Yu Liuli, first place in Group C to Mo Chun, and first place in Group D to the Ice Fairy from the Northern Domain, revived from the losers of Group A. The top 10 were born, gaining qualification to enter the secret realm beyond heaven. But the final rankings still required a knockout round. Lin Xuan returned to the resting area where Su Rowei rushed over to support him, tears in her eyes. Little junior, nephew, you scared me to death. It's fine, I won, he responded weakly. Yu Liuli approached, as well handing over a healing pill. Lin Dao, friend, heal first. The knockout round is in 3 days, you need to recover quickly. Thank you, Saintess. Lin Xuan took the pill and began to recuperate. This battle had made his name resound across the 5 domains. The sword god of the Eastern Domain undefeated against Xian. This was a glory never before seen in the Eastern Domain. The news returned to the Eastern Domain, and the Yunlan sect was in an uproar with Liu Qingyin weeping for joy. But Lin Xuan knew that the real test had only just begun. In the knockout round, he would face the other 9 first-placers, each a genius. Especially Yu Liuli, who had been hiding her strength. Her true combat power was definitely not inferior to Xian. Then there was Mo Chun, the true disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, whose demonic techniques were sinister. The Ice Fairy, the top talent of the Northern Domain, had already mastered the laws of cold ice. I must recover quickly and break through to the late stage of transforming the divine, he resolved. In 3 days of seclusion, with the help of the healing pills and pure yang immortal body, his injuries healed, and his cultivation advanced further, touching upon the threshold of the late stage of transforming the divine. But he was still a bit short. He needed a life-and-death battle to break through the bottleneck. In the knockout round draw, he faced Mo Chun, a true disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect in the mid-stage of transforming the divine, practicing the great method of heavenly demons. He had once annihilated 3 mid-sized sects by himself with a fearsome reputation. Lin Xuan, your sword is sharp, but I wonder if it can sever my inner demon. Mo Chun sneered. Well, see, Lin Xuan replied unafraid. His pure yang immortal body specifically counters demonic techniques, and the eye of heavenly punishment is a nemesis to the demonic path. But since Mo Chun dared to challenge, he must have his own reliance. This battle would not be easy. On the stage, the two confronted each other. Mo Chun was surrounded by swirling demonic energy, transforming into countless demonic shadows, each vividly alive, exuding different auras: greed, anger, jealousy, and obsession. Heavenly demon, 10,000 forms. He howled, and all demons surged forward. Lin Xuan unfolded the pure yang domain of the void, and as the demonic shadows touched the domain, they melted like ice and snow. But more demonic shadows surged in, coming in waves seemingly endless. Useless, my inner demons are endless. How long can your domain hold? Mo Chun grinned. Lin Xuan remained silent and struck with his sword, invoking Supreme Void Reincarnation. The power of reincarnation swept through, dissipating large swathes of demonic shadows. But Mo Chun's true body had vanished, merging into the demonic shadows. Found you. Lin Xuan activated the eye of heavenly punishment, piercing through the illusion to lock onto Mo Chun's true body. Behind him to the left, transformed into an ordinary demonic shadow. He feigned ignorance and continued to eliminate the demonic shadows. As Mo Chun drew near, he suddenly turned and struck with his sword. Eternal void. Time stopped. Time halted for a moment, freezing Mo Chun's movements. Lin Xuan's sword light arrived, piercing toward his brow. But at the moment of impact, Mo Chun laughed. You've fallen for my trick. His body dissipated into black smoke. His true self had reached behind Lin Xuan, clawing toward his heart. The claw was enveloped in sinister demonic energy containing deadly poison. In a critical moment, Lin Xuan's pure yang immortal body activated autonomously golden light, protecting his body. The demonic claw struck the golden light, making a piercing sound as it tore through, leaving 5 bloody marks on his back. The demonic energy infiltrated, and Lin Xuan felt his soul in excruciating pain. This demonic energy could even erode the soul. My soul-eroding demonic claw specifically breaks through protective barriers and erodes the soul. Those afflicted will die within 3 days unless. Mo Chun sneered. Unless you admit defeat and beg me to cure you. In your dreams, Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, urging his pure yang immortal body. The power of pure yang clashed against the demonic energy, emitting a hissing sound. But the demonic energy was stubborn, difficult to expel for the time being. Then just wait for death. Mo Chen ceased his attacks, watching from a distance, waiting for Lin Xuan to succumb to the poison. Below the stage, Su Ruowei was in tears, anxious. Yu Liuli also gripped her jade sword, ready to rescue at any moment. But Lin Xuan instead calmed down. He felt that under the erosion of the demonic energy, his pure yang immortal body was operating at its peak, forming a yin-yang confrontation with the demonic energy. And the peak of the yin-yang confrontation was precisely the opportunity for a breakthrough. So that's it. Pure yang is not just yang, but needs yin to complement it. The demonic energy is extremely yin, which is my chance to break through. He did not expel the demonic energy, but instead guided it to merge with the power of pure yang. Yin and yang complemented each other. The dragon and tiger converged. A thunderous roar resounded within him, and the bottleneck shattered. Late stage of transforming the divine achieved. His cultivation broke through, and the pure yang immortal body also advanced to the pure yang holy body. A true holy body completely immune to yin and evil below the transforming divine stage, with a 50% resistance to the techniques of refining the void. The demonic energy was refined by the holy body, nurturing himself. Lin Xuan's aura surged, injuries healed, his eyes gleaming like lightning. Thank you, Mo Dao friend, for aiding my breakthrough. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. Mo Chen's face turned ashen. He had intended to poison Lin Xuan, but instead helped him break through, shooting himself in the foot. Now it's my turn. Lin Xuan stepped forward. The domain of the void unfolded. This time the domain's range expanded to 3,000 zhang, its power doubled. Supreme Void returns to 1. It was still this sword, but its power was incomparable. The sword was unleashed, all laws returned to the void. Mo Chen's demonic energy, demonic shadows, and techniques shattered like bubbles in the sword light. No! Mo Chen exclaimed in terror, attempting to escape, but the void domain locked onto him, making it impossible to flee. As the sword light sliced through his body, disintegrated inch by inch, even the nascent soul could not escape, completely obliterated. The true disciple of the heavenly demon sect fell. The audience fell silent. He had killed someone in the knockout round. But the rules allowed for life and death, and no one dared to say anything. Lin Xuan wins, the judge announced, but his gaze towards Lin Xuan was filled with awe. After this battle, no one dared to underestimate Lin Xuan. Late stage of transforming the divine holy body fully formed, he had slain Mo Chen, and his strength was firmly in the top 5. In the subsequent matches, Lin Xuan continued to win victories, advancing into the top 4. The other 3 were Xian, Yu Liuli, and the Ice Fairy. The semifinals draw Lin Xuan against the Ice Fairy, Xian against Yu Liuli. Northern Domain Ice Fairy, please be kind to me. On the stage, Lin Xuan clasped his fists. The Ice Fairy silently nodded, directly taking action. With a single point, she froze the vast expanse. Even the void was solidified. This was the mastery of the laws of cold ice, its power comparable to refining the void. Lin Xuan felt his movements slow, his blood almost freezing. But he was unafraid, igniting his pure yang immortal body, pure yang true fire, igniting on his skin, melting the cold. Eternal void time acceleration. He reversed the laws of time, increasing his speed tenfold. Instantly he appeared before the Ice Fairy, thrusting out his sword. The Ice Fairy's pupils constricted, hurriedly summoning an ice shield. But the sword light, infused with the power of the void, disregarded defenses, stabbing directly at her body. Puff! The sword tip stopped 3 inches from her throat, not piercing. Thank you for your mercy. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword. The Ice Fairy gazed deeply at him. I have lost. I look forward to your performance in the finals. Thank you, Saintess, for showing mercy. Had she defended with all her strength, the outcome would have been uncertain, but she chose to concede. On the other side, Xian faced Yu Liuli, and the two battled for 300 exchanges, with Xian narrowly winning. But Yu Liuli also showcased terrifying strength, fully activating the Golden Lotus holy body, forcing Xian to use his 7th sword. Heaven's path is without me to win. In the finals, Lin Xuan faced Xian once again, staging a peak showdown. This time both fought without holding back. They battled from the ground to the sky, from reality to the void, sword lights spanning 30,000 miles, their laws clashing in a way that astonished the world. In the end, Lin Xuan narrowly won, with Supreme Void returns to 1, claiming the championship of the talent debate. Victory. When the judge announced the result, the entire venue erupted. The cultivators of the Eastern Domain had achieved the pinnacle among the 5 domains, a glory never before seen. During the award ceremony, the head of the Heavenly Path Academy personally presented Lin Xuan with a token for the secret realm beyond heaven, as well as an opportunity to enter the source of heavenly path for comprehension. Lin, young friend, your future is limitless. The head smiled, stroking his beard. Would you be interested in joining the Heavenly Path Academy? I could take you as my personal disciple. Thank you for your kindness, Academy Head, but I already have a master. Lin Xuan politely declined. No matter, you are always welcome. The head did not press the issue. Yu Lioli approached, her eyes shimmering. Lin Dao, friend, congratulations. Thank you, Saintess. Lin Xuan clasped his fists. Xian Yi also came to congratulate. Lin Dao, friend, today you have bested me, but the future is long. I look forward to battling you again. I am always ready. Su Ruowei rushed onto the stage, hugging Lin Xuan and crying with laughter. Shun Ming and other cultivators from the Eastern Domain were also immensely excited. The Eastern Domain had finally held its head high. But Lin Xuan knew this was just the beginning. The secret realm beyond heaven, the source of heavenly path, and an even broader world awaited him. And his path was still continuing. The source of the heavenly Dao is located deep within the forbidden area of the Heavenly Dao Academy, one of the most mysterious cultivation sanctuaries in the cultivation realm. It is said that a strand of the innate Dao rhythm residue from the creation of the world remains here. Cultivators who comprehend it can directly glimpse the essence of the great Dao. Under the personal guidance of the Academy Dean, Lin Xuan arrived before an ancient stone hall. The stone hall had no doors, only a shimmering light barrier flowed, emanating a disconcerting aura. Step inside. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune, the dean said gently. But remember, you can only stay inside for a maximum of 3 months. Exceeding the time will result in expulsion by the source, and severe injuries would be a light consequence. Disciple understands, Lin Xuan replied, solemnly bowing and stepping into the light barrier. The scene before him changed abruptly, revealing a chaotic void with no up or down, no left or right, no past or future. Only strands of profound runes flowed in the void, each containing the true meaning of a certain law. This is the source of the heavenly Dao. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged in the void, extending his divine sense. He first found the sword path rune, an illusory small sword containing myriad sword intents. As his divine sense probed in, countless insights into the sword path surged forth. The great void sword art, the sword intent of slashing heaven, the cycle of rebirth, the law of time. All that he had learned throughout his life collided, fused, and sublimated within the sword path rune. What was originally a mere glimpse of the threshold of the great void returned to one rapidly perfected under the nourishment of the sword path's source. A month passed, and the great void returned to one reached its full manifestation. Lin Xuan felt that this sword had transcended the heavenly realm and touched upon the domain of immortals. He then turned to comprehend the time rune. It was an endlessly rotating hourglass illusion where the past, present, and future intertwined. In the source of time, his understanding of the eternal great void reached a new realm. He could briefly manipulate the flow of time, accelerating or decelerating it by 3 times, lasting for 3 breaths. This was a qualitative enhancement for battle. Imagine when an enemy lunges at you with a sword, you can slow down time by 3 times, gaining ample time to dodge or counter. When you strike with your sword, you accelerate by 3 times, and the enemy cannot react at all. In the second month, he comprehended the void rune. It was a chaotic realm of constant birth and death, the very foundation of the great void sword path. The source of the void allowed him to control the void to an astonishing degree. He could instantaneously shift within 1,000 zhang, disregarding most restrictions. In the final month, he attempted to comprehend the core rune of the Dao. It was a constantly changing, chaotic sphere of light, containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. However, with his mid-stage transformation divine realm cultivation, he could only catch a glimpse of the surface. Even so, the gains were immensely significant. He saw the essence of the Dao, the unity of yin and yang, the cycle of life and death, the transformation of the real and the illusory, the convergence of all methods into one. This is a power of a higher level than the laws, the foundation for becoming an immortal. Through comprehension in the source of the heavenly Dao, the 9th style of the great void sword art, great void return, to 1 has been perfected. Understanding of the law of time has improved to 30. Understanding of the law of the void has improved to 40. Touch the threshold of the Dao cultivation level, improved mid-stage transformation, divine 1-2, perfected transformation, divine 3-3, gain special insight, Dao heart seed sword. Merging sword path with Dao heart, unbroken sword intent. Everlasting Dao heart. 3 months passed, and Lin Xuan was gently pushed out of the light barrier by a soft force. He stood before the stone hall, his divine light retracted, and his aura returned to simplicity. If it weren't for the dean being a great master of the refining void, no one could discern his depth. Good, good, the dean exclaimed twice. Perfected transformation divine touched the threshold of the Dao. Young friend Lin, your future achievements are boundless. Thank you for your guidance, Dean. Lin Xuan sincerely expressed his gratitude. The opportunity at the source of the heavenly Dao was enough to change his life. This is what you deserve. The secret realm beyond the heavens will open in 3 days. Are you prepared? I am fully prepared. That's good. However, I must remind you the secret realm beyond the heavens is different from the cultivation realm. It is an ancient battlefield with unstable space and chaotic laws. More dangerously, there are remnants of extraterrestrial evils within the secret realm. Though suppressed for 10,000 years, there still might be some that escaped. If you encounter them, avoid them if possible. Do not confront them heathen. Extraterrestrial evils. This was the first time Lin Xuan had heard of them. They are a race from beyond the heavens that invaded the cultivation realm 1,000 years ago, sealed within the secret realm by ancient powers. The dean's expression turned grave. Their cultivation system is completely different from ours, specifically targeting the souls of cultivators, and they are exceedingly unpredictable. In that battle, the cultivation realm suffered heavy casualties, with 10 true immortals perishing before they were suppressed. Lin Xuan's heart tightened. An enemy capable of causing the fall of true immortals was certainly not someone he could contend with. However, you need not worry too much. Those evils have been suppressed for 10,000 years, and their strength is far from what it once was. As long as you do not encounter a demon general level, you can protect yourself with your strength. But if you do encounter one, immediately crush this world-breaking talisman, and it will transport you out of the secret realm. He handed Lin Xuan a golden talisman inscribed with complex spatial runes. Thank you, Dean. Lin Xuan carefully stored the talisman. It was a life-saving item. Returning to his residence, Su Ruowei was already waiting. During these 3 months, she had not been idle, cultivating in the Yaoqi sacred land, breaking through to the early transformation divine stage and making significant progress in her sword techniques. Little martial niece, you finally came out. She rushed over asking, how was it? Did you break through? Yes, I reached perfected transformation divine. Lin Xuan smiled. Martial and has made considerable progress too. Of course I can't hold you back, Su Ruowei said proudly. By the way, my senior sister sent a message saying she and senior brother Qingming have arrived in Zhongzhou and are on their way here. Qingyin is here, Lin Xuan exclaimed in delight. 3 years apart had made him long for her. Yes, senior sister said she wants to see you display your prowess in the secret realm beyond the heavens. Su Ruowei blinked. Moreover, she seems to have touched the threshold of the transformation divine stage too. She might break through in the secret realm. That's wonderful. Lin Xuan felt warmth in his heart. With them by his side, he had the motivation to strive. 3 days later, in the central square of Tianyan City, 10 cultivators who qualified for the secret realm gathered. Lin Xuan, Yu Lioli Ice Fairy, Yi Qingming Xie Chisha Little Living Buddha, Li Hua Xingzi Western Region Demon Monk Substitute for Mo Chun, and Southern Region Barbarian King. On the platform, 5 great masters of the refining void joined forces to cast a spell tearing apart space to open a golden gateway. Behind the door was a distorted void where shattered mountains and rivers, collapsed palaces, and eerie white bones could be faintly seen. The secret realm is open and will close automatically in 3 months. If you wish to exit early, crush the teleportation talisman, the Dean of the Heavenly Dao Academy proclaimed loudly. Remember, although opportunities are precious, your life is even more important. Now enter. The 10 transformed into streaks of light and dashed into the glowing door. The moment they passed through, the world spun around them. Lin Xuan felt as if he had been thrown into a rolling barrel, tumbling endlessly. After an unknown amount of time, he landed firmly on a desolate land. The sky was dark red with no sun, only a blood moon hanging high. The ground was cracked and barren with not a blade of grass in sight. Distant ruins stretched endlessly, faintly hinting at their former grandeur. This is the secret realm beyond the heavens. Li Hua Xingzi frowned. The spiritual energy is thin and the atmosphere is heavy with death. Where are the opportunities? The opportunities lie deep within the ruins. Xian Yi pointed into the distance. I can sense powerful energy fluctuations there. Then let's go. Let's not waste any time, Xie Qisha said coldly, leading the way toward the ruins. The others also showcased their abilities to follow. Lin Xuan activated his void domain, flying with Su Ruowei, who accompanied him as a maid as permitted by the rules. After flying for about 1,000 miles, they came upon a collapsed palace. Though the palace was in ruins, the residual pressure made everyone feel uneasy. This is a fairy palace ruin. Little Living Buddha exclaimed, look at those pillars. They are heaven pillars. Only true celestial palaces would employ such materials. The group landed and entered the palace. The great hall was in shambles, but in the center stood an intact altar upon which 3 items floated: a jade slip, a broken sword, and a golden heart. Immortal fortune. The barbarian king's eyes lit up as he reached out to grab it. Be careful, Lin Xuan shouted urgently, but it was too late. The moment the barbarian king's hand touched the golden heart, it suddenly began to beat. Thump, thump, thump. With each beat, a circle of blood-red ripples emanated. As the ripples swept by, the barbarian king screamed in agony, his body visibly shriveling, transforming into a desiccated corpse. In an instant, his soul extinguished. It's a trap. Li Hua Xingzi retreated in alarm. but the ripples had already spread out. Lin Xuan activated his void domain, shielding Su Ruowei behind him. Xian, Yu Liuli, and the others also employed their techniques to resist. After the ripples passed except for the fallen barbarian king, the others only appeared pale, but were otherwise unscathed. However, the three items on the altar had vanished, replaced by a blood-red vortex. A sinister laugh emanated from the vortex. After so many years, finally fresh blood is delivered to my door. A distorted figure crawled out from the vortex. It resembled a humanoid creature, but had 3 heads and 6 arms with crimson skin and sharp fangs, exuding a nauseating aura of evil. Extraterrestrial evil. Xian Yi's expression changed drastically. Oh, you actually know my name. The head in the middle of the evil creature spoke, its voice hoarse. In that case, it is your honor to become my blood food. It swung all 6 arms simultaneously, 6 blood-red claw marks, tearing through space, aimed at everyone. Each strike carried the power of perfected transformation divine, infused with a strange devouring force that could absorb opponents' attacks to strengthen itself. Heavenly Dao sword, art, the heavenly net. Xian Yi was the first to strike his sword light, forming a net over the evil creature. Yaoqi golden lotus purification. Yu Liuli's jade sword slashed out the golden lotus, blooming, purifying the evil. Lin Xuan also moved. He realized that although this evil creature was powerful, its aura was unstable, clearly having been suppressed for too long and not yet restored to full strength. Moreover, the creature's weakness was pure yang. Great Void returned to 1 pure yang slash. His sword merged with the source power of the pure yang sacred body, transforming into a golden sun, melting the evil aura wherever it passed. The evil creature's expression changed dramatically. Pure yang power. You actually have an immortal body. It tried to evade, but Xian Yi and Yu Liuli were restraining it, leaving no room for escape. The sword light struck it, scorching its crimson skin, black blood gushing out. Oh, you will all die. The evil creature roared in fury, burning its source, its aura skyrocketing to the initial stage of refining void. It brought its 6 arms together, condensing a blood-red skull, with ghostly flames flickering in its eye sockets, emanating a wave of destruction. It's the Blood Skull Curse. Little Living Buddha exclaimed in horror, quick retreat. This curse can annihilate those in the refining void. The group hurriedly retreated, but the skull had already locked onto them, leaving no way to evade. In a critical moment, Lin Xuan recalled the eye of the heavenly Dao. He exerted all his strength to activate it, a fissure opening on his forehead, revealing a golden vertical eye. Eye of heavenly punishment judgment. Golden divine light shot out from the vertical eye, colliding with the blood-red skull. There was no explosion. The skull wailed under the divine light, crumbling inch by inch. The evil creature also screamed, its body pierced by the divine light, beginning to burn. No! My master will avenge me, it shrieked, finally turning to ashes. The evil creature perished, but the group had also expended great energy. Lin Xuan's face turned pale as the eye of heavenly punishment had consumed 70% of his true essence. Lin Dao, friend, thank you for saving my life. Li Hua Shengzi clasped his fists, genuinely grateful. If it weren't for Lin Xuan, at least half of them would have perished. It was nothing. Lin Xuan took a pill to recuperate. The evil creature mentioned my master, which likely refers to an even more terrifying existence, Yu Liuli said worriedly. In the secret realm, there may not just be this one evil creature. Let them come, or I will slay as many as appear, Xiechisha said coldly. Though he was reckless, he had also contributed in the earlier battle. The group took a moment to recover before continuing their exploration. At the site of the evil creature's demise, they found the 3 items, originally hidden within the evil creature's body. The jade slip contained a fragment of an immortal technique, the 9 turns mystic art, a top-tier body refining method. The broken sword was a piece of an immortal sword usable for refining treasures. The golden heart was known as the immortal heart, containing immense immortal power which could elevate one's cultivation after refinement. After discussion, the jade slip was assigned to Xian Yi, the broken sword to Yu Liuli, and the immortal heart to Lin Xuan. He had contributed the most. The others also received resources from the evil creature's storage ring, which was not a loss. Lin Xuan immediately refined the immortal heart. Immense immortal power surged into his body, his cultivation skyrocketing. Perfected transformation divine, 33588299. He was just a hair's breadth away from refining void. However, he did not rush to break through. Refining void was the biggest hurdle on the path of cultivation, requiring accumulation, comprehension, and opportunity, any of which was indispensable. He intended to charge through in the most perfect state. Let's continue exploring. Perhaps we can find the opportunity for a breakthrough. He gazed toward the depths of the secret realm. There the immortal aura was thicker and the danger was greater. The secret realm beyond the heavens, the true challenge had only just begun. After refining the immortal heart, Lin Xuan's aura became even more restrained, yet a divine light flashed in his eyes, clearly indicating a significant increase in strength. The group took a day to rest before continuing their journey deeper into the secret realm. The further they ventured, the more intact the ruins appeared, and the residual aura of the immortal path grew denser. Occasionally, they could see massive skeletons, some as large as mountains, others resembling rivers, all emanating a suffocating pressure. It's a true dragon's remains. Yi Qingming pointed at 100-foot-long dragon bone. The dragon bone was crystal clear like jade. Though it had died for millennia, the dragon's might still lingered. There are also phoenixes and cheilants. The little living Buddha looked at the other skeletons with a solemn expression. How many divine beasts perished in the ancient war? Look over there. Yuli pointed into the distance. On the horizon, the silhouette of a majestic palace could be seen. Although it had collapsed significantly, its former grandeur was still discernible. Above the palace, multicolored clouds swirled, and the sound of celestial music lingered. The core of the immortal palace. Xian Yi's eyes brightened. True fortune lies there. The group quickened their pace. However, halfway there, a patch of black swamp appeared ahead, bubbling with poisonous bubbles, and a foul stench filled the air. Even more terrifying was the presence of spatial cracks above the swamp, densely packed like a shattered mirror. This is the void swamp, where the space is extremely unstable. Carelessly entering would get you torn apart by the cracks. The holy son of fire turned pale. Let's take a detour. There's no way around it. Lin Xuan spread his divine sense. The swamp spans a radius of 10,000 miles. It is the only path to the immortal palace. Moreover, there is something in the swamp. He sensed a strong life force deep within the swamp. Before he could finish speaking, the swamp roiled, and 100-foot-long giant python sprang out. This python was pitch black with a single horn on its head and 4 claws beneath its belly. It was transforming into a flood dragon. Its aura was evidently at the early stage of void refining. Void poison flood dragon. The little living Buddha gasped. This dragon contains the poison of the void and can corrode space. Even those at the middle stage of void refining would find it difficult to deal with. The poison dragon's crimson eyes fixed on the group, hissing ominously. It spoke human words. Blood food has come to my door. Be careful, it can traverse the void. Lin Xuan warned. Just as he finished speaking, the poison dragon vanished and reappeared behind the group, sweeping its massive tail. Clang! Xie Qisha unleashed 7 swords, forming a sword array to resist the dragon's tail. However, he was sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The gap between void refining and spirit transformation was immense. Altogether, Xian Yi took the lead, unleashing the 7th form of the Celestial Path sword technique, Celestial Path, without me. Yi Qingming, the holy son of fire, and the little living Buddha all attacked with full force. But the poison dragon had tough skin and thick flesh. Their attacks left only shallow white marks on it. It opened its mouth and spat out poisonous mist which merged into the void, actually causing the spatial cracks to widen and spread towards the group. Retreat. Lin Xuan pulled Su Ruowei back quickly while unleashing a void domain to isolate the poisonous mist. However, the corrosive properties of the mist were too strong, and the domain could not hold for long. They must resolve this quickly. Lin Xuan realized that the poison dragon's weakness lay in its single horn. This was the culmination of its lifelong cultivation and also its most vulnerable spot. If he could sever the horn, the poison dragon's strength would diminish greatly. Xian Yi, holy maiden, buy me 3 breaths of time to restrain it, he transmitted. All right. Xian Yi and Yuli nodded, both unleashing their strongest techniques. Xian Yi's 8th sword, Celestial Path, returns to 1. Took form and struck, while Yuli fully activated her Golden Lotus sacred body, transforming into a Golden Lotus cage to temporarily trap the poison dragon. 3 breaths were enough. Lin Xuan burned his essence blood, temporarily elevating his cultivation to the threshold of void refining. The eye of heavenly punishment on his forehead opened again, but this time it was not for attack, but for locking on. Eye of heavenly punishment lock. Divine light shone on the poison dragon's horn, causing its movements to momentarily stall. Though it was merely an instant, Lin Xuan's sword had already arrived. Great Void returns to 1 slash. This strike combined the Great Void returns to 1 pure Yang sacred body and the power of heavenly punishment. It was his strongest attack thus far. The sword light cleaved through the base of the horn. Crack! The horn shattered, and the poison dragon let out a piercing wail, its aura plummeting to the peak of spirit transformation. It attempted to flee but was surrounded by the group, ultimately decapitated by Xian Yi's sword. The poison dragon fell, its corpse sinking into the swamp. However, Lin Xuan collected the horn. This was a material of the void refining level worth a fortune. Continue forward. The group swallowed pills and crossed the void swamp. With Lin Xuan's void domain leading the way, the spatial cracks could not approach. Half a day later, they arrived at the ruins of the immortal palace. Up close the shock was even greater. Though the palace was in ruins, every brick and tile was inscribed with immortal runes emanating an immortal aura. This is the Lingxiao Palace, one of the main halls of the ancient heavenly court, Xian Yi, well-versed in knowledge, stated. It is said that within the hall lies the ascension pool. Soaking in it can lead to rebirth and transcending to become an immortal. But the danger is also the greatest. Yuli sensed several powerful auras within the hall, all at least at the level of void refining. The group cautiously entered. The great hall was spacious, and indeed there was a pool in the center, its water milky white and suffused with immortal energy. However, 3 ferocious beasts were coiled at the edge of the pool, a golden-winged roc, a 3-legged golden crow, and a 9-tailed celestial fox. All were at the early stage of void refining with pure bloodlines, and their strength far surpassed that of the poison dragon, descendants of 3 divine beasts. The Holy Son of Fire forced a smile. How are we supposed to fight this? He'll handle the golden crow. It possesses true sun fire, which is of the same origin as mine. The Holy Son of Fire gritted his teeth. Though he was merely at the spirit transformation stage, true sun fire was effective against the golden crow. He'll restrain the roc. Yi Qingming stated her swordsmanship was agile and suitable for dealing with fast opponents. Leave the celestial fox to me. The little living Buddha clasped his hands together as the Buddhist light could restrain evil. The rest would deal with any dangers that might arise from the pool. After the assignments were made, the battle erupted. The Holy Son of Fire faced the golden crow, using true sun fire against true sun fire. Yet since the golden crow was a whole realm higher, the Holy Son of Fire quickly fell into a disadvantage. But he fought desperately, burning his essence to temporarily match the golden crow. Yi Qingming faced the roc, her sword like a blue mist, elusive and untraceable. Though the roc was fast, it could not catch her for the moment. The little living Buddha faced the celestial fox, his Buddhist light illuminating all. The celestial fox's illusions were dispelled, causing it to roar in fury. Lin Xuan and Yuli guarded the pool's edge. Indeed, the pool's water churned, and a woman in white rose from the depths. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her eyes were hollow, and her aura was evidently at the middle stage of void refining. Guard of the pool, show no mercy. The woman spoke mechanically, pointing a finger, and immortal light shot forth like a sword, directly piercing Xianyi. He defended with all his might, but was still pushed back. Being at the middle stage of void refining was several times stronger than the early stage. Altogether, Yuli's golden lotus bloomed, purifying the immortal light. Lin Xuan also acted, unleashing the great void returns to 1. But the woman was too strong. She merely waved her hand and shattered the golden lotus, sending the sword energy flying. With another finger, she changed her target to Yuli. In a moment of crisis, Lin Xuan teleported in front of Yuli, bracing the attack with his body. The immortal light pierced through his chest, leaving a bloody hole that even the pure Yang sacred body could not withstand. Lin Dao, friend. Yuli cried out in alarm, supporting him. It's nothing. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth. The wound healed rapidly under the power of pure Yang. However, the strange power within the immortal light continuously eroded his vitality. We must resolve her quickly. A resolute look flashed in Xian Yi's eyes. He burned his essence blood, his aura soaring to the threshold of void refining. Celestial Path returns to 1/. This sword strike was his strongest attack to date. The woman's expression finally changed as she formed seals with both hands, condensing an immortal shield. Boom! Sword and shield collided, the shield shattered, and the woman was sent flying, but not killed. Anger flashed in her eyes. Just as she was about to counterattack, Lin Xuan's eye of heavenly punishment opened again. Eye of heavenly punishment, judgment. Divine light shot forth, and the woman screamed in agony as her body began to burn. She was originally a puppet, most afraid of heavenly punishment. Seizing this opportunity, Yuli's golden lotus fully bloomed, enveloping her. Purify. 3 breaths later, the woman turned to ashes, leaving behind a fallen immortal crystal. This was her core, containing immense immortal power. Meanwhile, the Holy Son of Fire, Yi Qingming, and the little living Buddha had also defeated their opponents, but all were heavily injured. Especially the Holy Son of Fire, having excessively burned his essence, his cultivation had fallen to the early stage of spirit transformation. It would take him a century to recover. It was worth it. He stored the golden crow's corpse and grinned. The group divided the spoils. The immortal pool belonged to Lin Xuan because of his significant contributions and the severity of his injuries. The others divided the 3 divine beast corpses and the immortal crystal. Lin Xuan did not refuse. He indeed needed the immortal pool for healing and a breakthrough. He stepped into the pool, the milky water immediately engulfing him. Soaking in the Ascension Pool, injury healed, pure Yang Dao body advanced to pure Yang immortal body minor completion. Completely immune to evil below the level of void refining with a 30 resistance to true immortal level evil cultivation breakthrough spirit transformation peak 99 early void refining 1-2 gained immortal baptism aptitude elevated to immortal spiritual root comprehended the immortal technique void translocation minor completion can instantly move thousands of miles. Ignoring most spatial restrictions, Lin Xuan had achieved void refining. Moreover, it was not an ordinary void refining, it was a perfect foundation after the baptism of the immortal pool, and his combat power rivaled that of the mid-stage void refining. What delighted him even more was that at the bottom of the immortal pool lay a jade slip recording the complete 9 turns mystic art. This was a true immortal grade body refining technique, turning into a saint through 9 transformations, rendering the physical body indestructible. This secret realm has yielded immense rewards, Lin Xuan sighed. His current strength was sufficient to sweep through the mid-stage of void refining, even to contend with the late stage. As he emerged from the immortal pool, his aura was completely restrained, but the divine light that occasionally flickered in his eyes made Xuan feel a chill. Lin Dao, friend, congratulations on your breakthrough, Yuli smiled. She also used the immortal energy at the edge of the immortal pool to break through to the early stage of void refining, her golden lotus sacred body advancing further. Xian, Yi Qingming, and the little living Buddha all gained rewards as well, each having touched the threshold of void refining. After a period of closed-door cultivation, they would be able to break through. Only the Holy Son of Fire fared the worst, but having obtained the Golden Crow's corpse, if he could refine it, he might turn misfortune into fortune and awaken the Golden Crow bloodline. It's time to leave. Xian looked towards the exit of the secret realm. There is still a month before the secret realm closes. We must hurry to gather resources. For the next month, the 10 of them, the barbarian king, had fallen, leaving 9 swept through the secret realm, harvesting countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lin Xuan found several immortal herbs that could be used to refine the 9 turns resurrection pill, which could revive a person as long as there was still a breath. He also encountered several waves of evil beings, but they were all below the level of void refining and were easily dealt with by him. Once he even encountered a mid-stage void refining demon general, which he along with Xian and Yuli jointly killed, obtaining a demon crystal, a top-grade material, for refining demonic treasures. In the final month, the group arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm, a sacrificial altar. On the altar lay a 7-colored crystal emitting a heart-pounding fluctuation. It's a fragment of the heart of the world. Xian exclaimed in shock. After refining it, one can control parts of the secret realm's authority and even take it out as the core of a small world. However, the altar has restrictions that require all 10 of us to work together to break. We only have 9 left, 1 person short. They'll make up for it, a cold voice rang out. The group turned around to see a woman in white stepping through the air, her aura ethereal. She was at the mid-stage of void refining. Ice Fairy. Yuli was astonished. The Ice Fairy had disappeared after the elimination rounds. They had not expected her to break through to void refining and come to the depths. I have been secretly following you all along. I also want the heart of the world. Let's join forces to break the restriction and compete for it according to our abilities. How about it? The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. One more person meant more strength. The 10 of them joined forces to strike the restriction. After 3 days and nights, the restriction shattered. Just as the 7-colored crystal revealed itself, a sudden change occurred. The ground beneath the altar split open and a giant hand reached out, grasping for the crystal. The hand was 100 feet long, its skin a reddish gold, its nails like blades emanating the pressure of a true immortal. It's the master of the evil beings suppressed here. The jade slip given by the dean contained records. It wants to seize the heart of the world and break free. The giant hand was too fast, and it seemed it was about to grasp the crystal. Without a second thought, Lin Xuan unleashed the void translocation he had just comprehended, instantly appearing before the crystal and grabbing it. Ants dare to seize my possessions. The voice of rage came from the giant hand, slamming down. This palm was at the true immortal level, capable of shattering stars. Lin Xuan felt death approaching. But he had no regrets. The heart of the world must not fall into the hands of evil beings, or the cultivation world would face great disaster. He burned his essence blood, pouring all his strength into the crystal. The crystal shone with 7-colored light, forming a protective shield. Bang! The giant palm struck the shield, which trembled violently, but did not shatter. Lin Xuan, however, spat out blood and was sent flying, his entire body shattered, with even his spirit showing cracks. Go! Xian tore apart a teleportation talisman, and a portal of light appeared. The group rushed into the light portal, and Lin Xuan was also pulled in by Yuli. In the final moment of leaving, he saw a pair of crimson eyes emerge from the giant hand, filled with resentment. I remember you. When I break free, I will devour your soul. The portal of light closed, and the secret realm vanished. When they reappeared, they were already in the square of Tianyan City. The 9 of them landed in a disheveled state, all heavily injured, especially Lin Xuan, who was on the brink of death. Little junior nephew. Su Ruowei rushed over, tears pouring down her face. Save him, Yu Liuli urged. Elder Yaoqi immediately came forward, feeding Lin Xuan a 9 turns resurrection pill. As the pill entered his abdomen, his injury stabilized, but his foundation was damaged, and it would take years to recover. Even more troublesome was the curse of the evil master, which was branded on his soul, continuously eroding it. I will save you. Yu Liuli gritted her teeth. She had decided to take Lin Xuan back to Yaoqi to use the sacred land's resources to heal him. In Lin Xuan's hand, he tightly gripped the fragment of the heart of the world. With it, he might be able to create a small world of his own. But first he had to survive. The curse of the evil master, the threat of the true immortal, loomed like a sword over his head. His journey was still long. The sacred realm of Yaoqi, within the forbidden zone known as the Lake of Pure Heart. Lin Xuan immersed himself in the milky white waters, which brimmed with overwhelming vitality, steadily mending his shattered flesh and fractured soul. Yu Liuli sat cross-legged beside the lake, her hands forming sacred seals, as the purifying power of her golden lotus sacred body flowed ceaselessly into the water, dispelling demonic curses. Cultivator Lin's injuries are grievous, murmured the Yaoqi sect master, a graceful, ageless woman, her brows furrowed. His broken body may be remade in the immortal pool, his damaged Dao foundation restored with holy elixirs. Yet the curse of the demon sovereign, that is the power of a true immortal. Without intervention from such a being, it cannot be eradicated. Is there truly no other way? Su Ruowei asked, eyes red-rimmed. Liu Qingyin stood nearby, having rushed to Zhongzhou the moment she learned of Lin Xuan's critical condition, her heart pounding with anguish. There is the sect master mused. Within our sect lies a forbidden site, the wheel of reincarnation well. Within it lingers a thread of reincarnational force capable of erasing all imprints, even curses. But the well opens only once every 10,000 years. Its last emergence was 9,000 years ago. We must wait another millennium. A millennium. Liu Qingyin paled. Lin Xuan's current state would not endure 10 years. There remains one more path, Yu Liuli suddenly spoke. The golden lotus nirvana art. I shall use the primordial essence of my sacred body as catalyst to reconstruct his Dao foundation and purify the curse. But the cost is the decline of my sacred body by an entire tier and my cultivation regressing to the nascent soul realm. This must not be. Sect master, this is unthinkable, she cried urgently. She is the future of Yaoqi. How dare she sacrifice herself for an outsider? He was gravely wounded defending Zhongzhou's world core, Yu Liuli interrupted firmly. And he is my friend. Her gaze fell upon Lin Xuan, flickering with complex emotion. Within the secret realm, he had saved her time and again. An unspoken bond she carried deep in her heart. Liuli, have you truly weighed your choice? The sect master sighed. I have, Yu Liuli affirmed resolutely. Begin now. She shed her outer robes, clad only in undergarments, and stepped barefoot into the lake of pure heart, seating herself opposite Lin Xuan. Her palms pressed against his chest, her golden lotus sacred body ignited in full radiance. A golden lotus seal blazed forth from her brow and dissolved into Lin Xuan's forehead. Golden lotus nirvana, rebirth through reincarnation. She ignited her sacred body's primordial essence, transforming it into pure golden lotus energy that surged into Lin Xuan's being. Upon contact, the demonic curse melted like frost beneath sunlight. His shattered Dao foundation recoalesced under the golden lotus's nurturing light, reforged, refined, and perfected beyond its former state. Yet Yu Liuli's aura waned at an alarming pace. From late void refinement realm peak, nascent soul realm late, nascent soul realm, mid-nascent soul realm, finally stabilizing at early nascent soul realm. Her golden lotus sacred body devolved into the golden lotus spirit body, its power greatly diminished. 3 days later, the curse was utterly eradicated and the Dao foundation fully remade. Lin Xuan awoke to find Yu Liuli pale and frail, and instantly understood all. Holy maiden, you. His voice choked. Say no more, Yu Liuli whispered weakly. You saved me once. I return the favor. Our debts are settled. Yet the tenderness in her eyes could never be so easily balanced on the scales of reciprocity. Lin Xuan clasped her hand tightly. This debt Lin Mao shall carry forever. Enough. Let Liuli rest, the sect master said, supporting Yu Liuli as she cast Lin Xuan a profound glance. Young cultivator, Lin Liuli has given you far too much. I pray you never betray her trust. This, junior swears. Never shall I fail the holy maiden, Lin Xuan vowed solemnly. So be it, the sect master replied, leading Yu Liuli away. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei approached, Tears glistened in their eyes, yet gratitude outweighed sorrow. They knew without you Lin Xuan would surely have perished. My lord, how do you fare? Liu Qingyin asked softly. Much improved. Though my cultivation remains at early void refinement, my Dao foundation is now sturdier than ever. My combat prowess heightened, not diminished. Moreover, I have assimilated fragments of the world core, granting me the ability to forge a microcosmic realm. With a mere thought, the three found themselves within a hundredly expanse of nascent world, mountains and rivers, blossoms and grasses. Though rudimentary, its spiritual energy rivaled that of the sacred Yaoqi realm itself. What is this? Su Ruowei gasped. My sovereign domain. I name it the Tai Su realm. Lin Xuan smiled. Henceforth it shall be our home. Portable, ever accessible, bound to us alone. Wonderful, Liu Qingyin exclaimed. With such a sanctuary they possessed an absolute bastion of safety. Lin Xuan transformed the realm's entrance into a ring, slipping it onto his finger. He resolved to relocate the entire Yunlan sect of the eastern region into this realm, rendering them invulnerable to any foe. Yet before that I must first confront the demon sovereign's threat. A flash of icy light pierced his gaze. Though sealed, the demon would inevitably break free. Preparation could not wait. My lord, how do you intend to proceed? Liu Qingyin asked. Return to the east, unify the 7 sects, and establish the Tai Su Sword Sect. Using the world core as foundation, I shall erect the Zhou Tian stellar array, capable of withstanding even a true immortal's assault. Lin Xuan's plan was already forged. Simultaneously, I shall refine the immortal slaying sword. When the demon breaks free, I shall meet him in final battle. We stand with you. Both women spoke as one. Agreed. Lin Xuan murmured, warmth blooming in his chest. After 2 more weeks of recuperation at Yaoqi, Lin Xuan regained full strength. Yulioli too stabilized her realm. Though now merely at early nascent soul, her foundations were impeccable. Returning to void refinement would be but a matter of time. That day Xian Yi paid a visit. Cultivator Lin, congratulations on your recovery, he beamed. I come bearing an invitation from the Heavenly Dao Academy to serve as honorary elder. What say you? Senior disciple Xian Yi, I have resolved to return eastward and found my own sect. Lin Xuan declined gracefully. Founding a sect is noble indeed, but accepting honorary status need not hinder that. Xian Yi continued, as honorary elder you need not reside at the academy. Your title is purely nominal. Yet you gain full elder privileges, access to the Heavenly Dao Academy's grand scripture pavilion, utilization of elite cultivation resources, and more. Moreover, this affiliation will deter any Zhongzhou faction from threatening your sect. Lin Xian's heart stirred. Indeed, it was a vital safeguard. Though formidable, the eastern region remained comparatively weak. Unchecked ambition from Zhongzhou powers posed grave danger. With the Heavenly Dao Academy's backing, petty schemers would think twice. Then I accept, gratefully and humbly. Excellent. Xian Yi beamed with delight. Also, the Academy Master instructed me to convey, should you formally establish your sect, the Heavenly Dao Academy pledges alliance, sharing knowledge, resources, and mutual support. This was an extraordinary boon. With such a patron, the Tai Su Sword Sect would ascend swiftly. After Xian Yi departed, Yulioli arrived. She handed Lin Xuan a jade pendant. This is Yaoqi's sacred edict. Bearing it grants limited access to our sect's resources, and in dire peril entitles you to call upon Yaoqi for aid. Holy maiden, this is far too precious. Take it, Yulioli murmured softly. Consider it a congratulatory gift. On the day of your sect's founding I shall attend in person. Thank you, holy maiden. Lin Xuan accepted the pendant, deeply moved. In the following days, emissaries arrived from the Divine Thunder Sect, Celestial Sword Sect, Beast Taming Sect, and others, each seeking formal alliance. Lin Xuan welcomed them all, cultivating goodwill widely. With preparations complete, he departed Zhongzhou with Liu Qingyin, Su Ruowei, and Eastern Region cultivators, including Chen Ming. At parting, Yulioli, Xian Yi, Qingming, and others came to bid farewell. Cultivator Lin travels safely. May the Tai Su Sword Sect soon shine across the heavens. At the Young Talents Dao Discourse you shall forever hold first place. Lin Xuan bowed deeply, fellow Taoists, until we meet again. Then with a rending of space, he led them back to the Eastern Region. Eastern Region, Yunlan Sect. Upon Lin Xian's return, the entire sect erupted in jubilation. Absent for over 3 years, he now stood as a void refinement great sage, accompanied by 2 Dao companions, Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei, and a hundredly sovereign realm. It was nothing short of legend. Welcome back, Deputy Sect Master. No, Sect Master now. Long live Sect Master Lin. Disciples roared. His ascension was the Eastern Region's crowning pride. Liu Qingyin summoned the masters of the 7 sects and announced Lin Xian's founding of the Tai Su Sword Sect, with himself as Sect Master and herself as Deputy Sect Master. All 7 sects willingly merged, becoming the 7 branch halls. None opposed. Lin Xian's renown and resources rendered resistance unthinkable. Thus, the Tai Su Sword Sect was formally established, rooted in the eastern region, headquartered within the sovereign realm, and encircled by the Zhou Tian stellar array, impregnable, unassailable. Lin Xian publicly unveiled the first 6 forms of the Tai Su sword canon as the sect's core inheritance. He also compiled and systematized the Danxia Legacy Yaoqi sect techniques and Heavenly Dao Academy scriptures into a newly founded scripture pavilion. Resources flowed abundantly from the sovereign realm's bounty, Zhongzhou allies' provisions, and secret realm spoils. The Tai Su sword sect rose meteorically, tens of thousands of disciples, over 100 nascent souls, countless golden cores. 1 year later, it stood unchallenged as the eastern region's supreme sect, its prestige echoing across the 4 directions. That day, while cultivating within the sovereign realm, Lin Xian felt a sudden surge of premonition. He calculated the omen, and his expression turned grave. "My lord, what is it?" Liu Qingyin asked. "The demon sovereign breaks free in 3 months," Lin Xian declared grimly. "And sensing the world core's resonance, he shall descend directly upon the eastern region." What a... Both women recoiled in horror. A true immortal-level demon's arrival would spell annihilation for the eastern region. Sound the alarm. Full mobilization of the sect. A fierce light flared in Lin Xian's eyes. "Also, I shall enter seclusion to refine the immortal slaying sword. Forged upon the world core, infused with Tai Su sword, Dao pure yang, immortal body essence, and heavenly punishment force, this celestial blade was crafted solely to slay the demon. Yet its refinement demanded immense primordial essence, risking cultivation regression. My lord, I shall accompany you," Liu Qingyin said, gripping his hand. "I too shall aid," Su Ruowei declared. "Very well. We do this together," Lin Xian nodded. The 3 entered the sovereign realm's core and lit the alchemical furnace. Lin Xian led the forging, Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei assisted. 3 minds harmonized, yin and yang interwoven, accelerating the process exponentially. After 14 days, the sword was complete. It was a 3-chi-long blade, its surface swirling with primordial chaos, etched with suns and moons, stars and void cycles of reincarnation and thunder sigils of heavenly judgment, radiating an edge that severed all existence. The immortal slaying sword, forged. Lin Xian grasped it, feeling unity between man and blade. Perfect resonance. A 6th-tier celestial sword capable of slaying true immortals. Yet he paid dearly. His cultivation plummeted from early void refinement to peak nascent soul, requiring arduous recultivation. Still wielding the sword, his combat might soared, surpassing even late void refinement cultivators. Not enough, Lin Xian knew. The demon sovereign, though weakened after 10 millennia of sealing, retained the strength of a peak void refinement cultivator. Only by ascending to void refinement himself could Lin Xian hope to prevail. 2 months remain. I shall break through to mid-void refinement. He gathered every resource and entered seclusion. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei aided him fully. Through dual cultivation, Inyong circulation accelerated their progress exponentially. 1 month later, Lin Xian broke through to early void refinement, restoring his apex strength. 2 months later, he reached peak early void refinement, mere inches from mid-void refinement. But time ran out. That day, the eastern region's sky tore open. A colossal crimson gold hand descended, blotting out the heavens. From the palm boomed a thunderous roar: "Insects, surrender the world core, or I shall scourge the eastern region to dust." The demon sovereign had arrived. Lin Xian ascended skyward, sword in hand. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei at his back, the entire Tai Su sword sect arrayed behind them. "Demon, today marks your end." Battle loomed, inevitable, imminent. The gigantic crimson hand covered 1,000 miles, radiating an overwhelming demonic might. The cultivators of the eastern region were all struck with terror, and those below the void refinement stage directly knelt in submission, their souls trembling. Ants embraced death. The roar of the demon lord emanated from the giant hand as it descended. Before the palm even arrived, the gale had already torn the earth apart, shattering mountains and rivers. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as the sword of celestial slaying was drawn from its sheath. Ultimate technique of the Great Void Slash. The chaotic sword energy shot into the sky, colliding with the giant palm. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the sword energy and palm force annihilated each other simultaneously. However, the residual waves swept across instantly, turning the city below into ruins, claiming countless lives. "Everyone retreat into the small world," Lin Xian commanded sternly. Liu Qingyin immediately opened the entrance to the small world, ushering the eastern region cultivators inside. Yet there were still millions who could not escape in time, turning to ashes amidst the aftermath. "Husband, be careful." Su Ruowei wanted to help, but was held back by Liu Qingyin. "Our strength is insufficient and will only drag him down." "Trust him," Liu Qingyin gritted her teeth. The two women retreated into the small world, watching the battle through the luminous barrier. In the air, Lin Xuan faced off against the gigantic hand. The true form of the demon lord had not yet fully descended. Even a single hand possessed such power. How strong would the complete form be? Interesting, you can withstand one of my palms. The voice of the demon lord echoed from the giant hand, but with the next palm, you will surely die. The giant hand slammed down once more, and a blood-red rune emerged from its palm. As the rune appeared, the heavens and earth changed color, and all living things withered. This was the immortal level divine ability blood prison soul suppression, specifically targeting the soul. Lin Xuan felt a searing pain in his soul, as if it were being torn apart. He hurriedly activated his pure yang immortal body golden light, enveloping him, while his eye of divine punishment opened, shooting forth a beam of judgmental light. Eye of divine punishment, break evil. The divine light struck the blood-red rune, causing it to tremble violently, but it did not shatter. The giant palm continued to descend, poised to strike Lin Xuan. Void shift. Lin Xuan vanished in an instant, appearing 1,000 miles away. However, the giant hand followed, closely locking onto his aura and relentlessly pursuing him. Escape. Can you really escape? The demon lord sneered as the giant hand grasped, solidifying the surrounding space for miles, trapping Lin Xuan in midair. It's over. The giant hand closed and aiming to crush Lin Xuan. At the brink of life and death, Lin Xuan ignited his blood essence, forcibly raising his cultivation to the mid-stage of void refinement. The sword of celestial slaying erupted with dazzling radiance, the sword body revealing the illusory forms of the sun, moon, and stars. Ultimate secret technique of the Great Void. Creation of the Great Void. This was the ultimate move he comprehended during 2 months of seclusion, utilizing the Great Void as a foundation to create a small world, trapping the enemy within and slaying them with the power of the world. The sword energy transformed into a 100-mile small world, enveloping the giant hand. Within the small world were the sun, moon, and stars, rivers and mountains, and all living beings. Though merely illusions, they contain the power of creation. What kind of divine ability is this, say? The demon lord was shocked. He felt his power being absorbed, transformed, and suppressed by the small world. Annihilate. Lin Xuan swung his sword, the small world contracting as the giant hand crumbled inch by inch. The demon lord screamed in agony as the giant hand exploded, black blood raining down. Yet he too paid a price. Excessive burning of blood essence caused his cultivation to fall back to the early stage of void refinement, and his soul was damaged, significantly reducing his combat power. Damn it, you will die. The rift in the void expanded, finally revealing the true form of the demon lord. It was a giant over 1,000 feet tall with 3 heads and 6 arms, crimson golden skin and wings sprouting from its back. Its aura was unmistakably at the peak of void refinement. Although suppressed for 1,000 years, his strength was greatly diminished, yet he still possessed the power of the peak of void refinement, 2 small realms above Lin Xuan. To force out my true form, you should be proud. The demon lord swung all 6 arms, summoning 6 magical weapons: a knife, a sword, a spear, an axe, a hammer, and a whip. Each of these was a 5th-grade magic treasure wielding astonishing might. 6 paths of magical weapons slashed the gods. The 6 magical weapons transformed into 6 streams of demonic light, slashing toward Lin Xuan from different directions. Each one possessed the power of a full-force strike from the late stage of void refinement. Combined, they could cut through the perfected stage of void refinement. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, employing void shift to evade continuously. However, the demonic light pursued him relentlessly like a maggot clinging to bone. He was grazed several times, causing cracks to appear on his pure yang immortal body, blood gushing forth. If this continues, I will undoubtedly die. His thoughts raced, and he suddenly recalled the heart of the world. The heart of the world was the core of the small world. If detonated, it could unleash devastating power, but the small world would also collapse. I can't afford to think so much. He steeled his resolve, summoned the small world from his ring, and directly detonated it. Heart of the world explode. The 100-mile small world erupted with a thunderous blast, terrifying energy, sweeping across 10,000 miles. The demon lord bore the brunt, his flesh and blood mangled, 3 of his 6 arms severed, and his aura plummeting to the mid-stage of void refinement. Lin Xuan was not faring well either. The explosion of the world connected to his mind, and as the world shattered, his soul suffered severe injuries, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, his cultivation dropping to the perfected stage of spirit transformation. But at this moment, the demon lord was in even worse condition. Already weakened, he was severely wounded and at the end of his rope. Now is the time. Lin Xuan summoned his last burst of strength, the sword of celestial slaying, transforming into a stream of light, piercing directly at the demon lord's brow. This strike condensed his entire cultivation will and all his insights. No, The demon lord screamed in terror, trying to evade, but his movements were sluggish due to his injuries. The sword light pierced through his brow. The power of annihilation surged in, shredding his soul. My lord will avenge me. The demon lord's final roar echoed as his massive form collapsed, dissipating into a sea of black mist. A crimson gold demon crystal fell, the source crystal of the demon lord, containing immortal-level energy. Lin Xuan was also exhausted and plummeted from the sky. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei rushed out of the small world, catching him. Husband, little disciple. The two women wept bitterly. Lin Xuan was covered in blood, his breath weak, as if he could die at any moment. I am fine. He forced a smile before fainting. Liu Qingyin hurriedly fed him a 9-turn resurrection pill and used her own true essence to heal his wounds. Su Ruowei tucked away the demon crystal. It was a priceless treasure. With the demon lord's fall, the crisis was averted. However, the eastern region paid a heavy price, with millions dead and a 1,000-mile stretch turned to scorched earth. Yet compared to the demons slaughtering the world, this was the best outcome. Lin Xuan remained in a coma for 3 months before awakening. During this time, Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei guarded him day and night, while Yuli Xian Yi and others rushed from the celestial secret realm, bringing healing elixirs. Lin Daoist, you have finally awoken. Yuli sighed in relief. The demon? Lin Xuan weakly asked. It has been eliminated. The eastern region is safe now. Rest well and don't speak, Liu Qingyin said gently. Lin Xuan nodded and closed his eyes to recuperate. With everyone's help, his injuries gradually improved. However, the collapse of the small world had once again damaged his foundation, causing his cultivation to drop to the perfected stage of nascent soul, requiring him to cultivate anew. But with the demon crystal resources from Zhongzhou and the assistance of 2 partners, it would not be difficult to rebuild to void refinement, and he might even advance further. A year later, Lin Xuan's injuries healed, and his cultivation recovered to the mid-stage of spirit transformation. He decided to rebuild the small world, this time using the demon crystal as the core, creating a world larger and more stable. The new world was named Great Void Immortal Realm, spanning 1,000 miles with spiritual energy 100 times denser than the outside world, featuring sun, moon, stars, and the cycle of seasons filled with all living beings. He relocated the survivors of the eastern region into it, and the Great Void Sword Sect also took root there. With the Great Void Immortal Realm, the Great Void Sword Sect rapidly developed, boasting 100,000 disciples, over 1,000 nascent souls, and countless golden cores, becoming a top force in the cultivation world. Lin Xuan also recultivated to the early stage of void refinement, yet his combat power was not inferior to that of the late stage of void refinement. One day, as he was lecturing in the immortal realm, he suddenly had an inspiration, calculating with his fingers, and his expression changed drastically. Husband, what's wrong? Liu Qingyin asked. A great calamity is approaching, not just for the eastern region, but for the entire cultivation world, Lin Xuan said solemnly. I sense that a more powerful demon is drawing near, and it will arrive in less than 100 years. A more powerful demon. The demon lord said, my lord, before dying, indicating he was merely a pawn with a more terrifying existence behind him. We must prepare, Lin Xuan said gravely. How do we prepare? Integrate the cultivation world, establish an alliance, and resist the external enemy together. Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with determination. I want the Great Void Sword Sect to become the leader of the cultivation world, uniting the 5 regions and setting up the Zhou Tian Star Array to protect this realm. Is that possible? Su Ruowei expressed concern. The forces of the cultivation world were complex and intertwined. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to unite the 5 regions. Everything is possible with effort, Lin Xuan replied. Moreover, I am confident. He took out the fragment of the heart of the world. Though the small world exploded, the core remained intact, and the demon crystal. With these 2 treasures, I can refine the Great Void Star Plate. Using this plate as a foundation, I can establish a grand array that covers the entire cultivation world. At that time, even if true immortals come, we can withstand them. But will other forces agree? They will agree, Lin Xuan said confidently. In the face of a great calamity, no one can stand alone. Moreover, I will show them our strength. He decided to hold the Great Void Dharma Assembly, inviting all forces from the 5 regions to participate, showcasing the foundations of the Great Void Immortal Realm and proposing an alliance plan. As the news spread, the cultivation world was shaken. Although the Great Void Sword Sect was strong, it had only risen recently, and many were unwilling to accept it as the leader. However, Lin Xuan was not worried. He had power, resources, and righteousness. Unwilling, beat them into submission. 3 months later, the Great Void Dharma Assembly convened in the Great Void Immortal Realm. 70% of the forces from the 5 regions attended, with over 30 powerful figures from the void refinement stage and countless spirit transformation cultivators. At the assembly, Lin Xuan showcased the Great Void Immortal Realm, the Sword of Celestial Slaying, and the Great Void Star Plate, recounting the prophecy of the impending Great Calamity. Finally, he proposed the establishment of a cultivation alliance with the Great Void Sword Sect as the leader to jointly resist external threats. A joke. You, a mere early stage of void refinement, wish to be the leader. The leader of the Western region's demonic path Blood Sea ancestor sneered. He was at the late stage of void refinement and did not respect Lin Xuan. Then let's see who is better in action. Lin Xuan stepped forward. I, Lin, am unworthy, but I wish to request guidance from Blood Sea ancestor. You seek death. Blood Sea ancestor roared in anger, summoning the Blood Sea banner, causing the sea of blood to surge and enveloping 1,000 miles. But Lin Xuan merely wielded a sword. The Great Void Slash cleaved through the Blood Sea, splitting it in two and severing the Blood Sea banner. Blood Sea ancestor spat blood and flew backward, his eyes filled with terror. With a single sword strike, he defeated a latest-stage void refinement cultivator. The entire assembly fell silent. Is there anyone else who is unwilling to submit? Lin Xuan surveyed the crowd. No one responded. Defeating a latest-stage void refinement cultivator demonstrated such strength. Even those at the perfected stage of void refinement were but a shadow of this. Since no one objects, then the alliance shall be established. Lin Xuan said calmly. I will temporarily assume the position of leader. Once the great calamity has passed, let the virtuous take their place. The crowd bowed their heads. Strength is paramount. Lin Xuan had power and vision, and they submitted. The Cultivation Alliance was established, marking the first unification of the 5 regions. Lin Xuan used the Great Void Star Plate as the foundation to set up the Zhoutian Star Array enveloping the entire cultivation world. Once the array was complete, true immortals would find it difficult to breach, ensuring the peace of the cultivation world for 10,000 years. Yet Lin Xuan knew this was just the beginning. The My Lord behind the demon was the real threat. That being was at least at the immortal level, if not higher. He must break through as soon as possible and reach the immortal level, or even higher. 100 years is enough time. He gazed into the void, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. 100 years later, the demon would descend. At that time, he would wield his sword and tell the myriad realms, this realm I shall protect. After the establishment of the Cultivation Alliance, Lin Xuan entered seclusion. In 100 years, he aimed to break through from the early stage of void refinement to true immortal, which was nearly an impossible feat. However, with the support of the Taishu Immortal Realm, the evil demon crystal, the heart of the world, and the resources of the entire cultivation world, it was not impossible to create a miracle. Before entering seclusion, he accomplished 3 things. First, he publicly released the complete version of the Taishu Sword Cannon as the core inheritance of the alliance to enhance overall strength. Second, he established a contribution points system allowing cultivators to earn resources by completing tasks, igniting their passion for cultivation. Third, he formed a patrol team to monitor the 5 domains and guard against the infiltration of evil demons. Liu Qingyin and Su Ruowei also entered seclusion. They aimed to break through to void refinement and become Lin Xuan's support. The talents from the central continent, such as Yu Xian, Yi, and Yi Qingming, also entered seclusion one after another, as the Great Tribulation 100 years later would require all-powerful cultivators to face it together. The cultivation world entered an unprecedented frenzy of cultivation. Under the cover of the Great Array of the Stars, the concentration of spiritual energy tripled significantly, increasing the cultivation speed of the cultivators. In 100 years, it might truly give birth to a group of true immortals. Lin Xuan was in seclusion at the core of the Taishu Immortal Realm. He first refined the evil demon crystal, which contained true immortal level energy sufficient for him to break through to the perfection stage of void refinement. However, the process of refinement was perilous. The demonic energy could backfire, and a moment of carelessness could lead to demonic corruption. Fortunately, with the pure yang immortal body and the eye of heavenly punishment, the demonic energy was purified and absorbed, nourishing himself. 10 years later, he broke through to the mid-stage of void refinement. 20 years later, he reached the late stage of void refinement. 50 years later, he achieved the perfection of void refinement. But the transition from void refinement to true immortal was a daunting chasm. It has been 10,000 years since a true immortal emerged in the cultivation world, with the last true immortal Ling Xiaoxian perishing a millennium ago while combating the evil demons from beyond. Lin Xuan remained undaunted. He comprehended the heart of the world and gleaned insights into the creation laws. He further fused the Taishu Sword Dao Void Laws, Time Laws, and pure Yang Immortal Body to carve out his own path, Taishu Creation Dao. In the 80 year, he touched the threshold of true immortal. In the 90 year, he attracted the true immortal tribulation. The true immortal tribulation was entirely different from the transformation God tribulation and void refinement tribulation. It was the tribulation of the great Dao.